Plus, actor Jamie Lynn Sigler live in Studio 1A, and we're sharing a fall astrology preview. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
All right, Janelle, thank you. We're almost to fall. Just the last few days left before we get there.
Almost.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. We will see you Thursday morning.
If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure?
The president commanding a global audience at the United Nations, calling for supporting a war-torn nation. We're live from Washington with a full report on what he said.
Federal charges, the latest on the suspects accused of the death of a 1-year-old at a New York City daycare center and the amount of the deadly drug they had allegedly been storing.
Tragic outcome. Police investigating how a brawl at a weekend sporting event turned deadly. We'll have more on the latest in a disturbing outbreak of fistfights at football games.
AI artificial influencer? Find out the tools one social media company is giving to creators to tell the difference between real videos and those made by computer programs.
And these bears, they had their claws out for pastry. See how this wild family satisfied cravings for an early morning snack. It is Wednesday, September 20th. Early Today starts right now.
Good midweek morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And good morning. I'm Jessica Layton. Federal charges have now been filed after the shocking death of a 1-year-old at a daycare in New York City. Investigators say large amounts of fentanyl were found inside the daycare, including some even found on top of playmats used by those children. NBC's Laura Jarrett has the latest details.
This is a tragedy.
Federal charges against 2 suspects who prosecutors say were storing fentanyl at a daycare, killing a 1-year-old boy and hospitalizing 3 other babies, the youngest 8 months old.
But this case is different. We allege that the defendants poisoned 4 babies and killed one of them because they were running a drug operation from a daycare center. A daycare center.
The owner, Gray Mendez and Acevedo Bredo, accused of packing up and keeping large amounts of fentanyl here in the Bronx. Investigators discovering a brick of the drug on top of playmats in a closet when they arrived on the scene last week. The father of Nicholas Dominici, the 1-year-old who died, telling WNBC he was their youngest child. A lawyer for the daycare operator tells NBC News her client had no idea drugs were in the building. The daycare had just passed a surprise inspection this month. But after finding the babies unresponsive, prosecutors say Mendez tried to cover up what happened, calling her husband before 911.
And all of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
Later, allegedly deleting thousands of their text messages, according to court documents. While prosecutors say surveillance footage shows the husband entering the daycare empty-handed before police arrived, then leaving 2 minutes later with 2 full shopping bags, dashing out the back alley.
We're not going to give up. We're going to get him.
Our thanks to Laura for that report.
There is a battle over abortion language at the Ohio ballot box. In November, Ohio will vote on whether to enshrine abortion protections into the state constitution. An advocacy group sued over the ballot wording that says unborn child. They argue that this introduces an unethical judgment. But the state Supreme Court has ruled that the phrase can stay. A 6-week abortion ban is currently blocked in Ohio, but the court will hear arguments in that case later this month.
As the president of Ukraine watched from the audience, President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly on Tuesday morning, pleading with the rest of the world to support the war-torn country. Now, both leaders will have to persuade Washington and the American people to continue helping Ukraine as this conflict drags on. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. Let's talk about the case that the president made at the UN.
Good morning, Jessica. Well, President Biden took the stage at the UN General Assembly on Tuesday morning. His address touched on human rights, climate change, and the importance of protecting democracies with a focus on the war in Ukraine. In his remarks, Mr. Biden implored the world leaders assembled in New York not to give up on Ukraine, warning of the consequences a Russian victory could have.
If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
Watching from the audience was Ukrainian President Zelensky, attending the worldwide gathering for the first time since the war in Ukraine began. Zelensky echoed similar points during his address later on Tuesday, stressing that a Ukrainian victory against Russia would dissuade other potential invasions across the globe. Despite the pleas of these leaders, new data shows that support for the U.S. aiding Ukraine for as long as it takes is declining. More than half of the people surveyed in a CNN poll from last month say that the U.S. has done enough to help Ukraine, compared to 62% when the war began. The latest request for aid from the White House has also been absent from the most recent spending bills proposed by Republicans. Now, Zelensky will attempt to change hearts on Thursday when he travels to Washington to meet with President Biden, the Secretary of Defense, and members of the Senate. Jessica?
All right, a big week for them. Bree, thank you.
Democrats have regained control of the Pennsylvania State House by the slimmest of margins. Former government staffer and nonprofit worker Lindsay Powell won a special election in Allegheny County on Tuesday. While the victory was expected in the Democratic-leaning district, it gave the party the majority in the chamber for the first time since 2010. Democrats will now hold 102 seats in the House compared to Republicans' 101. The party also controls the governorship and both Senate seats.
Police are searching for answers after the shocking murder of an entire family near Chicago. The victims have been identified as Alberto Rolón and Zoraida Bartolome and their two sons, who were just 7 and 9 years old. The family's 3 dogs were also killed. Police say they believe the home may have been targeted. This was not a random attack. The victims were found Sunday night. Investigators are now asking for more help from the public, including any doorbell video from that area.
A dry season in the north is impacting farmers in the south. The Mississippi River is seeing another year of low water levels, and that means problems for farmers and eventually consumers like you. Courtney Ann Jackson with our Jackson, Mississippi affiliate explains.
You may remember images like these of the Mississippi River last year. It's not that low in the Magnolia State now, but without the higher levels from northern states, farmers like John Aguzzi are already back to the drawing board right as harvest season hits.
Some of the facilities are not able to load any barges at all. The river's too shallow under their loading dock, and so they can only take in grain that they've already bought. It's been booked because they're going in their bins and they have to save enough room for those beans that's already committed. So they're not buying any more right now.
Aguzzi says some spots are still loading, but they can't fill the barges. He's forced to hold on to some of his crop.
I'm lucky I do have some grain bin to hold some of the grain. Some people don't have any, but I don't think any of us have enough to hold all the crop of rice and all the crop of soybeans.
The forecast isn't looking promising, according to Agriculture Commissioner Andy Gibson.
The effect of this is going to be, unfortunately, it appears that the Mississippi River is going to dry up once again like it did last year to historically low levels.
And these problems plaguing farmers could eventually impact you and your wallet.
We're transporting oil up and down the river. We're transporting fertilizer, feed, a lot of inputs, chemicals that go into everyday processes that people rely on. So anytime the Mississippi River flow is interrupted, the commerce along that river, it's going to impact people nationwide.
That could mean disruptions in the supply chain for products you depend on, and if things don't change, prices to you at the stores could end up rising.
And our thanks to Courtney Ann Jackson for that report.
To the forecast now. Our northern states not getting rain today, but instead a lingering round of some summer heat. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the warm temperatures and maybe some storms in the south. Hi, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we're not settling into fall just quite yet. We're going to wait a little while longer for us to see those fall-like temperatures spread across parts of the Midwest and parts of the Great Lakes. That's where we're running well above normal, 10, 15 degrees above where we should be. In places like Minneapolis, which heads to 84 degrees this afternoon. Much much warmer a little farther to the south in places like Texas. Lubbock will head to those mid-90s. And the warmth sticks around for tomorrow, too. Expands a bit as well. Milwaukee will be into the high 70s. We'll see Detroit hit 80 degrees. Indianapolis into the low 80s as well. And we'll kind of keep that mild pattern going through the end of our work week and into our upcoming weekend for a lot of folks. We're also tracking a couple of potential strong storms later this afternoon, centered mainly over Oklahoma, Arkansas. And that could come with some heavy rain as well. Watch for the flooding concerns because we could see anywhere 1 to 3 inches, but isolated amounts up to 4 inches in this area. And as we look ahead to the weekend, of course, some showers draped across parts of the northern plains and out west. Sunny and dry. Great day for folks on Friday as we get into parts of Southern California. The heavy rain will be focused across parts of the east as low develops and kind of works up the rest of the East Coast. So rain and wind will be on tap not just Saturday, but into Sunday as well. Still soggy for folks in that region. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. A great day ahead for Chicago. 80 degrees, partly cloudy skies in Indianapolis. We'll see temperatures head to the high 90s for San Antonio with a whole lot of sunshine. New Orleans hits 90 degrees on the mark with plenty of sunshine, and Birmingham is in the mid 80s. Now let's look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Angie. Minnesota was treated to a rare show in the night sky. Check out this stunning show of Aurora Borealis, better known as the Northern Lights. Forecasters predicted a fantastic show over clear skies in northern parts of the United States and Canada to kick off the week, and these did not disappoint. This video was taken over the state's North Center Lake in Chisago County. People as far south as Missouri were able to see those lights, defying expectations for sightings of the phenomenon.
All right, a Patriot fan dies after a fight in the stands.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
essentially on that. So an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with a heartbreaking story. A New England Patriots fan dead after a fight broke out during the game Sunday night. As an investigation begins, the fight is the latest in a trend of bad behavior in the stands at games across the country. Our Tom Yamas has the story.
Massachusetts State Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event.
What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
Well, thanks to Tom for that report.
Now to sorrow in Philadelphia, Temple University announcing the sudden death of its acting president. The school confirmed Joanne Epps passed away yesterday at 72 years old after she became ill at a colleague's memorial service. She was taken to the school's hospital where she later died. Temple University shared a statement remembering President Epps as a devoted servant who dedicated 40 years of her career to the school. A vigil is planned for this afternoon at Temple's Bell Tower.
Coming up on Early Today, TikTok is working to battle misinformation with a new AI label for creators.
And we've got the top-ranked colleges in the United States.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back to break down the latest stories and trends in culture, starting with a change to one of the biggest social apps of the moment. TikTok has announced that it's going to launch a new tool to help creators label AI-generated content. The social app said this will help users comply with the company's artificial intelligence policy, which does require manipulated content that looks realistic to be labeled to show if it's fake or altered. This comes amid concerns about how the rise of AI could impact misinformation. You think you'll be able to tell the difference, but a lot of times you can't.
You know, when I first joined TikTok, there was an account that I was convinced was Tom Cruise, like we've never seen him before. Followed it, looked so convincing. Nope. Totally fake. All right, now to U.S. News and World Report's 2024 ranking, the best colleges out there. Princeton University topped the list. You got MIT taking second place. The list right here, as you can follow. Harvard and Stanford were tied for third place. Yale and finally the University of Pennsylvania rounded out the top 5. According to the report, schools in the National Universities category offer a full range of undergrad majors as well as master's and doctoral programs. It makes sense. A lot of these schools, Ivy. And
yeah, they're pretty good.
And the price tag along with it.
Yeah, that too. And Oprah Winfrey has chosen Nathan Hill's Wellness, a novel, as one of her 102nd book club pick. In Winfrey's announcement, she said in part that the book was a modern take on love, marriage, and society's obsession on improving almost every aspect of our lives. She told Hill his book made her list by crashing a Zoom call he was on with his publisher. In a statement, Hill called the surprise the greatest and most surreal shock of his life. Yeah, can you imagine if Oprah got on one of your Zoom calls with your boss?
That's how she does it now. Back in the day when she first started, she would look at phone numbers in a phone book. Some of you younger people may not know what that is, but that's how you found numbers and just called you. Yeah. All right, coming up, why you may want to start looking for a hotel room soon if you booked an Airbnb in New York for the holiday season.
And we're all living in a Barbie world. We've got the latest on this film's major success.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the great
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for dishes? Should we?
Allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A recall alert and the Barbie movie's big success. Here's what you need to know early today. Airbnb users are scrambling to find new accommodations after new regulations went into place in New York City restricting short-term rentals. Hotel prices are expected to rise as demand increases ahead of the holiday season.
Kraft is recalling more than 83,000 cases of its individually wrapped Kraft Singles cheese slices over choking hazard concerns. The company said one of its wrapping machines allowed thin strips of film to stay in the cheese.
Michael J. Fox received this year's Elevate Prize Catalyst Award at the Clinton Global Initiative. The Back to the Future star plans to use the $250,000 prize to further his foundation's work to find treatments for Parkinson's disease.
Even 2 months after its premiere, Barbie is still making big bucks, bringing in another $4 million at the box office last weekend. The film has surpassed The Avengers as the 11th highest grossing film in the U.S. Jessica, I know you still haven't seen it before it leaves
theaters. Thanks for calling me out. I gotta see it. When Early Today returns, we've got a roundup of mischievous bears. We are sharing the adorable videos you can't miss.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammond delivering.
All right, it just made it.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A major celebration for a World War II hero out of Delaware as he celebrated his 102nd birthday surrounded by love. Tim Furlong from our Philadelphia station snagged an invite to the party.
I'm overwhelmed. I really am overwhelmed.
You'd be overwhelmed, too, if you had a birthday party like Ray Fermani had at Mission Barbecue. You'd be especially overwhelmed if, like Ray, you were turning 102.
All right, who's next up here?
Lots of people stood in line to say hello. If Ray didn't know them, he was sure happy to meet them. It's kind of his mantra.
A stranger is a friend you've never met. It's a thrill. Maybe that's why I'm 102. I enjoy meeting people, talking to people.
Ray flew B-17s in World War II. He flew 25 successful missions deep into Germany, for which he received the Distinguished Flyer Cross. He's in the Delaware Aviation Hall of Fame, and there's even a book about him, a book he is more than happy to sign. And patriotic? Now more than ever.
He's just the most personable guy out there. He loves making new friends, and he's a Delaware treasure. There's no doubt about that. We are so blessed to have him. 102 years old.
Ray has lived in Delaware for 96 of his 102 years, and lots of people here know him very well. You know you're a legend when you receive awards and proclamations at your birthday party and when the governor comes to personally wish you a happy birthday.
We don't have many World War II veterans left, do we?
Sadly, Governor John Carney is right. There aren't many World War II heroes still among us. So you know what?
Happy birthday to you.
Let's celebrate the heck out of the ones we do still have. Tim Furlong, NBC News, Wilmington, Delaware.
Not just a Delaware treasure, an American treasure.
Love that.
Now, one Disney World intruder is back home with a bear of necessities. The black bear found lounging in a tree inside Orlando's Magic Kingdom earlier this week has returned to the wild. Fish and wildlife officials confirmed she was released into the Ocala National Forest. Several Disney attractions were shut down on Monday while authorities worked to capture the bear, and now they report that she is doing safe and she's doing well.
Must have been very scary for those people. Another case of very bad behavior, this time in Alaska. A mama bear and her two cubs walked into the back of a Krispy Kreme van and they had a sweet breakfast. Store manager said the family of black bears is often seen nearby looking for a treat. That morning they hit gold, wolfing down 20 packages of donut holes and 18 chocolate donuts. And I also heard a couple of blueberries. I can't stop.
Yeah, you go bears, because that's the way to do it. Thanks for watching. This is Early Today. President Biden and President Zelensky warn the UN of Russia's aggression. We have a live report from Washington ahead of the leaders' meeting tomorrow.
A new deadline for a deal. Auto workers threaten to expand if there's strike. If automakers don't come to the table, what the workers on strike are saying.
If your kid played Fortnite and bought items using V-Bucks, you could get your money back. We'll let you know why and how much cash could go back into your wallet.
Rihanna's latest drop has fans in a frenzy. It's not music or makeup, but the first look at her second baby.
A Broadway understudy gets a magic carpet ride straight to the stage. Her incredible story, no genie required. It's Wednesday, September 20th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning to you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. As the president of Ukraine watched from the audience, President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly on Tuesday morning, pleading with the rest of the world to support the war-torn country.
Both leaders will now have to persuade Washington and the American people to continue helping Ukraine as the conflict with Russia drags on. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Good morning, Bree. Let's talk about the case the president made at the UN.
Good morning, Frances, Jessica. President Biden took the stage at the UN General Assembly on Tuesday morning. His address touched on human rights, climate change, and the importance of protecting democracies, with a focus on the war in Ukraine. In his remarks, Mr. Biden implored the world leaders assembled in New York not to give up on Ukraine, warning of the consequences a Russian victory could have.
If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected? If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
And watching from the audience was Ukrainian President Zelensky, attending the worldwide gathering for the first time since the war in Ukraine began. Zelensky echoed similar points during his speech later on Tuesday, stressing that a Ukrainian victory against Russia would dissuade other potential invasions across the globe. Despite the pleas of these leaders, new data shows that support for the U.S. aiding Ukraine for as long as it takes is declining. More than half of the people surveyed in a CNN poll from last month say that the U.S. has done enough to help Ukraine, compared to 62% when the war began. The latest request for aid from the White House has also been absent from the most recent spending bills proposed by Republicans. Zelensky will attempt to change hearts on Thursday when he travels here to Washington to meet with President Biden, the Secretary of Defense, and members of the Senate. Back to you.
Okay, Bree, thank you.
All right, so as Ukraine's president takes the world stage to warn of the impact of Russia's aggression, Ukraine's people are feeling that impact firsthand almost a year and a half since the war began. NBC's Richard Engel brings us up close to the devastation of one Ukrainian village that is under siege.
The town of Chasiv is not near the front line. It's on it. Russian troops are firing artillery from less than 3 miles away. Serhiy Chaus is the mayor here and keeps his broken town running. Nearly every house has been damaged by Russian fire. All the water and power lines are broken. Every day, Chaus delivers supplies to the town center. 13,000 people used to live here. Now just 900. So worn down by the war, they no longer notice the artillery.
There is no shelter, just...
I can tell there's a lot of fire because people barely flinch, so they've just gotten used to it.
Yes, it's gotten really bad because people are losing their fear, and fear can save your life, he says. For a year and a half now, people have been living in basements. And the incoming above is more intense than ever.
It's going to be a long winter, spending days and nights down here.
Ludmila was wounded a few months ago by shrapnel when she left to go get food.
How are you feeling? How's your stamina?
It's very scary to be bombed from all sides, but somehow you get used to it, she says. We try and have all these little details, some flowers, some honey, clean plates, like at home. Chaus, the mayor, showed me what's left of Town Hall, hit by a Russian missile.
There is really nothing left of this.
Now he worries the West may lose interest in helping Ukraine. We have to be together. Otherwise, the world goes down, he says.
They've evacuated all the children from that town, and they're already preparing for the next challenge. The winter here starts soon.
Richard, thank you.
There is a battle over abortion language at the Ohio ballot box. In November, Ohio will vote on whether to enshrine abortion protections into the state constitution. An advocacy group sued over the ballot wording that says unborn child. They argue that this introduces an ethical judgment, but the state Supreme Court has ruled that the phrase can stay. A 6-week abortion ban is currently blocked in Ohio, but the court will hear arguments in that case later this month.
Senator Tommy Tuberville is planning a one-time workaround of his own military hold on military nominations. Later today, the Republican from Alabama will attempt to force a floor vote to confirm General Eric Smith as the new commandant for the Marine Corps. Military nominees are typically quickly confirmed by voice votes, but Tuberville has blocked this process since February, all in opposition to the Pentagon's policy on abortion. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has so far refused to put individual military nominees on the floor. He is arguing that it could set a damaging precedent for the chamber.
A Mexican transportation company says it is halting service on some trains due to the ongoing migrant crisis. Railroad operator Ferromex said Tuesday it will shut down trains that travel north toward the U.S. as thousands of migrants hitch rides on the way to the U.S.-Mexico border.
In a statement, the company cited a recent increase in migrant travel, saying this action is intended to, quote, avoid accidents or loss of life. The company says at least half a dozen migrants have been injured or killed traveling on their trains in recent days.
Hours before more than 5,000 Canadian auto workers were set to strike, Ford reached a tentative deal with the Unifor union. The two sides extended negotiations by 24 hours after Ford submitted a last-minute proposal Monday night. While Ford and Unifor didn't release details of the agreement, the union president said in a statement that the deal will be the foundation that Canadian auto workers will continue to bargain on.
Meanwhile, the White House is no longer sending officials to Detroit for negotiations between the UAW and the big three automakers. A White House official said Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su and Senior Advisor Gene Sperling will allow the talks to move forward while continuing discussions from Washington. This as the companies have a new deadline of noon on Friday to make progress, or they risk more workers on the picket lines. NBC's Maggie Vespa has the latest.
Day 5 on strike and a new deadline.
This is our generation's defining moment, so be ready to stand up.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain now demanding America's big three car companies, GM, Ford, and Chrysler owner Stellantis, give up major ground, or he says come noon Friday, this targeted strike at 3 plants will expand. All 3 companies say they want this resolved quickly.
We'll continue to sit at the table, work through things, try to find the common ground.
Among the union's demands, 40% pay hikes, each company offering roughly 20% raises. Ford and GM could each lose $40 million in profits per week, more if the union expands the strike to more plants. The impact already rippling through the industry. Some parts suppliers say they'll have to lay people off, something the CEO at Michigan's Cascade Die Casting is scrambling to avoid.
We're going to go to our people and sit down with them and ask for volunteers to take time off. We expect that the strike could impact as many as 50 to 100 employees. And those are all people that have families to feed.
Among the 13,000 auto workers on strike, Jacob Deshawn, now stuck at home instead of heading to his shift at Ford.
I want to be on the line, making vehicles.
The union promising $500 a week. The father of 2 says it's not nearly enough.
I needed the money, so this strike is not helping me at all in any way.
And our thanks to Maggie for that update.
3 former executives at the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium are facing charges over a $2 million fraud scheme. The investigation began in 2001, focusing on the zoo's former CEO, CFO, and marketing director. Altogether, they indicted execs facing 90 felony counts. The Ohio Attorney General said they took those millions and spent it on trips, concert tickets, and cars.
In simple terms, the bank hired the robbers to work security.
If convicted, the 3 men face up to 11 years in prison.
All right, a little hint of summer is sticking around over the Great Lakes, but storms are on the way for the south. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman has her eye on everything that's ahead. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, ladies. Good morning. We are dealing with shorts and T-shirt weather in some spots that you don't usually see it for this point of September. But even still, upper 80s, mid 80s across much of the midsection of the country, even some 90s across parts of Texas. I'll show you that here in a moment. Here's some of the thunderstorms we're going to watch later today, centered over Arkansas and Oklahoma. We could see potentially some heavy rain there, maybe a few strong storms leading to some large hail, even some gusty winds. And then we'll see a couple of showers and storms centered over portions of the Sunshine State. Otherwise, great conditions across the Northeast. Lots of sunshine, mild conditions settling in for folks there, stretching down through the mid-Atlantic. But here's where all the warmth is. 84 degrees in Minneapolis later today, 80 degrees in Chicago. A lot of these places are running 10 to 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. We're going to keep it warm even into tomorrow. Temperatures into the upper 70s to low 80s across parts of the Great Lakes. This will be something we deal with through the weekend. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the low 80s in Chicago today, 81 for Indianapolis. Looking out west, plenty of sunshine and temperatures in the low 70s for Boise. Sunshine also for San Angelo to San Antonio, but temperatures into those high 90s by this afternoon. And that's a look at your forecast, ladies. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thanks so much. Still ahead, live sports coming to a streaming platform near you.
Max is the latest platform to cash in on the live action. We'll let you know what leagues are logging on.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian pork hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Warner Brothers Discovery announcing that Max will be the latest streaming service to be offering live sports. The company plans to simulcast any sports programming that airs on TBS, TNT, or True TV. This add-on is free for Max subscribers through the end of February, but it will be an extra $9.99 a month after that. Among the sports being offered on Max, the start of the NBA and NHL seasons, the National League playoffs in the MLB, Team USA soccer matches, and the NCAA tournament.
UNESCO has added 37 new sites to its World Heritage List. The ancient city of Tel el-Sultan became the 4th site in the West Bank to make the list. Ohio's Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks, that's a series of 8 monumental earthen enclosure complexes, was also added. In the Netherlands, the Royal Asenga Planetarium, which is the oldest working in the world, joined the sites, and India's sacred ensembles of the Hoysalas, which has been on the tentative list since 2014, has finally officially been added.
Instacart has gone from the supermarket to the stock market, but did the company deliver in its NASDAQ debut? CNBC's Arabile Gamede joins us now with an update on that. Arabile, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. So indeed, you're talking about Instacart here, who, of course, their primary business, sending shoppers to go into grocery stores for you and I to then get groceries for us and then deliver them to our home. So Instacart going onto the NASDAQ then yesterday in that IPO debut on the market. It does mark a big change then because it's the first venture capital company backed by venture capitalists to then launch on the NASDAQ. Then since 2021, that share price managed to gain as much as 43% in that initial trading picture yesterday. Initially, it was at $30 a share. That's the price that it had actually launched at, going all the way up to $42 a share, valuing the entity at around $42 billion US dollars then. Problem is, unfortunately, it did fall off. By the end of the trading day, it did close up 12%, however, so not as many in terms of gains, but still a very good debut for a company that is capital intensive and will need a lot more help from venture capitalists.
All right, we will see what it continues to do. Arabile, thank you.
And still to come, a Swiftie treasure hunt and scavenger hunt causes Google to have a meltdown.
Plus, no rude boys here. We finally have more details about Rihanna's newest bundle of joy. Your entertainment news is next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Yeah, it's true. Taylor Swift never goes out of style, so much so that she caused Google to crash. The Grammy winner partnered with the search engine to share the names of her unreleased songs that will be on her upcoming version of her 1989 album. But Swifties shared their bad blood with Google, saying technical difficulties were preventing them from answering all the puzzles to unlock the vault. Google said the vault was jammed. They're working to fix it. The essence of this, with there are 89 puzzles they all need to solve to get the hint of what these tracks are. Listen, Google, meet Ticketmaster, go get coffee, figure it out. You know it's Taylor Swift.
That's right. She's going to continue breaking the internet. Meanwhile, Rihanna also threw her fans into a frenzy, giving us our first look at her and A$AP Rocky's newborn son. The adorable snaps showing this stylish family of 4 all dressed up to help baby Riot Rose make his public debut. Rihanna gave birth to her second child last month, and she actually said in an interview with British Vogue she likes dressing up her son in pink and florals. She likes to push the envelope on fashion. That is the cutest picture.
Pushing the envelope, too, with the name Riot Rose. I
love it.
Yeah, 3 years after scoring an Oscar, a Hair Love sequel is heading for the streaming screen. Filmmaker Matthew H. Harry is bringing the young family back, this time in a sitcom called Young Love. The series premieres tomorrow on Max and sees Issa Rae reprising her animated role. It also stars newcomer Kid Cudi. Hair Love won an Academy Award for Best Animated Short in 2020. So I love where the storyline picks up, where the characters in remission, and then they go from there. But so super cute and super popular, too.
When we come back, we've got the headlines you need to know to start your day.
Including when scientists are saying you should hit the gym to reach your fitness goals.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivering.
All right, it just meant to.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand deliberations.
All right, it just made too.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A video game cashes out, plus researchers find the best time to hit the gym. Here's what you need to know early today. Fortnite gamers have until January 17th to get a chunk of a huge payout after the FTC found Epic Games violated user privacy. The $520 million penalty settles claims that Fortnite misled players into making unintended purchases.
Eli Lilly is suing several clinics and pharmacies for allegedly selling non-FDA approved versions of its patented diabetes drug, Mounjaro. The drug maker wants to block counterfeit medications, which have been taken for weight loss side effects.
A new study found the best time to work out might be first thing in the morning. The research saw exercising between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. had the best weight loss results.
And Amazon updating its cashierless checkout to include clothing. The tech would bypass lines entirely by charging shoppers' cards when they walk out of the store with their items.
All right, when Early Today returns, we'll hear from the actress who beat the clock to go from understudy to Broadway leading lady. We'll show you after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
And around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A Broadway understudy gets her very own magic carpet ride. Michaela Renfro went from a European vacation to the Broadway stage faster than she could wish for after getting the text of a lifetime. NBC's Savannah Sellers has the story.
Michaela Renfro had 4 hours left on a flight home from a European vacation when she got the text of a lifetime.
Michaela, please send an updated ETA when you can. I may need you for Jasmine tonight.
Oh, God! She's currently in the ensemble of Aladdin on Broadway, but she's also the understudy for Jasmine. When she landed, she had 2 hours until curtain call. The problem? Rush hour in New York City
So you're stuck in the air and there's nothing you can do about that.
I can't just go up to the pilot and like knock on the door and be like, can you just drive a little faster, please?
Renfro asked the flight attendant if she could be first off the plane, but Delta Airlines did way more than that.
So we were like, listen, you just relax, hydrate yourself with some water, and leave the rest up to us. If he could land the plane on Broadway, he would have done that for her.
They moved her to first class. They switched gates so the plane would be closer to customs. And they helped her book her own magic carpet ride, a Blade helicopter that would get her from the airport to Manhattan, turning a typically 90-minute trip into one that was merely 7 minutes.
And then you had to completely transform into Jasmine.
Yeah, I had about 15 minutes makeup, 5 minutes hair, 5 minutes, put your clothes on, and then 5 minutes to walk down to the stage.
Even her flight attendant made the show.
Can you believe you made it?
No. So it was truly a miracle every step of the way.
Miracle granted. Seems like luck, or maybe a genie, was on her side. Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
And the flight attendant was saying, you ain't never had a friend like me.
What a great behind-the-scenes backstage story to be able to tell.
Good for her. That is amazing. Congrats. And still ahead this morning, season 24 of The Voice kicks off next week without longtime judge Blake Shelton. Hear how his replacement, country legend Reba McEntire, is adjusting to the judge's seat. And now here's Chanel Jones with a look at what else we have in store.
This morning on the third hour today, the zoo where they are practicing elephant yoga. It's a thing. Plus, actor Jamie Lynn Sigler live in Studio 1A, and we're sharing a fall astrology preview. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
All right, Chanel, thank you. We're almost to fall. Just the last few days left before we get there.
Almost.
Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Jessica Layton. Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. We will see you Thursday morning.
Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden sending a message of unity on the world stage in an impassioned address at the United Nations General Assembly. The president and his Ukrainian counterpart, President Volodymyr Zelensky, both attending in person to call for support against Russian aggression.
Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine.
We have team coverage with the warning from both presidents as the war in Ukraine rages on. Also this morning, infighting on Capitol Hill after House Republicans vote to sink their own party's spending bill, making a government shutdown more of a possibility. Now, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing growing criticism and calls for removal. We will bring you the latest. Plus, running on fumes this morning, drivers noticing an unseasonable trend. Gas prices on the rise after the Labor Day holiday. Plus, the Fed expected to announce a decision on another interest rate hike. We will break it all down. And rise and grind. If you're looking for some morning motivation to get to the gym, we've got you. Why scientists now say an early workout could be the key to losing weight. So see you at the gym at 3-ish,
3 in the morning we would have to work out, I think.
Good plan.
So not happening. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for being here on this Wednesday morning. World leaders are gathering here in New York for another day of the UN General Assembly.
The war in Ukraine, of course, took center stage yesterday as President Biden addressed world leaders. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was there listening from the audience. President Biden called on world leaders to stand together with Ukraine to defend the country's freedom.
Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
Joining us this morning, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Bemley and Ambassador John Herbst, former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine and Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Mike, let's just kick things off. What were the big headlines from President Biden's address?
So for President, this UN General Assembly speech is kind of like the State of the Union address, right? There's a little bit of a laundry list. You cover a lot of ground. The president talking about interesting comments on artificial intelligence, for instance, the need to deal with the climate crisis. But the common theme really was about protecting, preserving, strengthening democracy around the world. And there's no no clearer example of that fight right now than the war in Ukraine. You heard the stakes as the president laid them out. What happens if the world does not continue to support Ukraine at this moment? And so this is a really important opportunity for the president to try to galvanize support at a time when it might be fading. We look at the polls and see that support, not just here in the U.S., but around the world, is not where it was when this war started. And so we're going to see that continue. And the president's democracy message is both for a global audience and a domestic audience. He was doing some fundraisers here and talked about democracy being on the ballot in 2024 as well.
Absolutely. Also, I got to say, don't love the traffic this brings to town, but what a treat it is to have two of our virtual guests on set with us. Ambassador Herbst, I want to pull up some numbers here in just a second. So the speech comes at a time when support is kind of starting to wane for this defense in Ukraine. Here it is right here on your screen. A CNN poll last month showed that 51% of the people surveyed believe the U.S. has done enough, as you can see here, to help Ukraine in the fight against Russia, compared to 48% who want America to do more. Back at the start of this, 62% thought that America should be doing more. Do you think that Biden's remarks kind of spur more of that, or not necessarily?
I think the main reason why we've seen a drop in support is we're not seeing the truly nasty images that we saw in the first month or two after the Russian big invasion. But there's a second factor. The way we are talking about this American aid for Ukraine is not the proper way to understand it. Putin's objectives in Ukraine are only a prelude to nasty ambitions he has for us. If he were to win this war in Ukraine, then his next move is going to be on our NATO allies, maybe the Baltic states, maybe Poland, maybe Romania, in which case we would have to pay a great deal more to help defend them, and American lives would be lost in defending them. So when we send $40–50 billion a year of aid to Ukraine, which approximately is 3% of our defense budget, we are defending our own national interests in the smartest way possible. And no American is going to object to spending 2 or 3% of our defense budget as part of protecting America's interest in Europe.
Right. It's President Zelensky who can perhaps make the best argument, Mike, and he delivered an impassioned speech, angry at times. What was his big message for the General Assembly?
You know, the last time President Zelensky was able to come in person to the UN was before this war began, and he compared the UN to a retired superhero who forgot how great they once were. And we heard President Zelensky again yesterday really challenging the UN itself, saying that it's not just Ukraine at the moment. As the ambassador lays out, if Russia is allowed to win in Ukraine, it's going to press that advantage even further. It's weaponizing nuclear power, as he warned. Listen to more of what the president had to say in this speech.
Ukraine is doing everything to ensure that after Russian aggression, no one in the world will dare to attack any nation. We must be united to make it, and we'll do it.
Perhaps the most pointed part of Zelensky's speech, he talked about Russia engaged in some shady deals with some other countries, maybe to try to bring this to a resolution. He said Russia cannot be trusted. Just ask Prigozhin. We know what happened to Prigozhin recently.
Absolutely. Ambassador Herbst, as Mike pointed out, I mean, this is the first time he's been here in a while, remained in Ukraine last year during the UN General Assembly. What message does that send that he is here, that he did make the trip?
I think the principal reason he came to the UNGA is that he intended to go to the White House. I think address number one for him is the White House. And since he was going to be in country, he came to UNGA. But his message is that Ukraine is under siege. It's a war that violates every principle, and he needs support. But the support comes first and foremost from the West, from the United States and our allies and partners.
As the ambassador mentions, Zelensky's going to be in Washington tomorrow. Real quickly, Mike, what can we expect from that?
Well, we heard Speaker McCarthy yesterday saying he has some tough questions for President Zelensky. He wants to know what this money is being used for, what the money we've already spent has been used for. We know skepticism among Republicans in particular is going to be an issue, as the president has asked for billions more for Ukraine, and he's going to have to convince those Republicans as we have this funding fight coming up in 10 days.
Mike Memoli, Ambassador Herbst, great to have you here in New York with us. Thank you so much for kicking us off this morning.
Thank you.
We're going to head to Capitol Hill now, where Republican infighting continues to paralyze the House, with fears growing that a government shutdown looks increasingly likely. Yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy had to pull a resolution that would have kept the government open past that September 30th deadline because he didn't have enough votes. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest. So, Julie, where do things stand right now? What do the holdouts want?
Yeah, and Republican leadership was defeated just a couple hours after McCarthy pulled that vote on a defense bill. Republicans voting with Democrats against that, just to show you where we are right now. Defense, of course, usually a top priority for Republicans. Look, things are a mess right now. We're now midweek and the week before the government shuts down. Republicans don't have a clear pathway forward, and forget negotiating with Democrats or even trying to pass a bill across the Democratic-controlled Senate. They can't even get there on their own side of the aisle. Take a listen to some comments from two Republicans from Florida, two Republican lawmakers who are really on the other side of this issue. Watch.
I'm doing everything I can to assemble a coalition to defeat the Donald CR. I believe that it is really kind of frivolous in the cuts because they only occur for 30 days.
I would challenge my colleague from Florida to create a coalition that tries to actually get a victory for the American people. If he wants to have a personal thing with me going back and forth, he's entitled to, but I don't care about that foolishness. I want to win.
We can't blame Joe Biden and the Democrats for why the Republican-controlled House of Representatives hasn't passed single-subject spending bills. That's our fault. So we have to deal with that. We will likely have to endure some degree of a shutdown.
Now, Byron Donalds, who you heard from there before Gates, he came together with members of what's known as the Main Street Caucus. There are two Republican groups who agree on different sides of the aisle when it comes to spending. They came together to try to get a short-term government funding bill across the finish line. That bill was pulled, as you mentioned, because of the lack of votes.
So, Julie, Speaker McCarthy has to make a lot of deals with this group to even get this position. Now, some lawmakers threatening to call for his removal if he works with Democrats. It's a threat he constantly faces. Is there a path forward where he can keep his job as Speaker and also keep the government running?
That's the big question, right? Because it's looking more and more likely that McCarthy might have to work across the aisle to keep the government open. That's because his own party won't get there in terms of votes on any kind of agreement to keep the government open, even in a temporary basis. You heard from Congressman Matt Gaetz there in that clip. He's one of the top lawmakers who are trying to essentially remove McCarthy from his position, oust him from his chair. And it's really not clear that McCarthy can do anything to appease that group who are frustrated with him, who feel like they can't trust him, especially after McCarthy made a deal with President Biden to avoid a default crisis back in May. So this is a really tough situation for McCarthy. And again, as Mike Memoli, my colleague, pointed out, we just have days until the government shuts down. And it's not like something that the House can just pass too, right? It's got to make its way to the Senate before it can make its way to the president's desk. So still a really long way to go for McCarthy.
So we know House Republicans have a slim majority in the House. That's why some House Democrats have actually started discussions with moderate Republicans on a backup plan. Can they pass a measure that would force a vote without Speaker McCarthy's help or without more conservative members?
They technically could. It's what's known as a discharge petition. Republicans can come along with Democrats to try to get something out. We know that a group of moderate Republicans, for example, met with leadership yesterday to try to talk about a path forward. But they're really running out of time here. And again, if this is something that McCarthy, and ultimately he has to agree to what is put on the floor. McCarthy controls the floor. That's part of his position as Speaker. If he does anything, even puts an inch forward to deal with Democrats here, which again, he might have to keep the government open, then his position is threatened. And we already heard from those lawmakers who want to take his gavel away from him. It's not really clear how McCarthy's going to get out of this situation, right? It's not looking good for the rest of this week. Leadership already pulled that one vote. They might try to do it again as it comes later in this week. But really, that short-term government funding measure that, by the way, doesn't include any of President Biden's asks with Ukraine, with disaster aid, with some of this relief. They're really going to have to figure this out, and it's going to come down to the wire. If a package that has border security and that cuts spending levels in the way that it does, outlined in this 30-day stopgap funding measure, doesn't even have the votes to pass the House, doesn't even have the votes to pass the rule, the procedural step, before it comes to a full vote. That's how you know they're in trouble.
All right, you see it right there on the screen. Countdown to a shutdown. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, a Delaware judge is weighing whether to allow Hunter Biden to submit his plea remotely in connection to those 3 felony gun charges brought against the president's son last week. The prosecution has until today to submit their argument for having Biden appear in person. According to documents submitted by Hunter's legal team, he will be pleading not guilty to those 3 charges. His team argues Hunter does not need to be in court to give that statement, but prosecutors objected to the move on Monday, stalling the case from moving forward. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now for more. Hey, Ken, great to see you. So tell us, what are we learning here from these documents about why prosecutors are opposed to the video conference request, as well as why Biden's legal team wants this in the first place?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, as you said, prosecutors will file a document today explaining in detail why they oppose this request. Hunter Biden's lawyers say that this is simply a matter of saving time and money, that he shouldn't have to travel across the country from his home in Los Angeles merely to utter the words not guilty in a court in Delaware, that they can do this via video conference, as has been done, particularly since the pandemic, very often in these cases. And so we'll just have to see what the judge rules.
Ken, while we have you, I want to switch gears a little bit. Attorney General Merrick Garland is expected to appear before the House Judiciary Committee later today. This is to face questions over his oversight of the Justice Department. Still sort of related here because we assume the Hunter Biden investigation will likely be a part of this hearing. What are you looking for today in this hearing?
Absolutely, Savannah. The Hunter Biden probe will be a big part of what Republicans are raising at this hearing. This is an annual oversight hearing. We got an early look at some of Merrick Garland's prepared remarks, and he's going to push back as aggressively as I've seen him do against Republican charges that the DOJ has been politicized. He's going to say, I'm not the president's lawyer, and I'm not taking orders from Congress about who to prosecute either. And more than that, he's going to point out that some of the rhetoric, particularly coming from the Republican side, has led, in his view, to threats against line prosecutors and line FBI agents. And he says that's really dangerous and it shouldn't happen. Particularly, his point is that people like him, the Attorney General, they're used to the slings and arrows of partisan fights, but that it shouldn't imperil the safety of public servants who are just trying to do their jobs, which is something that's happened and we've reported on. There's been a huge uptick in threats against the FBI and against the Justice Department since these investigations of Donald Trump have heated up. Savannah.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you very much for your reporting.
Now to the United Auto Workers strike. The union is setting a new deadline for a deal with the big three automakers, or else the strike could expand. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Day 5 on strike and a new deadline.
This is our generation's defining moment, so be ready to stand up.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain now demanding America's big three car companies, GM, Ford, and Chrysler owner Stellantis, give up major ground, or he says come noon Friday, this targeted strike at 3 plants will expand. All 3 companies say they want this resolved quickly.
We'll continue to sit at the table, work through things, try to find the common ground.
Among the union's demands, 40% pay hikes, each company offering roughly 20% raises. Ford and GM could each lose $40 million in profits per week, more if the union expands the strike to more plants. The impact already rippling through the industry. Some parts suppliers say they'll have to lay people off, something the CEO at Michigan's Cascade Die Casting is scrambling to avoid.
We're going to go to our people and sit down with them and ask for volunteers to take time off. We expect that the strike could impact as many as 50 to 100 employees. And those are all people that have families to feed.
Among the 13,000 auto workers on strike, Jacob Deshawn, now stuck at home instead of heading to his shift at Ford.
I want to be on the line, making vehicles.
The union promising $500 a week. The father of 2 says it's not nearly enough.
I needed the money, so this strike is not helping me at all in any way.
And sources tell NBC News former President Trump is now expected to travel here and speak to auto workers in the Detroit area next week. UAW responding to that, saying they are fighting, quote, an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa in Michigan. Maggie, thank you so much.
Well, speaking of strikes, the Writers Guild of America is set to resume negotiations with Hollywood studios today.
The union made the announcement on Monday that it would be returning to the bargaining table. The strike, this one began on May 2nd, now entering its 141st day. Joining us now to discuss, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. Negotiations, bargaining table. We haven't heard those words in a while when it comes to this strike. So what can we expect from WGA resuming negotiations with the production studios?
Right. So this is encouraging, to say the least. The first thing they really do is start to read the room, basically. They come into the room and say, are we ready to actually talk? And then I think we're seeing some indication that they are. You know, the WGA at least the news that they were going to be having this conversation said, don't expect to hear from us for a few days unless we have something to tell you. So you can already see there's a tone that there's going to be some negotiations and some hints of perhaps some progress. They believe they have some progress on the number of writers. Some possible agreements about AI could be in the works, but the one real standoff is about residuals. But we have seen, and there's some reporting that the alliance has provided some streaming data, but they're saying this is for use in a negotiation 3 years from now. So that's still the wild, wild west of this negotiation. There's also one more thing about one-step and two-step deals, and that's the number of times a writer touches a script. They're entitled to a payment for each time they go back and rewrite. So there's a promise of some progress. There's some hope.
Brian, a lot of this, of course, is unfolding over the summer where things are sort of quiet anyway on TV show sets, things like that. But as we're heading into the fall, there's been some drama and there's been some backlash as shows start to return amidst the strike. Yesterday, there were writers striking, picketing outside of ABC's The View. There was a lot of drama this week with Drew Barrymore, a back and forth about her show coming back. Ultimately, it's not. Bill Maher, same thing. What are writers saying about all of this?
Well, you know, interestingly, last week we would have probably thought that the studios had the advantage. But this week now, with Drew backing down, the talk has backed down. Jennifer Hudson and Kelly Clarkson also putting things on hold, Bill Maher as well. And so now the union has actually gained some momentum, seeing that there are going to be some larger effects and some larger unity among people who you thought may have tried to find some workarounds to get their shows going. The union is really excited about what they've seen the past week, and they think it gives them a little bit of an edge going into this room.
So, Brian, we know that we're going to have the writers going back to negotiations. Where do things stand with the actors right now? Any progress there, or is there sort of this like unspoken theory that maybe the writers go first and the actors will go after that?
That is exactly right. They're going to be watching very closely to see if the studios are negotiating with the writers in good faith, to see if there's an indication. Because some of the things they do have in common, their concerns about AI, their concerns about streaming residuals. So they're going to see if there's any good faith efforts here. But the truth is even if the Writers Guild does come to an agreement, only a handful of things like those talk shows we just talked about are going to come back. The actors are still going to be, if they don't come to an agreement, holding everything at bay until they come to an agreement. But Marvel Studios, the graphic artists have now agreed to join an international union. So those visual effects artists could also be another step in this ongoing problem that many of these workers are having with studios in general.
And they are essential to those movies. So
seriously. Brian Balthazar, thank you very much. Maybe we'll have some news soon.
We'll see. Yeah. All right, so the fall equinox, I believe, is this weekend. Yeah, temperatures heating up for some parts of the country.
There you go. Oh my gosh, are you a meteorologist? Angie Lassman
just read a calendar.
Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Joe's exactly right. We are heading towards late September, so that means we're heading into astronomical fall. It's already meteorological fall, but if you look in parts of the Midwest and northern plains, it really doesn't look like it. Even down through the south, temperatures into the 90s. Once again, it's been relentless for the heat across parts of the south, especially Texas. Today, you're going to head to the mid-90s, but look as far north as Minneapolis. We're mid-80s. These temperatures are more like, say, July than late September. Chicago will head to 80 degrees, 85 for Memphis. So overall, running about 5 to 10, even 15 degrees above normal for today. As we look ahead to tomorrow across the same region, not much improvement. If you're looking for cooler, more fall-like conditions, we'll still stay into the low 80s in Minneapolis, upper 70s in Milwaukee. Not a horrible temperature. It'll still be a fairly nice kind of day temperature-wise, but just warmer than it should be for this time of year across places like Des Moines, North Platte, Kansas City, all running a little warm. As we head into the end of the work week and into our upcoming weekend, we kind of settle into this really mild pattern across that same region, upper 70s to low 80s for Chicago. For the weekend plans, Cincinnati hits the mid-80s on Friday and then kind of bottoms out into those low 80s for Saturday and Sunday. A little farther to the east, we'll be dealing with rain this weekend, and it'll kind of moderate out our temperatures, but even still mid-70s across the board for a lot of spots here as we get into Friday through Sunday. Now, talking about rain in the short term, we're looking towards the center of the country. That's where we have the chance for some showers, some thunderstorms, and because of that, we'll be watching for a few of them to maybe be on the stronger side. We're talking wind gusts, 60 miles per hour, maybe inch-size hail. The tornado threat is fairly low, so we won't be worried about that, but we're also going to see the potential for some heavy rainfall. We could have some flooding concerns with this, with some of these amounts totaling 1 to 2 inches for the more widespread widespread region, but up to 4 inches as we get through Thursday. This is centered around portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma, that same region that we're looking at for those stronger storms. And we've got to talk tropics because, yes, we still have Category 2 Hurricane Nigel and an area that we're watching off the coast of Africa. But notice that kind of area of disturbed weather, some showers, some thunderstorms that's trying to develop into a low off the southeast coast. Now, this is going to leave us with some soggy conditions really Thursday through Sunday along the east coast. As we get into tomorrow, the low pressure likely to form there, but the rain is going to be drenching for parts of Florida and Georgia, and we'll kind of see that rain work its way up the east coast, impacting parts of the Carolinas, maybe a low kind of separating and moving a little farther to the north. But either way, this means rain for parts of the mid-Atlantic and even the northeast. So Boston to Charleston, I know this is what you want to hear for your Saturday plans. Unfortunately, though, we could see some good amounts of rain in some spots that need it. Widespread areas, maybe 4 to 6 inches. But of course, notice Cape Hatteras, we could see upwards of 3, maybe 5 inches. So it'll be a soggy kind of couple of days. Maybe movies.
No one on the coast will be ignored. Everyone's getting
everyone's getting a little bit of that rain. Our lawns will be happy, I suppose.
Exactly.
All right, there you go. Angie, thank you so much.
Of course.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, money on the mind with gas prices on the rise and an interest rate decision expected today. We'll break down what it all means for you and your bottom line.
But first, Paradise Lost, why survivors of the Maui wildfires say they're being displaced again. After the break.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
We're back now with the latest out of Maui, where many who lost their homes have been living in hotels. Well, now some say they're being told they have to leave those in a matter of days. This comes as Hawaii's governor ramps up efforts to reopen the area for tourism. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest. And apologies for having some technical problems there. Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin. A source from the governor's office has told NBC News that the hotels were always meant to be temporary solutions. They do say they're going to be working on some long-term options for people there who have been displaced.
That's right. Well, let's get you to some international headlines now, starting with another wave of violence in the West Bank.
NBC's foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with that and other world news. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. That's right. Trouble in the West Bank overnight. 3 Palestinians killed in an Israeli military raid on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Another 20 injured, according to Palestinian health officials. The Israeli military said it carried out a drone attack there. And there was trouble in Gaza as well, where 1 Palestinian was killed. The Israeli military only saying that rioters had gathered next to the border fence and explosive devices had been detonated. In Libya, protests. Demonstrators in flood-ravaged Derna are demanding those in power step down a week after those torrential rains caused 2 dams to collapse, killing thousands. People there are now facing new dangers, if you can believe it, including landmines that washed up in those floods. And for the first time, scientists have recovered RNA from an extinct animal. The genetic material came from a 130-year-old Tasmanian tiger specimen in Sweden. One researcher called this groundbreaking because we used to think only DNA could be extracted from ancient animal samples. This shows you can also get usable RNA, and that will help scientists better understand some of these long extinct animal species. Joe and Savannah, the next step is to try to extract RNA from a woolly mammoth. Could it mean they're coming back?
Ooh.
We don't know. Maybe.
Wow. Sounds like a movie plot. All right.
Wow, I know. And how interesting looking is the Tasmanian tiger?
No kidding.
Who knew? Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much.
Coming up, violence in the stands. When we come back, what we're learning about a fan fight at Sunday night's Patriots game that left 1 man dead.
And trial by fire, an eye-opening expose shedding light on the impacts of climate change on California's firefighters. We will go behind the scenes with the reporter shining a spotlight on those on the front lines. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The death of a Patriots fan is now under investigation by the Massachusetts State Police after a fight erupted in the stands at Gillette Stadium during Sunday night's game. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas has more on this story.
Massachusetts State Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event.
What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
Our thanks to Tom Yamas for that reporting.
Here in New York, it is Climate Week. NBC News is also focusing on this topic through our series, The Climate Challenge. So we wanted to highlight some award-winning reporting on this issue.
That's right. Cal Matters reporter Julie Cart has just won what's called a Covering Climate Now award. They highlight incredible climate journalism from all over the world. And Julie won for her series, Trial by Fire. It highlights the devastating impact that climate disasters like California's mega fires can have on the first responders that are on those front lines. Take a listen.
The trauma that I see in a fire station, or I saw in a fire station every day, was somebody being told they weren't going home, and now they have to, their whole family, whatever they had going on, doesn't matter. There's suicidal ideology in half of our employees right now, and much of that is because they don't get to go home, and when they are home, they're not.
Julie Cart joins us now on this. Julie, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Our colleague Al Roker and I have had the pleasure of hosting these awards, and it's so important to be shining a light on the important work that is happening in this space. So we really appreciate your time this morning. As you just heard there, one of the lines that stuck with me about your coverage was that these firefighters leave the fire lines, but the fire never leaves them. Walk us through what it is that they are dealing with when it comes to the mental health when they walk away from dealing with a crisis like this.
Well, you're right, Savannah. The trauma just stays with them, and one firefighter described you're a bucket, and there's drop, 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 and then it overflows at some point. So they have a lifetime or a career of trauma. Sometimes it's one thing they see that's horrific, or it's a series of things, and it's exacerbated by fatigue and never getting to go home and all the other problems that they experience.
From all your reporting on this issue, is there one thing that just stands out to you most, that just follows you, that you think about often?
I wondered why people talk to me, to be honest. This is a very private thing. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stigma associated with mental health issues. Trauma and PTSD is notoriously difficult to understand. So these are kind of private and secret stories, that things they're experiencing. So I kept thinking, why are you opening up to me and telling me these private things? But they wanted every single person who talked to me, as difficult as it was for them, said, I don't want anyone to go through what I went through.
Oh, wow. Are they getting the support they need, these firefighters?
They would say no. As anyone who is lucky enough to have health insurance understands, you have to work through the bureaucracy. It has to be identified as a problem, and that's very difficult to find a competent professional who can diagnose that. Then if you live in a rural area, where many of wildland firefighters in California do, you have to find someone who can help you. You have to go through workers' compensation. So no, not really.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the fact that this is not going to get better, it is only going to get worse. I lived in California 10 years ago when this was really starting to accelerate and ramp up, and we've only seen it grow more and more intense every year. Is that on their minds? What are the biggest worries looking ahead as this continues?
Well, in your intro, it said mega fires. We now have gigafires, million-acre fires. You really don't fight them. You wait for weather to come in, or you know, hopefully it rains. So it's the size of fires, it's the unpredictability, it's the frequency. And here we are in October, and in Southern California, the fire season will just start.
I also think it's so powerful in your reporting because a lot of times when we see these effects of climate change, they're somewhere far away from the United States. This is something that's happening in our backyard that maybe will help people really start to understand the problem. Julie Cart, thank you so much. And congratulations on the award. I call them the Oscars of climate change. So congratulations on your fantastic reporting. Coming up, we're having a conversation about inflation ahead of today's interest rate announcement by the Fed, what you need to know, and how another hike could impact your wallet.
Plus, from early birds to gym rats, why researchers now say the secret to weight loss is waking up early and working out. So maybe you're doing that right now. You're watching Morning News Now.
On the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest out of Maui, where many who lost their homes have been living in hotels. Well, now some say they're being told they have to leave those hotels in a matter of days. This comes as Hawaii's governor ramps up efforts to reopen the area for tourism. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
In the weeks since the deadly Maui fires, confusion over where to live and for how long has been a pressing issue for thousands of displaced residents.
We're all scrambling to try to find another place.
Charles Nahale lost his home in the fire. He's since been living in government-provided housing at the Sands of Kahana Resort, but says he just received a letter from the hotel management company saying the unit he's been living in won't be available after September 30th.
A real disgrace for all of us that are at this place and lost everything.
The letter obtained by Hawaii News Now says that housing opportunities would be provided until at least October 30th at Kahana Villas Resort, Gardens at West Maui Resort, and Maui Beach Resort in Kahai. But Nahali says he's received no more information about alternative housing. The hotel management company did not respond to our request for comment, but writes on their website, with services and amenities slowly returning to our West Maui resorts, we are gradually welcoming back reservations in October per the governor's instruction. The issue of displacement and relocation, a major point of contention for residents across the island, with more than 7,000 people housed in 40 hotels. Governor Josh Green says he's now working to reopen West Maui for tourists on October 8th.
We're going to do what we can to house the 7,415 people that are currently in hotel rooms, move them into long-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental and you'd like to participate, contact us. We would love to rent that for 18 months. We want everyone to get housing for a long time as we rebuild.
But for people like Charles, the push to welcome back tourists to their embattled island comes with concern and confusion, as they're left to wonder yet again if they'll still have a roof over their heads.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that reporting. A source from the governor's office told NBC News these hotels were always meant to be temporary solutions, and they say they're still working on long-term options.
Absolutely, and we'll keep covering that. Well, the summer travel season may be behind us now, but we are still shelling out more when we go to the gas pump.
AAA says the national average is now $3.87 a gallon. That's actually up 3 cents from a week ago and up 20 cents from this time last year. This comes as we're expecting a decision today from the Federal Reserve about interest rates. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to cover it all for us. So let's start with gas prices. Typically, they go down after Labor Day. This year, we're seeing the opposite. Why is that?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a mix of a few factors, right? There's been production cuts from Saudi Arabia and Russia, major international oil producers. There's also some issues with refineries here in the United States on the West Coast. All of this is pushing gas prices higher, as you mentioned, to a national average of $3.87 a gallon. Some in California are seeing over $6 a gallon, but some perspective is helpful. We're not yet at the highs that we saw, which was last year, where the national average was somewhere closer to $5 a gallon.
Can we expect it to get better anytime soon?
Well, the expectation is that barrels of oil prices will likely continue to go up because the factors that I just mentioned are not yet to alleviate. But again, we'll have to see, because there is something called the shift to the winter mix, where the type of gas changes, which usually contributes to a lowering of prices between that Labor Day period. But again, we'll have to see whether or not they offset each other.
And what about the interest rate? Let's talk about that. We are expecting to hear more on that today. What are you going to be looking out for?
Yeah, so the Federal Reserve expected to make another decision on interest rates later on today, the announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern time. The expectation is for the Fed not to raise interest rates any further. They're looking at what's happening in the economy and saying, okay, well, we've already made borrowing costs so high over the last year and a half. We're all feeling that in the form of high mortgage rates, high credit card rates, high small business rates. So for that reason, the Federal Reserve is likely to say today, well, let's just take a pause and see what the bite of all the cumulative effects of those interest rate hikes has been, to see if inflation goes down further. We've already seen progress of the rate of inflation coming down from 9 to 6 to 4 to 3%. Whether or not that last mile to get to their target of 2%, that remains to be seen, which is the reason why we'll listen in for that commentary.
I was going to say, after that decision is made, we always then hear from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and we're listening, right, for the little nuggets or the hints of what's to come. What will you be listening for from him?
Yeah, well, what is interesting, which these meetings, which are pre-scheduled, by the way, this comes at a time where we're facing a potential government shutdown in just a week or so, in addition to this UAW strike, which began last week. So any sort of commentary from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jay Powell, over how does that impact the way that he's thinking about whether or not that makes the inflationary or the unemployment story any different. We have to remember, inflation is bad. Unemployment still looks really good, 3.8%. That's near historical lows. So these little dark horse kind of economic events are something that are very much going to be in focus in that press conference.
Ryan Chung covering it all for us. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Now for what else is making financial headlines, including another possible auto strike avoided in Canada.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau was with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so Ford says it's making contingency plans if the United Auto Workers expands its strike to more plants.
The plans include shipping parts to keep vehicles on the road, especially for first responders and other essential services. Ford also reaching a last-minute deal to avoid a strike at its operations in Canada. The company has 3 factories in the country, which make the Ford Edge and the Lincoln Nautilus. Shoppers may have some trouble finding Clorox cleaning products in stores, but it's not because of the pandemic. It's due to a cyber attack. Clorox saying this week damage to its internal systems is hurting its ability to process orders. In some cases, the company is handling orders manually. Clorox expects to move back to normal operations next week. Companies on Facebook and Instagram will soon be able to buy a blue check to get exclusive features and support. It's similar to a program Meta announced for creators earlier this year. Businesses can buy verification for $22 a month on one platform or $35 for both. They'll get added account security features and troubleshooting. They'll also get increased visibility in searches and the ability to have multiple employees chat with and respond to customers, guys.
All right.
Let's see how many businesses buy into that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Stacey? All right. Thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, well, exercising in the morning may be key to losing weight. That is according to a new study published in the Journal of Obesity.
The study looked at data from the CDC that examined the exercise patterns of more than 5,000 people. That survey found people who worked out between 7 and 9 a.m. had less body fat compared with those who worked out later in the day.
Exactly the hours we're busy,
Exactly.
so too bad for us.
We should do the show on a treadmill.
Yeah, let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. Dr. Azar, great to see you. Okay, so obviously this is not a study we can just go ahead and run with, but tell us what it found.
Well, yeah, and I always at the outset, you're going to say to people that any exercise you do is the right exercise you do no matter when in the day you do it, because some people can't do it in the morning.
Right.
And I would also say that this was not like that randomized controlled trial that said definitively this is related to the time that you're exercising, because what they found was that the people who did have the lower body mass index, they also ate less throughout the day. Like, there might be some other confounding factors, right? But if you think of yourself, well, is there a biological reason for it? Well, yeah, the authors give us 4 different reasons for why this could happen. One is that if you get it over with in the morning, you're more likely to do it every single day, and it's consistent. The other thing is that there is something called like your molecular clock, that something with metabolism and also burning fat may have something to do with it. And then finally, if you exercise in the morning, you're revved up your metabolism, so you're kind of burning calories throughout the day. That's what they say.
So you mentioned the fact that some of these people who work out early might be taking in fewer calories. I want to ask, are there other factors that might contribute to lower BMI? I'm also thinking tobacco and alcohol, too.
Well, right. And so that's where we get into, wow, oh my goodness, our understanding of weight and obesity has changed so much in the last couple of decades, meaning that we used to think it was this simple equation of calories in versus calories out. And then we really woke up in the last couple of years and said, that's not all there is, right? Genetics plays a big part. Your environment plays a big part, but other things that can also contribute to inability to lose weight is your gut, the microbiome, a huge. Are you eating enough prebiotics? Take a look at your medicine cabinet. Maybe there are medications that are contributing to your inability to lose weight. And then, of course, the behavioral things we talk about. Maybe you're actually snacking a little more than you think you are. Maybe you're actually, like trying to do a good job, and then you're so hungry at night. So I think you do have to examine your behavior. It is. So at the end of the day, I think the messaging from a study like this is really simple. This is really cool, right? I mean, it'd be great if we could really hang our hats on one thing and prescribe exercise at a certain time and say, this really shows that this is going to help you lose weight. But my parting message, again, is what I started with. And that is whenever in the day you can fit in that exercise is better than no exercise at all. This is food for thought, pun intended. But and I end on, it's not just about exercise, right? It's also what you're eating throughout the day that's going to make a big difference in terms of your ability to lose weight.
So this doesn't have to be like bad news for us or for anybody who can't do this in the morning.
No, it's really not. I think the one thing that I think is kind of cool about it from that biological perspective is like this whole concept of like when you're sleeping at night, you're fasting. Right? So you're in sort of that like keto burn. So it kind of makes sense that your body is more likely to be burning fat in the morning when you haven't eaten for the last 8 to 10 hours, right? That's kind of like the concept behind intermittent fasting. So I think it's kind of neat, and I think there is what we would say biological plausibility that the timing itself is the reason that people had a lower body mass index. But I have a long list of confounding factors. Like, there are a lot of other things that they couldn't account for that could also be contributing to some of these results. So take it with a grain of salt.
And I was just thinking, last night I went home from a movie when I didn't work out, but I noticed so many people were leaving the gym at 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night.
Totally.
Great, right? I mean, if that's when it works for you.
You're not going to stop doing that just because of this study. But the science of exercise physiology and metabolism, and it's all evolving. And the more we know and the more we learn, the better for all of us. But the take home is, if your only time you can exercise is at 8 o'clock at night, continue to do so. But if you can try to do it in the morning, maybe there's something to it.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, they are saving the world one banana peel at a time.
One company on a mission to make fashion cruelty-free and sustainable. You won't believe how. We'll show you next on Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes should be
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Welcome back. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky are giving us our first look at their newborn son, Riot Rose. In the photo posted on Instagram by photographer Miles Diggs, you can see the couple posing with Riot Rose, who's wearing a cute little pink outfit. Also in the pic, their first son, 1-year-old Rizza. Riot Rose was born in early August. Of course, Rihanna teased her second pregnancy in February during her Super Bowl halftime show, rubbing her stomach and revealing her bump during the performance. I guess this is final confirmation.
I know, right? So exciting. We love when we get some Rihanna news. I feel like it's so sparse. You know, we've all been waiting for that album.
She likes to put it out there. Yeah, when she's ready.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, we love it. Thanks, Joe. Yep. Well, we end the hour with one company's efforts to conserve the Earth. A new startup based out of India is trying to solve two of the country's biggest pollution problems by creating vegan leather out of banana waste. The company is called Banofi, and its founder says her mission is to protect the planet and create cruelty-free fashion. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has more on their impact.
It looks like leather, feels like leather, but no, it's not traditional leather. It's Banofi, a plant-based leather alternative made almost entirely of banana waste.
The company that I founded is a climate tech startup that takes banana crop waste from farms and upcycles it and converts it into a sustainable leather alternative.
CEO Janali Modi founded her company Banofi only a year and a half ago while still a full-time grad student at Yale University. Her goal, solve multiple problems with one solution. First, by tackling the excessive amount of banana crop waste found in her native country of India.
The banana plant only fruits once. So every time it fruits, the entire tree has to be cut and replanted. And this is just a lot of waste. India is the largest producer of bananas, and that's about 120 million tons of waste every year.
And second, by creating a product that challenges the leather industry.
It isn't as durable as animal leather, so we've been very conscious about designing something that will biodegrade more than a material that will last forever.
Banofi leather isn't 100% biodegradable, 20% still composed of synthetic materials.
You're trying to reduce the number of added materials and synthetics in the product. How do you hope to do that?
It is a process of finding alternatives that naturally occur, that like plant-based dyes from flowers, for example. The focus going forward is to make it 100% bio-based and biodegradable.
The global market for vegan leather is the biggest it's ever been, valued at almost $40 billion in 2022. But some experts, like circular economy professor Alicia Garmalevich, says most vegan leather alternatives are made of plastics. Some believe they're just as harmful to the environment as leather.
So it's plastic that won't biodegrade, that accumulates and creates microplastics. We need other solutions that are good for the planet, that can biodegrade after end of life. And Banofi is one of those solutions.
Jan Lowe, CEO of the luxury bag brand Lowe & Sons, is currently in the process of developing a bag with Banofi, connecting with the startup's commitment to innovation.
So why do you think your mission aligns with Janali's?
She's not taking the shortcut to use PVC, for example, to like make it feel better. She's really exploring these really innovative ways and different combinations of like natural materials to make that feel really nice and premium.
Janali says that while Banofi might not solve climate change by itself, picking a space and driving change is still important progress.
Sometimes it's just a step in the right direction. It's not a perfect solution, and it'll take time to get there. So invest in some of those semi-perfect solutions so they can make it perfect.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
What an incredible concept.
Yeah, very cool. Think about that the next time I'm eating a banana, too.
I know, right?
Think of what can be done with this.
And we've had really cool climate-related coverage this morning, just especially as we're in Climate Week.
A great benefit of Climate Week is raising awareness about all these things. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, call for action at the UN General Assembly. The war in Ukraine taking center stage at the World Forum as President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky look to rally support in the conflict against Russia. Both Biden and Zelensky address global leaders calling for unity among UN members. President Biden urging world leaders not to abandon Ukraine.
That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom.
Is it enough to revive fading support for the war? Also this morning, ripple effect. Still no signs of a resolution as the United Auto Workers strike drags into a sixth day. Detroit's big three automakers facing a new Friday deadline, with the union threatening more walkouts if their demands are not met. But now it's forcing some companies to resort to layoffs. How it could impact your bottom line and America's broader economy. Plus, drone war. Ukraine is taking its warfare against Russia to the air, converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. We're getting rare access to one of Ukraine's secret drone laboratories. news. And coming out in country, in the latest edition of our Flipping the Script series, we're catching up with country music star Brooke Eden. We're going to talk to her about her new album, marrying her longtime girlfriend, and staying true to her authentic self, despite being told it would destroy her career. Really, it has not destroyed her career, and she will be here live to speak with us. Looking forward to that conversation. We begin here in New York as world leaders convene for another day at the UN General Assembly.
That's right. Yesterday, President Biden addressed the forum, touching on a wide range of topics, everything from climate change, artificial intelligence, and the war in Ukraine. The president is calling on members to back Ukraine in its fight against Russia at a time when support is weakening. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
Hey there. President Biden delivered a rousing defense of democracy, called climate change an existential threat, and said artificial intelligence holds both enormous potential and enormous peril. But the president's main focus was on Ukraine, urging the world to stand by Ukraine or else risk further aggression from Russia.
We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
In an impassioned speech, President Biden urged world leaders to stay united behind Ukraine, warning of dire consequences if Russia's aggression goes unchecked.
If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected?
With growing calls in the U.S. and abroad to withhold additional aid to Ukraine, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky appearing in person this year to warn other leaders Russia could target them next.
The goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into a weapon against you, against the international rules-based order.
Today at the UN Security Council, Zelensky will present his peace plan, calling for a full Russian withdrawal and payment of reparations to rebuild his devastated country. Tomorrow, Zelensky will travel to Washington to meet with President Biden at the White House and plead with Congress to continue its military support. But Republicans are deeply divided over the Biden administration's request for an additional $24 billion for Ukraine.
Where's the accountability on the money we already spent? What is the plan for victory?
But the consequences of pulling the plug on Ukraine are enormous. It will lead to more war, not less.
It comes as the U.S. unveils a new round of sanctions on Iran, targeting the production of Iranian drones used by Russia against Ukraine. One day after the U.S. sanctioned Iran's former president and other Iranian officials for imprisoning Americans, including the 5 detainees freed Tuesday, who returned to an emotional homecoming after years of captivity.
We've been apart for 8 years, and finally we're together, and it's just completely unbelievable.
As part of that deal, the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian money that the White House says can only be used for humanitarian purposes. Republicans are blasting the deal, arguing it will only lead to more Americans being wrongfully detained. Back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you.
And just moments ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was on the Today Show and spoke with Savannah Guthrie on a wide range of topics, from the deal made to get the American prisoners out of Iran to the latest on the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
Price on their heads.
Well, first, Savannah, it was incredibly powerful and emotional to get these Americans back. I was on the phone with them after they touched down in Doha, their first port of call, before coming back to be reunited with their families, one after more than 8 years in an Iranian prison. And for me, my number one responsibility around the world is to help Americans who are in trouble, and particularly those who are being unjustly held in jails anywhere. I want to bring them home. Now, in this particular case, what's so important to understand is that the monies that were freed up were Iranian funds that they had gotten from the sale of oil that were stuck in a bank and that from day one have been exempt from our sanctions. In other words, the Iranians have always had the right to use those funds for humanitarian purposes. We moved them from one bank account to another in another country with very clear controls on them to make sure that they could only be used for humanitarian purposes. Not a single taxpayer dollar is involved. Nothing is going into Iran itself. This is all for humanitarian purposes. So I think in order to get Americans home, that was a pretty good deal.
This week, of course, is Ukraine. President Zelensky addressed the UN General Assembly. He's coming to Washington, hat in hand, looking to secure more funding. He's going to face skeptics.
Savannah, what we've seen to date is very strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. And there's a good reason for that. It's the right thing to do. We see the horrific abuses being committed by the Russians against Ukrainians going back more than a year and a half. And I think that's something that Americans respond to. But it's not only the right thing to do, it's the necessary thing to do in our interests. Because if we allow these kind of aggressions to go forward with impunity, if we allow Putin to get away with this, then it is open season for any would-be aggressor to do the same thing. Putin wouldn't stop there himself. And then others in other parts of the world are looking to see, can he get away with this? And if he can, maybe so can I. And that's a recipe for a world of conflict. That's a recipe for a world that inevitably creates bad things that are going to hurt Americans, not just the countries in question.
Does this seem a war that will just go on for years? I mean, is that the expectation?
Well, first, it's important to note this. Putin's already failed in what he was trying to achieve. Because remember, Savannah, his goal was to erase Ukraine from the map, to end its status as an independent country, to subsume it into Russia. That has failed. Now, exactly where the lines are drawn, that's going to be up to the Ukrainians. But there's a big difference here. Ukrainians are fighting for their own country, for their own land, for their own future. The Russians are not. At the end of the day, I think that is the biggest difference maker.
And I've got to ask you about the images we saw Kim Jong-un traveling to Russia, walking with Putin. What are these two up to? And can the U.S. do anything to stop, for example, Kim Jong-un supplying weapons or arms support to Russia?
It speaks, first and foremost, to a certain amount of desperation on the part of Russia that it has to go to regimes like the one in North Korea, or Iran for that matter, to try desperately to get the weapons, the technology that sanctions, export controls that we and many other countries have imposed are
But if
denying
he's
Russia.
got willing partners there with Iran, North Korea, and those alliances are deepening, isn't that a pretty big concern?
We are looking and taking action to try to disrupt that, to break that up wherever we can. But Russia is in a world of hurt as a result of the actions that Vladimir Putin has taken.
Let's talk more about the war in Ukraine, where this morning we are getting a look inside a secret lab where some of Ukraine's cheapest but most useful weapons are made. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
Outgunned by Russian artillery and waiting for more supplies from the United States, Ukraine has been forced to improvise and created a fleet of modified drones. This has become a drone war. And we were given rare access to one of Ukraine's secretive drone laboratories. It looks like Q's workshop in a Bond movie. Engineers take apart store-bought drones and hack them to extend range and remove software that restricts flight paths and reveals locations. Ukrainians have become the world's experts at converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. Georgy Volkov started the unit. He worked in marketing before the war and had never owned a drone.
This one, big one, it's a heavy bomber to bring some interesting gifts to Russians.
How heavy are we talking about? How much could this drop? Enough to blow up a tank?
Yeah, easily.
And they're just as creative and lethal with 3D printing.
Here we have some custom bombs also. We rebuilt it by our engineers.
These
here
are bombs,
inside.
these little plastic things?
Yep.
Ukraine uses drones to track Russian troops and bomb them, but you need to be close. Dima Melnik flies a racing drone that can now send 2 pounds of explosive about 6 miles at over 100 miles an hour. Last month, Dima was wounded by Russian fire. Now he's back in the fight.
Do you think Ukraine is going to win this war? And what does winning even mean for you?
Of course we will win. Victory is not giving up, he says.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that reporting.
Yeah, very powerful. Well, back here at home, the ripple effect from the United Autos workers' strike against Detroit's big 3 car companies is already spreading and could get worse by the end of the week.
That's because the union is threatening to expand its walkout against the automakers unless significant progress is made by Friday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside of an auto plant in Wayne, Michigan, joins us now with the latest. So, Maggie, Friday is the new deadline before we could see more walkouts. Has either side said if they feel like a deal is likely by then?
Frankly, no. I mean, if you look at the press releases from the big 3 and the interviews the CEOs have given, they had called talks things like constructive, and they say they're continuing to bargain in good faith and will do so up until Friday. They've also been very blunt, saying they have contingency plans for if and when these walkouts expand. The union is just talking about Friday. They're saying, barring serious progress, the words of the president in that video that was released 2 nights ago, barring any serious progress, come noon on Friday, we'll see more workers walking out of more sites. Here's the thing, guys. We don't know how many workers are set to walk out, and we don't know which sites they'll hit next. And that clearly is, it seems like, or is presumably a tactic to keep the big three guessing. So it's really, we're anticipating on Friday kind of learning the union's next move, and everybody wondering in the meantime, of course, how big this could get, and then sort of by virtue of that, how long this could go on. So a lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty as this thing seems to drag on, guys.
And Maggie, also help us understand just how big this could get, like, beyond the auto industry. I mean, are we seeing ripple effects through businesses, industries because of this strike?
We are. So U.S. Steel actually posting, this is kind of the first one that we noticed on its website, a statement saying that they were going to have to, in their words, idle a blast furnace at a St. Louis area plant. What does that mean? Well, the local steel union telling our affiliate, a lot of support this morning, as you can hear, telling our affiliate KSDK that they believe up to 350 workers at that plant will have to be at least temporarily laid off. I also talked to the CEO of a Michigan-based parts supplier. And again, these are suppliers. These are companies that make products independently and then sell them to the big three to be used in plants like these. That Michigan-based company, the CEO telling me starting next week, he's going to be asking for volunteers on his staff to just step away from their jobs, stop taking a paycheck. Up to 100 people, he says, he'll need to take that offer to kind of keep them afloat. Again, as this strike looms, they don't expect this thing also to wrap up anytime soon.
Yeah, and Maggie, remind us what the main sticking points are here and what it is the union is asking for.
Yeah, so a lot of these get big headlines. Like, we've heard about the 4-day work week. That is a demand from the union. The New York Times reporting that was more kind of an attempted counterbalance because they say a lot of workers work 6-7-day weeks. So they want to put an end to that. So we'll see how that plays out. Money is the big one, of course. The union is demanding a 40% raise, saying that they made major concessions during the 2008 recession that helped the big three stay afloat when the auto industry was bottoming out. That was a huge story during that time. And they say after making those concessions, they never really made up that ground and got adjusted for cost of living rates. Now the auto industry, especially during COVID, as we reported, is doing really well. So they say now it's beyond time. The big three offering roughly 20% raise, saying at this time they can't compete with foreign and non-union competitors if they were to kind of meet these demands from the union, especially at a time when everyone is racing to invest in electric vehicles, guys. So we'll see how this plays out. But again, a lot of ground to make up and a lot of support this morning.
Yeah, we can hear that. Yeah, Maggie, really great context. Thank you so much. Well, now let's get a check on your latest forecast, and it's likely going to include some rain.
Yeah, if you live on the East Coast, we've established rain likely at some point later this week. Meteorologist Angie Lastman has all the details. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what I don't like to do? I don't like to forecast rain for the weekend, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to do that in the coming days. We do have, of course, though, nice conditions along most of the East Coast, at least through this afternoon and into the evening hours. We'll see plenty of sunshine for the Northeast. A little bit of a different story if you live in the midsection of the country, specifically portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma. We'll talk about the stronger storms you can see there. Plenty of sunshine out west, places like Arizona, California, seeing lots of that sunshine and some cool and showery weather across parts of the Pacific Northwest. Now, let's take a look at your satellite and radar, because remember I said there's some thunderstorms for the middle of the country. We're already starting to see some of that rain working across that same region that we're going to see dealing with some showers, some thunderstorms, and potentially some strong storms as we get into the afternoon hours. The chances of this, not all that high, but it's still there to see some gusty winds, maybe some hail. The tornado risk is low, but even still, the rainfall will be pretty impressive as we get through at least the next 48 hours. This goes through Thursday. You can see some of those spots in parts of eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, places like Fort Smith to Tulsa, dealing with anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches of rain and upwards of maybe 3 inches of rain, up to 4 inches of rain possible across this area. So we likely will see some flooding concerns. Notice a little farther to the north, places like Kansas City, Wichita, also going to pick up on some rain, but not quite as impressive as a little farther to the south. And yes, here's what I'm watching closely as we get closer to the weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, parts of the East Coast are going to deal with this kind of pesky low that's likely going to develop or form maybe tomorrow. It looks like it'll have subtropical characteristics, but really that doesn't matter. What matters is that it's going to bring rain to folks across the southeast as we get into Thursday. That's going to be parts of Georgia and Florida that deal with the rain rain from that. We'll kind of start to see this secondary low emerge here as we get closer to the weekend, but still the rain lifts with it. Places like the Carolinas going to pick up on some really heavy downpours and potentially some gusty winds. If you're planning to head to the coast over the next couple of days, we're also going to see that high surf. That's going to be an issue. Reminder to stay out of the waters because we'll have to deal with that at least through the weekend across much of this area. Here's that secondary low that I mentioned that kind of pushes all of that rain up into places. Basically from Boston down to Wilmington, we could be dealing with some rain as we get into your Saturday plans. It'll be soggy for a lot of folks and some impressive rain totals, especially the closer you get towards the coast. Notice places like Cape Hatteras can pick up on 4, maybe even 6 inches of rain. So really impressive kind of rainfall that we'll have to deal with. The farther north you go, places like New York, maybe an inch. Boston, similar story. Places like Raleigh, Richmond, also an inch of rain. Good soaking rain for some spots that need it. But of course, the flood potential will be there the farther east you go towards the coastal areas of especially the Carolinas. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine expected out west on Friday for folks there. We'll see a lot of sunshine across parts of the Northeast and the Midwest before we see that rain working in through the weekend. And again, it's the wind too. Those gusty winds will be out there. Also, more showers and thunderstorms will be expected for parts of the plains, stretching into the Midwest, and that heat, the unrelenting Texas heat. I feel so bad for our friends there, guys. Still into the upper 90s for the coming days. Places like Dallas will head to the mid-90s, so no break from the heat for our friends there. They will deal with some strong storms, though, as we get into the later part of the weekend, so a heads up about that.
Love that. Gorgeous on the left side of the mountain.
You're always pointing those out. That's for you.
And lucky them. All right, Angie, thanks so much.
Thank you, Angie. Now to the state of our economy. Today, the Federal Reserve will announce whether it's raising interest rates in the fight against inflation.
Rates are currently at a 22-year high after the Fed raised them a 1/4 percentage point back in July. That means we have seen 11 interest rate hikes going back to March 2022.
We're joined by Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver with more. So, Caleb, it's looking like another rise unlikely. What's your take on this? What are you going to be watching out for today?
Yeah, there will be no increase in interest rates today. If there is, I would be very, very surprised. All signs pointing to no raise. But words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to the words that Chair Jay Powell says at the press conference after 2 p.m. when they do announce that they will not raise rates. And we'll be listening for things like the job's not over yet, inflation's still sticky high, we still have a ways to go. If he says those things, we could see another rate hike come November 1st. That's the next meeting, somewhat 41 days and 8 hours from now.
He's already got the next clock.
I was thinking, like, do you wake up, it's like Christmas, like your countdown clock ran out today?
I'm like Groundhog Day with this. I'm always waiting for the next Fed meeting, but the words matter. And then the most boring chart in the world of economics, the dot plot, the Fed summary of where they think interest rates should be over the next year or so. That actually shows a decrease in interest rates when we go all the way out into next year, but it's going to take a while. We're going to be at higher rates for longer, and that puts pressure on spending, that puts pressure on consumers and businesses.
So much of this has to do with inflation. Just remind us where we are at with the reports we've seen on inflation in terms of what these interest rate hikes have been doing.
Yeah, the most recent inflation report we got for consumer prices was about 3.8% year over year, a 3.8% increase. The increases have been in shelter, as we know. We know that mortgage rates are high, which is pushing people into the rental market, and food prices have remained sticky high. We can't avoid food and shelter prices, and those really weigh on lower income folks the most. So that's the inflation the Fed's worried about, plus wage inflation, but it's put a lot of pressure on folks, especially with these rising rates for everything we finance.
And the question then, you mentioned Christmas, is what does that mean for the holiday season? Are we getting some signs of what spending is going to look like this year?
Yeah, we're always projecting. National Association of Realtors says we're going to get a 4% increase in spending. Americans like to spend, especially around the holiday season. You may see some pullback there, but probably not on the gifts. You'll see pullback probably in transportation, travel spending, things of that nature, discretionary stuff, but we like to buy gifts for our loved ones. So I don't expect that. But just remember, we have the resumption of student loan payments coming up in October. We have a potential government shutdown in a couple of weeks. We still have high inflation, so lots of walls of worry everywhere that could pull people from spending what they want to spend this holiday season.
Also, let's talk real estate. I mean, this has been bad. Mortgage rates, 22-year high, close to 8%.
Yeah.
What do buyers, sellers, everybody need to know right now?
Yeah, we're looking at a mortgage rate, 30-year fixed average at around 7.69%. That is extremely high if you have awesome credit. When you look at average new car loans, 6.4%, credit card APRs, 24%. These are really high interest rates. So the housing market has been totally stuck for the past 14 months. It's going to remain stuck because mortgage rates are going to remain high, and home prices, the median home price now, $416,000. So financing at that rate, that's a big chunk of money that new home buyers cannot afford. And anybody that owns a home under 4% on a mortgage rate, they're not selling right now.
To be clear, though, that was really the intention here, right? The housing market needed to cool off.
Yeah, they cooled the housing market way off, although prices remain high because supply is low. But we're stuck now. No selling and buying of homes means nobody's refurbishing their homes, nobody's buying furniture, no contractors are working. So we're kind of stuck there. That needs to loosen up. That's probably a 2024 event, not a this year event.
Ripple effect there. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, bad combination. Later this hour, the new research shedding light on the impacts of smoking cigarettes and marijuana on your mental health.
Up first, though, when we come back, new questions, lots of them, about that fighter jet that crashed after its pilot ejected. You're watching Morning News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, there are more questions surrounding that F-35 fighter jet that disappeared over the weekend and later crashed. The Pentagon is promising transparency as a full investigation gets underway. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Indiantown, South Carolina.
Savannah, good morning. And look, this military investigation is expected to last months, maybe longer than that. We'll have to see. But right now, we have no idea why the transponder tracking this very expensive jet failed to work. Eyewitnesses that I spoke with say they saw that jet dropping down on Sunday. It became virtually inverted, in their words, as it appeared to then strike the canopy of trees in the debris field behind me.
This morning, we're learning new details about how a missing fighter jet came hurtling back to land, shaving off treetops before crash landing in a remote area. But still no explanation as to how the military managed to lose track of the $100 million aircraft or why its pilot ejected.
That will be something that they will investigate. Believe me, after every aviation mishap, the Pentagon does what the Pentagon does. They'll investigate it to try to get the answers on what happened.
When those answers come isn't clear.
Do you feel lucky today?
Oh, yeah. I feel lucky that it hit the field.
As a wider view of the wayward path shows the pilot ejecting in North Charleston, but the jet ending up 80 miles away here in Williamsburg County.
Usually airplanes, other military aircraft in which the pilot ejected, the airplane will fly for a while, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but several minutes, that is surprising.
The Marine Corps says the pilot ejected around 1:30 Sunday, and residents reported their home shaking after 2, meaning it could have been flying on autopilot for more than a half hour.
It was kind of probably 100 feet above the treetops.
Eyewitnesses Adrian and Stephen Trueluck live a few miles from the crash site and were celebrating their son's 7th birthday when they saw the jet dropping.
Almost going inverted.
The jet itself was inverted.
It was probably 3/4 of the way. We could see the canopy.
Demos of the F-35B aircraft posted by Lockheed Martin show its ability to hover and land in a vertical column. As for the Truelucks, they say they saw the plane intact and didn't think much about a boom they heard later until they saw reports of a missing fighter jet the next day.
Did you call the Marine Corps, or what calls did you make?
I did. I called, but it probably wasn't until 4 o'clock-ish. And I think they'd already zeroed in about where it was, at that point.
Hours later, the debris field was confirmed.
And nearly all of the neighbors, guys, that I spoke with say they did not learn about the missing jet until Monday. We also reached out to Lockheed Martin for comment. So far, we have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam Brock, again, so many questions, some answers there. Thank you so much.
International headlines now, starting with a ceasefire agreement just reached between Azerbaijan and ethnic Armenians.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, this one just developing this morning. Russia appears to have brokered a ceasefire between Azerbaijan and Armenian separatists after deadly military strikes by Azerbaijan on the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. It's internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but has a large Armenian population and a separatist movement there. The two sides went to war over the territory 3 years ago. Russia negotiated a ceasefire then. It looks as though Moscow has now negotiated one again this morning, both sides agreeing to halt hostilities. To Asia now, where Japan's crown prince and princess are in Vietnam to mark the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations. The 6-day visit is part of Tokyo's push to deepen ties with Southeast Asia. And now a sparkling discovery in Australia, which may lead to more extremely rare pink diamonds. Scientists studied a mine where 90% of the gems come from. They say the diamonds turned pink deep underground 1.8 billion years ago when Western and Northern Australia collided. They then used lasers to date rocks and found that the diamonds came to the surface 1.3 billion years ago when the supercontinent broke apart. So what does it mean, guys? Well, while diamonds are usually found at the center of ancient continents, pink diamonds are at the edges of ancient continents, buried under sand and soil. So start studying your ancient continents, guys.
Yeah, right. We'll get right on that, and we can wear it on Wednesdays, the pink diamonds, to match our outfits.
Exactly, Joe. Kelly, thank you so much. Well, coming up, tragedy at a New York daycare center after a 1-year-old boy dies and 3 other babies are hospitalized from fentanyl poisoning. The charges the center owner is now facing.
Plus, it keeps kids occupied, but at what cost? The latest research shedding light on the long-term effects of screen time on kids. This is Morning News Now.
feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
We're back now with the shocking death of a 1-year-old after he was allegedly exposed to opioids while inside a New York City daycare center. 2 people are now facing charges accused of keeping fentanyl inside the Bronx facility. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fentanyl crisis across this country is well known at this point, but the story of a young life claimed here in New York City is enough to send a chill down the spine of any parent.
This is a tragedy.
Federal charges against 2 suspects who prosecutors say were storing fentanyl at a daycare, killing a 1-year-old boy and hospitalizing 3 other babies, the youngest 8 months old.
But this case is different. We allege that the defendants poisoned 4 babies and killed one of them because they were running a drug operation from a daycare center. A daycare center.
The owner, Gray Mendez and Acevedo Bredo, accused of packing up and keeping large amounts of fentanyl here in the Bronx. Investigators discovering a brick of the drug on top of playmats in a closet when they arrived on the scene last week. The father of Nicholas Dominici, the 1-year-old who died, telling WNBC he was their youngest child. A lawyer for the daycare operator tells NBC News her client had no idea drugs were in the building. The daycare had just passed a surprise inspection this month. But after finding the babies unresponsive, prosecutors say Mendez tried to cover up what happened, calling her husband before 911.
And all of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
Later, allegedly deleting thousands of their text messages, according to court documents. While prosecutors say surveillance footage shows the husband entering the daycare empty-handed before police arrived, then leaving 2 minutes later with 2 full shopping bags, dashing out the back alley.
We're not going to give up. We're going to get him.
We're told those 3 young babies that did survive this incredible ordeal were all administered Narcan by first responders, and they are now all at home.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Just heartbreaking. Well, now it is time for our weekly medical checkup. You've probably heard that screen time might be harming your toddler in the long run. Well, we have a new study with more information and tips for how to limit your little one's exposure to TV.
Plus, we know some of the harm, the physical harm that smoking can do. A new study shows how it can also affect your mental health.
NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is here to help us break all these headlines down. Hi, doctor. Always great to see you. So let's start with that TV time, screen exposure for little kids. What's new here?
So, good morning, guys. It seems like just a month ago we were talking about this, and I looked at this and kind of did a double take and realized this is the same study. It's a new study about a month apart showing the exact same thing. We need to limit our exposure to screen time, especially in our younger ones. So what this study found was they looked at kids under the age of 1, and they found how much screen time are you using and how is that going to affect you down the line. And what they found was that kids who used more screen time under the age of 1, by the time they got to age 2, by the time they got to age 3, they had problems. They had problems with motor skills. They had problems with problem solving, things that we measure in surveys. So just another study, just a month apart from when I was here a month ago, kind of confirming the same thing. So what do we do about it? Some doctor's orders, guys. Limit your screen time. So what are we talking about? If you're under the age of 2 years old, you really shouldn't be using screen time at all unless you're FaceTiming with a parent who's away. And play outside, pick up a book, try to limit those screen time. And if you're between the ages of 2 and 5, about 1 hour a day, guys, no more than that.
And if you're under 2, you really don't need any at all, right? Outside.
None at all.
Okay, that's
ideally.
All right. So a new study, it says people who use both marijuana and tobacco more likely to have mental health issues. What should we know about that?
Yeah, so this is something we've actually been reporting on in our medical team here. Kids are just using marijuana way more than they should be. I mean, you go outside to school and you see kids vaping marijuana before class. It's kind of getting out of control. And what this study found was that those who are using tobacco and marijuana at the same time, basically, using both, are having higher rates of anxiety and depression, more so than those who used just cannabis alone and more so than just who smoke cigarettes alone. So it's really those two together. And we don't know, Is it the anxiety that's leading them to smoke, or is it the smoking that's causing anxiety? That's stuff we still don't know yet. Guys, doctors' orders. Get physical, and what I mean by that is a lot of people use these things to cope with stress. So you want to use physical activity as a means to do that instead. Set a quit date. This one's really important, something we tell our patients all the time. Take out a calendar, go in your iPhone, circle that date that you want to quit, set it, and about 2 weeks before that quit date, you really want to start getting things moving.
All right, that's really good advice. Also, new information, stress and your heart. We know that's not good, but, stressful day at work doesn't feel good. What's it really doing to your heart?
So this one really looked at men. It found that men who are,
just kidding.
men who feel like they're working too hard and not getting rewarded have a higher risk of heart disease. Not heart attacks, but just heart disease, right? Problems in the arteries. And so, yeah, this one hits close to home for a lot of men, I think, out there. And so, the key thing here, guys, is that you want to know the signs of stress. Signs of stress at work specifically. Are you fighting with people a lot? Are you not sleeping well at night? Are you thinking about work? Are you taking work home? Those are really the problems here with stress and things that you could recognize in the workplace, maybe that don't apply to other situations. And the other thing is, if you do notice these things, you want to be proactive about it. If you recognize any of those signs, seek help. A lot of workplaces have these things in place, but definitely something you want to keep in mind for both physical and mental health.
Very, very quickly, yesterday we talked about Neffy, this alternative nasal spray to the EpiPen, but it wasn't approved. Why not?
This was really surprising. So, guys, what happened is the FDA panel recommended approval a few months ago. The FDA yesterday saying, you know what? No, we need more data. And so for those out there, this is basically an EpiPen that goes in your nose. It is not an injection. By all means, we were all expecting it to get approved. A big surprise yesterday, and really the key takeaway is they just want more data.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Dr. Akshay Sal, it was great to have you. Thank you.
Yeah. Coming up, writers and studios back at the bargaining table. We'll bring you the latest on negotiations to try and end the strikes that have crippled Hollywood.
And from the airport to the spotlight in record time, no magic carpet necessary. You'll see what we mean when we come back, how an understudy from Jasmine and the Broadway production of Aladdin made it to the stage with some help. This is Morning News Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism. is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expeditions usually
allegations of Russian organizing.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, the Writers Guild is returning to the bargaining table with the AMPTP, which represents the studios and streaming services. This comes amid a months-long Hollywood shutdown impacting thousands and costing billions of dollars. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the latest.
Hey there, after 141 days, this is a big one in Hollywood. The AMPTP and the WGA will sit down for the first formal negotiations in a month, and the stakes are high. Not only could these talks shape the future of the business of Hollywood, more importantly, they will affect the livelihood of the hundreds of thousands of people who work in and around the entertainment industry.
Today, a pivotal moment in the months-long strike in Hollywood.
What do we want? Fair pay!
The WGA representing more than 11,000 writers, and the AMPTP representing streaming services and studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, sitting down for a face-to-face meeting.
I mean, anytime you're actually sitting at the table, something can happen. If you're not talking, nothing can happen.
The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence. Negotiations are resuming amid the strike that has shut down the entertainment industry for more than 4 months. Writers pacing the picket line since the beginning of May. Many say they're facing financial distress.
People are losing houses. People are losing their car. People are needing to go to food banks.
In a letter to its members, the Writers Guild writing in part, "Our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible." A source familiar with negotiations telling NBC News talks are expected to last several days, and the AMPTP is not expected to have revised its previous offer made in August, which is the last time the two sides met, a meeting that was not productive. The impact of the combined WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes is being felt across the country. The most recent U.S. jobs report showed a monthly decrease of 17,000 jobs in the motion picture and sound recording industries.
I don't know how I'm going to pay these last 2 months' rent.
And Hollywood's shutdown is now hurting other sectors like hospitality, trucking, and dry cleaning businesses, costing the state's economy more than $5 billion. California's Governor Gavin Newsom hasn't been on the picket lines, but he says he's paying close attention. His office telling NBC News while not involved in the talks, Newsom has been engaged in conversations with both sides. He's encouraged they are talking and is hopeful for a resolution. With fall TV schedules feeling the fallout, mostly filled with unscripted programming, all eyes will be on these meetings, including the people behind talk shows that were scheduled to resume in the coming weeks. Bill Maher now pausing the return of his show, a reverse course from his announcement days ago that his show would come back. Unfortunately, sans writers are writing. Now both sides are hoping there could soon be an ending to this Hollywood drama.
SAG-AFTRA joined the WGA in their strike in mid-July, but according to a source with knowledge of the situation, they have not heard from the AMPTP since the union's members announced that they were striking. Now, a SAG-AFTRA spokesperson telling NBC News, "We hope the studios are returning to the table with the intention of making real, substantial moves that can help the negotiations progress." Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you.
And now for what's making financial headlines. Goldman Sachs reportedly cutting ties with its experimental loan business.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yes, so Goldman Sachs is reportedly in talks to sell its consumer lending business, GreenSky. Now, this would be a major shift away from the bank's failed experiment in that sector. Goldman bought GreenSky just a year and a half ago. It specializes in making loans to consumers for home renovations, but the business has been hurt by rising interest rates. Nearly half of CEOs believe artificial intelligence could replace most, if not all, of their roles. A survey from online education platform edX polled 1,600 full-time workers, including 800 executives and CEOs, They expect about half the skills that exist in the workplace today won't be relevant 2 years from now, and believe their employees are unprepared for the future. An overwhelming majority say they're having a hard time finding talent with AI skills, and AI is also disrupting their business strategies. And live sports are heading to max. Starting October 5th, the streaming service is adding the Bleacher Report Sports add-on tier. It will simulcast events from Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, and NCAA March Madness, among others. Max subscribers will get the new tier for free through the end of February. After that, it will cost an additional $9.99 a month, guys.
First, you have to keep track of all your streaming services. Now you have to keep track of all your tiers within your streaming services.
Right? It's crazy.
It is. It's
not
too
cheaper
much.
anymore than cable.
Nope.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, now to the story of a Broadway understudy who faced a whole new world of stress after she got an unexpected message. It started a race to the stage with help from a few real-life genies along the way.
Michaela Renfro had 4 hours left on a flight home from a European vacation when she got the text of a lifetime.
Michaela, please send an updated ETA when you can. I may need you for Jasmine tonight.
Oh, God! She's currently in the ensemble of Aladdin on Broadway, but she's also the understudy for Jasmine. When she landed, she had 2 hours until curtain call. The problem? Rush hour in New York City.
So you're stuck in the air and there's nothing you can do about that. I can't just go up to the pilot and knock on the door and be like, can you just drive a little faster, please?
Renfro asked the flight attendant if she could be first off the plane, but Delta Airlines did way more than that.
So we were like, listen, you just relax, hydrate yourself with some water, and leave the rest up to us. If he could land the plane on Broadway, he would have done that for her.
They moved her to first class. They switched gates so the plane would be closer to customs. And they helped her book her own magic carpet ride, a Blade helicopter that would get her from the airport to Manhattan, turning a typically 90-minute trip into one that was merely 7 minutes.
And then you had to completely transform into Jasmine. Yeah, I had about 15 minutes makeup, 5 minutes hair, 5 minutes put your clothes on, and then 5 minutes to walk down to the stage.
Even her flight attendant made the show.
Can you believe you made it? No. So it was truly a miracle every step of the way.
Miracle granted. Seems like luck, or maybe a genie, was on her side.
Okay, the other thing that I asked her that I thought was kind of funny, I was like, the whole time that you're going through this, I mean, normally in the ensemble, you're the understudy. Are you thinking about your lines? Are you thinking about the dance moves? She was like, nope, not until the downbeat of the show started. I didn't have mental space.
And then it all comes back to her.
And it did. Everybody said it was a fantastic show,
That's
including,
great.
of course, Leisha, who made it.
Use that excuse if I'm ever running late. I'd be like, I am an understudy in a show.
Exactly.
If you could.
They will roll out the red carpet for you.
Apparently.
This is a fun one. Coming up, she is flipping the script in the world of country music.
When we come back, singer Brooke Eden joins us on set to talk about how she's embracing her LGBTQ+ identity. Despite warnings, it would end her career. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Welcome back. Well, with Hispanic Heritage Month in full swing, the nominations are out for the Latin Grammys. Producer and songwriter Edgar Barrera leads the field with 13 nominations. Artists Karol G, of course, Camilo, and Shakira have 7 nominations each. Shakira actually has 3 separate nominations for Song of the Year. That's amazing. The 24th annual event will take place on November 16th, and for the first time, it will be held outside of the U.S. It's going to be in Sevilla, Spain, which is pretty cool, Joe.
Oh, that's very cool indeed. We'll have to check that out.
Shakira, I mean,
exactly. You can't. She's getting all the awards lately, too.
That's so true.
No
yes.
kidding. All right, thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we're going to go country and introduce you to a singer who's been nominated for awards by both CMT and GLAAD. She recently married her partner, radio promoter Hillary Hoover, after coming out in 2021. Brooke Eden, good to have you with us. Thanks for coming to New York and speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Good to be here.
It is so awesome. So you've got a new album out right now.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album and kind of what you were going for this time around.
Yeah, well, it's called Outlaw Love. And, you know, being in country music, being queer isn't always accepted, especially, you know, I met my wife 8 years ago, and I was told at the beginning, you can either be a country singer or you can be in and out queer relationship, but you cannot be both. And so I struggled with that for some time, and during the pandemic I really learned, you know, if I'm gonna be who I am, I can't be quiet anymore. I need to stand up for myself and for my community. And so this was kind of my out loud outlaw song, my EP that says, you know, I'm standing up for who I am and for what I believe in, and it's okay to be exactly who you are.
What's the response you're getting from the song?
Oh my God, it's just been amazing to have, you know, so many people in the queer community grew up in Southern spaces, and they didn't feel like there were people speaking to them on country radio and, you know, in country music. And so to be a part of that representation for people, to be able to see themselves in country music again, it's just been so cool. And all the messages and people using these songs for their first dances. And I mean, to be a part of someone's wedding, that's just such an honor.
So you hear from fans who say, yeah, this was our first dance, this was our wedding. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
I mean, I think that for me, especially growing up, like what that would have changed for me to have that kind of representation in country music, to say like, it's okay to be exactly who you are, whatever that may be. It would have changed so many things for me. It would have allowed me to accept myself so much sooner. And so to see other people getting to have that feeling and getting to, you know, have a country song played at their wedding that resembles their life and speaks to them, it's incredible. It's such an honor, and it's a beautiful thing.
We've always said, if you just have one supportive person in your life and you're a young LGBTQ person, the difference it makes in your mental health is absolutely extraordinary. I want to go back to that decision you were essentially forced to make. You can either be out or you can be a country star. What was the impact that had on you, having to say, all right, and tell your now wife, essentially, you're gonna have to go back in the closet.
Yeah.
We're gonna have this relationship, but we can't tell anyone about it. What was that like for you?
I very much shut down as a human. You know, I kind of became a shell of myself, and it was really difficult on my mental health, and then my mental health eventually became my physical health, and I ended up getting really sick with ulcers from stress, and it changed my entire perception on life, because I realized that living my life without authenticity and without integrity was causing not only mental despair, but also physical pain and despair as well. So it's so important that you are able to feel safe and to be able to be yourself. And I didn't get to for a long time, and now I am.
And when you were able to finally come out and acknowledge who you were, what was, first of all, the impact on your health, your physical and mental health, but also what was just the reaction?
Well, I'm healthier than ever, so that's great. And then, you know, just like, I think that when you are yourself, you give an invitation to other people to be themselves, whoever that may be. And it was, you know, I was told all these horror stories. If you come out in country music, you're going to get excommunicated from the country music family and all these things.
Which happened to some artists, to be fair, in some ways.
It did, Shelley, right?
Yeah.
And that's just not the case anymore. You know, I have felt embraced and loved, and mostly I feel like it's just been the biggest gift to be able to be a voice for so many people who love country music and are queer. And you can be both.
Which is so great to hear. We got about 30 seconds left here, but what is your advice to young artists, especially maybe young queer artists who say, I want to do country, but I'm a little worried about this? What would you tell them?
Well, people have done it now, so as long as you feel safe to be yourself and you feel like you're ready to stand your ground and stand up for who you are and really what you believe in, then come on to Nashville. Do your thing, honey bunny.
And that's the important thing, being safe, because you want to make sure you're surrounded by people where physically safe, you're mentally safe.
Yes.
But once you do,
that's numero uno.
Yeah, there's so many people out there who will support you.
Yes.
Brooke Eden, what a wonderful conversation. Congrats on the new album.
Thank you.
We love chatting with you. Thank you so much for coming here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Savannah, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great conversation. I'm going to need all those outfit details, Brooke. The news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Right now on Morning News Now, President Biden sending a message of unity on the world stage in an impassioned address at the United Nations General Assembly. The president and his Ukrainian counterpart, President Volodymyr Zelensky, both attending in person to call for support against Russian aggression.
Like every nation in the world, the United States wants this war to end. No nation wants this war to end more than Ukraine.
We have team coverage with the warning from both presidents as the war in Ukraine rages on. Also this morning, infighting on Capitol Hill after House Republicans vote to sink their own party's spending bill, making a government shutdown more of a possibility. Now, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy facing growing criticism and calls for removal. We will bring you the latest. Plus, running on fumes this morning, drivers noticing an unseasonable trend. Gas prices on the rise after the Labor Day holiday. Plus, the Fed expected to announce a decision on another interest rate hike. We will break it all down. And rise and grind. If you're looking for some morning motivation to get to the gym, we've got you. Why scientists now say an early workout could be the key to losing weight. So see you at the gym at 3-ish, Joe?
3 in the morning we would have to work out, I think.
Good plan.
So not happening. Not happening. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thank you for being here on this Wednesday morning. World leaders are gathering here in New York for another day of the UN General Assembly.
The war in Ukraine, of course, took center stage yesterday as President Biden addressed world leaders. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was there listening from the audience. President Biden called on world leaders to stand together with Ukraine to defend the country's freedom.
Russia's price for peace is Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. If you allow Ukraine to be carved up, is the independence of any nation secure? I'd respectfully suggest the answer is no.
Joining us this morning, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Bemley and Ambassador John Herbst, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Mike, let's just kick things off. What were the big headlines from President Biden's address?
So for President, this UN General Assembly speech is kind of like the State of the Union address, right? There's a little bit of a laundry list. You cover a lot of ground. The president talking about interesting comments on artificial intelligence, for instance, the need to deal with the climate crisis. But the common theme really was about protecting, preserving, strengthening democracy around the world. And there's no clearer example of that fight right now than the war in Ukraine. You heard the stakes as the president laid them out. What happens if the world does not continue to support Ukraine at this moment? And so this is a really important opportunity for the president to try to galvanize support at a time when it might be fading. We look at the polls and see that support, not just here in the U.S., but around the world, is not where it was when this war started. And so we're going to see that continue. And the president's democracy message is both for a global audience and a domestic audience. He was doing some fundraisers here and talked about democracy being on the ballot in 2024 as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Also, I got to say, don't love the traffic this brings to town, but what a treat it is to have two of our virtual guests on set with us. Ambassador Herbst, I want to pull up some numbers here in just a second. So the speech comes at a time when support is kind of starting to wane for this defense in Ukraine. Here it is right here on your screen. A CNN poll last month showed that 51% of the people surveyed believe the U.S. has done enough, as you can see here, to help Ukraine in the fight against Russia, compared to 48% who want America to do more. Back at the start of this, 62% thought that America should be doing more. Do you think that Biden's remarks kind of spur more of that, or not necessarily?
I think the main reason why we've seen a drop in support is we're not seeing the truly nasty images that we saw in the first month or two after the Russian big invasion. But there's a second factor. The way we are talking about this American aid for Ukraine is not the proper way to understand it. Putin's objectives in Ukraine are only a prelude to nasty ambitions he has for us. If he were to win this war in Ukraine, then his next move is going to be on our NATO allies, maybe the Baltic states, maybe Poland, maybe Romania, in which case we would have to pay a great deal more to help defend them, and American lives would be lost in defending them. So when we send $40–50 billion a year of aid to Ukraine, which approximately is 3% of our defense budget, we are defending our own national interests in the smartest way possible. And no American is going to object to spending 2 or 3% of our defense budget as part of protecting America's interest in Europe.
Right. It's President Zelensky who can perhaps make the best argument, Mike, and he delivered an impassioned speech, angry at times. What was his big message for the General Assembly?
You know, the last time President Zelensky was able to come in person to the UN was before this war began, and he compared the UN to a retired superhero who forgot how great they once were. And we heard President Zelensky again yesterday really challenging the UN itself, saying that it's not just Ukraine at the moment. As the ambassador lays out, if Russia is allowed to win in Ukraine, it's going to press that advantage even further. It's weaponizing nuclear power, as he warned. Listen to more of what the president had to say in this speech.
Ukraine is doing everything to ensure that after Russian aggression, no one in the world will dare to attack any nation. We must be united to make it, and we'll do it.
Perhaps the most pointed part of Zelensky's speech, he talked about Russia engaged in some shady deals with some other countries, maybe to try to bring this to a resolution. He said Russia cannot be trusted. Just ask Prigozhin. We know what happened to Prigozhin recently.
Absolutely. Ambassador Herbst, as Mike pointed out, I mean, this is the first time he's been here in a while, remained in Ukraine last year during the UN General Assembly. What message does that send that he is here, that he did make the trip?
I think the principal reason he came to the UNGA is that he intended to go to the White House. I think address number one for him is the White House. And since he was going to be in country, he came to UNGA. But his message is that Ukraine is under siege. It's a war that violates every principle, and he needs support. But the support comes first and foremost from the West, from the United States and our allies and partners.
As the ambassador mentions, Zelensky's going to be in Washington tomorrow. Real quickly, Mike, what can we expect from that?
Well, we heard Speaker McCarthy yesterday saying he has some tough questions for President Zelensky. He wants to know what this money is being used for, what the money we've already spent has been used for. We know skepticism among Republicans in particular is going to be an issue, as the president has asked for billions more for Ukraine, and he's going to have to convince those Republicans as we have this funding fight coming up in 10 days.
Mike Memoli, Ambassador Herbst, great to have you here in New York with us. Thank you so much for kicking us off this morning.
Thank you.
We're going to head to Capitol Hill now, where Republican infighting continues to paralyze the House, with fears growing that a government shutdown looks increasingly likely. Yesterday, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy had to pull a resolution that would have kept the government open past that September 30th deadline because he didn't have enough votes. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with the latest. So, Julie, where do things stand right now? What do the holdouts want?
Yeah, and Republican leadership was defeated just a couple hours after McCarthy pulled that vote on a defense bill. Republicans voting with Democrats against that, just to show you where we are right now. Defense, of course, usually a top priority for Republicans. Look, things are a mess right now. We're now midweek, on the week before the government shuts down. Republicans don't have a clear pathway forward, and forget negotiating with Democrats or even trying to pass a bill across the Democratic-controlled Senate. They can't even get there on their own side of the aisle. Take a listen to some comments from two Republicans from Florida, two Republican lawmakers who are really on the other side of this issue. Watch.
I'm doing everything I can to assemble a coalition to defeat the Donald CR. I believe that it is really kind of frivolous in the cuts because they only occur for 30 days.
I would challenge my colleague from Florida to create a coalition that tries to actually get a victory for the American people. If he wants to have a personal thing with me going back and forth, he's entitled to, but I don't care about that foolishness. I want to win.
We can't blame Joe Biden and the Democrats for why the Republican-controlled House of Representatives hasn't passed single-subject spending bills. That's our fault. So we have to deal with that. We will likely have to endure some degree of a shutdown.
Now, Byron Donalds, who you heard from there before Gates, he came together with members of what's known as the Main Street Caucus. There are two Republican groups who agree on different sides of the aisle when it comes to spending. They came together to try to get a short-term government funding bill across the finish line. That bill was pulled, as you mentioned, because of the lack of votes.
So, Julie, Speaker McCarthy has to make a lot of deals with this group to even get this position. Now, some lawmakers threatening to call for his removal if he works with Democrats. It's a threat he constantly faces. Is there a path forward where he can keep his job as Speaker and also keep the government running?
That's the big question, right? Because it's looking more and more likely that McCarthy might have to work across the aisle to keep the government open. That's because his own party won't get there in terms of votes on any kind of agreement to keep the government open, even in a temporary basis. You heard from Congressman Matt Gaetz there in that clip. He's one of the top lawmakers who are trying to essentially remove McCarthy from his position, oust him from his chair. And it's really not clear that McCarthy can do anything to appease that group who are frustrated with him, who feel like they can't trust him, especially after McCarthy made a deal with President Biden to avoid a default crisis back in May. So this is a really tough situation for McCarthy. And again, as Mike Memoli, my colleague, pointed out, we just have days until the government shuts down. And it's not like something that the House can just pass too, right? It's got to make its way to the Senate before it can make its way to the president's desk. So still a really long way to go for McCarthy.
So we know House Republicans have a slim majority in the House. That's why some House Democrats have actually started discussions with moderate Republicans on a backup plan. Can they pass a measure that would force a vote without Speaker McCarthy's help or without more conservative members?
They technically could. It's what's known as a discharge petition. Republicans can come along with Democrats to try to get something out. We know that a group of moderate Republicans, for example, met with leadership yesterday to try to talk about a path forward. But they're really running out of time here. And again, if this is something that McCarthy, and ultimately he has to agree to what is put on the floor. McCarthy controls the floor. That's part of his position as Speaker. If he does anything, even puts an inch forward to deal with Democrats here, which again, he might have to keep the government open, then his position is threatened. And we already heard from those lawmakers who want to take his gavel away from him. It's not really clear how McCarthy's going to get out of this situation, right? It's not looking good for the rest of this week. Leadership already pulled that one vote. They might try to do it again as it comes later in this week. But really, that short-term government funding measure that, by the way, doesn't include any of President Biden's asks with Ukraine, with disaster aid, with some of this relief. They're really going to have to figure this out, and it's going to come down to the wire. If a package that has border security and that cuts spending levels in the way that it does, outlined in this 30-day stopgap funding measure, doesn't even have the votes to pass the House, doesn't even have the votes to pass the rule, the procedural step, before it comes to a full vote, that's how you know they're in trouble.
All right, you see it right there on the screen. Countdown to a shutdown. Julie Sirkin, thank you so much.
Well, this morning, a Delaware judge is weighing whether to allow Hunter Biden to submit his plea remotely in connection to those 3 felony gun charges brought against the president's son last week. The prosecution has until today to submit their argument for having Biden appear in person. According to documents submitted by Hunter's legal team, he will be pleading not guilty to those 3 charges. His team argues Hunter does not need to be in court to give that statement, but prosecutors objected to the move on Monday, stalling the case from moving forward. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now for more. Hey, Ken, great to see you. So tell us, what are we learning here from these documents about why prosecutors are opposed to the video conference request, as well as why Biden's legal team wants this in the first place?
Good morning, Savannah. Well, as you said, prosecutors will file a document today explaining in detail why they oppose this request. Hunter Biden's lawyers say that this is simply a matter of saving time and money, that he shouldn't have to travel across the country from his home in Los Angeles merely to utter the words not guilty in a court in Delaware, that they can do this via video conference, as has been done, particularly since the pandemic, very often in these cases. And so we'll just have to see what the judge rules.
Ken, while we have you, I want to switch gears a little bit. Attorney General Merrick Garland is expected to appear before the House Judiciary Committee later today. This is to face questions over his oversight of the Justice Department. Still sort of related here because we assume the Hunter Biden investigation will likely be a part of this hearing. What are you looking for today in this hearing?
Absolutely, Savannah. The Hunter Biden probe will be a big part of what Republicans are raising at this hearing. This is an annual oversight hearing. We got an early look at some of Merrick Garland's prepared remarks, and he's going to push back as aggressively as I've seen him do against Republican charges that the DOJ has been politicized. He's going to say, I'm not the president's lawyer, and I'm not taking orders from Congress about who to prosecute either. And more than that, he's going to point out that some of the rhetoric, particularly coming from the Republican side, has led, in his view, to threats against line prosecutors and line FBI agents. And he says that's really dangerous and it shouldn't happen. Particularly, his point is that people like him, the Attorney General, they're used to the slings and arrows of partisan fights, but that it shouldn't imperil the safety of public servants who are just trying to do their jobs, which is something that's happened and we've reported on. There's been a huge uptick in threats against the FBI and against the Justice Department since these investigations of Donald Trump have heated up. Savannah.
All right, Ken Delaney, thank you very much for your reporting.
Now to the United Auto Workers strike. The union is setting a new deadline for a deal with the big three automakers, or else the strike could expand. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Day 5 on strike and a new deadline.
This is our generation's defining moment, so be ready to stand up.
United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain now demanding America's big three car companies, GM, Ford, and Chrysler owner Stellantis, give up major ground, or he says come noon Friday, this targeted strike at 3 plants will expand. All 3 companies say they want this resolved quickly.
We'll continue to sit at the table, work through things, try to find the common ground.
Among the union's demands, 40% pay hikes, each company offering roughly 20% raises. Ford and GM could each lose $40 million in profits per week, more if the union expands the strike to more plants. The impact already rippling through the industry. Some parts suppliers say they'll have to lay people off, something the CEO at Michigan's Cascade Die Casting is scrambling to avoid.
We're going to go to our people and sit down with them and ask for volunteers to take time off. We expect that the strike could impact as many as 50 to 100 employees. And those are all people that have families to feed.
Among the 13,000 auto workers on strike, Jacob Deshawn, now stuck at home instead of heading to his shift at Ford.
I want to be on the line, making vehicles.
The union promising $500 a week. The father of 2 says it's not nearly enough.
I needed the money, so this strike is not helping me at all in any way.
And sources tell NBC News former President Trump is now expected to travel here and speak to auto workers in the Detroit area next week. UAW responding to that, saying they are fighting, quote, an economy that enriches people like Donald Trump at the expense of workers. Back to you.
All right, Maggie Vespa in Michigan. Maggie, thank you so much.
Well, speaking of strikes, the Writers Guild of America is set to resume negotiations with Hollywood studios today.
The union made the announcement on Monday that it would be returning to the bargaining table. The strike, this one began on May 2nd, now entering its 141st day. Joining us now to discuss, entertainment journalist and pop culture expert Brian Balthazar. Brian, good to have you with us. Negotiations, bargaining table. We haven't heard those words in a while when it comes to this strike. So what can we expect from WGA resuming negotiations with the production studios?
Right. So this is encouraging, to say the least. The first thing they really do is start to read the room, basically. They come into the room and say, are we ready to actually talk? And then I think we're seeing some indication that they are. You know, the WGA, at least the news that they were going to be having this conversation, said, don't expect to hear from us for a few days unless we have something to tell you. So you can already see there's a tone that there's going to be some negotiations and some hints of perhaps some progress. They believe they have some progress on the number of writers. Some possible agreements about AI could be in the works. But the one real standoff is about residuals, but we have seen, and there's some reporting, that the Alliance has provided some streaming data China, but they're saying this is for use in a negotiation 3 years from now. So that's still the wild, wild west of this negotiation. There's also one more thing about one-step and two-step deals, and that's the number of times a writer touches a script. They're entitled to a payment for each time they go back and rewrite. So there's a promise of some progress. There's some hope.
Brian, a lot of this, of course, is unfolding over the summer where things are sort of quiet anyway on TV show sets, things like that. But as we're heading into the fall, there's been some drama and there's been some backlash as shows start to return amidst the strike. Yesterday, there were writers striking, picketing outside of ABC's The View. There was a lot of drama this week with Drew Barrymore, back and forth about her show coming back. Ultimately, it's not. Bill Maher, same thing. What are writers saying about all of this?
Well, you know, interestingly, last week we would have probably thought that the studios had the advantage. But this week now, with Drew backing down, the talk has backed down. Jennifer Hudson and Kelly Clarkson also putting things on hold, Bill Maher as well. And so now the union has actually gained some momentum, seeing that they're going to be some larger effects and some larger unity among people who you thought may have tried to find some workarounds to get their shows going. The union is really excited about what they've seen the past week, and they think it gives them a little bit of an edge going into this room.
So, Brian, we know that we're going to have the writers going back to negotiations. Where do things stand with the actors right now? Any progress there, or is there sort of this like unspoken theory that maybe the writers go first and the actors will go after that?
That is exactly right. They're going to be watching very closely to see if the studios are negotiating with the writers in good faith, to see if there's an indication. Because some of the things they do have in common, their concerns about AI, their concerns about streaming residuals. So they're going to see if there's any good faith efforts here. But the truth is even if the Writers Guild does come to an agreement, only a handful of things like those talk shows we just talked about are going to come back. The actors are still going to be, if they don't come to an agreement, holding everything at bay until they come to an agreement. But Marvel Studios, the graphic artists have now agreed to join an international union. So those visual effects artists could also be another step in this ongoing problem that many of these workers are having with studios in general.
And they are essential to those movies. So
Seriously. Brian Balthazar, thank you very much. Maybe we'll have some news soon.
We'll see. Yeah. All right, so the fall equinox, I believe, is this weekend. Yeah, temperatures heating up for some parts of the country.
There you go. Oh my gosh, are you a meteorologist? Angie Lassman
just read a calendar.
Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Joe's exactly right. We are heading towards late September, so that means we're heading into astronomical fall. It's already meteorological fall, but if you look in parts of the Midwest and northern plains, it really doesn't look like it. Even down through the south, temperatures into the 90s. Once again, it's been relentless for the heat across parts of the south, especially Texas. Today, you're going to head to the mid-90s, but look as far north as Minneapolis. We're mid-80s. These temperatures are more like, say, July than late September. Chicago will head to 80 degrees, 85 for Memphis. So overall, running about 5 to 10, even 15 degrees above normal for today. As we look ahead to tomorrow across the same region, not much improvement. If you're looking for cooler, more fall-like conditions, we'll still stay into the low 80s in Minneapolis, upper 70s in Milwaukee. Not a horrible temperature. It'll still be a fairly nice kind of day temperature-wise, but just warmer than it should be for this time of year across places like Des Moines, North Platte, Kansas City, all running a little warm. As we head into the end of the work week and into our upcoming weekend, we kind of settle into this really mild pattern across that same region, upper 70s to low 80s for Chicago. For the weekend plans, Cincinnati hits the mid-80s on Friday and then kind of bottoms out into those low 80s for Saturday and Sunday. A little farther to the east, we'll be dealing with rain this weekend, and it'll kind of moderate out our temperatures, but even still mid-70s across the board for a lot of spots here as we get into Friday through Sunday. Now, talking about rain in the short term, we're looking towards the center of the country. That's where we have the chance for some showers, some thunderstorms, and because of that, we'll be watching for a few of them to maybe be on the stronger side. We're talking wind gusts, 60 miles per hour, maybe inch-size hail. The tornado threat is fairly low, so we won't be worried about that, but we're also going to see the potential for some heavy rainfall. We could have some flooding concerns with this, with some of these amounts totaling 1 to 2 inches for the more widespread region, but up to 4 inches as we get through Thursday. This is centered around portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma, that same region that we're looking at for those stronger storms. And we've got to talk tropics because, yes, we still have Category 2 Hurricane Nigel and an area that we're watching off the coast of Africa. But notice that kind of area of disturbed weather, some showers, some thunderstorms that's trying to develop into a low off the southeast coast. Now, this is going to leave us with some soggy conditions really Thursday through Sunday along the East Coast. Coast. As we get into tomorrow, the low pressure likely to form there, but the rain is going to be drenching for parts of Florida and Georgia. And we'll kind of see that rain work its way up the East Coast, impacting parts of the Carolinas, maybe a low kind of separating and moving a little farther to the north. But either way, this means rain for parts of the mid-Atlantic and even the Northeast. So Boston to Charleston, I know this is what you want to hear for your Saturday plans. Unfortunately, though, we could see some good amounts of rain in some spots that need it. Widespread areas, maybe 4 to 6 inches. But of course, notice Cape Hatteras, we could see upwards of 3, maybe 5 inches. So it'll be a soggy kind of couple of days. Maybe movies.
No one on the coast will be ignored. Everyone's getting
everyone's getting a little bit of that rain. Our lawns will be happy, I suppose.
Exactly.
All right, there you go. Angie, thank you so much.
Of course.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, money on the mind with gas prices on the rise and an interest rate decision expected today. We'll break down what it all means for you and your bottom line.
But first, Paradise Lost, why survivors of the Maui wildfires say they're being displaced again. After the break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all of your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest out of Maui, where many who lost their homes have been living in hotels. Well, now some say they're being told they have to leave those hotels in a matter of days. This comes as Hawaii's governor ramps up efforts to reopen the area for tourism. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has the latest.
In the weeks since the deadly Maui fires, confusion over where to live and for how long has been a pressing issue for thousands of displaced residents.
We're all scrambling to try to find another place.
Charles Nahale lost his home in the fire. He's since been living in government-provided housing at the Sands of Kahana Resort. but says he just received a letter from the hotel management company saying the unit he's been living in won't be available after September 30th.
A real disgrace for all of us that are at this place and lost everything.
The letter obtained by Hawaii News Now says that housing opportunities would be provided until at least October 30th at Kahana Villas Resort, Gardens at West Maui Resort, and Maui Beach Resort in Kahai. But Nahali says he's received no more information about alternative housing. The hotel management company did not respond to our request for comment, but writes on their website, with services and amenities slowly returning to our West Maui resorts, we are gradually welcoming back reservations in October per the governor's instruction. The issue of displacement and relocation, a major point of contention for residents across the island, with more than 7,000 people housed in 40 hotels. Governor Josh Green says he's now working to reopen West Maui for tourists on October 8th.
We're going to do what we can to house the 7,415 people that are currently in hotel rooms, move them into long-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental and you'd like to participate, contact us. We would love to rent that for 18 months. We want everyone to get housing for a long time as we rebuild.
But for people like Charles, the push to welcome back tourists to their embattled island comes with concern and confusion, as they're left to wonder yet again if they'll still have a roof over their heads.
Our thanks to Aaron McLaughlin for that reporting. A source from the governor's office told NBC News these hotels were always meant to be temporary solutions, and they say they're still working on long-term options.
Absolutely, we'll keep covering that. Let's get you to some international headlines now, starting with another wave of violence in the West Bank.
NBC's foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with that and other world news. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. That's right. Trouble in the West Bank overnight. 3 Palestinians killed in an Israeli military raid on the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank. Another 20 injured, according to Palestinian health officials. The Israeli military said it carried out a drone attack there. And there was trouble in Gaza as well, where 1 Palestinian was killed. The Israeli military only saying that rioters had gathered next to the border fence and explosive devices had been detonated. In Libya, protests. Demonstrators in flood-ravaged Derna are demanding those in power step down a week after those torrential rains caused 2 dams to collapse, killing thousands. People there are now facing new dangers, if you can believe it, including landmines that washed up in those floods. And for the first time, scientists have recovered RNA from an extinct animal. The genetic material came from a 130-year-old Tasmanian tiger specimen in Sweden. One researcher called this groundbreaking because we used to think only DNA could be extracted from ancient animal samples. This shows you can also get usable RNA, and that will help scientists better understand some of these long extinct animal species. Joe and Savannah, the next step is to try to extract RNA from a woolly mammoth. Could it mean they're coming back?
Ooh.
We don't know. Maybe.
Wow. Sounds like a movie plot. All right.
Wow, I know. And how interesting looking is the Tasmanian tiger?
No kidding.
Who knew? Kelly Kobiea, thank you so much.
Coming up, violence in the stands. When we come back, what we're learning about a fan fight at Sunday night's Patriots game that left 1 man dead.
And trial by fire, an eye-opening expose shedding light on the impacts of climate change on California's firefighters. We will go behind the scenes with the reporter shining a spotlight on those on the front lines. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people
people should be on the lookout for.
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. The death of a Patriots fan is now under investigation by the Massachusetts State Police after a fight erupted in the stands at Gillette Stadium during Sunday night's game. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Llamas has more on this story.
Massachusetts State Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event. What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
Our thanks to Tom Llamas for that reporting.
Here in New York, it is Climate Week. NBC News is also focusing on this topic through our series, The Climate Challenge. So we wanted to highlight some award-winning reporting on this issue.
That's right. Cal Matters reporter Julie Cart has just won what's called a Covering Climate Now award. They highlight incredible climate journalism from all over the world. And Julie won for her series, Trial by Fire. It highlights the devastating impact that climate disasters like California's mega fires can have on the first responders that are on those front lines. Take a listen.
The trauma that I see in a fire station, or I saw in a fire station every day, was somebody being told they weren't going home. And now they have to, their whole family, whatever they had going on, doesn't matter. There's suicidal ideology in half of our employees right now. And much of that is because they don't get to go home, and when they are home, they're not.
Julie Cart joins us now on this. Julie, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Our colleague Al Roker and I have had the pleasure of hosting these awards, and it's so important to be shining a light on the important work that is happening in this space. So we really appreciate your time this morning. As you just heard there, one of the lines that stuck with me about your coverage was that these firefighters leave the fire lines, but the fire never leaves them. Walk us through what it is that they are dealing with when it comes to the mental health when they walk away from dealing with a crisis like this.
Well, you're right, Savannah. The trauma just stays with them, and one firefighter described you're a bucket, and there's drop, 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 and then it overflows at some point. So they have a lifetime or a career of trauma. Sometimes it's one thing they see that's horrific, or it's a series of things, and it's exacerbated by fatigue and never getting to go home and all the other problems that, that they experience.
From all your reporting on this issue, is there one thing that just stands out to you most, that just follows you, that you think about often?
I wondered why people talk to me, to be honest. This is a very private thing. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stigma associated with mental health issues. Trauma and PTSD is notoriously difficult to understand. So these are kind of private and secret stories, that things they're experiencing. So I kept thinking, why are you opening up to me and telling me these private things? But they wanted every single person who talked to me, as difficult as it was for them, said, I don't want anyone to go through what I went through.
Oh, wow. Are they getting the support they need, these firefighters?
They would say no. As anyone who is lucky enough to have health insurance understands, you have to work through the bureaucracy. It has to be identified as a problem. And that's very difficult to find a competent professional who can diagnose that. Then if you live in a rural area, where many of wildland firefighters in California do, you have to find someone who can help you. You have to go through workers' compensation. So no, not really.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the fact that this is not going to get better, it is only going to get worse. I lived in California 10 years ago when this was really starting to accelerate and ramp up, and we've only seen it grow more and more intense every year. Is that on their minds? What are the biggest worries looking ahead as this continues?
Well, in your intro, it said mega fires. We now have gigafires, million-acre fires. You really don't fight them. You wait for weather to come in, or hopefully it rains. So it's the size of fires, it's the unpredictability, it's the frequency. And here we are in October, and in Southern California, the fire season will just start.
I also think it's so powerful in your reporting, because a lot of times when we see these effects of climate change, they're somewhere far away from the United States. This is something that's happening in our backyard that maybe will help people really start to understand the problem. Julie Cart, thank you so much, and congratulations
Pleasure.
on the award. I call them the Oscars of climate change. So congratulations on your fantastic reporting. Coming up, we're having a conversation about inflation ahead of today's interest rate announcement by the Fed, what you need to know, and how another hike could impact your wallet.
Plus, from early birds to gym rats, why researchers now say the secret to weight loss is waking up early and working out. So maybe you're doing that right now. You're watching Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show. It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you
allegations of Russian war content.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expeditions you need.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, the summer travel season may be behind us now, but we are still shelling out more when we go to the gas pump.
AAA says the national average is now $3.87 a gallon. That's actually up 3 cents from a week ago and up 20 cents from this time last year. This comes as we're expecting a decision today from the Federal Reserve about interest rates. NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to cover it all for us. So let's start with gas prices. Typically, they go down after Labor Day. This year, we're seeing the opposite. Why is that?
Yeah, well, it's kind of a mix of a few factors, right? There's been production cuts from Saudi Arabia and Russia, major international oil producers. There's also some issues with refineries here in the United States on the West Coast. All of this is pushing gas prices higher, as you mentioned, to a national average of $3.87 a gallon. Some in California are seeing over $6 a gallon, but some perspective is helpful. We're not yet at the highs that we saw, which was last year, where the national average was somewhere closer to $5 a gallon.
Can we expect it to get better anytime soon?
Well, the expectation is that barrels of oil prices will likely continue to go up because the factors that I just mentioned are not yet to alleviate. But again, we'll have to see, because there is something called the shift to the winter mix, where the type of gas changes, which usually contributes to a lowering of prices between that Labor Day period. But again, we'll have to see whether or not they offset each other.
And what about the interest rate? Let's talk about that. We are expecting to hear more on that today. What are you going to be looking out for?
Yeah, so the Federal Reserve expected to make another decision on interest rates later on today, the announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern time. The expectation is for the Fed not to raise interest rates any further. They're looking at what's happening in the economy and saying, okay, well, we've already made borrowing costs so high over the last year and a half. We're all feeling that in the form of high mortgage rates, high credit card rates, high small business rates. So for that reason, the Federal Reserve is likely to say today, well, let's just take a pause and see what the bite of all the cumulative effects of those interest rate hikes has been, to see if inflation goes down further. We've already seen progress of the rate of inflation coming down from 9 to 6 to 4 to 3%. Whether or not that last mile to get to their target of 2%, that remains to be seen, which is the reason why we'll listen in for that commentary. As
I was say, after that decision is made, we always then hear from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell, and we're listening, right, for the little nuggets or the hints of what's to come. What will you be listening for from him?
Yeah, well, what is interesting, which these meetings are pre-scheduled, by the way, this comes at a time where we're facing a potential government shutdown in just a week or so, in addition to this UAW strike, which began last week. So any sort of commentary from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jay Powell, over how does that impact the way that he's thinking about whether or not that makes the inflationary or the unemployment story any different. We have to remember, inflation is bad. Unemployment still looks really good, 3.8%. That's near historical lows. So these little dark horse kind of economic events are something that are very much going to be in focus in that press conference.
Brian Chung covering it all for us. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Now for what else is making financial headlines, including another possible auto strike avoided in Canada.
CNBC's Silvana Henao was with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, so Ford says it's making contingency plans if the United Auto Workers expands its strike to more plants. The plans include shipping parts to keep vehicles on the road, especially for first responders and other essential services. Ford also reaching a last-minute deal to avoid a strike at its operations in Canada. The company has 3 factories in the country, which make the Ford Edge and the Lincoln Nautilus. Shoppers may have some trouble finding Clorox cleaning products in stores, but it's not because of the pandemic. It's due to a cyber attack. Clorox saying this week damage to its internal systems is hurting its ability to process orders. In some cases, the company is handling orders manually. Clorox expects to move back to normal operations next week. Companies on Facebook and Instagram will soon be able to buy a blue check to get exclusive features and support. It's similar to a program Meta announced for creators earlier this year. Businesses can buy verification for $22 a month on one platform or $35 for both. They'll get added account security features and troubleshooting. They'll also get increased visibility in searches and the ability to have multiple employees chat with and respond to customers, guys.
All right,
let's see how many businesses buy into that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. All right, thanks, Savannah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, well, exercising in the morning may be key to losing weight. That is according to a new study published in the Journal of Obesity.
The study looked at data from the CDC that examined the exercise patterns of more than 5,000 people. That survey found people who worked out between 7 and 9 a.m. had less body fat compared with those who worked out later in the day.
Exactly the hours we're busy,
Exactly.
so too bad for us.
We should do the show on a treadmill.
Yeah, let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for more on this. Dr. Azar, great to see you. Okay, so obviously this is not a study we can just go ahead and run with, but tell us what it found.
Well, yeah, and I always at the outset, you're going to say to people that any exercise you do is the right exercise you do no matter when in the day you do it, because some people can't do it in the morning.
Right.
And I would also say that this was not like that randomized controlled trial that said definitively this is related to the time that you're exercising, because what they found was that the people who did have the lower body mass index, they also ate less throughout the day. Like, there might be some other confounding factors, right? But if you think of yourself, well, is there a biological reason for it? Well, yeah, the authors give us 4 different reasons for why this could happen. One is that if you get it over with in the morning, you're more likely to do it every single day, and it's consistent. The other thing is that there is something called like your molecular clock, that something with metabolism and also burning fat may have something to do with it. And then finally, if you exercise in the morning, you're revved up your metabolism, so you're kind of burning calories throughout the day. That's what they say.
So you mentioned the fact that some of these people who work out early might be taking in fewer calories. I want to ask, are there other factors that might contribute to lower BMI? I'm also thinking tobacco and alcohol, too.
Well, right. And so that's where we get into, wow, oh my goodness, our understanding of weight and obesity has changed so much in the last couple of decades, meaning that we used to think it was this simple equation of calories in versus calories out. And then we really woke up in the last couple of years and said, that's not all there is, right? Genetics plays a big part. Your environment plays a big part, but other things that can also contribute to inability to lose weight is your gut, the microbiome, a huge. Are you eating enough prebiotics? Take a look at your medicine cabinet. Maybe there are medications that are contributing to your inability to lose weight. And then, of course, the behavioral things we talk about. Maybe you're actually snacking a little more than you think you are. Maybe you're actually, like trying to do a good job and then you're so hungry at night. So I think you do have to examine your behavior. It is. So at the end of the day, I think the messaging from a study like this is really simple. This is really cool, right? I mean, it'd be great if we could really hang our hats on one thing and prescribe exercise at a certain time and say, this really shows that this is going to help you lose weight. But my parting message, again, is what I started with. And that is whenever in the day you can fit in that exercise is better than no exercise at all. This is food for thought, pun intended. But and I end on, it's not just about exercise, right? It's also what you're eating throughout the day that's going to make a big difference in terms of your ability to lose weight.
So this doesn't have to be like bad news for us or for anybody who can't do this in the morning.
No, it's really not. I think the one thing that I think is kind of cool about it from that biological perspective is like this whole concept of like when you're sleeping at night, you're fasting. Right? So you're in sort of that like keto burn. So it kind of makes sense that your body is more likely to be burning fat in the morning when you haven't eaten for the last 8 to 10 hours, right? That's kind of like the concept behind intermittent fasting. So I think it's kind of neat, and I think there is what we would say biological plausibility that the timing itself is the reason that people had a lower body mass index. But I have a long list of confounding factors. Like there are a lot of other things that they couldn't account for that could also be contributing to some of these results. So take it with a grain of salt.
And I was just thinking, last night I went home from a movie when I didn't work out, but I noticed so many people were leaving the gym at 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night.
Totally.
Great, right? I mean, if that's when it works for you.
You're not going to stop doing that just because of this study. But the science of exercise physiology and metabolism, and it's all evolving. And the more we know and the more we learn, the better for all of us. But the take home is, If your only time you can exercise is at 8 o'clock at night, continue to do so. But if you can try to do it in the morning, maybe there's something to it.
All right, Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming up, they are saving the world one banana peel at a time.
One company on a mission to make fashion cruelty-free and sustainable. You won't believe how. We'll show you next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list. Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions you live
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky are giving us our first look at their newborn son, Riot Rose. In the photo posted on Instagram by photographer Miles Diggs, you can see the couple posing with Riot Rose, who's wearing a cute little pink outfit. Also in the pic, their first son, 1-year-old Rizza. Riot Rose was born in early August. Of course, Rihanna teased her second pregnancy in February during her Super Bowl halftime show, rubbing her stomach and revealing her bump during the performance. I guess this is final confirmation.
I know, right? So exciting. We love when we get some Rihanna news. I feel like it's so sparse. You know, we've all been waiting for that album.
She likes to put it out there.
Forever.
Yeah, when she's ready.
Exactly. Well, we love it. Thanks, Joe. Well, we end the hour with one company's efforts to conserve the earth. A new startup based out of India is trying to solve two of the country's biggest pollution problems by creating vegan leather out of banana waste. The company is called Banofi, and its founder says her mission is to protect the planet and create cruelty-free fashion. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin has more on their impact.
It looks like leather, feels like leather, but no, it's not traditional leather. It's Banofi, a plant-based leather alternative made almost entirely of banana waste.
The company that I founded is a climate tech startup that takes banana crop waste from farms and upcycles it and converts it into a sustainable leather alternative.
CEO Janali Modi founded her company Banofi only a year and a half ago while still a full-time grad student at Yale University. Her goal, solve multiple problems with one solution. First, by tackling the excessive amount of banana crop waste found in her native country of India.
The banana plant only fruits once. So every time it fruits, the entire tree has to be cut and replanted. And this is just a lot of waste. India is the largest producer of bananas, and that's about 120 million tons of waste every year.
And second, by creating a product that challenges the leather industry.
It isn't as durable as animal leather, so we've been very conscious about designing something that will biodegrade more than a material that will last forever.
Banofi leather isn't 100% biodegradable, 20% still composed of synthetic materials.
You're trying to reduce the number of added materials and synthetics in the product. How do you hope to do that?
It is a process of finding alternatives that naturally occur, that like plant-based dyes from flowers, for example. The focus going forward is to make it 100% bio-based and biodegradable.
The global market for vegan leather is the biggest it's ever been, valued at almost $40 billion in 2022. But some experts, like circular economy professor Alicia Garmalevich, says most vegan leather alternatives are made of plastics. Some believe they're just as harmful to the environment as leather.
So it's plastic that won't biodegrade, that accumulates and creates microplastics. We need other solutions that are good for the planet, that can biodegrade after end of life. And Banofi is one of those solutions.
Jan Lowe, CEO of the luxury bag brand Lowe & Sons, is currently in the process of developing a bag with Banofi, connecting with the startup's commitment to innovation.
So why do you think your mission aligns with Janali's?
She's not taking the shortcut to use PVC, for example, to make it feel better. She's really exploring these really innovative ways and different combinations of natural materials to make that feel really nice and premium.
Janali says that while Banofi might not solve climate change by itself, picking a space and driving change is still important progress.
Sometimes it's just a step in the right direction. It's not a perfect solution, and it'll take time to get there. So invest in some of those semi-perfect solutions so they can make it perfect.
Maya Eaglin, NBC News.
What an incredible concept.
Yeah, very cool. Think about that the next time I'm eating a banana, too.
I know, right?
Think about what can be done with this.
And we've had really cool climate-related coverage this morning, especially as we're in Climate Week.
A great benefit of Climate Week is raising awareness about all these things. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, call for action at the UN General Assembly. The war in Ukraine taking center stage at the World Forum as Presidents Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky look to rally support in the conflict against Russia. Both Biden and Zelensky address global leaders calling for unity among UN members. President Biden urging world leaders not to abandon Ukraine.
That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom.
Is it enough to revive fading support for the war? Also this morning, ripple effect. Still no signs of a resolution as the United Auto Workers strike drags into a sixth day. Detroit's big three automakers facing a new Friday deadline, with the union threatening more walkouts if their demands are not met. But now it's forcing some companies to resort to layoffs. How it could impact your bottom line and America's broader economy. Plus, drone war. Ukraine is taking its warfare against Russia to the air, converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. We're getting rare access to one of Ukraine's secret drone laboratories. And coming out in country, in the latest edition of our Flipping the Script series, we're catching up with country music star Brooke Eden. We're going to talk to her about her new album, marrying her longtime girlfriend, and staying true to her authentic self, despite being told it would destroy her career. Really, it has not destroyed her career, and she will be here live to speak with us. Looking forward to that conversation. We begin here in New York as world leaders convene for another day at the UN General Assembly.
That's right. Yesterday, President Biden addressed the forum, touching on a wide range of topics, everything from climate change, artificial intelligence, and the war in Ukraine. The president is calling on members to back Ukraine in its fight against Russia at a time when support is weakening. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
Hey there. President Biden delivered a rousing defense of democracy, called climate change an existential threat, and said artificial intelligence holds both enormous potential and enormous peril. But the president's main focus was on Ukraine, urging the world to stand by Ukraine or else risk further aggression from Russia.
We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
In an impassioned speech, President Biden urged world leaders to stay united behind Ukraine, warning of dire consequences if Russia's aggression goes unchecked.
If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected?
With growing calls in the U.S. and abroad to withhold additional aid to Ukraine, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky appearing in person this year to warn other leaders Russia could target them next.
The goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into a weapon against you, against the international rules-based order.
Today at the UN Security Council, Zelensky will present his peace plan, calling for a full Russian withdrawal and payment of reparations to rebuild his devastated country. Tomorrow, Zelensky will travel to Washington to meet with President Biden at the White House and plead with Congress to continue its military support. But Republicans are deeply divided over the Biden administration's request for an additional $24 billion for Ukraine.
Where's the accountability on the money we already spent? What is the plan for victory?
But the consequences of pulling the plug on Ukraine are enormous. It will lead to more war, not less.
It comes as the U.S. unveils a new round of sanctions on Iran, targeting the production of Iranian drones used by Russia against Ukraine. One day after the U.S. sanctioned Iran's former president and other Iranian officials for imprisoning Americans, including the 5 detainees freed Tuesday, who returned to an emotional homecoming after years of captivity.
We've been apart for 8 years, and finally we're together, and it's just completely unbelievable.
As part of that deal, the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian money that the White House says can only be used for humanitarian purposes. Republicans are blasting the deal, arguing it will only lead to more Americans being wrongfully detained. Back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you.
And just moments ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was on the Today Show and spoke with Savannah Guthrie on a wide range of topics, from the deal made to get the American prisoners out of Iran to the latest on the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
Price on their heads.
Well, first, Savannah, it was incredibly powerful and emotional to get these Americans back. I was on the phone with them after they touched down in Doha, their first port of call before coming back to be reunited with their families, one after more than 8 years in an Iranian prison. And for me, my number one responsibility around the world is to help Americans who are in trouble, and particularly those who are being unjustly held in jails anywhere. I want to bring them home. Now, in this particular case, what's so important to understand is that the monies that were freed up were Iranian funds that they had gotten from the sale of oil that were stuck in a bank and that from day one have been exempt from our sanctions. In other words, the Iranians have always had the right to use those funds for humanitarian purposes. We moved them from one bank account to another in another country with very clear controls on them to make sure that they could only be used for humanitarian purposes. Not a single taxpayer dollar is involved. Nothing is going into Iran itself. This is all for humanitarian purposes. So I think in order to get Americans home, that was a pretty good deal.
This week, of course, is Ukraine. President Zelensky addressed the UN General Assembly. He's coming to Washington, hat in hand, looking to secure more funding. He's going to face skeptics.
Savannah, what we've seen to date is very strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. And there's a good reason for that. It's the right thing to do. We see the horrific abuses being committed by the Russians against Ukrainians going back more than a year and a half. And I think that's something that Americans respond to. But it's not only the right thing to do, it's the necessary thing to do in our interests. Because if we allow these kind of aggressions to go forward with impunity, if we allow Putin to get away with this, then it is open season for any would-be aggressor to do the same thing. Putin wouldn't stop there himself. And then others in other parts of the world are looking to see, can he get away with this? And if he can, maybe so can I. And that's a recipe for a world of conflict. That's a recipe for a world that inevitably creates bad things that are going to hurt Americans, not just the countries in question.
Does this seem a war that will just go on for years? I mean, is that the expectation?
Well, first, it's important to note this. Putin's already failed in what he was trying to achieve. Because remember, Savannah, his goal was to erase Ukraine from the map, to end its status as an independent country, to subsume it into Russia. That has failed. Now, exactly where the lines are drawn, that's going to be up to the Ukrainians. But there's a big difference here. Ukrainians are fighting for their own country, for their own land, for their own future. The Russians are not. At the end of the day, I think that is the biggest difference maker.
And I've got to ask you about the images we saw Kim Jong-un traveling to Russia, walking with Putin. What are these two up to? And can the U.S. do anything to stop, for example, Kim Jong-un supplying weapons or arms support to Russia?
It speaks, first and foremost, to a certain amount of desperation on the part of Russia that it has to go to regimes like the one in North Korea, or Iran for that matter, to try desperately to get the weapons, the technology that sanctions, export controls that we and many other countries have imposed.
But if he's got willing partners there with Iran, North Korea, and those alliances are deepening, isn't that a pretty big concern?
We are looking and taking action to try to disrupt that, to break that up wherever we can. But Russia is in a world of hurt as a result of the actions that Vladimir Putin has taken.
Let's talk more about the war in Ukraine, where this morning we are getting a look inside a secret lab where some of Ukraine's cheapest but most useful weapons are made. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
Outgunned by Russian artillery and waiting for more supplies from the United States, Ukraine has been forced to improvise and created a fleet of modified drones. This has become a drone war. And we were given rare access to one of Ukraine's secretive drone laboratories. It looks like Q's workshop in a Bond movie. Engineers take apart store-bought drones and hack them to extend range and remove software that restricts flight paths and reveals locations. Ukrainians have become the world's experts at converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. Georgy Volkov started the unit. He worked in marketing before the war and had never owned a drone.
This one, big one, it's a heavy bomber to bring some interesting gifts to Russians.
How heavy are we talking about? How much could this drop? Enough to blow up a tank?
Yeah, easily.
And they're just as creative and lethal with 3D printing.
Here we have some custom bombs also. We rebuilt it by our engineers.
These
here
are bombs?
inside.
These little plastic things?
Yep.
Ukraine uses drones to track Russian troops and bomb them, but you need to be close. Dima Melnik flies a racing drone that can now send 2 pounds of explosive about 6 miles at over 100 miles an hour. Last month, Dima was wounded by Russian fire. Now he's back in the fight.
Do you think Ukraine is going to win this war? And what does winning even mean for you?
Of course we will win. Victory is not giving up, he says.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that reporting.
Yeah, very powerful. Well, back here at home, the ripple effect from the United Autos workers' strike against Detroit's big 3 car companies is already spreading and could get worse by the end of the week.
That's because the union is threatening to expand its walkout against the automakers unless significant progress is made by Friday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside of an auto plant in Wayne, Michigan, joins us now with the latest. So, Maggie, Friday is the new deadline before we could see more walkouts. Has either side said if they feel like a deal is likely by then?
Frankly, no. I mean, if you look at the press releases from the big three and the interviews the CEOs have given, they've called talks things like constructive, and they say they're continuing to bargain in good faith and will do so up until Friday. They've also been very blunt, saying they have contingency plans for if and when these walkouts expand. The union is just talking about Friday. They're saying, barring serious progress, the words of the president in that video that was released 2 nights ago, barring any serious progress, come noon on Friday, we'll see more workers walking out of more sites. Here's the thing, guys. We don't know how many workers are set to walk out, and we don't know which sites they'll hit next. And that clearly is, it seems like, or is presumably a tactic to keep the big three guessing. So it's really, we're anticipating on Friday kind of learning the union's next move, and everybody wondering in the meantime, of course, how big this could get, and then sort of by virtue of that, how long this could go on. So a lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty as this thing seems to drag on, guys.
And Maggie, also help us understand just how big this could get, like, beyond the auto industry. I mean, are we seeing ripple effects through businesses, industries because of this strike?
We are. So U.S. Steel actually posting, this is kind of the first one that we noticed on its website, a statement saying that they were going to have to, in their words, idle a blast furnace at a St. Louis area plant. What does that mean? Well, the local steel union telling our affiliate, a lot of support this morning, as you can hear, telling our affiliate KSDK that they believe up to 350 workers at that plant will have to be at least temporarily laid off. I also talked to the CEO of a Michigan-based parts supplier. And again, these are suppliers. These are companies that make products independently and then sell them to the big three to be used in plants like these. That Michigan-based company, the CEO telling me starting next week, he's going to be asking for volunteers on his staff to just step away from their jobs, stop taking a paycheck. Up to 100 people, he says, he'll need to take that offer to kind of keep them afloat. Again, as this strike looms, they don't expect this thing also to wrap up anytime soon.
Yeah, and Maggie, remind us what the main sticking points are here and what it is the union is asking for.
Yeah, so a lot of these get big headlines. Like, we've heard about the 4-day work week. That is a demand from the union. The New York Times reporting that was more kind of an attempted counterbalance because they say a lot of workers work 6-7-day weeks. So they want to put an end to that. So we'll see how that plays out. Money is the big one, of course. The union is demanding a 40% raise, saying that they made major concessions during the 2008 recession that helped the big three stay afloat when the auto industry was bottoming out. There was a huge story during that time. And they say after making those concessions, they never really made up that ground and got adjusted for cost of living rates. Now the auto industry, especially during COVID, as we reported, is doing really well. So they say now it's beyond time. The big three offering roughly 20% raise, saying at this time they can't compete with foreign and non-union competitors if they were to kind of meet these demands from the union, especially at a time when everyone is racing to invest in electric vehicles, guys. So we'll see how this plays out. But again, a lot of ground to make up and a lot of support this morning.
Yeah, we can hear that. Yeah, Maggie, really great context. Thank you so much. Well, now let's get a check on your latest forecast, and it's likely going to include some rain.
Yeah, if you live on the East Coast, we've established rain likely at some point later this week. Meteorologist Angie Lastman has all the details. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what I don't like to do? I don't like to forecast rain for the weekend, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to do that in the coming days. We do have, of course, though, nice conditions along most of the East Coast, at least through this afternoon and into the evening hours. We'll see plenty of sunshine for the Northeast. A little bit of a different story if you live in the midsection of the country, specifically portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma. We'll talk about the stronger storms you could see there. Plenty of sunshine out west, places like Arizona, California, seeing lots of that sunshine and some cool and showery weather across parts of the Pacific Northwest. Now, let's take a look at your satellite and radar, because remember I said there's some thunderstorms for the middle of the country. We're already starting to see some of that rain working across that same region that we're going to see dealing with some showers, some thunderstorms, and potentially some strong storms as we get into the afternoon hours. The chances of this, not all that high, but it's still there to see some gusty winds, maybe some hail. The tornado risk is low, but even still, the rainfall will be pretty impressive as we get through at least the next 48 hours. This goes through Thursday. You can see some of those spots in parts of eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, places like Fort Smith to Tulsa, dealing with anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches of rain and upwards of maybe 3 inches of rain, up to 4 inches of rain possible across this area. So we likely will see some flooding concerns. Notice a little farther to the north, places Places like Kansas City, Wichita also going to pick up on some rain, but not quite as impressive as a little farther to the south. And yes, here's what I'm watching closely as we get closer to the weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, parts of the East Coast are going to deal with this kind of pesky low that's likely going to develop or form maybe tomorrow. It looks like it'll have subtropical characteristics, but really that doesn't matter. What matters is that it's going to bring rain to folks across the southeast as we get into Thursday. That's going to be parts of Georgia and Florida that deal with the rain from that. We'll kind of start to see this secondary low emerge here as we get closer to the weekend, but still the rain lifts with it. Places like the Carolinas going to pick up on some really heavy downpours and potentially some gusty winds. If you're planning to head to the coast over the next couple of days, we're also going to see that high surf. That's going to be an issue. Reminder to stay out of the waters because we'll have to deal with that at least through the weekend across much of this area. Here's that secondary low that I mentioned that kind of pushes all of that rain up into places. Basically from Boston down to Wilmington, we could be dealing with some rain as we get into your Saturday plans. It'll be soggy for a lot of folks and some impressive rain totals, especially the closer you get towards the coast. Notice places like Cape Hatteras can pick up on 4, maybe even 6 inches of rain. So really impressive kind of rainfall that we'll have to deal with. The farther north you go, places like New York, maybe an inch. Boston, similar story. Places like Raleigh, Richmond, also an inch of rain. Good soaking rain for some spots that need it. But of course, the flood potential will be there the farther east you go towards the coastal areas of especially the Carolinas. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine expected out west on Friday for folks there. We'll see a lot of sunshine across parts of the Northeast and the Midwest before we see that rain working in through the weekend. And again, it's the wind too. Those gusty winds will be out there. Also, more showers and thunderstorms will be expected for parts of the plains, stretching into the Midwest, and that heat, the unrelenting Texas heat. I feel so bad for our friends there, guys. Still into the upper 90s for the coming days. Places like Dallas will head to the mid 90s. So no break from the heat for our friends there. They will deal with some strong storms, though, as we get into the later part of the weekend. So a heads up about that.
Love that. Gorgeous on the left side of the mountain.
You're always pointing those out. That's for you.
And lucky them. All right, Angie, thanks so much.
Thank you, Angie. Now to the state of our economy. Today, the Federal Reserve will announce whether it's raising interest rates in the fight against inflation.
Rates are currently at a 22-year high after the Fed raised them 1/4 percentage point back in July. That means we have seen 11 interest rate hikes going back to March 2022.
We're joined by Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver with more. So, Caleb, it's looking like another rise unlikely. What's your take on this? What are you going to be watching out for today?
Yeah, there will be no increase in interest rates today. If there is, I would be very, very surprised. All signs pointing to no raise. But words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to the words that Chair Jay Powell says at the press conference after 2 p.m. when they do announce that they will not raise rates. And we'll be listening for things like the job's not over yet, inflation's still sticky high, we still have a ways to go. If he says those things, we could see another rate hike come November 1st. That's the next meeting, somewhat 41 days and 8 hours from now.
He's already got the next clock.
I'm always thinking about it.
Do you wake up, it's like Christmas, like your countdown clock ran out today?
I'm like Groundhog Day with this. I'm always waiting for the next Fed meeting, but the words matter. And then the most boring chart in the world of economics, the dot plot, the Fed summary of where they think interest rates should be over the next year or so. That actually shows a decrease in interest rates when we go all the way out into next year, but it's going to take a while. We're going to be at higher rates for longer, and that puts pressure on spending, that puts pressure on consumers and businesses.
So much of this has to do with inflation. Just remind us where we are at with the reports we've seen on inflation in terms of what these interest rate hikes have been doing.
Yeah, the most recent inflation report we got for consumer prices was about 3.8% year over year, a 3.8% increase. The increases have been in shelter, as we know. We know that mortgage rates are high, which is pushing people into the rental market, and food prices have remained sticky high. We can't avoid food and shelter prices, and those really weigh on lower income folks the most. So that's the inflation the Fed's worried about, plus wage inflation, but it's put a lot of pressure on folks, especially with these rising rates for everything we finance.
And the question then, you mentioned Christmas, is what does that mean for the holiday season? Are we getting some signs of what spending is going to look like this year?
Yeah, we're always projecting. National Association of Realtors says we're going to get a 4% increase in spending. Americans like to spend, especially around the holiday season. You may see some pullback there, but probably not on the gifts. You'll see pullback probably in transportation, travel spending, things of that nature, discretionary stuff, but we like to buy gifts for our loved ones. So I don't expect that. But just remember, we have the resumption of student loan payments coming up in October. We have a potential government shutdown in a couple of weeks. We still have high inflation, so lots of walls of worry everywhere that could pull people from spending what they want to spend this holiday season.
Also, let's talk real estate. I mean, this has been bad. Mortgage rates 22-year high, close to 8%.
Yeah.
What do buyers, sellers, everybody need to know right now?
Yeah, we're looking at a mortgage rate, 30-year fixed 6 average at around 7.69%. That is extremely high if you have awesome credit. When you look at average new car loans, 6.4%, credit card APRs, 24%. These are really high interest rates. So the housing market has been totally stuck for the past 14 months. It's going to remain stuck because mortgage rates are going to remain high, and home prices, the median home price now, $416,000. So financing at that rate, that's a big chunk of money that new home buyers cannot afford. And anybody that owns a home under 4% on a mortgage rate, they're not selling right now.
To be clear, that was really the intention here, right? The housing market needed to cool off.
Yeah, they cooled the housing market way off, although prices remain high because supply is low. But we're stuck now. No selling and buying of homes means nobody's refurbishing their homes, nobody's buying furniture, no contractors are working. So we're kind of stuck there. That needs to loosen up. That's probably a 2024 event, not a this year event.
Ripple effect there. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, bad combination. Later this hour, the new research shedding light on the impacts of smoking cigarettes and marijuana on your mental health.
Up first, though, when we come back, new questions, lots of them, about that fighter jet that crashed after its pilot ejected. You're watching Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way traditions should be.
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, there are more questions surrounding that F-35 fighter jet that disappeared over the weekend and later crashed. The Pentagon is promising transparency as a full investigation gets underway. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Indiantown, South Carolina.
Savannah, good morning. And look, this military investigation is expected to last months, maybe longer than that. We'll have to see. But right now, we have no idea why the transponder tracking this very expensive jet failed to work. Eyewitnesses that I spoke with say they saw that jet dropping down on Sunday. It became virtually inverted, in their words, as it appeared to then strike the canopy of trees in the debris field behind me.
This morning, we're learning new details about how a missing fighter jet came hurtling back to land, shaving off treetops before crash landing in a remote area. But still no explanation as to how the military managed to lose track of the $100 million aircraft or why its pilot ejected.
That will be something that they will investigate. Believe me, after every aviation mishap, the Pentagon does what the Pentagon does. They'll investigate it to try to get the answers on what happened.
When those answers come isn't clear.
Do you feel lucky today?
Oh, yeah. I feel lucky that it hit the field.
As a wider view of the wayward path shows the pilot ejecting in North Charleston, but the jet ending up 80 miles away here in Williamsburg County.
Usually airplanes, other military aircraft in which the pilot ejected, the airplane will fly for a while, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but several minutes, that is surprising.
The Marine Corps says the pilot ejected around 1:30 Sunday, and residents reported their home shaking after 2, meaning it could have been flying on autopilot for more than a half hour.
It was kind of probably 100 feet above the treetops.
Eyewitnesses Adrian and Stephen Trueluck live a few miles from the crash site and were celebrating their son's 7th birthday when they saw the jet dropping.
Almost going inverted.
The jet itself was inverted.
It was probably 3/4 of the way. We could see the canopy.
Demos of the F-35B aircraft posted by Lockheed Martin show its ability to hover and land in a vertical column. As for the Truelucks, they say they saw the plane intact and didn't think much about a boom they heard later until they saw reports of a missing fighter jet the next day.
Did you call the Marine Corps, or what calls did you make?
I did. I called, but it probably wasn't until 4 o'clock-ish. And I think they'd already zeroed in about where it was, at that point.
Hours later, the debris field was confirmed.
And nearly all of the neighbors, guys, that I spoke with say they did not learn about the missing jet until Monday. We also reached out to Lockheed Martin for comment. So far, we have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam Brock, again, so many questions, some answers there. Thank you so much.
International headlines now, starting with a ceasefire agreement just reached between Azerbaijan and ethnic Armenians.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, this one just developing this morning. Russia appears to have brokered a ceasefire between Azerbaijan and Armenian separatists after deadly military strikes by Azerbaijan on the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. It's internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but has a large Armenian population and a separatist movement there. The two sides went to war over the territory 3 years ago. Russia negotiated a ceasefire then. It looks as though Moscow has now negotiated one again this morning, both sides agreeing to halt hostilities. To Asia now, where Japan's crown prince and princess are in Vietnam to mark the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations. The 6-day visit is part of Tokyo's push to deepen ties with Southeast Asia. And now a sparkling discovery in Australia, which may lead to more extremely rare pink diamonds. Scientists studied a mine where 90% of the gems come from. They say the diamonds turned pink deep underground 1.8 billion years ago when Western and Northern Australia collided. They then used lasers to date rocks and found that the diamonds came to the surface 1.3 billion years ago when the supercontinent broke apart. So what does it mean, guys? Well, while diamonds are usually found at the center of ancient continents, pink diamonds are at the edges of ancient continents, buried under sand and soil. So start studying your ancient continents.
Yeah,
right.
We'll get right on that. We can wear it on Wednesdays, the pink diamonds,
there we
to match our outfits.
Exactly, Joe. Kelly, thank you so much. Well, coming up, tragedy at a New York daycare center after a 1-year-old boy dies and 3 other babies are hospitalized from fentanyl poisoning. The charges the center owner is now facing.
Plus, it keeps kids occupied, but at what cost? The latest research shedding light on the long-term effects of screen time on kids. This is Morning News Now.
We're
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, with the shocking death of a 1-year-old after he was allegedly exposed to opioids while inside a New York City daycare center, 2 people are now facing charges accused of keeping fentanyl inside the Bronx facility. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fentanyl crisis across this country is well known at this point, but the story of a young life claimed here in New York City is enough to send a chill down the spine of any parent.
This is a tragedy.
Federal charges against 2 suspects who prosecutors say were storing fentanyl at a daycare, killing a 1-year-old boy and hospitalizing 3 other babies, the youngest 8 months old.
But this case is different. We allege that the defendants poisoned 4 babies and killed one of them because they were running a drug operation from a daycare center. A daycare center.
The owner, Gray Mendez and Acevedo Bredo, accused of packing up and keeping large amounts of fentanyl here in the Bronx. Investigators discovering a brick of the drug on top of playmats in a closet when they arrived on the scene last week. The father of Nicholas Dominici, the 1-year-old who died, telling WNBC he was their youngest child. A lawyer for the daycare operator tells NBC News her client had no idea drugs were in the building. The daycare had just passed a surprise inspection this month. But after finding the babies unresponsive, prosecutors say Mendez tried to cover up what happened, calling her husband before 911.
And all of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
Later, allegedly deleting thousands of their text messages, according to court documents. While prosecutors say surveillance footage shows the husband entering the daycare empty-handed before police arrived, then leaving 2 minutes later with 2 full shopping bags, dashing out the back alley.
We're not going to give up. We're going to get him.
We're told those 3 young babies that did survive this incredible ordeal were all administered Narcan by first responders, and they are now all at home.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Just heartbreaking. Well, now it is time for our weekly medical checkup. You've probably heard that screen time might be harming your toddler in the long run. Well, we have a new study with more information and tips for how to limit your little one's exposure to TV.
Plus, we know some of the harm, the physical harm that smoking can do. A new study shows how it can also affect your mental health.
NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal is here to help us break all these headlines down. Hi, doctor. Always great to see you. So let's start with that TV time, screen exposure for little kids. What's new here?
So, good morning, guys. It seems like just a month ago we were talking about this, and I looked at this and kind of did a double take and realized this is the same study. It's a new study about a month apart showing the exact same thing. We need to limit our exposure to screen time, especially in our younger ones. So what this study found was they looked at kids under the age of 1, and they found how much screen time are you using and how is that going to affect you down the line. And what they found was that kids who used more screen time under the age of 1, by the time they got to age 2, by the time they got to age 3, they had problems. They had problems with motor skills. They had problems with problem solving, things that we measure in surveys. So just another study, just a month apart from when I was here a month ago, kind of confirming the same thing. So what do we do about it? Some doctor's orders, guys. Limit your screen time. So what are we talking about? If you're under the age of 2 years old, you really shouldn't be using screen time at all unless you're FaceTiming with a parent who's away. And play outside, pick up a book, try to limit those screen time. And if you're between the ages of 2 and 5, about 1 hour a day, guys, no more than that.
And if you're under 2, you really don't need any at all, right? Outside.
None at all.
Okay, that's
ideally.
All right. So a new study, it says people who use both marijuana and tobacco more likely to have mental health issues. What should we know about that?
Yeah, so this is something we've actually been reporting on in our medical team here. Kids are just using marijuana way more than they should be. I mean, you go outside of school and you see kids vaping marijuana before class. It's kind of getting out of control. And what this study found was that those who are using tobacco and marijuana at the same time, basically, using both, are having higher rates of anxiety and depression, more so than those who used just cannabis alone and more so than just who smoke cigarettes alone. So it's really those two together, and we don't know, is it the anxiety that's leading them to smoke, or is it the smoking that's causing anxiety? That's stuff we still don't know yet. Guys, doctor's orders, get physical. And what I mean by that is a lot of people use these things to cope with stress. So you want to use physical activity as a means to do that instead. Set a quit date. This one's really important, something we tell our patients all the time. Take out a calendar, go in your iPhone, circle that date that you want to quit, set it, and about 2 weeks before that quit date, you really want to start getting things moving.
All right, that's really good advice. Also, new information, stress and your heart. We know that's not good, but, stressful day at work doesn't feel good. What's it really doing to your heart?
So this one really looked at men. It found that men who are,
just kidding.
men who feel like they're working too hard and not getting rewarded have a higher risk of heart disease. Not heart attacks, but just heart disease, right? Problems in the arteries. And so, yeah, this one hits close to home for a lot of men, I think, out there. And so, the key thing here, guys, is that you want to know the signs of stress. Signs of stress at work specifically. Are you fighting with people a lot? Are you not sleeping well at night? Are you thinking about work? Are you taking work home? Those are really the problems here with stress and things that you could recognize in the workplace, maybe that don't apply to other situations. And the other thing is, if you do notice these things, you want to be proactive about it. If you recognize any of those signs, seek help. A lot of workplaces have these things in place, but definitely something you want to keep in mind for both physical and mental health.
Very, very quickly, yesterday we talked about Neffy, this alternative nasal spray to the EpiPen, but it wasn't approved. Why not?
This was really surprising. So, guys, what happened is the FDA panel recommended approval a few months ago. The FDA yesterday saying, you know what? No, we need more data. And so for those out there, this is basically an EpiPen that goes in your nose. It is not an injection. By all means, we were all expecting it to get approved. A big surprise yesterday, and really the key takeaways, they just want more data.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Dr. Akshay Sal, it was great to have you. Thank you.
Yeah. Coming up, writers and studios back at the bargaining table. We'll bring you the latest on negotiations to try and end the strikes that have crippled Hollywood.
And from the airport to the spotlight in record time, no magic carpet necessary. You'll see what we mean when we come back, how an understudy from Jasmine in the Broadway production of Aladdin made it to the stage with some help. This is Morning News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the expedition shouldn't be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. This morning, the Writers Guild is returning to the bargaining table with the AMPTP, which represents the studios and streaming services. This comes amid a months-long Hollywood shutdown impacting thousands and costing billions of dollars. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the latest.
Hey there, after 141 days, this is a big one in Hollywood. The AMPTP and the WGA will sit down for the first formal negotiations in a month, and the stakes are high. Not only could these talks shape the future of the business of Hollywood, more importantly, they will affect the livelihood of the hundreds of thousands of people who work in and around the entertainment industry.
Today, a pivotal moment in the months-long strike in Hollywood.
What do we want? Fair pay!
The WGA representing more than 11,000 writers, and the AMPTP representing streaming services in studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, sitting down for a face-to-face meeting.
I mean, anytime you're actually sitting at the table, something can happen. If you're not talking, nothing can happen.
The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence. Negotiations are resuming amid the strike that has shut down the entertainment industry for more than 4 months. Writers pacing the picket line since the beginning of May. Many say they're facing financial distress.
People are losing houses. People are losing their car. People are needing to go to food banks.
In a letter to its members, the Writers Guild writing in part, "Our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible." A source familiar with negotiations telling NBC News talks are expected to last several days, and the AMPTP is not expected to have revised its previous offer made in August, which is the last time the two sides met, a meeting that was not productive. The impact of the combined WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes is being felt across the country. The most recent U.S. jobs report showed a monthly decrease of 17,000 jobs in the motion picture and sound recording industries.
I don't know how I'm going to pay these last 2 months' rent.
And Hollywood's shutdown is now hurting other sectors like hospitality, trucking, and dry cleaning businesses, costing the state's economy more than $5 billion. California's Governor Gavin Newsom hasn't been on the picket lines, but he says he's paying close attention. His office telling NBC News while not involved in the talks, Newsom has been engaged in conversations with both sides. He's encouraged they are talking and is hopeful for a resolution. With fall TV schedules feeling the fallout, mostly filled with unscripted programming, all eyes will be on these meetings, including the people behind talk shows that were scheduled to resume in the coming weeks. Bill Maher now pausing the return of his show, a reverse course from his announcement days ago that his show would come back. Unfortunately, sans writers or writing. Now both sides are hoping there could soon be an ending to this Hollywood drama.
SAG-AFTRA joined the WGA in their strike in mid-July, but according to a source with knowledge of the situation, they have not heard from the AMPTP since the union's members announced that they were striking. Now, a SAG-AFTRA spokesperson telling NBC News, "We hope the studios are returning to the table with the intention of making real, substantial moves that can help the negotiations progress." Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you.
And now for what's making financial headlines. Goldman Sachs reportedly cutting ties with its experimental loan business.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yes, so Goldman Sachs is reportedly in talks to sell its consumer lending business, GreenSky. Now, this would be a major shift away from the bank's failed experiment in that sector. Goldman bought GreenSky just a year and a half ago. It specializes in making loans to consumers for home renovations, but the business has been hurt by rising interest rates. Nearly half of CEOs believe artificial intelligence could replace most, if not all, of their roles. A survey from online education platform edX polled 1,600 full-time workers, including 800 executives and CEOs. They expect about half the skills that exist in the workplace today won't be relevant 2 years from now, and believe their employees are unprepared for the future. An overwhelming majority say they're having a hard time finding talent with AI skills, and AI is also disrupting their business strategies. And live sports are heading to Max. Starting October 5th, the streaming service is adding the Bleacher Report Sports add-on tier. It will simulcast events from Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, and NCAA March Madness, among others. Max subscribers will get the new tier for free through the end of February. After that, it will cost an additional $9.99 a month, guys.
First, you have to keep track of all your streaming services. Now you have to keep track of all your tiers within your streaming services.
Right? It's crazy. It is. It's not cheaper anymore than cable.
Nope.
All right,
Exactly.
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, now to the story of a Broadway understudy who faced a whole new world of stress after she got an unexpected message. It started a race to the stage with help from a few real-life genies along the way.
Michaela Renfro had 4 hours left on a flight home from a European vacation when she got the text of a lifetime.
Michaela, please send an updated ETA when you can. I may need you for Jasmine tonight.
Oh, God! She's currently in the ensemble of Aladdin on Broadway, but she's also the understudy for Jasmine. When she landed, she had 2 hours until curtain call. The problem? Rush hour in New York City.
So you're stuck in the air and there's nothing you can do about that.
I can't just go up to the pilot and knock on the door and be like, can you just drive a little faster, please?
Renfro asked the flight attendant if she could be first off the plane, but Delta Airlines did way more than that.
So we were like, listen, you just relax, hydrate yourself with some water, and leave the rest up to us. If he could land the plane on Broadway, he would have done that for her.
They moved her to first class. They switched gates so the plane would be closer to customs. And they helped her book her own magic carpet ride, a Blade helicopter that would get her from the airport to Manhattan, turning a typically 90-minute trip into one that was merely 7 minutes.
And then you had to completely transform into Jasmine.
Yeah, I had about 15 minutes makeup, 5 minutes hair, 5 minutes put your clothes on, and then 5 minutes to walk down to the stage.
Even her flight attendant made the show.
Can you believe you made it?
No. So it was truly a miracle every step of the way.
Miracle granted. Seems like luck, or maybe a genie, was on her side.
Okay, the other thing that I asked her that I thought was kind of funny, I was like, the whole time that you're going through this, I mean, normally in the ensemble, you're the understudy. Are you thinking about your lines? Are you thinking about the dance moves? She was like, nope, not until the downbeat of the show started. I didn't have mental space.
And then it all comes back to her.
And it did. Everybody said it was a fantastic show,
That's
including,
great.
of course,
I'm gonna
Leisha, who made it.
Use that excuse if I'm ever running late. I'd be like, I am an understudy in a show.
Exactly.
If you could.
They will roll out the red carpet for you.
Apparently.
This is a fun one. Coming up, she is flipping the script in the world of country music.
When we come back, singer Brooke Eden joins us on set to talk about about how she's embracing her LGBTQ+ identity. Despite warnings, it would end her career. This is Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Well, with Hispanic Heritage Month in full swing, the nominations are out for the Latin Grammys. Producer and songwriter Edgar Barrera leads the field with 13 nominations. Artist Karol G, of course, Camilo and Shakira have 7 nominations each. Shakira actually has 3 separate nominations for Song of the Year. That's amazing. The 24th annual event will take place on November 16th. And for the first time, it will be held outside of the U.S. It's going to be in Sevilla, Spain, which is pretty cool, Joe.
Oh, that's very cool indeed. We'll have to check that out.
Shakira, I mean,
exactly.
just, whew.
You can't. She's getting all the awards lately, too.
That's so true,
No
yes.
kidding. All right, thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight Spotlight on Diversity. This morning, we're going to go country and introduce you to a singer who's been nominated for awards by both CMT and GLAAD. She recently married her partner, radio promoter Hillary Hoover, after coming out in 2021. Brooke Eden, good to have you with us. Thanks for coming to New York and speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Good to be here.
It is so awesome. So you've got a new album out right now.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album and kind of what you were going for this time around.
Yeah, well, it's called Outlaw Love. And, you know, being in country music, being queer isn't always accepted, especially, you know, I met my wife 8 years ago, and I was told at the beginning, you can either be a country singer or you can be in and out queer relationship, but you cannot be both. And so I struggled with that for some time, and during the pandemic I really learned, you know, if I'm gonna be who I am, I can't be quiet anymore. I need to stand up for myself and for my community. And so this was kind of my out loud outlaw song, my EP that says, you know, I'm standing up for who I am and for what I believe in, and it's okay to be exactly who you are.
What's the response you're getting from the song?
Oh my God, it's just been amazing to have, you know, so many people in the queer community grew up in Southern spaces, and they didn't feel like there were people speaking to them on country radio and, you know, in country music. And so to be a part of that representation for people, to be able to see themselves in country music again, it's just been so cool. And all the messages and people using these songs for their first dances. And I mean, to be a part of someone's wedding, that's just such an honor.
So you hear from fans who say, yeah, this was our first dance, this was our wedding. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
I mean, I think that for me, especially growing up, like what that would have changed for me to have that kind of representation in country music, to say like, it's okay to be exactly who you are, whatever that may be. It would have changed so many things for me. It would have allowed me to accept myself so much sooner. And so to see other people getting to have that feeling and getting to, you know, have a country song played at their wedding that resembles their life and speaks to them, it's incredible. It's such an honor, and it's a beautiful thing.
We've always said, if you just have one supportive person in your life and you're a young LGBTQ person, the difference it makes in your mental health is absolutely extraordinary. I want to go back to that decision you were essentially forced to make. You can either be out or you can be a country star. What was the impact that had on you, having to say, all right, and tell your now wife, essentially, you're gonna have to go back in the closet.
Yeah.
We're gonna have this relationship, but we can't tell anyone about it. What was that like for you?
I very much shut down as a human. You know, I kind of became a shell of myself, and it was really difficult on my mental health, and then my mental health eventually became my physical health, and I ended up getting really sick with ulcers from stress, and it changed my entire perception on life, because I realized that living my life without authenticity and without integrity was causing not only mental despair, but also physical pain and despair as well. So it's so important that you are able to feel safe and to be able to be yourself. And I didn't get to for a long time, and now I am.
And when you were able to finally come out and acknowledge who you were, what was, first of all, the impact on your health, your physical and mental health, but also what was just the reaction?
Well, I'm healthier than ever, so that's great. And then, you know, just like, I think that when you are yourself, you give an invitation to other people to be themselves, whoever that may be. And it was, you know, I was told all these horror stories. If you come out in country music, you're going to get excommunicated from the country music family and all these things.
Which happened to some artists, to be fair, in some ways.
It did, Shelley Wright. Yeah. And that's just not the case anymore. You know, I have felt embraced and loved, and mostly I feel like it's just been the biggest gift to be able to be a voice for so many people who love country music and are queer. And you can be both.
Which is so great to hear. We got about 30 seconds left here, but what is your advice to young artists, especially maybe young queer artists who say, I want to do country, but I'm a little worried about this? What would you tell them?
Well, people have done it now, so as long as you feel safe to be yourself and you feel like you're ready to stand your ground and stand up for who you are and really what you believe in, then come on to Nashville. Do your thing, honey bunny.
And that's the important thing, being safe, because you want to make sure you're surrounded by people where physically safe, you're mentally safe.
Yes.
Once you do,
That's
you know
numero uno.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's so many people out there who will support you.
Yes.
Brooke Eden, what a wonderful conversation. Congrats on the new album.
Thank
we love
you.
chatting with you. Thank you so much for
Thanks
coming
so
here.
much.
All right, Savannah, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great conversation. I'm going to need all those outfit details, Brooke. The news continues right now. Don't go anywhere. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, call for action at the UN General Assembly. The war in Ukraine taking center stage at the World Forum as President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky look to rally support in the conflict against Russia. Both Biden and Zelensky address global leaders calling for unity among UN members. President Biden urging world leaders not to abandon Ukraine.
That's why the United States, together with our allies and partners around the world, will continue to stand with the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity and their freedom.
Is it enough to revive fading support for the war? Also this morning, ripple effect. Still no signs of a resolution as the United Auto Workers strike drags into a sixth day. Detroit's big three automakers facing a new Friday deadline, with the union threatening more walkouts if their demands are not met. But now it's forcing some companies to resort to layoffs. How it could impact your bottom line and America's broader economy. Plus, drone war. Ukraine is taking its warfare against Russia to the air, converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. We're getting rare access to one of Ukraine's secret drone laboratories. And coming out in country, in the latest edition of our Flipping the Script series, we're catching up with country music star Brooke Eden. We're going to talk to her about her new album, marrying her longtime girlfriend, and staying true to her authentic self, despite being told it would destroy her career. Really, it has not destroyed her career, and she will be in here live to speak with us. Looking forward to that conversation. We begin here in New York as world leaders convene for another day at the UN General Assembly.
That's right. Yesterday, President Biden addressed the forum, touching on a wide range of topics, everything from climate change, artificial intelligence, and the war in Ukraine. The president is calling on members to back Ukraine in its fight against Russia at a time when support is weakening. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has more.
Hey there. President Biden delivered a rousing defense of democracy, called climate change an existential threat, and said artificial intelligence holds both enormous potential and enormous peril. But the president's main focus was on Ukraine, urging the world to stand by Ukraine or else risk further aggression from Russia.
We have to stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow.
In an impassioned speech, President Biden urged world leaders to stay united behind Ukraine, warning of dire consequences if Russia's aggression goes unchecked.
If we abandon the core principles of the United States to appease an aggressor, can any member state in this body feel confident that they are protected?
With growing calls in the U.S. and abroad to withhold additional aid to Ukraine, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky appearing in person this year to warn other leaders Russia could target them next.
The goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into a weapon against you, against the international rules-based order.
Today at the UN Security Council, Zelensky will present his peace plan, calling for a full Russian withdrawal and payment of reparations to rebuild his devastated country. Tomorrow, Zelensky will travel to Washington to meet with President Biden at the White House and plead with Congress to continue its military support. But Republicans are deeply divided over the Biden administration's request for an additional $24 billion for Ukraine.
Where's the accountability on the money we already spent? What is the plan for victory?
But the consequences of pulling the plug on Ukraine are enormous. It will lead to more war, not less.
It comes as the U.S. unveils a new round of sanctions on Iran, targeting the production of Iranian drones used by Russia against Ukraine. 1 day after the U.S. sanctioned Iran's former president and other Iranian officials for imprisoning Americans, including the 5 detainees freed Tuesday, who returned to an emotional homecoming after years of captivity.
We've been apart for 8 years, and finally we're together, and it's just completely unbelievable.
As part of that deal, the U.S. agreed to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian money that the White House says can only be used for humanitarian purposes. Republicans are blasting the deal, arguing it will only lead to more Americans being wrongfully detained. Back to you.
All right, Andrea, thank you.
And just moments ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was on the Today Show and spoke with Savannah Guthrie on a wide range of topics, from the deal made to get the American prisoners out of Iran to the latest on the war in Ukraine. Take a listen.
Price on their heads.
Well, first, Savannah, it was incredibly powerful and emotional to get these Americans back. I was on the phone with them after they touched down in Doha, their first port of call before coming back to be reunited with their families, one after more than 8 years in an Iranian prison. And for me, my #1 responsibility around the world is to help Americans who are in trouble, and particularly those who are being unjustly held in jails anywhere. I want to bring them home. Now, in this particular case, what's so important to understand is that the monies that were freed up were Iranian funds that they had gotten from the sale of oil that were stuck in a bank and that from day one have been exempt from our sanctions. In other words, the Iranians have always had the right to use those funds for humanitarian purposes. We moved them from one bank account to another in another country with very clear controls on them to make sure that they could only be used for humanitarian purposes. Not a single taxpayer dollar is involved. Nothing is going into Iran itself. This is all for humanitarian purposes. So I think in order to get Americans home, that was a pretty good deal.
This week, of course, is Ukraine. President Zelensky addressed the UN General Assembly. He's coming to Washington, hat in hand, looking to secure more funding. He's going to face skeptics.
Savannah, what we've seen to date is very strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. And there's a good reason for that. It's the right thing to do. We see the horrific abuses being committed by the Russians against Ukrainians going back more than a year and a half. And I think that's something that Americans respond to. But it's not only the right thing to do, it's the necessary thing to do in our interests. Because if we allow these kind of aggressions to go forward with impunity, if we allow Putin to get away with this, then it is open season for any would-be aggressor to do the same thing. Putin wouldn't stop there himself. And then others in other parts of the world are looking to see, can he get away with this? And if he can, maybe so can I. And that's a recipe for a world of conflict. That's a recipe for a world that inevitably creates bad things that are going to hurt Americans, not just the countries in question.
Does this seem a war that will just go on for years? I mean, is that the expectation?
Well, first, it's important to note this. Putin's already failed in what he was trying to achieve. Because remember, Savannah, his goal was to erase Ukraine from the map, to end its status as an independent country, to subsume it into Russia. That has failed. Now, exactly where the lines are drawn, that's going to be up to the Ukrainians. But there's a big difference here. Ukrainians are fighting for their own country, for their own land, for their own future. The Russians are not. At the end of the day, I think that is the biggest difference maker.
And I've got to ask you about the images we saw Kim Jong-un traveling to Russia, walking with Putin. What are these two up to? And can the U.S. do anything to stop, for example, Kim Jong-un supplying weapons or arms support to Russia?
It speaks, first and foremost, to a certain amount of desperation on the part of Russia that it has to go to regimes like the one in North Korea, or Iran for that matter, to try desperately to get the weapons, the technology that sanctions, export controls that we and many other countries have imposed.
But if he's got willing partners there with Iran, North Korea, and those alliances are deepening, isn't that a pretty big concern?
We are looking and taking action to try to disrupt that, to break that up wherever we can. But Russia is in a world of hurt as a result of the actions that Vladimir Putin has taken.
Let's talk more about the war in Ukraine, where this morning we are getting a look inside a secret lab where some of Ukraine's cheapest but most useful weapons are made. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has that story.
Outgunned by Russian artillery and waiting for more supplies from the United States, Ukraine has been forced to improvise and created a fleet of modified drones. This has become a drone war. And we were given rare access to one of Ukraine's secretive drone laboratories. It looks like Q's workshop in a Bond movie. Engineers take apart store-bought drones and hack them to extend range and remove software that restricts flight paths and reveals locations. Ukrainians have become the world's experts at converting civilian drones into mini spy planes and flying bombs. Georgy Volkov started the unit. He worked in marketing before the war and had never owned a drone.
This one, big one, it's a heavy bomber to bring some interesting gifts to Russians.
How heavy are we talking about? How much could this drop? Enough to blow up a tank?
Yeah, easily.
And they're just as creative and lethal with 3D printing.
Here we have some custom bombs also. We rebuilt it by our engineers.
These
here
are bombs,
inside.
these little plastic things?
Yep.
Ukraine uses drones to track Russian troops and bomb them, but you need to be close. Dima Melnik flies a racing drone that can now send 2 pounds of explosive about 6 miles at over 100 miles an hour. Last month, Dima was wounded by Russian fire. Now he's back in the fight.
Do you think Ukraine is going to win this war? And what does winning even mean for you?
Of course we will win. Victory is not giving up, he says.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that reporting.
Yeah, very powerful. Well, back here at home, the ripple effect from the United Autos workers' strike against Detroit's big 3 car companies is already spreading and could get worse by the end of the week.
That's because the union is threatening to expand its walkout against the automakers unless significant progress is made by Friday. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is outside of an auto plant in Wayne, Michigan, joins us now with the latest. So, Maggie, Friday is the new deadline before we could see more walkouts. Has either side said if they feel like a deal is likely by then?
Frankly, no. I mean, if you look at the press releases from the big 3 and the interviews the CEOs have given, they've called talks things like constructive, and they say they're continuing to bargain in good faith and will do so up until Friday. They've also been very blunt, saying they have contingency plans for if and when these walkouts expand. The union is just talking about Friday. They're saying, barring serious progress, the words of the president in that video that was released 2 nights ago, barring any serious progress, come noon on Friday, we'll see more workers walking out of more sites. Here's the thing, guys. We don't know how many workers are set to walk out, and we don't know which sites they'll hit next. And that clearly is, it seems like, or is presumably a tactic to keep the big 3 guessing. So it's really, we're anticipating on Friday kind of learning the union's next move, and everybody wondering in the meantime, of course, how big this could get, and then sort of by virtue of that, how long this could go on. So a lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty as this thing seems to drag on, guys.
And Maggie, also help us understand just how big this could get, like, beyond the auto industry. I mean, are we seeing ripple effects through businesses, industries because of this strike?
We are. So U.S. Steel actually posting, this is kind of the first one that we noticed on its website, a statement saying that they were going to have to, in their words, idle a blast furnace at a St. Louis area plant. What does that mean? Well, the local steel union telling our affiliate, a lot of support this morning, as you can hear, telling our affiliate KSDK that they believe up to 350 workers at that plant will have to be at least temporarily laid off. I also talked to the CEO of a Michigan-based parts supplier. And again, these are suppliers. These are companies that make products independently and then sell them to the big 3 to be used in plants like these. That Michigan-based company, the CEO telling me starting next week, he's going to be asking for volunteers on his staff to just step away from their jobs, stop taking a paycheck. Up to 100 people, he says, he'll need to take that offer to kind of keep them afloat. Again, as this strike looms, they don't expect this thing also to wrap up anytime soon.
Yeah, and Maggie, remind us what the main sticking points are here and what it is the union is asking for.
Yeah, so a lot of these get big headlines. Like, we've heard about the 4-day work week. That is a demand from the union. The New York Times reporting that was more kind of an attempted counterbalance because they say a lot of workers work 6-7-day weeks. So they want to put an end to that. So we'll see how that plays out. Money is the big one, of course. The union is demanding a 40% raise, saying that they made major concessions during the 2008 recession that helped the big 3 stay afloat when the auto industry was bottoming out. There was a huge story during that time. And they say after making those concessions, they never really made up that ground and got adjusted for cost of living rates. Now the auto industry, especially during COVID, as we reported, is doing really well. So they say now it's beyond time. The big 3 offering roughly 20% raise, saying at this time they can't compete with foreign and non-union competitors if they were to kind of meet these demands from the union, especially at a time when everyone is racing to invest in electric vehicles, guys. So we'll see how this plays out. But again, a lot of ground to make up and a lot of support this morning.
Yeah, we can hear that. Yeah, Maggie, really great context. Thank you so much. Well, now let's get a check on your latest forecast, and it's likely going to include some rain.
Yeah, if you live on the East Coast, we've established rain likely at some point later this week. Meteorologist Angie Lastman has all the details. Angie, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what I don't like to do? I don't like to forecast rain for the weekend, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to do that in the coming days. We do have, of course, though, nice conditions along most of the East Coast, at least through this afternoon and into the evening hours. We'll see plenty of sunshine for the Northeast. A little bit of a different story if you live in the midsection of the country, specifically portions of Arkansas and Oklahoma. We'll talk about the stronger storms you could see there. Plenty of sunshine out west, places like Arizona, California, seeing lots of that sunshine and some cool and showery weather across parts of the Pacific Northwest. Now, let's take a look at your satellite and radar, because remember I said there's some thunderstorms for the middle of the country. We're already starting to see some of that rain working across that same region that we're going to see dealing with some showers, some thunderstorms, and potentially some strong storms as we get into the afternoon hours. The chances of this, not all that high, but it's still there to see some gusty winds, maybe some hail. The tornado risk is low, but even still, the rainfall will be pretty impressive as we get through at least the next 48 hours. This goes through Thursday. You can see some of those spots in parts of eastern Oklahoma, western Arkansas, places like Fort Smith to Tulsa, dealing with anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches of rain and upwards of maybe 3 inches of rain, up to 4 inches of rain possible across this area. So we likely will see some flooding concerns. Notice a little farther to the north, places like Kansas City, Wichita, also going to pick up on some rain, but not quite as impressive as a little farther to the south. And yes, here's what I'm watching closely as we get closer to the weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, parts of the East Coast are going to deal with this kind of pesky low that's likely going to develop or form maybe tomorrow. It looks like it'll have subtropical characteristics, but really that doesn't matter. What matters is that it's going to bring rain to folks across the southeast as we get into Thursday. That's going to be parts of Georgia and Florida that deal with the rain from that. We'll kind of start to see this secondary low emerge here as we get closer to the weekend, but still the rain lifts with it. Places like the Carolinas going to pick up on some really heavy downpours and potentially some gusty winds. If you're planning to head to the coast over the next couple of days, we're also going to see that high surf. That's going to be an issue. Reminder to stay out of the waters, because we'll have to deal with that at least through the weekend across much of this area. Here's that secondary low that I mentioned that kind of pushes all of that rain up into places, basically from Boston down to Wilmington. We could be dealing with some rain as we get into your Saturday plans. It'll be soggy for a lot of folks and some impressive rain totals, especially the closer you get towards the coast. Notice places like Cape Hatteras could pick up on 4, maybe even 6 inches of rain. So really impressive kind of rainfall that we'll have to deal with. The farther north you go, places like New York, maybe 1 inch. Boston, similar story. Places like Raleigh, Richmond, also 1 inch of rain. Good soaking rain for some spots that need it. But of course, the flood potential will be there the farther east you go towards the coastal areas of especially the Carolinas. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine expected out west on Friday for folks there. We'll see a lot of sunshine across parts of the Northeast and the Midwest before we see that rain working in through the weekend. And again, it's the wind too. Those gusty winds will be out there. Also, more showers and thunderstorms will be expected for parts of the plains, stretching into the Midwest, and that heat, the unrelenting Texas heat. I feel so bad for our friends there, guys. Still into the upper 90s for the coming days. Places like Dallas will head to the mid 90s. So no break from the heat for our friends there. They will deal with some strong storms, though, as we get into the later part of the weekend. So a heads up about that.
Love that. Gorgeous on the left side of the mountain.
You're always pointing those out. That's for you.
And lucky them. All right, Angie, thanks so much.
Thank you, Angie. Now to the state of our economy. Today, the Federal Reserve will announce whether it's raising interest rates in the fight against inflation.
Rates are currently at a 22-year high after the Fed raised them 0.25 percentage point back in July. That means we have seen 11 interest rate hikes going back to March 2022.
We're joined by Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver with more. So, Caleb, it's looking like another rise unlikely. What's your take on this? What are you going to be watching out for today?
Yeah, there will be no increase in interest rates today. If there is, I would be very, very surprised. All signs pointing to no raise. But words matter, so we're going to be listening very closely to the words that Chair Jay Powell says at the press conference after 2 p.m. when they do announce that they will not raise rates. And we'll be listening for things like the job's not over yet, inflation's still sticking sticky high. We still have a ways to go. If he says those things, we could see another rate hike come November 1st. That's the next meeting, somewhat 41 days and 8 hours from now.
He's already got the next clock.
I'm always thinking about it.
Like, do you wake up, it's like Christmas, like your countdown clock ran out today?
I'm like Groundhog Day with this. I'm always waiting for the next Fed meeting, but the words matter. And then the most boring chart in the world of economics, the dot plot, the Fed summary of where they think interest rates should be over the next year or so. That actually shows a decrease in interest rates when we go all the way out into next year, but it's going to take a while. We're going to be at higher rates for longer, and that puts pressure on spending, that puts pressure on consumers and businesses.
So much of this has to do with inflation. Just remind us where we are at with the reports we've seen on inflation in terms of what these interest rate hikes have been doing.
Yeah, the most recent inflation report we got for consumer prices was about 3.8% year over year, a 3.8% increase. The increases have been in shelter, as we know. We know that mortgage rates are high, which is pushing people into the rental market, and food prices have remained sticky high. We can't avoid food and shelter prices, and those really weigh on lower income folks the most. So that's the inflation the Fed's worried about, plus wage inflation, but it's put a lot of pressure on folks, especially with these rising rates for everything we finance.
And the question then, you mentioned Christmas, is what does that mean for the holiday season? Are we getting some signs of what spending is going to look like this year?
Yeah, we're always projecting. National Association of Realtors says we're going to get a 4% increase in spending. Americans like to spend, especially around the holiday season. You may see some pullback there, but probably not on the gifts. You'll see pullback probably in transportation, travel spending, things of that nature, discretionary stuff, but we like to buy gifts for our loved ones. So I don't expect that. But just remember, we have the resumption of student loan payments coming up in October. We have a potential government shutdown in a couple of weeks. We still have high inflation, so lots of walls of worry everywhere that could pull people from spending what they want to spend this holiday season.
Also, let's talk real estate. I mean, this has been bad. Mortgage rates, 22-year high, close to 8%.
Yeah.
What do buyers, sellers, everybody need to know right now?
Yeah, we're looking at a mortgage rate, 30-year fixed average at around 7.69%. That is extremely high if you have awesome credit. When you look at average new car loans, 6.4%, credit card APRs, 24%. These are really high interest rates. So the housing market has been totally stuck for the past 14 months. It's going to remain stuck because mortgage rates are going to remain high, and home prices, the median home price now, $416,000. So financing at that rate, that's a big chunk of money that new home buyers cannot afford. And anybody that owns a home under 4% on a mortgage rate, they're not selling right now.
To be clear, though, that was really the intention here, right? The housing market needed to cool off.
Yeah, they cooled the housing market way off, although prices remain high because supply is low. But we're stuck now. No selling and buying of homes means nobody's refurbishing their homes, nobody's buying furniture, no contractors are working. So we're kind of stuck there. That needs to loosen up. That's probably a 2024 event, not a this year event.
Ripple effect there. All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, bad combination. Later this hour, the new research shedding light on the impacts of smoking cigarettes and marijuana on your mental health.
Up first, though, when we come back, new questions, lots of them, about that fighter jet that crashed after its pilot ejected. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours until the Iowa caucuses. Private mail delivery.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we wait for this issue?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
news for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. This morning, there are more questions surrounding that F-35 fighter jet that disappeared over the weekend and later crashed. The Pentagon is promising transparency as a full investigation gets underway. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Indiantown, South Carolina.
Savannah, good morning. And look, this military investigation is expected to last months, maybe longer than that. We'll have to see. But right now, we have no idea why the transponder tracking this very expensive jet failed to work. Eyewitnesses that I spoke with say they saw that jet dropping down on Sunday. It became virtually inverted, in their words, as it appeared to then strike the canopy of trees in the debris field behind me.
This morning, we're learning new details about how a missing fighter jet came hurtling back to land, shaving off treetops before crash landing in a remote area. But still no explanation as to how the military managed to lose track of the $100 million aircraft or why its pilot ejected.
That will be something that they will investigate. Believe me, after every aviation mishap, the Pentagon does what the Pentagon does. They'll investigate it to try to get the answers on what happened.
When those answers come isn't clear.
Do you feel lucky today?
Oh, yeah. I feel lucky that it hit the field.
As a wider view of the wayward path shows the pilot ejecting in North Charleston, but the jet ending up 80 miles away here in Williamsburg County.
Usually airplanes, other military aircraft in which the pilot ejected, the airplane will fly for a while, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but several minutes, that is surprising.
The Marine Corps says the pilot ejected around 1:30 Sunday, and residents reported their home shaking after 2, meaning it could have been flying on autopilot for more than a half hour.
It was kind of probably 100 feet above the treetops.
Eyewitnesses Adrian and Stephen Trueluck live a few miles from the crash site and were celebrating their son's 7th birthday when they saw the jet dropping.
Almost going inverted.
The jet itself was inverted.
It was probably 3/4 of the way. We could see the canopy.
Demos of the F-35B aircraft posted by Lockheed Martin show its ability to hover and land in a vertical column. As for the Truelucks, they say they saw the plane intact and didn't think much about a boom they heard later until they saw reports of a missing fighter jet the next day.
Did you call the Marine Corps, or what calls did you make?
I did. I called, but it probably wasn't until 4 o'clock-ish. And I think they'd already zeroed in about where it was, at that point.
Hours later, the debris field was confirmed.
And nearly all of the neighbors, guys, that I spoke with say they did not learn about the missing jet until Monday. We also reached out to Lockheed Martin for comment. So far, we have not heard back. Savannah and Joe.
All right, Sam Brock, again, so many questions, some answers there. Thank you so much.
International headlines now, starting with a ceasefire agreement just reached between Azerbaijan and ethnic Armenians.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Yeah, this one just developing this morning. Russia appears to have brokered a ceasefire between Azerbaijan and Armenian separatists after deadly military strikes by Azerbaijan on the disputed Nagorno-Karabakh region. It's internationally recognized as part of Azerbaijan, but has a large Armenian population and a separatist movement there. The two sides went to war over the territory 3 years ago. Russia negotiated a ceasefire then. It looks as though Moscow has now negotiated one again this morning, both sides agreeing to halt hostilities. To Asia now, where Japan's crown prince and princess are in Vietnam to mark the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations. The 6-day visit is part of Tokyo's push to deepen ties with Southeast Asia. And now a sparkling discovery in Australia, which may lead to more extremely rare pink diamonds. Scientists studied a mine where 90% of the gems come from. They say the diamonds turned pink deep underground 1.8 billion years ago when Western and Northern Australia collided. They then used lasers to date rocks and found that the diamonds came to the surface 1.3 billion years ago when the supercontinent broke apart. So what does it mean, guys? Well, while diamonds are usually found at the center of ancient continents, pink diamonds are at the edges of ancient continents, buried under sand and soil. So start studying your ancient continents, guys.
Yeah, right. We'll get right on that, and we can wear it on Wednesdays, the pink diamonds, to match our outfits.
Exactly, Joe. Kelly, thank you so much. Well, coming up, tragedy at a New York daycare center after a 1-year-old boy dies and 3 other babies are hospitalized from fentanyl poisoning. The charges the center owner is now facing.
Plus, it keeps kids occupied, but at what cost? The latest research shedding light on the long-term effects of screen time on kids. This is Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Now, with the shocking death of a 1-year-old after he was allegedly exposed to opioids while inside a New York City daycare center, 2 people are now facing charges accused of keeping fentanyl inside the Bronx facility. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has the details.
The fentanyl crisis across this country is well known at this point, but the story of a young life claimed here in New York City is enough to send a chill down the spine of any parent.
This is a tragedy.
Federal charges against 2 suspects who prosecutors say were storing fentanyl at a daycare, killing a 1-year-old boy and hospitalizing 3 other babies, the youngest 8 months old.
But this case is different. We allege that the defendants poisoned 4 babies and killed one of them because they were running a drug operation from a daycare center. A daycare center.
The owner, Gray Mendez and Acevedo Bredo, accused of packing up and keeping large amounts of fentanyl here in the Bronx. Investigators discovering a brick of the drug on top of playmats in a closet when they arrived on the scene last week. The father of Nicholas Dominici, the 1-year-old who died, telling WNBC he was their youngest child. A lawyer for the daycare operator tells NBC News her client had no idea drugs were in the building. The daycare had just passed a surprise inspection this month. But after finding the babies unresponsive, prosecutors say Mendez tried to cover up what happened, calling her husband before 911.
And all of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering from the effects of fentanyl poisoning and in desperate need of help.
Later, allegedly deleting thousands of their text messages, according to court documents. While prosecutors say surveillance footage shows the husband entering the daycare empty-handed before police arrived, then leaving 2 minutes later with 2 full shopping bags, dashing out the back alley.
We're not going to give up. We're going to get him.
We're told those 3 young babies that did survive this incredible ordeal were all administered Narcan by first responders, and they are now all at home.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Just heartbreaking. Well, now it is time for our weekly medical checkup. You've probably heard that screen time might be harming your toddler in the long run. Well, we have a new study with more information and tips for how to limit your little one's exposure to TV.
Plus, we know some of the harm, the physical harm that smoking can do. A new study shows how it can also affect your mental health.
NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal is here to help us break all these headlines down. Hi, doctor. Always great to see you. So let's start with that TV time, screen exposure for little kids. What's new here?
So, good morning, guys. It seems like just a month ago we were talking about this, and I looked at this and kind of did a double take and realized this is the same study. It's a new study about a month apart showing the exact same thing. We need to limit our exposure to screen time, especially in our younger ones. So what this study found was they looked at kids under the age of 1, and they found how much screen time are you using and how is that going to affect you down the line. And what they found was that kids who used more screen time under the age of 1, by the time they got to age 2, by the time they got to age 3, they had problems. They had problems with motor skills. They had problems with problem solving, things that we measure in surveys. So just another study, just a month apart from when I was here a month ago, kind of confirming the same thing. So what do we do about it? Some doctor's orders, guys. Limit your screen time. So what are we talking about? If you're under the age of 2 years old, you really shouldn't be using screen time at all unless you're FaceTiming with a parent who's away. And play outside, pick up a book, try to limit those screen time. And if you're between the ages of 2 and 5, about 1 hour a day, guys, no more than that.
And if you're under 2, you really don't need any at all, right? Outside.
None at all.
Okay, that's
ideally.
All right. Some new study, it says people who use both marijuana and tobacco more likely to have mental health issues. What should we know about that?
Yeah, so this is something we've actually been reporting on in our medical team here. Kids are just using marijuana way more than they should be. I mean, you go outside of school and you see kids vaping marijuana before class. It's kind of getting out of control. And what this study found was that those who are using tobacco and marijuana at the same time, basically, using both, are having higher rates of anxiety and depression, more so than those who used just cannabis alone and more so than just who smoke cigarettes alone. So it's really those two together, and we don't know, is it the anxiety that's leading them to smoke, or is it the smoking that's causing anxiety? That's stuff we still don't know yet. Guys, doctor's orders, get physical. And what I mean by that is a lot of people use these things to cope with stress. So you want to use physical activity as a means to do that instead. Set a quit date. This one's really important, something we tell our patients all the time. Take out a calendar, go in your iPhone, circle that date that you want to quit, set it, and about 2 weeks before that quit date, you really want to start getting things moving.
All right, that's really good advice. Also, new information, stress and your heart. We know that's not good, but, stressful day at work doesn't feel good. What's it really doing to your heart?
So this one really looked at men. It found that men who are,
just kidding.
men who feel like they're working too hard and not getting rewarded have a higher risk of heart disease. Not heart attacks, but just heart disease, right? Problems in the arteries. And so, yeah, this one hits close to home for a lot of men, I think, out there. And so, the key thing here, guys, is that you want to know the signs of stress. Signs of stress at work specifically. Are you fighting with people a lot? Are you not sleeping well at night? Are you thinking about work? Are you taking work home? Those are really the problems here with stress and things that you could recognize in the workplace, maybe that don't apply to other situations. And the other thing is, if you do notice these things, you want to be proactive about it. If you recognize any of those signs, seek help. A lot of workplaces have these things in place, but definitely something you want to keep in mind for both physical and mental health.
Very, very quickly, yesterday we talked about Neffy, this alternative nasal spray to the EpiPen, but it wasn't approved. Why not?
This was really surprising. So, guys, what happened is the FDA panel recommended approval a few months ago. The FDA yesterday saying, you know what? No, we need more data. And so for those out there, this is basically an EpiPen that goes in your nose. It is not an injection. By all means, we were all expecting it to get approved. A big surprise yesterday, and really the key takeaways, they just want more data.
All right, we'll see what happens.
Dr. Akshasal, it was great to have you. Thank you.
Yep.
Coming up, writers and studios back at the bargaining table. We'll bring you the latest on negotiations to try and end the strikes that have crippled Hollywood.
And from the airport to the spotlight in record time, no magic carpet necessary. You'll see what we mean when we come back, how an understudy from Jasmine in the Broadway production of Aladdin made it to the stage with some help. This is Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered Tuesday.
All right, it just made too.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back this morning. The Writers Guild is returning to the bargaining table with the AMPTP, which represents the studios and streaming services. This comes amid a months-long Hollywood shutdown impacting thousands and costing billions of dollars. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has the latest.
Hey there, after 141 days, this is a big one in Hollywood. The AMPTP and the WGA will sit down for the first formal negotiations in a month, and the stakes are high. Not only could these talks shape the future of the business of Hollywood, more importantly, they will affect the livelihood of the hundreds of thousands of people who work in and around the entertainment industry.
Today, a pivotal moment in the months-long strike in Hollywood.
What do we want? Fair pay!
the WGA representing more than 11,000 writers, and the AMPTP representing streaming services in studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, sitting down for a face-to-face meeting.
I mean, anytime you're actually sitting at the table, something can happen. If you're not talking, nothing can happen.
The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence. Negotiations are resuming amid the strike that has shut down the entertainment industry for more than 4 months. Writers pacing the picket lines since the beginning of May. Many say they're facing financial distress.
People are losing houses. People are losing their car. People are needing to go to food banks.
In a letter to its members, the Writers Guild writing in part, "Our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible." A source familiar with negotiations telling NBC News talks are expected to last several days, and the AMPTP is not expected to have revised its previous offer made in August, which is the last time the two sides met, a meeting that was not productive. The impact of the combined WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes is being felt across the country. The most recent U.S. jobs report showed a monthly decrease of 17,000 jobs in the motion picture and sound recording industries.
I don't know how I'm going to pay these last 2 months' rent.
And Hollywood's shutdown is now hurting other sectors like hospitality, trucking, and dry cleaning businesses, costing the state's economy more than $5 billion. California's Governor Gavin Newsom hasn't been on the picket lines, but he says he's paying close attention. His office telling NBC News while not involved in the talks, Newsom has been engaged in conversations with both sides. He's encouraged they are talking and is hopeful for a resolution. With fall TV schedules feeling the fallout, mostly filled with unscripted programming, all eyes will be on these meetings, including the people behind talk shows that were scheduled to resume in the coming weeks. Bill Maher now pausing the return of his show, a reverse course from his announcement days ago that his show would come back. Unfortunately, sans writers are writing. Now both sides are hoping there could soon be an ending to this Hollywood drama.
SAG-AFTRA joined the WGA in their strike in mid-July, but according to a source with knowledge of the situation, they have not heard from the AMPTP since the union's members announced that they were striking. Now, a SAG-AFTRA spokesperson telling NBC News, "We hope the studios are returning to the table with the intention of making real, substantial moves that can help the negotiations progress." Back to you.
All right, Chloe, thank you.
And now for what's making financial headlines. Goldman Sachs reportedly cutting ties with its experimental loan business.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Savannah. Good morning. Yeah, so Goldman Sachs is reportedly in talks to sell its consumer lending business, GreenSky. Now, this would be a major shift away from the bank's failed experiment in that sector. Goldman bought GreenSky just a year and a half ago. It specializes in making loans to consumers for home renovations, but the business has been hurt by rising interest rates. Nearly half of CEOs believe artificial intelligence could replace most, if not all, of their roles. A survey from online education platform edX polled 1,600 full-time workers, including 800 executives and CEOs. They expect about half the skills that exist in the workplace today won't be relevant 2 years from now, and believe their employees are unprepared for the future. An overwhelming majority say they're having a hard time finding talent with AI skills, and AI is also disrupting their business strategies. And live sports are heading to Max. Starting October 5th, the streaming service is adding the Bleacher Report Sports add-on tier. It will simulcast events from Major League Baseball, the NBA, NHL, and NCAA March Madness, among others. Max subscribers will get the new tier for free through the end of February. After that, it will cost an additional $9.99 a month, guys.
First, you have to keep track of all your streaming services. Now you have to keep track of all your tiers within your streaming services.
Right? It's crazy. It is. It's not cheaper anymore than cable.
Nope.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, now to the story of a Broadway understudy who faced a whole new world of stress after she got an unexpected message. It started a race to the stage with help from a few real-life genies along the way.
Michaela Renfro had 4 hours left on a flight home from a European vacation when she got the text of a lifetime.
Michaela, please send an updated ETA when you can. I may need you for Jasmine tonight.
Oh, God.
She's currently in the ensemble of Aladdin on Broadway, but she's also the understudy for Jasmine. When she landed, she had 2 hours until curtain call. The problem? Rush hour in New York City.
So you're stuck in the air and there's nothing you can do about that.
I can't just go up to the pilot and knock on the door and be like, can you just drive a little faster, please?
Renfro asked the flight attendant if she could be first off the plane, but Delta Airlines did way more than that.
So we were like, listen, you just relax, hydrate yourself with some water, and leave the rest up to us. If he could land the plane on Broadway, he would have done that for her.
They moved her to first class. They switched gates so the plane would be closer to customs. And they helped her book her own magic carpet ride, a Blade helicopter that would get her from the airport to Manhattan, turning a typically 90-minute trip into one that was merely 7 minutes.
And then you had to completely transform into Jasmine.
Yeah, I had about 15 minutes makeup, 5 minutes hair, 5 minutes put your clothes on, and then 5 minutes to walk down to the stage.
Even her flight attendant made the show.
Can you believe you made it?
No. So it was truly a miracle every step of the way.
Miracle granted. Seems like luck, or maybe a genie, was on her side.
Okay, the other thing that I asked her that I thought was kind of funny, I was like, the whole time that you're going through this, I mean, normally in the ensemble, you're the understudy. Are you thinking about your lines? Are you thinking about the dance moves? She was like, nope, not until the downbeat of the show started. I didn't have mental space.
And then
for
it
that.
all comes back to her.
And it did. Everybody said it was a fantastic show,
That's
including,
great.
of course,
I mean,
Leisha, who made it.
Use that excuse if I'm ever running late. I'd be like, I am an understudy in a show.
Exactly.
If you could.
They will roll out the red carpet for you.
Apparently.
This is a fun one. Coming up, she is flipping the script in the world of country music.
When we come back, singer Brooke Eden joins us on set to talk about how she's embracing her LGBTQ plus identity. Despite warnings, it would end her career. This is Morning News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you doing the dishes you
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, with Hispanic Heritage Month in full swing, the nominations are out for the Latin Grammys. Producer and songwriter Edgar Barrera leads the field with 13 nominations. Artist Karol G, of course, Camilo, and Shakira have 7 nominations each. Shakira actually has 3 separate nominations for Song of the Year. That's amazing. The 24th annual event will take place on November 16th, and for the first time, it will be held outside of the U.S. It's going to be in Sevilla, Spain, which is pretty cool, Joe.
Oh, that's very cool indeed. We'll have to check that out.
Shakira, I mean,
exactly.
just,
you can't. She's getting all the awards lately too.
That's so true.
No
yes.
kidding. All right, thanks, Savannah. Now to our series, Flipping the Script, featuring people on screen, on stage, and behind the scenes, shining a spotlight on diversity. This morning, we're going to go country and introduce you to a singer who's been nominated for awards by both CMT and GLAAD. She recently married her partner, radio promoter Hillary Hoover, after coming out in 2021. Brooke Eden, good to have you with us. Thanks for coming to New York and speaking with us. We appreciate it.
Good to be here.
It is so awesome. So you've got a new album out right now.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album and kind of what you were going for this time around.
Yeah, well, it's called Outlaw Love. And, you know, being in country music, being queer isn't always accepted, especially, you know, I met my wife 8 years ago, and I was told at the beginning, you can either be a country singer or you can be in and out queer relationship, but you cannot be both. And so I struggled with that for some time, and during the pandemic I really learned, you know, if I'm gonna be who I am, I can't be quiet anymore. I need to stand up for myself and for my community. And so this was kind of my out loud outlaw song, my EP that says, you know, I'm standing up for who I am and for what I believe in, and it's okay to be exactly who you are.
What's the response you're getting from the song?
Oh my God, it's just been amazing to have, you know, so many people in the queer community grew up in Southern spaces, and they didn't feel like there were people speaking to them on country radio and, you know, in country music. And so to be a part of that representation for people, to be able to see themselves in country music again, it's just been so cool. And all the messages and people using these songs for their first dances. And I mean, to be a part of someone's wedding, that's just such an honor.
So you hear from fans who say, yeah, this was our first dance, this was our wedding. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
I mean, I think that for me, especially growing up, like what that would have changed for me to have that kind of representation in country music, to say like, it's okay to be exactly who you are, whatever that may be. It would have changed so many things for me. It would have allowed me to accept myself so much sooner. And so to see other people getting to have that feeling and getting to, you know, have a country song played at their wedding that resembles their life and speaks to them, it's incredible. It's such an honor, and it's a beautiful thing.
We've always said, if you just have one supportive person in your life and you're not a young LGBTQ person, the difference it makes in your mental health is absolutely extraordinary. I want to go back to that decision you were essentially forced to make. You can either be out or you can be a country star. What was the impact that had on you, having to say, all right, and tell your now wife, essentially, you're gonna have to go back in the closet.
Yeah.
We're gonna have this relationship, but we can't tell anyone about it. What was that like for you?
I very much shut down as a human. You know, I kind of became a shell of myself, and it was really difficult on my mental health, and then my mental health eventually became my physical health, and I ended up getting really sick with ulcers from stress, and it changed my entire perception on life, because I realized that living my life without authenticity and without integrity was causing not only mental despair, but also physical pain and despair as well. So it's so important that you are able to feel safe and to be able to be yourself. And I didn't get to for a long time, and now I am.
And when you were able to finally come out and acknowledge who you were, what was, first of all, the impact on your health, your physical and mental health, but also what was just the reaction?
Well, I'm healthier than ever, so that's great. And then, you know, just like, I think that when you are yourself, you give an invitation to other people to be themselves, whoever that may be. And it was, you know, I was told all these horror stories. If you come out in country music, you're going to get excommunicated from the country music family and all these things.
Which happened to some artists, to be fair, in some ways.
It did, Shelly, right? Yeah. And that's just not the case anymore. You know, I have felt embraced and loved, and mostly I feel like it's just been the biggest gift to be able to be a voice for so many people who love country music and are queer. And you can be both.
Which is so great to hear. We got about 30 seconds left here, but what is your advice to young artists, especially maybe young queer artists who say, I want to do country, but I'm a little worried about this? What would you tell them?
Well, people have done it now, so as long as you feel safe to be yourself and you feel like you're ready to stand your ground and stand up for who you are and really what you believe in, then come on to Nashville. Do your thing, honey bunny.
And that's the important thing, being safe, because you want to make sure you're surrounded by people where physically safe, you're mentally safe.
Yes.
But once you do,
that's numero uno.
Yeah. There's so many people out there who will support you.
Yes.
Brooke Eden, what a wonderful conversation. Congrats on the new album.
Thank you.
We love chatting with you. Thank you so much for coming here.
Thanks so much.
All right, Savannah, that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
Great conversation. I'm going to need all those outfit details, Brooke. The news continues right now. Don't go anywhere.
Good Wednesday. We're so happy you could join us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for being here. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 20th. Daycare death. 2 suspects are facing federal charges after a 1-year-old boy died in the Bronx from apparent exposure to opioids. What authorities found inside that children's center.
Unauthorized procedure at NBC News investigation found that doctors are sometimes giving pelvic exams without the patient's consent. What you need to know about the controversial practice.
Back to the table, Hollywood writers are restarting talks with major studios to try and reach a deal to end the strike. Where negotiations stand right now and what it could mean for the future of the movie industry.
Learning to cope. Many people struggle with the stresses and the challenges of just day-to-day life. We're going to hear from an expert about how to handle your feelings through some dark times.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start in the Bronx, where federal charges have been filed against 2 people for their role in the death of a 1-year-old boy at a daycare center. This death was the result of apparent opioid exposure at the facility. 3 other kids also got sick and were hospitalized. Thankfully, they have since returned home. Now, officials say that daycare operator was running a drug operation on site. Investigators found a kilogram of fentanyl on top of children's playmats that were stored inside a closet. Now, the owner has denied knowing that the drugs were in the building there.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now on set. Danny, this is a hard story for anyone. It's especially difficult if you're a parent watching the story. I mean, it's a worst nightmare. We know that the owner and a relative that was there, they were charged in state court for murder, but now we've got these federal charges. Just very simply, what difference does that make?
Sure, these are federal drug trafficking charges, and specifically drug trafficking charges that result in the death of another. Those are slightly different from state charges of murder, and ordinarily the federal government might not intervene and file charges unless they think they need to vindicate a separate federal interest. And these charges are not the same. These are not federal murder charges. They have different elements. That's the purpose here. The federal government has its own interest in drug trafficking prosecutions.
Danny, prosecutors say the daycare owner tried to cover her tracks by deleting text messages to her husband that she called him before she called 911 to take care of that baby. And surveillance video shows that he left the daycare with 2 shopping bags full. But is that enough to arrest him? He remains at large at this point.
Federal law has an accessory after the fact statute. So in theory, this is someone that even if he was not involved in the initial alleged conspiracy, even if he initially wasn't in possession of drugs, the fact that if it's true he left with drugs, then that's possession right there. But also the accessory after the fact statute contemplates someone who you call up after a crime and say, I need your help, come over, help me get rid of the evidence. And that is punishable by half of the maximum sentence, where the sentence here, the principals here, they face 20 years to life. Mandatory minimum in these drug cases. I can't tell people enough. Statutory mandatory minimum. The judge's hands are tied. If you're convicted, you are automatically at the minimum doing 20 years. So in that situation, an accessory after the fact, they do half of the maximum. The maximum here is life. The statute says that gets dropped to 15 years. So that is what that accessory after the fact statute provides for.
But Danny, what I cannot understand is how this was a licensed daycare facility, licensed by the state. It even passed a surprise visit by health inspectors. They inspected this less than 2 weeks before this happened. So is there anyone else who is culpable? How did this happen? How did they fall through the cracks?
I suspect the state will argue that, look, we may have inspected it, but we don't inspect for fentanyl. I mean, these are people who may not know what fentanyl even is. That is probably what we're going to hear from the state.
All right. Danny Cevallos for us there. Danny, thank you.
Now, in just a few hours, the Federal Reserve will wrap up its meeting focused on the economy. They're taking a closer look at unemployment and inflation numbers. And the big news out of this meeting will be interest rates. The Fed has raised rates 11 times since March of last year.
NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to break down those numbers for us. Brian, what decision are we expecting today? And frankly, does this mean that we are ultimately heading in the right direction?
Yeah, well, the Federal Reserve has been raising interest rates steadily over the last year and a half. But the expectation is that they won't raise interest rates further, at least in this meeting. One reason, because they've aggressively raised rates so high, which is the reason why, by the way, your mortgage rates, your credit card rates have really skyrocketed over the last 18 months, that they can see where the economy is now and let the bite of its interest rate hikes that it's already put in place get felt through the economy. We've already seen inflation come down a little bit from that 9% figure that we saw last year to about 3% now. Again, for the Federal Reserve, they want to get to 2%. The question is, how hard is it going to be to get that last mile done? We'll have to see what the Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell says in the press conference later on this afternoon.
And Brian, we saw inflation spike a bit in August. What are some of the other key indicators that the central bank takes into consideration before it looks at raising the rates again?
Yeah, well, it did notch up from 3% to 3.3% as of the month of August. But we have to remember that for the Federal Reserve, they expected this battle with inflation to take a long amount of time. Now, when it comes to interest rate policies, this is the real challenge when we talk about what's happening with their approach here. Because if you raise interest rates, it's not like immediately afterwards you're going to get inflation down, because the whole idea is you're making borrowing costs more expensive. People might not spend as much. That could make inflation come down. But because there's a lagged impact of that, that's a reason why the Fed might opt in this meeting to say, let's take a pause and see how this impacts things before we make future decisions.
You know, Brian, it looks like the truth is we're headed in the right direction, but it sounds like Jerome Powell really just kind of wants to hedge. He wants to keep the door open in case he does decide that he wants to raise these rates again. But he's repeatedly said that he wants to see inflation hit 2%. When can we expect that to happen?
Yeah, well, what's really interesting is that we're going to get basically a projection from the Federal Reserve when they make the decision, which will include when they see inflation going down to 2%. What we've heard so far, it might not even happen next year. It's going to take a little bit of time and a little bit of patience.
All right, NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung. Brian, thank you.
Now let's go to the high-stakes standoff between auto workers and Detroit's big three car makers. It's day 6 of the union strike, and there are new concerns about exactly how it's impacting other companies, like ones that supply critical parts for vehicles. This all comes as the United Auto Workers Union is threatening more walkouts unless it sees pretty serious progress in negotiations by Friday.
NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo. So, Shaq, break down the spillover effects of all of these walkouts and the impact that they're having on workers. Obviously a very active, lively scene where you are again. How much exactly are these folks making while they're on strike pay?
Hi there. Well, let me show you. The workers that you see out here are making about $500 a week, $500 a week. And these are workers who are about a dozen at each of the plants around this, or each of the entrances around this plant. You hear them chanting, "No justice, no Jeeps." That's a common refrain that you continue to hear during this strike. But you talk about the ripple effects, because it's not just these workers who are being impacted, but it's workers at plants or who are not striking right now. And that's what you're just learning. We just learned that Stellantis is laying off about 68 people at a plant about 20 minutes away from here. They're previewing that there could be 300 more workers that get laid off. These are not plants that are striking, but these are suppliers to these bigger plants. And you're hearing about these ripple effects all over the country. Another plant in Michigan, another furnace-making plant in Missouri. So you're hearing about the ripple effects that it's impacting not just the workers out here at this main assembly plant, but the suppliers to these plants and the folks that rely on the products that come from these plants. They're also being impacted.
And Shaq, I mean, the union is planning a rally later on today at Stellantis' headquarters in Michigan. I mean, could they go on strike there? And then, and frankly, how big of an impact would that have on just car production?
Well, that's not an assembly plant where you're seeing that practice picket. Essentially, it could be a place where they go on strike later this week. We know about that Friday noon deadline where the UAW president is saying that if there is no progress, they can expand the strikes that you're seeing. So it's not just 3 facilities. But part of the strategy is it keeps everyone guessing. We don't know which plants those will be. We don't know how many plants and how many workers will be impacted by that. But and you talk about the impacts of this strike. Yes, there is definitely going to be a significant impact if this continues more and more. We know that these companies, there's an estimate out there that they are impacted by about $40 million in fewer profits in just 1 week. That's something that you can continue to expand and potentially affect consumers if this does extend, guys.
Yeah. All right, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Jack, thank you so much.
Well, it's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Some confusing news in the housing market. Both mortgage rates and refinancing demand, they increased last week with applications to refinance a home loan jumping 13%. And that's just compared to the week before. And that's also according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us now. So, Steve, usually when we see mortgage rates rising, demand for refis drops. So why are we seeing both of them surging right now?
Yeah, Vicki, well, this unusual phenomenon, it could be spurred by borrowers concerned that rates are going to jump even higher. It also could be that the number of refinance requests is so small right now that any change in the results in a big percentage move. Also, food giant Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of individually wrapped Kraft Singles American cheese. This is due to a potential choking hazard. The company said they discovered that one of the wrapping machines allowed thin strips of plastic film to remain on the cheese slices even after you remove the wrapper. The recall impacts the 16-ounce and 3-pound multi-packs of Kraft Singles American cheese with expiration dates in January 2024. And live sports are coming to Max. Warner Brothers Discovery is adding a new tier to its streaming app starting in October. The new tier will be branded as Bleacher Report Sports, and it'll have simulcast live sports that are already appearing on the company's traditional TV networks. That includes NBA, MLB, and NCAA March Madness games. Vicki, Morgan, I'll send it back over to you.
A lot of big changes there.
Yeah, a lot of great places to see sports these days.
All right, CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac for us. Steve, thank you.
After the break, a fight at the New England Patriots game turning fatal. The investigation into the death of a season ticket holder after a fight broke out in the stands. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In Massachusetts, police are investigating the death of a Patriots fan after a fight broke out in Gillette Stadium during Sunday's NFL game. Now, this is just one in a string of bad behavior incidents in the stands at sporting events. Top story anchor Tom Yamas has more.
Massachusetts State Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event.
What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
That was top story anchor Tom Yamas reporting. The chief NFL spokesperson tells NBC News that they offer their deepest condolences to the friends and family of the victim, Dale Mooney. They also say their top priority is the safety of the more than 1 million fans that attend NFL games every single week. And they deplore the activities that a handful of people that go to these games to interfere with the enjoyment of others.
And now to an NBC News investigation on a controversial medical practice, Morgan. A recent report found that millions of patients may have had unauthorized pelvic exams while undergoing surgery. Now some doctors are sounding the alarm. Here's NBC News national correspondent Stephanie Gosk with our report.
Surgery can be daunting. Patients put their lives in doctors' hands.
Does a patient have the right to know what happens to them when they are under anesthesia? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But according to doctors and medical students NBC News spoke with, sometimes surgery patients are given one of the most intimate procedures without their explicit consent, a pelvic exam.
On the surface of it, it seems like a violation of medical ethics, is it?
I would say it's a violation of bodily autonomy, certainly.
It may sound surprising, but Dr. Julie Kaur, an OBGYN, says the practice has been around for a while. Although exact numbers are hard to pin down because patients are often unaware, a recent study estimates that more than 3.5 million men and women may have received an unconsented intimate exam within the past 5 years. Dr. Kaur says the exams can be a key part of residents' training and may be performed during gynecological surgeries because it is easier, even if the patient doesn't actually need the procedure.
Muscles of the abdomen are more relaxed, so you can actually appreciate the anatomy in a kind of an easier way.
But consent should be mandatory, she says.
And I was asked to do a pelvic exam on a patient that I know I hadn't consented specifically.
Did you want to do it?
You know, no, I did not.
Dr. Rohini Kaushal-Yasiva is the head of the American Medical Student Association.
I actually ended up saying no, that I wasn't going to perform this pelvic exam.
She is among a number of medical students who are speaking out.
It's just morally wrong. If you were in that position, would you want that happening to you?
Attention to the issue has led to 25 states enacting laws requiring explicit consent for pelvic exams on a patient under anesthesia. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists states that if the exam offers a patient no personal benefit and is performed solely for teaching purposes, it should be performed only with her specific informed consent. Some doctors have resisted the need for specific consent, arguing it's not necessary if general consent is given before going into the operating room, and the pelvis doesn't need to be treated differently than any other part of the body. But Dr. Kaur disagrees.
It's because if you ask a patient how they feel and whether they would want to know if a student was doing an exam, patients overwhelmingly say, yes, this is different.
And she says doctors should listen.
Because patients think it's different, I think it's imperative that we treat it differently.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Chicago.
Well, officials are now searching through a debris field as they investigate how that F-35 fighter jet went missing. But we're learning right now about what went wrong. Straight ahead, you're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as y'all know, the cost to go to college is getting more and more expensive every semester. But as NBC New York's Linda Baquero explains, there are a few tricks to help students cut their costs.
Hitting the books requires budgeting 101. In addition to college tuition, there are hidden costs you might not think about, like textbooks, as this student told us.
Some teachers force you to get the brand new editions, so that's a lot more money.
Donald Kerr is the director of student lending and college services for AAA Northeast. He says the cost of food for college students can also add up, even if you've paid for a meal plan.
The food is great in the beginning, but kids get tired of it. So they find themselves wandering off campus and buying foods.
What do you do to try to save money with food?
Try to bring food from house.
With textbooks, students can save money by renting.
Rent them or use, because I see that they're all in good condition. So there's no point in wasting a lot of money for brand new books I'm only going to use for one semester.
The books are expensive, but I try to rent the books.
When it comes to paying tuition, families should know there are big changes coming to the free application for federal student aid, known as FAFSA, which determines how much financial aid kids can get.
Normally it's available October 1st. It is not going to be available right now until sometime in December. They're not even committing to an actual date yet.
The number of questions will drop from 100 to about 40, and the formula for determining the expected family contribution will be different.
For example, if you had a family with 2 kids in college at the same time, that was favorable under your EFC before. That's now not going to be as favorable anymore. You're not going to get the same break. They're trying to offset that by giving you more protection on some of the other things, such as assets and some of your wages.
And if you already have student loans, remember that the pause ends and payments resume in October. Now is the time to ask about options for repaying.
Income-driven repayment plans, they have extended repayment plans, graduated repayment plans. The great thing about the federal student loan program is they will work with you.
To help families and students navigate college expenses, AAA Northeast has free webinars and an online portal called Pivotal College Years, which is free for members. There's also help available at studentaid.gov. Linda Baquero for NBC News Daily.
All right, so a 15-year-old is shaking up the campaign trail in New Hampshire. His name is Quinn Mitchell, and he's hitting candidates like Republican Governor Ron DeSantis and other 2024 hopefuls with some pretty tough questions. Matt Pritchard from NBC Boston has more on this political whiz-kid.
For much of his young life,
he asked real questions, and he not only asked them of me, he asked them of everybody else.
Quinn Mitchell has been making the rounds at New Hampshire campaign events. Dozens of candidates coming face-to-face with the now 15-year-old who arrives at each event, carefully considering the question he'll ask.
The first question, I vaguely remember, but it was a question to Amy Klobuchar asking her if she thinks Robert Mueller should testify in front of Congress.
Now, those insightful inquiries have paid off. Quinn's phone is filled with selfies featuring some of the biggest names in politics, from the last 2 presidential winners to high-profile candidates like Elizabeth Warren and Chris Christie.
I thought it was the coolest thing ever to have that opportunity in your backyard to meet a future president of the United States.
In most cases, he's felt empowered by these different speakers.
I basically had all these politicians who really encouraged me to ask the questions that needed to be asked, no matter how hard they were.
But not every interaction ends positively.
My first DeSantis event was a June 1st event. I knew I would be able to ask the questions.
Speaking to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, Quinn asked him about the January 6th insurrection, a moment he says set off a series of bizarre events.
So and then I kind of tried to approach him, but it was, again, blocked, and then I later learned that, they were taking Snapchat photos of me with the caption, got our kid.
I say that kid has a job ahead of him.
A bright future indeed.
I love that. All right, thanks to Matt Pritchard for that report.
All right, well, coming up, the Hollywood Writers Union is resuming negotiations with major studios today after months of striking. What this means for your favorite shows straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. You can do this wherever you stream, on the bus, on a train, on your way into work. This is YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, all those apps you see there on your phone, they're free. The news continues right after this.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Attorney General Merrick Garland currently testifying before the House Judiciary Committee amid scrutiny over the Justice Department's handling of its investigations into former President Donald Trump and Hunter Biden. House Republicans are accusing Garland of weaponizing the department in favor of President Joe Biden and his son. Take a listen.
Someone who bought Hunter Biden's art ended up with a prestigious appointment to a federal position. Doesn't it look weird that he's become this immediate success in the art world as his dad is president of the United States? Isn't that odd?
I'm not going to comment about any specific.
Not going to comment, not going to investigate.
Republicans on the committee claim the DOJ is also targeting former President Donald Trump.
17 U.S. soldiers are under investigation for violating drug laws in South Korea. Local police say the soldiers were questioned on suspicion of smuggling and distributing synthetic cannabis. Military officials say no soldiers are currently detained, and in a statement, leaders for the U.S. Armed Forces say they do not condone any behavior that violates South Korean law.
And Arkansas State Police have released dash cam video showing a state trooper forcing the wrong vehicle off the road. Take a look at this. You can see right there the moment when that trooper uses a pit maneuver. It causes the car to slam into the center barrier. Authorities say the trooper submitted his letter for retirement after an internal review was launched. Luckily, no one was hurt in that incident.
Well, the U.S. military is facing new questions today about how it lost track of a $100 million fighter jet for more than 24 hours.
Yeah, investigators have been combing through this debris field in South Carolina. They announced they found it on Monday, one day after officials reported an F-35 jet went missing when its pilot ejected because of what they described as a mishap. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie has been following this story for us from the beginning. So, Courtney, this crash site, it's about 80 miles away from where the pilot actually ejected from that plane. So how long was the jet on autopilot? Do investigators have any idea why the pilot abandoned the jet?
So investigators aren't telling us, and the Marine Corps and the military aren't telling us why they think the pilot ejected at this point in any official way. But the reality is this pilot ejected safely, was taken to a hospital, and then was released only hours later. So the military has a good sense of the pilot's side of what happened here. Now, in addition to that, as you said, and as we've been showing our viewers, there's now a crash site. They identified it Monday evening. So they're able to now comb through some of the wreckage and also get some of the physical evidence and some of the physical details that may give them a better sense, or should give them a better sense, of exactly what happened here. Some aviation experts who we've spoken with had said that one clue we could be looking at is the fact that the transponder was not responding. It was malfunctioning from the time that the plane disappeared, and that may be indicative of some larger problem that could have led to, again, what the military is calling a mishap in the air. And Courtney, I mean, NBC News spoke to some people who say they actually witnessed that crash. Just briefly, what did they see? Yeah, that's right. Sam Brock, our colleague down there in South Carolina, spoke with a family who said that they saw the plane coming in, that it was not flying very high, that it was actually inverted or flipped upside down as it was flying, and that it went along its way, and that they didn't even really think much of the boom that they heard later. Now, they did also say that they tried to reach out to the military to let them know that they may have seen the plane. They said that it was close enough, though, they could actually see the canopy of the aircraft as it flew overhead. All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie for us there with the latest. Courtney, thanks. Thanks.
Now to the suspension of a Texas high school student that is causing a lot of controversy. A Houston area school suspended Daryl George for having a certain kind of hairstyle.
That's right. Georgia's mother says that school officials are discriminating against her son, pictured there with locks, after being told that his hair violated the district's dress code. Joining us now on set is NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis. Rahema, I find this really interesting, frankly, that this is still happening. Texas just passed the Crown Act, and for those who are unfamiliar, that actually protects many people, many black people especially, fall into this category from hair discrimination. So he would have been protected by law, no?
Well, the school says no. He's not protected by that law because they say that law protects those hairstyles, be it dreads, be it twists, be it locks, but it doesn't protect in terms of the length of the hair. They say that the hair can't go below the eyebrows, the earlobes, or top of the shoulder. You see the picture of him, his hair, he has not worn his hair down, but the school says if that hairstyle could be worn down, and if it comes to the shoulder or over the earlobes or over the eyebrows, that would be in violation of their dress code.
So it's not that it was down, it's that it could have been worn down.
That's it correctly. That's exactly it. And according to the school, their policy says if it can be worn down, it would also be in violation. So this may come down to a question of how much the school is willing to give or not give in relation to what could happen versus what has happened.
Rahema, are we talking about a public school or a private school? And has the family talked about considering any legal action at this point?
Well, the school is called an independent school district, but it's not independent from state law, but it does have its own rules. And the family does have a lawyer. And take a listen to what the mother is saying about what she would like to see happen.
I want them to change their policies. I want them to stop being discriminatory against black and brown kids. Not just mine, but any other black and brown kid. I'm trying to figure out how he's getting violated when y'all never seen his hair let down. How do y'all know it's below his eyebrows?
We may learn something today. It appears as though the school is suggesting that today is the deadline when the family has to make the decision. Either they're going to comply with the school dress code or they're not. And the school is suggesting that it could force him out of the school, force him into an alternative school situation. It seems to be a standoff at the moment. And meanwhile, he has not been participating in regular activities. He is in what's called an in-school suspension, but he has been barred from participating in any regular extracurricular activities.
Which means that while this is sort of still in limbo, this young man is being penalized. In the interim, he's being penalized because he's not able to go to the classroom. Has there been any discussion about how this young man gets back into the classroom so that he's not falling behind?
Well, his mother certainly is asking that, and she has been concerned that his grades have been falling as a result of this, that he's depressed, that he's feeling that he's not valued, if you will, and that he has been wrongly taken out of the classroom as a result of how he's been wearing his hair, which is a source of pride for him, and that he says he is not violating the code because he has never worn his hair down while he has been in that school. But again, the school policy says the question of whether or not they can regulate the length of hair, not just the style.
It's so frustrating.
Potential, that's
right. I mean, with all the things that you cover in education, to have this be one of the things that keeps somebody from getting a schooling, it's just, especially in a law where they actually have a Crown Act, Rahema.
It is frustrating. It is frustrating. There's a lot that's going on in our schools, including something like 65% of our fourth graders cannot read at fourth grade level. And there's a lot we could discuss beyond this, but this is the issue that's on the table at the moment, and it's getting a lot of national attention.
All right, Rahema Ellis, thank you so much.
Thanks, Rahema. We turn now to Alabama, where a high school band director is speaking publicly after his arrest last week. Now, this video, it could be upsetting for some people. We do want to warn you.
39-year-old Johnny Mims was tased by Birmingham police officers who say he refused their demands to stop playing the band's final song at a football game. He has been placed on paid leave while the school district investigates the incident. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is with us now. So, Guad, our colleague Blaine Alexander spoke with Johnny Mims and his attorney yesterday about what happened. What did he say about the incident, and how is he doing today?
Vicky, well, he's on leave at the moment as this investigation takes place. So he says he was just doing his job. This was all part of what they call the fifth quarter performance. This is where high school bands will perform after a football game is done. And of course, he wanted his students to finish that song, something that they practiced for all week. Now, he insists that he never touched an officer or pushed or hit an officer, as was being described in the video by one of the officers themselves. Here's the band director talking to NBC News about the moment he was tased.
I was so stunned and so baffled. All I remember is hearing all of my students screaming, all of the parents crying. I mean, it was a horrifying situation, and I just hate to even have to keep talking about it.
No. Mr. Mims is asking the attention to be put on the students right now, because the students did go through a traumatic experience watching him go through that, and also because the lights were turned off when the band was still playing. They had to exit the stadium carrying all of those instruments, and of course that was dangerous for all of the students. So as of now, he does want a lot of the attention to be placed on the students who had to go through this experience.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for us there. Guad, thank you.
Well, television and film writers head back to the negotiating table with major studios after 141 days on strike.
That's right. The Writers Guild of America members walked off the job in May when they failed to reach an agreement on higher pay and protections around the U.S. of artificial intelligence. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Molas joins us now. Chloe, we have seen now nearly 6 weeks since the WGA representatives. This strike occurred. Where are we now? What is the gap?
This is the day. This is a moment, but I know from a source close to these negotiations that these talks could take days. And the major sticking points are on artificial intelligence. And many people in the industry worry that their jobs and livelihoods will be affected if this does not get resolved on their terms, right? And so they also want transparency with the studios because they want to know how many people are really watching streaming, and they want to be paid proportionately to that. But like I've pointed out before, Bob Iger, we heard him say at Sun Valley, there's not as much money in streaming as you might think. And so, you know, the WGA saying in a statement to NBC News yesterday, you might not hear from us in the coming days while we are negotiating, but know that our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible. But if that's not going to happen today, I'd be shocked, right? This is going to take a while to really try to come to some sort of a resolution.
Chloe, the strikes are costing California alone about $5 billion. Walk us through all the other industries that are being affected, and how's the governor there responding?
Transportation, dry cleaning, right? Look at just hair and makeup and the craft services and all of the tangential industries that are affected by this. When you say it takes a village, it really does to create your favorite TV shows and movies. So Gavin Newsom actually speaking out about this to CNN. Take a listen.
I've been deeply involved. In fact, was with talking to the WGA and members of the studios over the last week. We're going to be meeting later this week. Absolutely support what their concerns are, and I support WGA and SAG as it relates to their existential stress.
I mean, we saw the jobs report. We know that this is real, okay? And we also know that it's not just $3 billion anymore that we're talking about. Now it's upwards of $5 billion. Big bucks. That it's costing the California economy. So hopefully there is a resolution very soon.
I know you'll be watching it closely. NBC News entertainment reporter Chloe Molas. Thank you, Chloe.
And you are watching NBC News Daily. More right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Well, life can be full of unexpected events. Some of them are good, but others can make it feel like your entire world is broken.
That's right. I mean, whether it's a death or a divorce, it's easy to get just weighed down by emotions and make it really hard to move forward. So the question is, how can we handle all of these feelings and heal during what can be a pretty difficult time? Joining us now, New York Times bestselling author Chris Carr.
In her new book, I'm Not a Morning Person, Carr details her own experience with those big emotions after losing her father. Chris, thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate it. Your book is beautiful. Talk to us first about rupture. That is a concept that you introduce in the book. What is a life rupture?
We all go through them, and they come in all shapes and sizes, as you know. The divorce, the miscarriage, the diagnosis, losing a loved one, losing a pet, right? And so few of us know how to handle these ruptures. And what I have come to understand and what I write about in this book is that ruptures can change us, they can rearrange us, they can reshape our priorities, and actually help us create more meaningful lives.
I love what you said about rearrange. I actually just got chills. You know, I think it's part of the human experience to experience grief. I've certainly known it. It sounds like you've known it. When we face these ruptures, as you call them, what should we do? What's worked for you?
The first thing is to be honest. You know, so often we go through life and we say we're fine when we're not fine. And I think what happens is we get lonelier, and we have an epidemic of loneliness happening.
And isolation.
And isolation. So we're looking for connection, and connection starts with that. When you say, how are you? And I say, I'm sad.
I was looking at the graphic there. It says to create a space for yourself and to ask what instead of why when you're going through this. What do you mean by that?
Sometimes we can ruminate on the why me, why now? And why can be a great question to ask. Sometimes we'll get an answer from that question. But if we're ruminating, a better question is what? What can I do now to support my mental health? What can I do now to support my body? What can I do now to support my spirit?
What are some of the answers? I mean, what have you been able to do just in terms of putting one foot in front of the other when you're experiencing one of these life ruptures? What tactically has worked for you?
Support, connection, right? So a therapist, a counselor, reaching out to your dear friends, your true blues. But I love how you said one step. So I want to go back to that, because sometimes we'll say, take it one day at a time. But when we're a caregiver, when we're in overwhelm, when we're dealing with chaos in our lives, it's hard to take it one day at a time. Sometimes it's just the next right step in front of you. It could be a glass of water. It could be that you're completely overwhelmed and you decide, you know what, I got to go for a 10-minute walk to just press reset, change the channel.
I think one of the things that also happens to us is if we are in a space with someone who is coping with a rupture, grief, a diagnosis, as you mentioned, what are some of the things that you can say that are helpful, and what are some of the things that might be harmful that you want to avoid?
I have a chapter in the book called Awkward Times, Awkward People. Forgive yourself if you've been an awkward person. I certainly have been. And so we don't want to say things like, if somebody's been through a miscarriage, you're young, you'll have another child. You know, you're going through a divorce, there's other fish in the sea. You want to move away from that. The point is, these people are trying to help you. They don't want you to feel bad. But the best thing you can do is just listen.
Like, I'm not here to talk or give advice. I'm here to be what you need.
Yeah, I often say, you know, for me, in my own experience, I've realized that grief is just, to me, one of the heaviest emotions to carry for another adult, right? Because you want to help pull them out, and you can't, right? I mean, a lot of times that person is dealing with that themselves. You've been very open in your book about your own experience with cancer. And sometimes there is not only the grief of the event, but the anticipation of grief. Where do you find hope?
For myself, I find hope in these conversations. I find hope in becoming more emotionally literate, you know, understanding that all of the things that are happening inside of me are normal, and being willing to actually feel them and express them, and know that life is worth living, and we're supposed to be here living it. So if there's something getting in our way from that happening, let's tend to that thing.
Author Chris Carr, we appreciate you. The book is called I'm Not a Morning Person. It's out right now. Thank you so much for your time today, Chris.
Thanks for having me. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Heat waves across the Mediterranean are sending olive oil prices skyrocketing and creating a growing underground market. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga explains how some people are now taking extreme measures to get their hands on the now very precious commodity.
At this mill in Spain, a liquid gold heist.
When we saw the capacity of the tanks, we saw that they had stolen 2 trucks worth of the oil system.
Local reports say thieves stole 13,000 gallons of olive oil, worth almost $500,000. And it comes after a string of messy olive oil-related crimes across the country. Earlier this year, police caught someone transporting stolen olives, which led them to this illicit oil mill. Officials seized tanks and arrested more than a dozen people. And just weeks ago, local media reporting yet another incident, with olive oil spilled all over the floor, about $50,000 slipping away. So why is olive oil such a sizzling hot target now? Because prices are burning up. Spain is the world's biggest olive oil producer and exporter. With rising heat, its orchards are parched.
The olive tree is very sad, very dry, and with a great lack of water.
Mariluz Robio Romero owns an olive orchard in Granada, Spain. She says production's gotten worse and worse with years of drought.
I'm going to show you how the olive tree is. The lower twigs have no olives, just 4 olives in the top, and the olive tree is dry, as you can see.
And not enough olives means not enough olive oil. Spain's olive oil production so far this season is about half of what it was last year. And you can see global prices of olive oil shot up, reaching $8,900 a ton this year, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
This is not normal, the oil at this point, because of the prices we have. When they are normal, like how they always are, it doesn't interest anyone to come and steal it.
And it's not just Spain. Dry weather across the Mediterranean is driving higher prices, with production expected to take a spill in places like Italy and Greece, according to industry analysts. Plus, Turkey is suspending bulk olive oil exports until November the 1st to keep up its own supply. Experts are already worried about next year's crop, with more hot and dry weather to come. There's no end in sight. Claudio Lavanga, NBC News.
Well, this week in Delaware, a big celebration was held for a World War II veteran ringing in his 102nd birthday. Tim Furlong from NBC Philadelphia got to celebrate with one of the last heroes from the greatest generation.
I'm overwhelmed. I really am overwhelmed.
You'd be overwhelmed, too, if you had a birthday party like Ray Fermani had at Mission Barbecue. You'd be especially overwhelmed if, like Ray, you were turning 102.
All right, who's next up here?
Lots of people stood in line to say hello. If Ray didn't know them, he was sure happy to meet them. It's kind of his mantra.
A stranger is a friend you've never met. It's a thrill. Maybe that's why I'm 102. I enjoy meeting people, talking to people.
Ray flew B-17s in World War II. He flew 25 successful missions deep into Germany, for which he received the Distinguished Flyer Cross. He's in the Delaware Aviation Hall of Fame, and there's even a book about him, a book he is more than happy to sign. And patriotic? Now more than ever.
He's just the most personable guy out there. He loves making new friends, and he's a Delaware treasure. There's no doubt about that. We are so blessed to have him. 102 years old.
Ray has lived in Delaware for 96 of his 102 years, and lots of people here know him very well. You know you're a legend when you receive awards and proclamations at your birthday party, and when the governor comes to personally wish you a happy birthday.
We don't have many World War II veterans left, do we?
Sadly, Governor John Carney is right. There aren't many World War II heroes still among us. So you know what?
Happy birthday to you.
Let's celebrate the heck out of the ones we do still have. Tim Furlong, NBC News, Wilmington, Delaware.
That's beautiful. All right, I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, September 20th. Inflation nation, all eyes on the Federal Reserve today ahead of a big decision on interest rates. Experts believe the Fed will hold steady and keep rates unchanged, at least for now. What that would tell us about the health of our economy.
Toddler tragedy. Police say a 1-year-old boy died after attending a daycare that doubled as a drug den, where the lethal drugs were being stored inside that facility, and the charges the suspects are now facing.
Regulatory roadblock. The FDA denied approval of the first needle-free alternative to the EpiPen and instructed the drug maker to collect more data. Why the rejection came as quite a surprise to the medical community.
Playing hooky. Should you allow your child to take off from school if they're feeling burned out or overwhelmed? We will talk with a psychotherapist about the benefits of mental health days and how to make them worthwhile.
We are so glad you could join us this Wednesday, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the state of our economy. In just about an hour from now, the Federal Reserve will announce its decision on whether to raise interest rates. In fact, the central bank is taking a number of key factors into that consideration, including inflation and unemployment.
Yeah, we've seen 11 rate hikes since March of 2022. Right now, the benchmark interest rate is sitting at a 22-year high as the Fed continues to fight historic inflation. So will we see another increase today? NBC business and data reporter Brian Chung is here to break down the numbers. Brian, always great to have you here with us. So August inflation numbers spiked on rising gas prices. How much of this is going to play a decision in the Fed's a role in the Fed's decision today?
Yeah, well, the expectation is for them not to raise interest rates today, despite the fact that the yearly inflation rates did go up from June to July and then to August as well. The reason why is because the Federal Reserve's been already ratcheting up interest rates so high, and we all feel that in the form of the high mortgage rates, high credit card rates, right? And the challenge for the Fed is, okay, yeah, that might take some steam out of this economy, incentivize people to buy less homes, buy fewer things on their credit card, which could take inflation down, but there's a lagged impact of that. Maybe hikes that they did earlier in the year might not take effect or be seen through the data for another 6 to 12 months after that. So they're going to take this meeting likely and just say, all right, you know what? We're not going to raise rates now. We're not going to take it off the table for the rest of the year, but just kind of wait and see approach and see the impact of what it's done already as we get into the next few months of the year.
And it's that not taking it off the table I find so interesting. It sounds like Fed Chair Jerome Powell wants to at least keep the option open in case things go in that direction. But the fact that, you know, if we come away today and they don't actually raise the rates, does that mean that we're actually in the right direction?
Yeah, well, I mean, again, right now it's really about what they say, not what they do, because it's going to be a nothing burger in terms of the actual statement itself, because they're not going to raise interest rates. But to your point, what we want to hear from Jay Powell in his press conference at 2:30 today is what does he see going on in the economy in the next few months? Because not only do we have the concern that, all right, the inflation numbers have started to tick up again. It's not nearly close to the 9% rate that we saw and felt last year. But at the same time, if that trajectory continues, that would be concerning. Also consider we have a UAW strike. We have a government shutdown potentially happening. So those are near-term risks that could also impact the economy as well.
Quickly before you go, what's the forecast for holiday spending? What are we thinking?
Yeah, well, for right now, there is that same dynamic that we're going to see from last year where people's wallets are pinched because the price of everything at the grocery store has gone up. Maybe that bites a little bit into the wallet spend that you have to buy gifts, but people still want to have things under the tree, which means that they'll be spending, but maybe that dollar will stretch across fewer gifts.
I cannot believe we're still talking about, or already talking
under 100 days
never
away.
Too
Can we just
it's
wait till
never too soon.
October, guys?
No, never too soon.
All right, Brian Chung, never too soon. We appreciate you, man.
Santa.
Yeah, I'm shopping.
Thanks, Brian.
All right, thank you, Brian. The United Auto Workers Union, as Brian just mentioned, ramping up pressure on the nation's big three car makers. It is threatening to expand the strike unless both sides make progress by noon Friday.
Now, right now, nearly 13,000 employees are on the picket lines, and that's about 9% of the union's total workforce at the three companies. But if more workers walk off the job, experts warn it could have a major impact on other businesses. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is live outside the Stellantis plant there in Toledo. Shaq, the clock, it just keeps ticking toward this Friday deadline. I mean, is there any sign of progress today?
Unfortunately, not many signs of progress right now. You see workers, they're still striking. They're still on the picket line here at the Toledo plant. It's the Stellantis plant. A source with Stellantis tells me that you have both sides at the negotiating table right now. Those conversations are continuing. But one thing that we're starting to watch are these ripple effects, the potential that the strikes that you're seeing now are impacting non-striking workers at suppliers to these plants, the companies that rely on products from this plant. So you're hearing this ripple effect, more people being laid off at factories, even in this area, even as you have folks here striking and saying they're willing to stay out here as long as they need to.
Shaq, we know union leaders are pushing to end tiered wages. You talked about that with us yesterday. That's been one of the main sticking points, that someone could be working alongside someone else and making totally different wages for the same job. So walk us through that and what the auto workers want as the alternative.
Yeah, I'll tell you, in my conversations with folks here, this is one of their biggest issues, the things they care about the most here. And essentially what this boils down to is back during the financial collapse in 2008, you saw the union make significant concessions, and they set up two different tiers where people who were hired before 2007, they started at a higher wage and they were qualified, or they qualified for pensions. Those who started after 2007, they no longer got pensions, and they started at a rate of about $17 an hour. But there's another part to this. You have supplemental employees, so essentially temporary employees at many of these plants who are called in for last-minute overtime regularly, who work shifts that are left over, essentially. They say that they're essentially being abused, and they get about $15.67 an hour and don't qualify for any of the bonuses or adjustments that the other full-time employees make. So those are the conditions that many of the workers are out here trying to change. They want, with this new contract, the end of that tier system. They want a pathway for those temporary employees to be able to come on and get full-time, get those full-time health benefits, get those full-time retirement benefits. And that's one of the big sticking points at the negotiating table, guys.
All right, noon Friday is ahead of us. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster, thank you so much for the details today.
Just moments ago, a Colorado jury was seated for the criminal trial in Elijah McClain's death. Back in 2019, you might remember the 23-year-old was walking away from a convenience store in Aurora when he was confronted by police after someone called 911 saying that McClain was suspicious.
Well, officers put him in a chokehold and paramedics gave him ketamine. McClain later died in the hospital. All the responding officers and paramedics were charged in his death. We have NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee with us now. So, Tremaine, bring us up to speed here. We know 5 people were charged in McClain's death. Who goes on trial today, and what are the charges they're facing?
That's right. Of the 5, 3 of those folks were police officers. And today, 2 of those police officers, Randy Rodema and Jason Rosenblatt, will be going on trial. They're charged with criminally negligent homicide, manslaughter, and assault.
What changed? You know, we all remember that moment. We remember seeing video. We remember seeing protests. This all happened in 2019, just a few years ago. Has Colorado done anything differently?
Let's not forget, very troubling. A year before George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were also killed by police, there have been some changes. So Aurora has since entered into a consent decree, which is an agreement with the federal government to further train officers and make reforms internal to the police department. But they also outlawed the use of those carotid holds or chokeholds and also ketamine. A lot of people, that sounds pretty wild. You're going to inject some guy with ketamine.
Right, it's a sedative.
Pretty troubling.
And it's a strong one at that. Tremaine, do we know anything in terms of how long this trial for these 2 people is expected to last? And what about the other 3 that were charged?
That's right. So the expectation is that this trial will last about a month. And then in October, the 3rd police officer involved in this case will go on trial. And they expect in November, the 2 paramedics were involved, for them to go on trial.
Tremaine, can I ask you just a bigger picture context question? You've covered and brought so many of these stories to us, Elijah, Breonna, Eric. I mean, the list goes on and on. Have you seen changes across the board since incidents like this, or are we forgetting?
Yeah, it's you want to believe there has been change, especially after 2020 and the nationwide international push for Black lives to be valued in this country. There have been some changes. These consent decrees, push incremental reforms, but by and large, police are still killing unarmed Black people and still killing Black people at a rate higher than other groups. And so, cases like this, you're seeing justice play out in some sense. Police officers going to trial, being actually charged in the deaths of people that they've come in contact with. That's a pretty big deal, but I think, the course of history we'll see.
Has Elijah McClain's family spoken out?
I haven't seen that just yet. The news is just breaking about the jury just being seated, so I haven't heard anything from them yet.
The conversation continues. Tremaine Lee. Thank you, Tremaine. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tremaine. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. companies will soon be facing new rules on greenhouse gas emissions. California and the EU are set to approve new legislation which would force businesses to report their emissions. And these would be some of the biggest changes in corporate disclosures in a decade.
That's right. CNBC's senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, a lot of these big companies and even some lawmakers, they've pushed back against efforts by the SEC to actually require these emissions disclosures. So how are businesses sort of reacting now to these new rules?
So, Morgan, Vicky, the compromise here is that these rules only apply to businesses that have more than $1 billion in total revenues. Now, they will require the company's climate data to be a part of the overall financial data that they're required to disclose on a quarterly or regular basis. While some companies have been fighting the change behind the scenes, tech giants like Apple and Salesforce have both come out actually in support of this kind of regulation. Also on the retail front, Walmart wants to be a catch-all for everything you need, from pharmacies to groceries and household appliances. And now the retailer is going to offer pet services. That's right. Walmart is opening a pilot pet clinic location outside of Atlanta for veterinarian services and grooming provided by staff from the company Pet IQ. The company is not saying how many pet clinic locations it will eventually plan to have. And one world-renowned airport is going passport-free. This is Chongqing International Airport in the financial hub of Singapore. It will use a biometric system to deal with immigration. Airport officials say they expect a return to pre-pandemic levels of travelers and traffic, and they hope this new system will make operations more efficient as they deal with the influx. Talk about controversy. A lot of folks don't like this idea of using biometrics, but the number of people, ladies, and I'm sure you've seen it too, using those clear lines at airports in America, you got to give up your retinal ID for that kind of thing, right? So maybe people are getting more comfortable with the idea.
Dom, this is mandatory, right? You can't opt out if you want to go through this airport.
Right, and so this is going to be one of those situations where you'll see whether or not there will be a pushback by people because of this kind of a policy. I know a lot of folks out there are not very willing to give up their personal information, let alone their biometrics. I'm not sure if this will hinder travel for some people out there.
We're going to see. Singapore's always on the cutting edge of things like this, so we will certainly see. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Dom, thanks.
And coming up, kicked out, why Hawaii residents who lost everything in the Maui wildfires are now being forced to leave the hotels they've been staying in. You are watching NBC News Daily.
breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to that tragic story out of the Bronx. 2 suspects being hit with federal charges in connection to the death of a 1-year-old boy who got sick at their daycare from an apparent opioid exposure. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on the alleged drug operation at the daycare.
For any parents out there, this one is going to really hit home. Fentanyl and daycare are simply not 2 things that should be in the same sentence, especially at a place that had just passed a surprise inspection. But that is the reality for 4 families facing the unthinkable.
Prosecutors bringing federal charges against 2 suspects after fentanyl at a daycare killed a 1-year-old boy. Authorities now on the hunt for another person they say was involved, the husband of the daycare operator. According to court papers, 3 young babies from that same daycare hospitalized from exposure to the drug. The youngest, just 8 months old.
They were running a drug operation from a daycare center. A daycare center.
The owner, Gray Mendez and Carlisto Acevedo Brito, accused of storing large amounts of fentanyl at the daycare. Investigators finding a kilo of the drug on top of the baby's playmats, stored in a closet.
I'm a lawyer, right? But I'm a father. And common sense dictates that when you drop off your baby, you expect the baby to be kept safe.
The father of that 1-year-old, Nicholas Dominici, telling WNBC that Nicholas felt happy going to daycare. A lawyer for the daycare operator tells NBC News her client had no idea drugs were in the building. But after finding the baby's unconscious, prosecutors say Mendez tried to cover her tracks, calling her husband before 911.
And all of that happened while the children, the babies, were suffering and in desperate need of help.
Later allegedly deleting thousands of text messages, according to court documents. Prosecutors say they have surveillance footage of her husband entering the daycare empty-handed before police arrived, then leaving 2 minutes later with 2 full shopping bags, dashing out the back alley. Investigators still searching for him. As for the babies, the 3 that survived, all now home from the hospital.
As for those 2 suspects, if convicted on these new federal charges, they could both face up to life in prison. Back to you guys.
Thousands of people in Maui are still displaced more than a month after deadly wildfires swept through the town of Lahaina. Some of them found shelter in hotels that the government made available as temporary housing. But now they're being asked to leave with no homes to return to. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin has more.
In the weeks since the deadly Maui fires, confusion over where to live and for how long has been a pressing issue for thousands of displaced residents.
We're all scrambling to try to find another place.
Charles Nahale lost his home in the fire. He's since been living in government-provided housing at the Sands of Kahana Resort, but says he just received a letter from the hotel management company saying the unit he's been living in won't be available after September 30th.
A real disgrace for all of us that are displaced and lost everything.
The letter obtained by Hawaii News Now says that housing opportunities would be provided until at least October 30th at Kahana Villas Resort, Gardens at West Maui Resort, and Maui Beach Resort in Kahai. But Nahale says he's received no more information about alternative housing. The hotel management company did not respond to our request for comment, but writes on their website, with services and amenities slowly returning to our West Maui resorts, we are gradually welcoming back reservations in October per the governor's instruction. The issue of displacement and relocation, a major point of contention for residents across the island, with more than 7,000 people housed in 40 hotels. Governor Josh Green says he's now working to reopen West Maui for tourists on October 8th.
We're going to do what we can to house the 7,415 people that are currently in hotel rooms, move them into long-term rentals. If you have a long-term rental and you'd like to participate, contact us. We would love to rent that for 18 months. We want everyone to get housing for a long time as we rebuild.
But for people like Charles, the push to welcome back tourists to their embattled island comes with concern and confusion, as they're left to wonder yet again if they'll still have a roof over their heads. Erin McLaughlin, NBC News.
Still ahead, restoring nature inside the historic push to remove dams out west and how that would help fight climate change. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having. I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today. You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Well, next November, history will be made when the first female astronaut blasts off into space for a lunar mission.
Christina Cook is playing a pivotal role in NASA's push to get back to the moon. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has her trailblazing story.
I grew up in a small town in North Carolina. I didn't even see another engineer, much less an astronaut. And at that time, also probably not really seeing women as astronauts. Definitely not.
Christina Cook is used to being the only woman in the room, and come next year, she'll be the only woman who's headed to the moon when she embarks on the Artemis 2 mission planned for November 2024. But that first is just the latest on a long list, going back to when she was named an astronaut a decade ago. A phone call she remembers well.
And I actually started out by telling them, hey, it's okay, I had a great time interviewing. Thanks for considering me. And they actually had to interrupt me and say, actually, we're calling to tell you we want you to join our team to come to Houston.
Since that day, she's set records, like the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 days in space, and participating in the first all-female spacewalk.
What was that moment like, going out with all women? Yeah, it was incredible. Hopefully that got people thinking about where we're at. We weren't just out there for a participation ribbon. We wanted to actually be excellent spacewalkers. This isn't very well known, but the coolest thing about that spacewalk was it was unplanned. It was the only spacewalk I did that was not planned prior. I never trained for it. She never trained for it. We actually went out to fix something that had broken. So we designed the entire spacewalk in 1 week with the teams on the ground. And normally a spacewalk is developed for years.
Along the way, she's faced obstacles unique to women in the male-dominated field.
The fleet of suits is actually built for a bigger-bodied astronaut. So I go out and do spacewalks in a suit that's 2 sizes too big for me. There actually are time factors that they add in for how much longer tasks will take in someone who's doing a spacewalk in this suit that's too big for them.
Are there things about your job that you think are changing and will change and will continue to get better as more women do this?
Definitely. In fact, the suit is a perfect example because the next suits that they're making for the moon surface operations are actually going to, by design, fit a very wide range of people.
Among your many accomplishments, adding another one, the first woman on a lunar mission. What was it like to get that news?
It was great news. Funny story, we were actually all late. No one was on time to this meeting. We had a meeting put on our calendars under a different pretense, so none of us had any idea how important this meeting was going to be. And we were asked, how would you like to fly on Artemis 2? When, after walking in and seeing the people in the room, I knew that it wasn't a meeting I should have been late to. But after kind of regaining my composure, it took me a second to take it in. I said it would be an honor, and we'll try not to disappoint you in the future by being late.
They'll be on time, and they'll be uber prepared. Cook will be a mission specialist on the 10-day Artemis 2 mission that will send 4 astronauts around the moon on the Orion spacecraft. The team is currently training on a simulator Cook is seeing for the first time with us.
This is our sim, and it's just getting ramped up. And this is the first time the seats have been installed, we have software up, and the displays are on. When we're on that far side of the moon is when we will probably be executing something like this. There we go. Oh, there, finally. Yep, the moon is there. This is the dream come true of any astronaut.
It's still exciting every single day that we get to come and do training in this mock-up.
The crew is taking courses in this exact replica of Orion.
This is my seat, so you're going to be sitting in my seat. That's great. I claimed this spot up here. That's going to be my sleep spot. We'll be laying on our backs, facing up, and when we start to actually accelerate, we'll have that feeling of acceleration like this way, like kind of being pushed back in your chair.
When you think about that moment, nerves? Are you scared? Are you excited? What's that particular moment feel like?
The moment that you actually lift off. Honestly, if I could assign one word to it, it would be the word fulfillment, because you finally realize you are fulfilling the mission that you came here to do.
Savannah Sellers, NBC News.
A big congratulations to Christina, and just how notable that she thought that they were calling to thank her, but that she wasn't going to get it. And she's fully qualified, and she's on the team.
Qualified. It reminds you, never count yourself out.
Yes.
All right, coming up next, back to the bargaining table. The key issues writers and Hollywood studios are set to hammer out as they resume negotiations today. For the first time in weeks, you're watching NBC News Daily, and do not forget, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and that's really wherever you stream. The news continues after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're back at 1:30. So glad you could be with us here on NBC News Daily. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. A high-stakes meeting today happening between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly happening this week. Now, the leaders, they met today, and they discussed making the Middle East more stable, fighting Iran's growing nuclear threat, and potential changes to Netanyahu's controversial judicial overhaul plan.
The suspect in the fatal shooting of a Los Angeles deputy sheriff is expected to make his first court appearance today. Kevin Cataneo Salazar is accused of shooting the 30-year-old deputy who was waiting at a red light in his patrol car. The suspect's family said Monday that Salazar has been on medication for schizophrenia for years.
Dramatic video shows the moments a houseboat caught fire near Glen Canyon National Park in Arizona last week. There were 29 people on board who appear to be jumping into the water to safety. In fact, one man can be seen holding a 2-month-old baby in his arms. Officials say no injuries were reported. The cause of that fire still under investigation.
Thank goodness so many people were around. All right, we're going to start this half hour with a surprising move from the FDA. The agency decided not to adopt a new needle-free alternative to the EpiPen called Neffy.
Now, the emergency medicine used for severe allergic reactions, it had just passed through the agency's advisory board back in May. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar is here to explain a little bit more for us. Dr. Azar, it's great to see you this Wednesday. I mean, what is sort of the FDA's reasoning for denying this approval?
Well, so, yeah, and we were all very surprised when this happened yesterday as well. I'll be completely honest with you. You know, the FDA in this situation has a little bit of an unenviable job, and that is that they are being asked to approve a medication for an indication that the drug actually has not specifically been tested for. And what we're talking about here, of course, is anaphylaxis, which is a potentially life-threatening allergic reaction. You can't conduct a study with a control group and a drug group looking at something like anaphylaxis because that's just unethical. So what the FDA has to go on instead is how well the drug works in terms of its what we call pharmacokinetics. Does it have the same properties when it's in the body as the EpiPen does? And also, how is it performing in allergic rhinitis and congestion? Because believe it or not, that's the same sort of allergic pathway as anaphylaxis. Now, what the company said last night was that the FDA and the company had agreed on continuing to do studies on this particular allergic issue post-approval. And now apparently the FDA has said, no, we want you to conclude these studies before we approve it. So definitely locking heads, maybe misunderstanding, maybe a little bureaucracy, who really knows? It's a little bit of a he said, she said.
Quickly, Dr. Azar, how long will it take for this additional research to be conducted before this product may go before the FDA again?
The company has said that they'll try to complete the requested studies throughout 2023, early 2024, and re-ask for approval probably like a year from now, which, you know, to all families out there, myself included, even though I don't have a child with allergy, was really excited for the idea of having an intranasal option. It's probably going to be another year, you guys, before this gets back on the FDA's desk and they can sign off on it.
Yeah, really important.
Big surprise there. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thank you so much.
Well, the U.S. military is still trying to figure out exactly what happened to a fighter jet that just mysteriously crashed earlier on this week in a rural part of South Carolina.
Right now, there are more questions than answers, but officials tell us the $100 million jet went missing Sunday afternoon. You remember, they were asking for the public's help. They say it happened when the pilot ejected because of what they described as a mishap. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey joins us now. So, Courtney, some experts today are questioning whether the pilot might have ejected involuntarily. How would that even happen? And why did that jet keep flying for so long?
And the reality is, if that were to happen, remember, the pilot ejected safely, was in the hospital, and has been released. So presumably at this point, investigators, military officials have been able to get the pilot's version of events that happened here. So I'm sure that they know a lot more about what actually happened than they're letting on. And the reality is, for a matter of months going forward, we'll probably hear continually over and over from the military that it's under investigation without any real details on it. But you're right. This aircraft was able, after the pilot ejected, to continue to fly on autopilot until it crashed into a rural area. But for those 24 hours or so, the military said they did not know where it was.
And Courtney, I mean, where does then the investigation go from here with so many questions that are still lingering? I mean, what comes next?
Yeah, so, I mean, a couple of the big questions are going to be, why did the pilot eject? Was it voluntary or not? How did the plane continue to fly, and under what circumstances? Was it really under autopilot? And then the big question is this breakdown in communication, why the U.S. military couldn't find it, couldn't communicate with the aircraft after the pilot ejected, and couldn't really tell where it was for a number of hours. Those are the really big factors here. And I think a couple of things that the military will focus on is whether there was some sort of a structural or electrical failure of the aircraft, or, as is sometimes the case in these, was there any kind of a pilot error here?
All right, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby for us there. Courtney, as always, thanks.
Morgan, today in Hollywood, the Writers Guild of America will return to the bargaining table with the AMPTP. That's the group that represents the major studios and streaming platforms. This all comes 4 months into the industry-crushing writer's strike that has put a pause on some major TV and film productions. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas has more.
Today, a pivotal moment in the months-long strike in Hollywood.
What do we want?
The WGA representing more than 11,000 writers, and the AMPTP representing streaming services in studios, including Comcast, the parent company of NBC Universal, sitting down for a face-to-face meeting.
I mean, anytime you're actually sitting at the table, something can happen. If you're not talking, nothing can happen.
The main sticking points between the two groups remain wage increases, residuals in the streaming era, and the use of artificial intelligence. Negotiations are resuming amid the strike that has shut down the entertainment industry for more than 4 months. Writers pacing the picket line since the beginning of May. Many say they're facing financial distress.
People are losing houses. People are losing their car. People are needing to go to food banks.
In a letter to its members, the Writers Guild writing in part, "Our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible." A source familiar with negotiations telling NBC News talks are expected to last several days, and the AMPTP is not expected to have revised its previous offer made in August, which is the last time the two sides met, a meeting that was not productive. The impact of the combined WGA and SAG-AFTRA strikes is being felt across the country. The most recent U.S. jobs report showed a monthly decrease of 17,000 jobs in the motion picture and sound recording industries.
I'm 2 months behind on my rent. I don't know how I'm going to pay these last 2 months' rent.
And Hollywood's shutdown is now hurting other sectors like hospitality, trucking, and dry cleaning businesses, costing the state's economy more than $5 billion. California's Governor Gavin Newsom hasn't been on the picket lines, but he says he's paying close attention. His office telling NBC News while not involved in the talks, Newsom has been engaged in conversations with both sides. He's encouraged they are talking and is hopeful for a resolution. With fall TV schedules feeling the fallout, mostly filled with unscripted programming, all eyes will be on these meetings, including the people behind talk shows that were scheduled to resume in the coming weeks. Bill Maher now pausing the return of his show, a reverse course from his announcement days ago that his show would come back, unfortunately sans writers or writing. Now both sides are hoping there could soon be an ending to this Hollywood drama.
Chloe Malas, NBC News.
Some massive change coming to one of California's rivers. The state is removing 4 dams on the Klamath River that runs through Oregon and Northern California. Environmentalists hope the change will help restore habitats for wildlife in that area. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett went to the river to see exactly how it's being done.
Hiding in the Cascade Mountain Range, what looks like a large-scale construction project is actually a team focused on demolition, removing decades-old dams along the Klamath River for the sake of the environment.
One of the fastest ways to heal a river is to remove a dam.
We went off-roading with the project leads.
We want to get as much of the work done as possible in advance of the fish coming back.
When you put a dam in the river, it cuts off some really important processes that the rest of the river needs to be healthy. But the good news is when you have the opportunity to undam a river, the river can start to restore itself almost from the moment that the water starts flowing again.
The 4 dams that will ultimately come down were built in the 1960s when infrastructure expansion outweighed environmental protection. Now, officials say they're aging out and the negative trickle-down impacts have taken full effect.
It almost seems like it's a case of humans thinking they could outsmart Mother Nature.
That's exactly what happens. We have to think about how technology has changed so that we can sometimes replace the service of a dam without having to have the dam itself.
This is currently the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world. When it's done, this reservoir will then be 400 miles of freely flowing river again, restoring and creating homes for species of fish and wildlife.
The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 76% of American dams are considered to have, quote, high hazard potential. And research shows stagnant reservoirs become home to toxic algae and what's supposed to be a water supply source.
We can see just looking down there how green the water is.
And aging dams can put people in danger of catastrophic flooding as we see more extreme climate events. The surrounding native tribes have been fighting for these dam removals for over 20 years.
It provides us with food, with spiritual well-being. It's our connection to the earth and to the land, and it's the lifeblood of the region.
But the famous salmon of the Klamath have largely become extinct.
We're suffering today because of those decisions that were made 100 years ago.
This decommissioning project gets underway as an MIT study estimates 472 million people downstream from large dams suffer from reduced food security and regular flooding.
It's really important to take a piece of infrastructure out when it doesn't work well anymore and poses a risk to the people who live around it.
That's why we're seeing a new push towards rewilding, like the restoration of vulnerable wetlands in Louisiana and the reintroduction of bison to protect prairies in the Great Plains. A variety of ecosystems to restore imbalances in nature and protect future populations.
Maura Barrett joins us now live. Maura, look, if there is environmental progress with the rewilding of the river, I mean, could this sort of become a trend in other parts of the country?
Well, that's exactly these project leads' goal. Basically, we will see this project end by the end of 2024. They're hoping to wrap it all up by then, and they're very optimistic because they look at the success at a similar project on the Olympic Peninsula back 10 years ago or so. And once those dams were removed, the salmon came back almost instantly. The beaches and lagoons actually rebuilt themselves. And so when you look at success on rivers, there's actually need, these researchers argue, for other projects like we mentioned, those wetlands, the prairies, but also in meadows of mountain ranges and along the coastlines. And remember, this is all ultimately to reverse basically negligent human interaction in nature, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett for us there. Maura, thanks.
Just ahead, knowing when to give your kids a break, the positive effects of letting your children take mental health days from school. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Walker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright morning.
Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
So our kids face all types of external pressures, whether they're at school, at home, or even just online. Experts say that taking a day or two off from school can be extremely helpful if it's done correctly.
Yeah, and right now, at least 12 states in the U.S. allow public school students to take mental health days. Similar legislation is pending in several other states as well. Joining us is psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Dr. Ludwig, great to see you. So let's talk about this. How could a mental health day be beneficial, and what do you need to consider as a parent before you allow your child to take one?
Well, it's really important to take a mental health day because it allows the child to regroup and to attune to their emotional needs. And that's why it's so important. We have seen an uptick in mental health crisis in terms of increased anxiety and depression, especially within the age groups of kids 6 to 17. So sending the message that the community supports children taking time for themselves is really, really valuable.
And Dr. Ludwig, I mean, we kind of looked at the context here. How many times a year should you allow your child to take off from school? And how should they sort of spend their free time to keep this in check?
This is such a good question because a mental health day should not be a frequent pattern. So once or twice a year is really a good range. And if parents see a pattern of a child wanting to take a lot of time off, that is room for concern because we don't want children avoiding things that they can't handle in school by using this time. So having a good relationship and knowing your child's patterns is really helpful. And during this time off, it should be time to get extra sleep, to meditate, to exercise, to do creative activities, ideally things that don't include technology, so that they can really feel rejuvenated. That is the goal. It's to feel rejuvenated. It's almost like a vacation, you know, in terms of being able to see your world from a slightly better vantage point.
I love that. We also know that taking a mental health day is sort of a luxury, right? It hinges on whether you can have someone at home to watch your child. A lot of parents don't have that ability. So what other options are there for kids when you know they need a recharge, but they might not get that day?
Yeah. So it's really nice about a mental health day. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. It could look like allowing your child to sleep in late so that they don't have to get up so early. They can take their time and go into school later. Sometimes it means leaving school earlier so that a parent can be there for part of the time that their child needs to just change their schedule up. And it means that we're listening to them and we're also helping our kids attune to their own emotional intelligence to assess what they need to do for their mental well-being.
You know, a lot of these districts who are hesitant to implement policies like this, they're worried about kids sort of abusing the concept of a mental health day, something that didn't even exist when I was in school, right? This was an unfathomable moment we're in right now. What is your response to critics who say, look, this is just one way that kids could perhaps take too much time off school?
Well, the same would be true for a sick day, right? Someone could abuse a sick day and use it too often. But I think it's really important to be proactive in terms of taking care of our mental health. And it's really for the families in the community to decide if somebody is abusing that time, or if they are abusing it, what's really going on underneath their avoidance of school. So just like anything else, for families to have a close relationship with their child, have a sense of what's going on with them if they have a tendency to want to avoid school.
Important to rejuvenate for people of all ages. Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much.
And you are watching NBC News Daily.
are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Okay, here's one you got to see to believe. Yoga can be tough for just about anyone, but imagine seeing a 6,000-pound elephant gracefully dropping down into a downward dog.
I don't even know if elephant and graceful. It doesn't even sort of go.
They're very graceful creatures.
You think just a graceful yoga pose?
They're big, but they're graceful.
Let's find out. All right, you decide. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson takes us inside one zoo, keeping their herd healthy, flexible, and mentally engaged.
Meet Tess, a 6,000-pound, 40-year-old mom who is the zoo's breakout star yogi.
Why is elephant yoga so important?
It helps to maintain the overall health and well-being of all of the animals in our herd. What a good girl. What a good girl.
Dr. Christine Moulter is the zoo's veterinarian.
It gives our trainers an opportunity to have a close personal relationship with each individual animal, take a close look at them every single day, to be vigilant for any concerns in their health and mobility and well-being.
Before the elephants start class, we got up close and personal with their morning routine. It's 7 a.m. at the Houston Zoo, and it's the busiest time of the day for elephant trainers and staff.
All right, let's go clean the elephant mess.
Who must first take care of some big business in the yard.
Teamwork. Takes a lot of teamwork to take care of elephants.
Before the zoo's 12 Asian elephants come out for yoga class.
All right, let's go bathe some elephants.
Rob Bernardi is the elephant curator, and Kristen Wendell is the elephant supervisor at the zoo.
We get them nice and clean so they can go out and dust in the sand and get dirty again.
Yeah, he's a little dusty up there.
After a bath, the elephants all wait patiently to begin their postures. No mats here, just lots of bread, their favorite positive reinforcement treat, along with fruits and vegetables.
Do the elephants enjoy it, or do they just enjoy the treats?
They enjoy the interaction. So we do use positive reinforcement. We use a lot of treats like apples, carrots, sweet potatoes. We also do tactile reinforcement and verbal reinforcement.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Reminds me of downward dog. How do you teach an elephant yoga?
You start slow, and then it's a lot of practice.
Tess is the only elephant who can do a handstand, but practice makes perfect for all of her friends, with daily flows that include a lift, a stretch, a roll, and a bow. More importantly, Dr. Moulter says the exercises also help trainers keep a lookout for a sign of a deadly elephant virus.
Is your sense that the elephant yoga could be life-saving?
I think so. Just seeing the overall responsiveness of the animal, what their attitude is like, how they're responding to those favorite treats. If they don't take that favorite treat, you know something isn't right.
Finally, class ends with some bigger treats for a job well done.
You have one of the most unique jobs in the world. Why do you love it?
But it really is because of our interaction with these guys, providing them optimal care and well-being is real special.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
That is a sight I never thought I would see.
So cute. Priscilla won the assignment
You're
award.
right. Got to see it to believe
cute,
it.
Right?
Very cool and very graceful. Here's what's trending right now. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky introducing their new baby to the world. The couple posing for a series of pictures with son Riot Rose, along with 16-month-old brother RZA. These are the first pictures of the family of 4 since Riot was born in August.
Oh, little Leo. All right, well, you know what? You can't play Wheel of Fortune without VANNA, and it's going to stay that way. The game show's longtime co-host Vanna White is sticking around for the new era with Ryan Seacrest. A new 2-year contract will keep Vanna on board through the 2026 season. That is also 2 years into Ryan Seacrest's hosting tenure. He is getting set to take over for Pat Sajak. White first appeared on Wheel back in 1982.
And actor James Marsden celebrating his 50th birthday in style. Aaron Paul, Tessa Thompson, Woody Harrelson, and of course, jury duty breakout star Ronald Gladden were among those who came out for the birthday bash. Marsden shared a bunch of pictures of the party there on Instagram, including a pretty epic cake featuring a picture of the star in his younger years.
Hey, he's looking great.
I'm saying he's looking great through all the years. Look at him, and I loved him in jury duty.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, right? Like he was the guy who was like, I'm an actor, and the judge was like, yeah, I don't recognize you.
Very meta.
Right?
I loved it.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 20th, 2023, breaking news, decision time. We are moments away from learning whether the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates yet again. We have that decision and what it means for your wallet.
The Elijah McClain case. The trial begins for two officers facing charges in the death of a black man who died after being injected with a powerful sedative. The latest movements from inside the courtroom.
Surprise rejection. The FDA says no to the first needle-free alternative to EpiPens. It was touted as a game changer for people with severe allergies, what the FDA wants before it will give the green light.
And bottle it up. Therapists often say you should not suppress negative thoughts. Just let it out. The surprising new research that shows maybe we should.
That is surprising. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that new research.
I got a lot of questions
Me
there.
too.
But we're going to start this hour with that breaking news affecting your money. The Federal Reserve announcing its interest rate decision just moments ago.
Yeah, the Fed is hitting the pause button this month. That means interest rates will stay the same. It is just the second time in the past year and a half that the Fed has chosen not to raise interest rates. Let's bring in NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung. He's got his laptop. You're looking at the live, the breaking news. Walk us through this this decision? I guess it wasn't unexpected.
No, not unexpected at all. But as you mentioned, the big top line here is that the Federal Reserve has not raised interest rates in this particular meeting. They said that the economy continues to expand at a solid pace. They said that job gains have slowed a little bit in the past few months, and the unemployment rate has remained low, which may have reinforced their decision to not have to move in this meeting. They've already been aggressively raising rates over the last year and a half. What's very interesting about this particular meeting is this comes with a set of economic projections as well. We get a little bit of insight into how policymakers at the Fed could see inflation and unemployment developing over the next few years even. And their projection is that inflation getting down to their 2% target might not happen until 2026. So it's going to be a long haul in terms of getting inflation down, although we've done a lot of work already. That last mile is going to take quite some time, although they do say the unemployment rate won't have to go up all that much. They see it maybe going up to 4.1% in the next few years, but not necessarily what you might expect to see in a recession. So perhaps one reading of that might be Fed feels confident maybe we can get that soft landing.
So those are the numbers. I know we're expecting to hear from Fed Chair Jerome Powell later this hour. What are you going to be watching for, listening for?
Yeah, well, there's a number of factors here, right? First of all, the Federal Reserve is slowing the pace of its interest rate increases. But just because they didn't raise in this meeting doesn't necessarily mean that it's off the table in the next few months. So could they still have one in store? Let's say if the inflationary numbers go the opposite direction. We've already seen the rate of inflation go up from 3 to 3.3% to 3.7%. So if that continues, could they raise interest rates again to try to deliberately slow this economy and take inflation down, as you can see on that chart? But then on the other side of things, there's a number of dark horse economic events that we're watching as well. Think about the UAW strike. Think about the potential for a government shutdown. Those are things that might come into the view of the Fed chair as well.
And all of this impacts us, right? Because eventually, if rates go up, we're looking at more expensive mortgages, for example.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Federal Reserve is one reason why our mortgage rates are above 7% in some cases, right? Why credit card rates are at all-time highs. Whether or not the Federal Reserve raises interest rates any further, it might marginally make those borrowing costs a little bit more expensive. But the important thing to note here is the Federal Reserve is not talking about cutting interest rates anytime soon, which means that those high borrowing costs and all those things that I just mentioned are unlikely to really substantially decline anytime soon.
All right, Brian Chung with the bottom line there. Thank you so much.
General Motors says it is temporarily shutting down an assembly plant as fallout escalates from the stalled progress on contract negotiations with the United Auto Workers Union. The move comes as the union applies more pressure on the big three car makers, and they're threatening to expand the walkout in less than 48 hours from now. Meanwhile, Stellantis says it's planning to lay off workers in Ohio and Indiana because of the strike. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following all of this for days now. He's outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo, Ohio, where they are on strike. Obviously, they're right behind you, Shaq. So how significant is this new shutdown that we're learning about from General Motors? How many workers affected?
Yeah, this is hugely significant because you're talking about 2,000 non-striking workers who are now laid off, who are now off the job because of these ripple effects. GM in their statement saying that there essentially is no work available. Essentially, this plant was supplying critical pieces to the Wentzville plant that is now on strike. So because of that, this plant is no longer able to operate. But look, it's not just that plant in Kansas. Here, the local UAW is saying that there's about 600 to 1,000 people who've received layoff notices in the past couple of days because of the supply, because they supply this Jeep facility, this Stellantis facility in Toledo. You also have Stellantis saying that, as you mentioned, about 68 workers have been laid off, but saying that hundreds more could be laid off in the future. So you're really seeing the ripple effects of these strikes. Yes, it's limited to 3 facilities for now, but it's impacting a lot of people across the country.
Yeah, and Shaq, we're getting closer to the union's self-imposed deadline on Friday, right? They say they're going to add more workers to the picket lines unless there is, in their words, quote, significant progress on negotiations. What does that look like? Is the union holding out for a contract that meets every single one of their demands?
Well, look, they've been clear, and workers here who are, as you mentioned, on strike right now, they've been clear that they don't expect to get all of their demands. They don't expect everything to be met in those exact terms. But what the language that you've been hearing from the UAW president, Sean Fain, is that they want significant progress. They want those gaps to close. What that means, what that exactly looks like, we don't know. Look, we don't even know how negotiations are truly going behind the scenes. When you see the statements back and forth, and yes, you have UAW firing at the automakers firing out statements saying that they need to be fact-checked. When you hear those statements going out, they're all talking about offers that were exchanged before the strike. We don't know what's happened in the last 6 days, except that there hasn't been an official deal. So Friday will be a crucial point where we get to really understand how close they are. Are all three automakers going to be targeted again in this historic fashion? Or are they going to start scaling things back and only targeting one or the other, or there may be a deal before Friday? Right. We don't know what that will look like, but that's part of the strategy to essentially keep us all guessing.
Yeah, to be a fly on the wall, right, in the room. Shaquille Brewster.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks so much.
In a surprising move, the Food and Drug Administration denied approval for a needle-free alternative to epinephrine injections like EpiPens. The medication is called Neffy. It's a nasal spray that can deliver a dose of adrenaline to treat someone experiencing a severe allergic reaction. Let's bring in NBC News health and medical reporter, Berkeley Lovelace. I always want to say doctor, it's because you know all the information. So let's start with the FDA's reasoning. What was the FDA's reasoning for rejecting this nasal spray?
Yeah, so this was really unexpected because the FDA's own advisory committee back in May decided that this drug should be approved. And so basically the FDA said that there really wasn't enough data to show that this drug was effective. The company did show that the drug did produce a response similar to EpiPen in people with mild allergies as well as animals. But there wasn't really any data to show that the drug worked really effectively in people with the severest allergies. And so the drug maker is now having to go back and conduct another study and then resubmit its application.
And what is the drug maker saying? Have we heard from the company?
Yeah, so the company ARS Pharmaceuticals released a statement late last night basically saying that they are very surprised by this move. If you can bring up the statement from the CEO, he says that we are deeply disappointed that this action further delays the availability of Neffy for the millions of people who are at risk of potentially life-severe allergic reactions. Patients and caregivers are waiting for Neffy, and we aim to complete the newly requested trial as quickly as possible to meet the needs of patients. The company also says that they're going to appeal this decision, and if they resubmit their application as they're planning to do, they say that the FDA could make a decision in the second half of 2024.
All right, and I'm sure a lot of people were bummed to hear this news, at least initially, right? A lot of people use EpiPens. If Neffy does get approved, how big of a deal will this new medication be for the millions at risk of severe allergic reactions?
Yeah, so this is expected to be a huge deal. So all the products that are available on the market right now are injections, so that can be a problem for people who are afraid of needles. And so the company told us that there are 3 million people currently in the U.S. who have a prescription for an auto-injector, but only 20 to 25% actually use them when needed. And so right now we have a life-saving product that's really being underused right now.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace with the latest there. Thank you so much. Well, it's time for today's CNBC Money Minute. Amazon is gearing up for the holiday season.
And Kraft is issuing a recall for a unique reason. Christina Partsenevelos joins us now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Well, let's talk about the holiday hiring spree that is underway. Amazon is bringing on 250,000 full and part-time workers for the holiday season. That's actually a 67% jump from last year. Target announced this week it will stay in line with recent hiring trends and bring on about 100,000 new workers. Macy's, though, is only adding 38,000 workers, which is a slight decline from last holiday season. Stanford University is trying to cut ties with the now bankrupt crypto exchange FTX. The university says it will return millions of dollars of donations from Sam Bankman-Fried's company. His parents, yes, his parents, are both tenured law professors at the university. Bankman-Fried is expected to head to trial on his fraud charges next month, and his parents are involved, or allegedly involved. Last but not least, Kraft Heinz is recalling more than 83,000 cases of its individually wrapped American cheese singles. The company says six customers reported gagging or choking when eating the cheese because of a manufacturing problem that could cause the plastic film to stick to the cheese. Ugh. I don't even want to think about the products that are in the plastic and in the cheese where they fuse together and they can't separate.
But I sort of understand it, because you ever gotten those before where you're like trying to
some
peel
good old
the wrapper?
Grilled cheese. I was going to say I gag when I have cheese, but it's because I'm lactose intolerant, not because.
Well, is there even any milk in this product? It's like Oreos. Those are vegan.
Yeah, you'll bring us that tomorrow. We'll find out. Christina Partsenevelos, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. We got to take a turn when we come back. A high school band director tased in front of his students during a performance after a football game. What he is saying now about the moment after this when the police approached him.
Plus, an NBC News investigation. Patients given pelvic exams during surgery without their consent. Why this controversial practice has been allowed to happen. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We are hearing more now from the Alabama high school band director who was tased by police in front of his students. We're going to show you video of the incident just once so that you can see what happened, but we warn you, it is hard to watch. In this clip, you can see at least 3 officers surrounding the band director after Thursday night's game last week. They say they asked him to get the band to stop playing, but he refused, and that's when the video shows him being hit with a stun gun several times and placed into handcuffs. The band director was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this story for us. So, Guad, what did we hear from the band director today?
Kate, we heard from the band director, his attorney, and also members of the Alabama of an Association of Education who are defending the band director. So he says he was just doing his job. This was part of a performance called or known as the fifth quarter performance, where bands will play after the game ends. He insists that he had agreed with the director of the other school's band that they would both perform after the game was over. We now have seen these images where officers instructed him to stop the performance. He decided to keep going with the performance, and of course now we know what happened. So during that press conference, his attorney also said that there are more videos that the police department has not released that show that he never pushed an officer, which is being alleged. Let's go to part of that press conference where he and his attorney spoke.
The things that happened in that game should have never happened. The students should have never seen me tase. Those things should have never happened. I was not trying to be defiant to the police department. Again, I was just trying to do my job, which was previously established before the end of the game.
We, again, stand firmly by our belief that this was excessive force, unnecessary and unwarranted.
And during that press conference, we heard from members or representatives of the Alabama Education Association who say they want to see the officers who were involved be held accountable. The band director has been placed on leave while this investigation continues, Kate.
Quad, this is hard to understand, right? This happened in front of kids. Police have said the band director was resisting. Are they defending the use of the taser?
So, Kate, they are saying that he was resisting. They also say in their press release that the officer making the arrest alleges that he was pushed by the band director. And that's what the attorney today said. There are more videos that need to be shared that show that he did not push the officer. But they did say today, everyone who was in that press conference, including the band director, that they want attention placed on the students and what they had to experience. There's also a lot of talk about the fact that they turned off the lights when the band was still performing and the students were still in the stands, meaning that they had to leave those stands in the dark. We also spoke to some of the witnesses who were there who attended that press conference today, who say it was very difficult for some of the students to get out of the stands when this happened. In fact, saying that some of them were so stressed and panicked from what they saw that they were even passing out, Kate.
Oh, wow. And you wonder who turned off the lights. I think there's a lot more to learn about this one. Quad Venegas, thank you.
Preliminary autopsy results have been released in the death of a New England's Patriots fan. Police say Dale Mooney died after suffering an apparent medical event during Sunday's game at Gillette Stadium. According to a statement from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the results did not suggest traumatic injury, but did identify a medical information. The DA's office says the cause and manner of Mooney's death remains unclear and further testing will be done. All of this as witnesses are coming forward with new information about what they say happened at the game. NBC's Tom Llamas reports.
Massachusetts State Police and local prosecutors investigating the death of a fan who witnesses say was punched in the head at the Patriots-Dolphins game Sunday night. This video showing stadium security administering CPR to 53-year-old Dale Mooney.
A fan in the Dolphins jersey reached over and just punched the victim twice in the face.
Eyewitnesses say as the fourth quarter got underway with the stadium packed, a scuffle broke out in the stands. Initially, police said Mooney, a husband, father, and lifelong Patriots fan, suffered, quote, an apparent medical event.
What do you remember seeing right after he was punched in the face?
Right after he was punched in the face, he immediately went down. He slumped over in a chair. The concern came, like I said, after about 45 seconds to a minute.
The deadly incident comes as brawls are being documented all over the country at NFL games this season. Look at what happened just this past Sunday. This fight between three women happened at that same Patriots-Dolphins game. And in Cincinnati, at the Bengals versus Ravens game, the hardest hit happened off the field when this man, dressed as a tiger, headbutted another fan, knocking him out. According to the NFL, one incident is too many. They say their records, which have not been examined by NBC News, show after 32 games this season, they've had 80 reports of disorderly conduct, down from last year at this time when it was 140.
You have alcohol, you have fans, you have passion, you have people betting on games, you have all these different things coming on at once.
Up, return to nature, the project underway to make rivers wild again, how it works and why it might help control climate change. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should the way the dishes should be.
allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We've seen devastating droughts and wildfires, floods, and hurricanes lately.
It's true. And as the losses from these natural disasters skyrocket, the cost of insurance for homeowners and businesses across the country is skyrocketing too. And those costs will likely keep climbing. NBC News national climate reporter Chase Kane explains.
Insurance companies are sending us a message. America faces another housing crisis, this one fueled by climate change.
Private insurers aim to price their risks accurately, so we should pay close attention to the choices that they make.
That Senate testimony was in March, and in the months since, the warnings have only gotten louder amid a now record-breaking year with billion-dollar disasters.
Led to an insurance crisis. More than a dozen insurers have pulled out of the Sunshine State.
And it says our climate crisis is partly to blame.
A new report from First Street Foundation warns it could spread coast to coast, with an estimated 1 in 4 American homes at risk. Concentrated in the counties shaded in orange, NBC used First Street's data to highlight where insurance premiums could skyrocket to match the risk posed by climate change. That's 39 million properties.
Whether it be wildfire, wind, or flood, they have some level of significant risk from those climate hazards that makes them likely candidates for having either insurance premium increases in the future or potential pullouts of private insurance companies in their communities.
It's our poor citizens who are affected first. Maybe you inherited your house from your mother and father and you just have enough money to pay the bills. And now these rates go up. What do you have to do? You either have to sell your home, relocate, foreclose.
Matthew is the president of St. Charles Parish, just east of New Orleans. And recent hikes in federal flood insurance are already straining his community. That's on top of nearly 24 private insurance companies who pulled out of Louisiana.
If we can't afford to live here, the employees can't afford to go to work, the ripple effect that it's going to have on the greater economy is something that we've never seen before.
Without getting into the technicalities of real estate and finance, one thing to know is that even if someone can afford those higher premiums, if insurance costs soar, home values can drop.
I talked to the governor up in Colorado, struggling with similar issues. This is an issue all across the United States.
On stage at New York Climate Week, California's governor acknowledged the problem is so bad, he may call a special legislative session.
This is a red flag, not a yellow flag. And we are not going to be waiting till January, the next legislative session.
And whether it's government intervention or no action at all, real estate and climate experts like Jesse Keenan say every path forward carries some cost.
We can either address this problem collectively through democracy, or we can leave it up to Wall Street. And right now, Wall Street is driving the wagon and making the decisions. And my hope is that through insurance regulators working together with the private sector, that we can begin to think about transition plans and about managing risk in our economy.
Chase Kane, thanks for that one. Well, if you're one of the millions of people who shop on Amazon, you may want to hear this.
Yeah, signing up for their Prime service is easy, right? So easy that you might not even realize you signed up. The Federal Trade Commission is now suing Amazon, saying the company kind of tricks consumers into subscribing and then makes it hard to cancel. And today, the FTC released new evidence that it believes shows top executives at Amazon were in on the scheme.
Here with the latest is NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky. So, Noah, what new information was revealed in today's new FTC filing?
So we got our eyes on internal emails and documents that the FTC says doesn't just detail that accidental signups were happening, that it was part of Amazon's business model. I'm going to show you a quick excerpt from the filing today. The FTC claims that the company's internal documents are littered with references to accidental signups. As one internal memorandum stated, Amazon decided clarifying the enrollment process was not the right approach because it would cause a shock to business performances. In short, they say that executives at Amazon ignored recommendations to make the user interface better because they knew the accidental signups were beneficial to them.
Wow, that email. And tell us about what Amazon says about all this.
Yeah, so Amazon did just get back to me. They said, we've always made it clear and simple for customers to sign up for and cancel Prime. They're going to look forward, they say, to challenging the FTC's accusations. But I want to walk you through real fast what the FTC says they exactly did. First, they say they misled customers into signing up for Prime. They created a system called the Iliad, named after Homer's long and epic journey. That was how they had to cancel your Prime, also intentional, they claim. And then executives allegedly rejected the recommendations to improve this system. As I show you real fast, there were these yellow buttons on there. Basically, you click a yellow button, and the next thing you know, you're signed up for Prime.
Oh, wow. Noah Pransky, thank you.
Sure.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
3 Georgia Republicans accused of participating in the fake electors scheme to overturn the 2020 election will argue that their cases should be moved to federal court. David Schaefer, Sean Still, and Kathy Latham are among 18 co-defendants indicted alongside former President Trump. They're facing charges including impersonating a public officer, forgery, and making false statements.
Spain's World Cup winning squad has agreed to end their boycott of the country's national team. The players had previously said they would not represent Spain unless significant changes were made to Spain's football federation. The boycott started after former federation president Luis Rubiales kissed a player on the lips during the World Cup celebration ceremony. He resigned and is currently facing a lawsuit. The federation says immediate and profound changes are coming to how it operates.
An ending fit for a Disney movie. At the happiest place on earth, the black bear spotted at Disney World Monday, remember this story, has been safely released into Florida's Ocala National Forest. Parts of the park were shut down earlier this week because the bear was safely captured by Florida wildlife officials. They say she was probably searching for food ahead of winter hibernation. Good to see her out there now in the place she should be. Now to an NBC News investigation. Millions of patients may have been subjected to unauthorized pelvic exams by medical students while they're undergoing surgery, and many people never even found out. But some doctors are starting to sound the alarm about this controversial practice. Here's NBC's Stephanie Gosk.
Surgery can be daunting. Patients put their lives in doctors' hands.
Does a patient have the right to know what happens to them when they are under anesthesia?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But according to doctors and medical students NBC News spoke with, sometimes surgery patients are given one of the most intimate procedures without their explicit consent, a pelvic exam.
On the surface of it, it seems like a violation of medical ethics, is it?
I would say it's a violation of bodily autonomy, certainly.
It may sound surprising, but Dr. Julie Kaur, an OBGYN, says the practice has been around for a while. Although exact numbers are hard to pin down because patients are often unaware, a recent study estimates that more than 3.5 million men and women may have received an unconsented intimate exam within the past 5 years. Dr. Kaur says the exams can be a key part of residents' training and may be performed during gynecological surgeries because it is easier, even if the patient doesn't actually need the procedure.
Muscles of the abdomen are more relaxed, so you can actually appreciate the anatomy in a kind of an easier way.
But consent should be mandatory, she says.
And I was asked to do a pelvic exam on a patient that I know I hadn't consented specifically.
Did you want to do it?
You know, no, I did not.
Dr. Rohini Kaushal-Siva is the head of the American Medical Student Association.
I actually ended up saying no, that I wasn't going to perform this pelvic exam.
She is among a number of medical students who are speaking out.
It's just morally wrong. If you were in that position, would you want that happening to you?
Attention to the issue has led to 25 states enacting laws requiring explicit consent for pelvic exams on a patient under anesthesia. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists states that if the exam offers a patient no personal benefit and is performed solely for teaching purposes, it should be performed only with her specific informed consent. Some doctors have resisted the need for specific consent, arguing it's not necessary if general consent is given before going into the operating room, and the pelvis doesn't need to be treated differently than any other part of the body. But Dr. Kaur disagrees.
It's because if you ask a patient how they feel and whether they would want to know if a student was doing an exam, patients overwhelmingly say, yes, this is different.
And she says doctors should listen.
Because patients think it's different, I think it's imperative that we treat it differently.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, Chicago.
The trial is underway for 2 Colorado police officers charged in the death of Elijah McClain. In August 2019, McClain, a black man, was stopped by police while walking home from a convenience store. During the stop, one of the officers says he believed McClain reached for a gun. McClain was then put in an apparent chokehold. Minutes later, paramedics arrived and gave him an ultimately lethal dose of the sedative ketamine. It was later revealed that McClain was unarmed. Both the restraint the police officers used and the sedative administered have since been banned. A jury has now been seated in the trial involving 2 of the officers, and 1 has been fired. 2 other officers and 2 paramedics allegedly involved in the incident were suspended without pay. All have pleaded not guilty to the charges. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is following this story for us. Tremaine, first walk us through what happened in court today.
Zinclair, you mentioned part of it. A jury has finally been seated in this case, and opening arguments are scheduled to begin today. According to the courts, this should be beginning after lunchtime. They're in Central Time, so it could be underway as soon as now.
With all that said, what's next for the other officer as well as the 2 paramedics who've also been charged in this case?
That's right. It certainly has been a highly anticipated case ever since 2020. The killing was in 2019, but it really caught steam in 2020. And so this trial should take it's expected to last about a month. And then in October, the 3rd officer, Nathan Woodyard's trial is scheduled to begin. And then after that, in November, the 2 paramedics, including those who actually pumped young Elijah McClain's body with ketamine.
And Tremaine, unfortunately, you've covered a lot of cases like this. What's the community response been so far now that the trial has begun?
You know, unfortunately, in America, we've seen so many cases similar to this. Unarmed black man or black woman in particular killed by police. And for a long time, there wasn't even a hint of what many would consider justice. Cops aren't charged, let alone arrested. In this case, to have 3 officers arrested and charged and have 2 paramedics, first responders, also charged, it is actually, for many people, justice in motion. And so certainly for Elijah McClain's family and those who have supported this case all along against these officers and first responders, this is a day, it's an important day, the start of something very meaningful for their family.
Yeah, we know you'll stay on this one. Tremaine Lee, thanks so much.
This morning, President Biden sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here in New York City.
Yeah, they're both there for the UN General Assembly at a time of tense relations between the two allies. The two leaders held their first meeting since Netanyahu's controversial move to weaken Israel's Supreme Court, and that set off months of protest around the country.
NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now here on set. So a lot of eyes on this meeting because, as we said, hasn't happened for a while. What do we know?
Well, the first meeting the two have had in the 9 months since Bibi Netanyahu regained his post as prime minister of that country here. And the fact that it took place here on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York says a lot about the strained relations. The Israelis certainly wanted the moment where they would be in the Oval Office, Netanyahu and President Biden side by side. That was not to be. Zinkley, as you noted, there's been a lot of frustration among the Biden administration, specifically about the efforts by the Israelis to try to overhaul the judiciary, about efforts to expand settlements in the West Bank. And frankly, Joe Biden has been pretty forthright about this. He was saying, among other things, that this is the most extreme government in Israel that he has seen in his 50 years of public life right now. One big takeaway that's important here as it relates to all of this is they did talk about an effort to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. That could go a long way right now. Netanyahu leaned in on that, asking for Joe Biden, for the president's help on this, saying it would be historic. He said, among other things, that it would help effectively calm down, end the Arab-Israeli conflict, and could change the relationship between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
And of course, we've been talking a lot about the UN, but outside of that, President Biden has been hosting a lot of fundraisers, private fundraisers this week. 2024, what's on the agenda? What are we hearing from him?
Well, this is what campaign season looks like, right? This is the way that our politics work right now. These guys have to raise a lot of money, maybe $1 billion for President Biden to run his reelection campaign in 2024. He held his first one a couple nights ago. He'll hold 2 more fundraisers today. And that first fundraiser, pull back the curtain, he said a couple things about Donald Trump that were particularly striking. His first comments about Trump since our colleague Kristen Welker at Meet the Press sat down with him, said, among other things, that Trump, in his words, and his MAGA Republican friends basically want to destroy democracy in this country. Some real sharp language, and all of it comes ahead of the Republican debate that's going to take place on Wednesday of next week. And NBC News has learned that President Biden's going to go to Arizona on Thursday of next week to deliver a speech, potentially at the McCain Institute there, on the topic of democracy, rebutting the Republicans' arguments.
All right, and the campaign has begun. Peter Alexander.
We got a long way to go, but here it goes.
We got a long way to go. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
In today's Mental Health Check, there's new research challenging the conventional wisdom on how to deal with negative thoughts.
That's right. The commonly held belief is that attempting to suppress those thoughts is bad for our mental health. But there's a new study, and it finds maybe that's wrong. NBC News breaking health reporter Aria Bendix is looking into this for us. So, Aria, first off, what are researchers defining as a negative thought in the context of this study? How does that work?
So these weren't abstract thoughts like I'm worried aliens are going to land on Earth or anything. They were concrete fears that participants had expressed and that were plaguing them repeatedly. So one participant, for instance, was worried that their parents might end up with COVID and in the hospital. So as part of the experiment, that participant would have to repeatedly look at the word hospital and then stop their mind from spiraling into these more distressing patterns of thinking. And lo and behold, most participants were actually successful at doing that.
So does this kind of go against conventional wisdom, though? Because, frankly, I see a therapist. I'm very public about that. And I've always heard it's good to express your thoughts or your emotions, right? And deal with them and not just sort of bottle them up and push them down. Is that what the study is saying, is bottle up?
No, you're right, Kate. It does sound counterintuitive based on the way modern therapy currently works. And I think we've also all heard this pink elephant example, where if I tell you not to think of a pink elephant, that's actually the first thing that you're going to think of. But this new study actually tells us that we have more control over our thinking patterns than that, and that if we actually block out these negative thoughts, we can improve symptoms of anxiety, depression, and PTSD.
No, those are really helpful and important takeaways. But, I mean, there are all kinds of thoughts that you're going to have. So how you process them, I guess, is also an individual choice.
Yeah, I would think. We could talk for hours about this. We got to let Aria go. But Aria Bendix, thank you so much. We'll look for your article on that, too. Appreciate it. Coming up, from books to food, college. Woo, it's expensive. We have some tips to get help for your kids to get through the full college experience without a hefty price tag. You're watching NBC News Daily.
always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
There's a major and urgent effort underway right now to undo environmental damage caused by America's aging dams.
It's the largest project of its kind in the world, and it's all happening along the California-Oregon border. As NBC's Maura Barrett shows us, this is all part of the growing movement to restore rivers and our natural habitat.
Hiding in the Cascade Mountain Range, what looks like a large-scale construction project is actually a team focused on demolition, removing decades-old dams along the Klamath River for the sake of the environment.
One of the fastest ways to heal a river is to remove a dam.
We went off-roading with the project leads.
We want to get as much of the work done as possible in advance of the fish coming back.
When you put a dam in the river, it cuts off some really important processes that the rest of the river needs to be healthy. But the good news is when you have the opportunity to undam a river, the river can start to restore itself almost from the moment that the water starts flowing again.
The 4 dams that will ultimately come down were built in the 1960s when infrastructure expansion outweighed environmental protection. Now, officials say they're aging out and the negative trickle-down impacts have taken full effect.
It almost seems like it's a case of humans thinking they could outsmart Mother Nature. That's exactly what happens. We have to think about how technology has changed so that we can sometimes replace the service of a dam without having to have the dam itself.
This is currently the largest dam removal and river restoration project in the world. When it's done, this reservoir will then be 400 miles of freely flowing river again, restoring and creating homes for species of fish and wildlife. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 76% of American dams are considered to have, quote, high hazard potential. And research shows stagnant reservoirs become home to toxic algae in what's supposed to be a water supply source.
We can see just looking down there how green the water is.
And aging dams can put people in danger of catastrophic flooding as we see more extreme climate events. The surrounding native tribes have been fighting for these dam removals for over 20 years.
It provides us with food, with spiritual well-being. It's our connection to the earth and to the land, and it's the lifeblood of the region.
But the famous salmon of the Klamath have largely become extinct.
We're suffering today because of those decisions that were made 100 years ago.
This decommissioning project gets underway as an MIT study estimates 472 million people downstream from large dams suffer from reduced food security and regular flooding.
It's really important to take a piece of infrastructure out when it doesn't work well anymore and poses a risk to the people who live around it.
That's why we're seeing a new push towards rewilding, like the restoration of vulnerable wetlands in Louisiana and the reintroduction of bison to protect prairies in the Great Plains. A variety of ecosystems to restore imbalances in nature and protect future populations. Maura Barrett, NBC News, Klamath River, California.
In today's Consumer Confidential, college seems to be getting more and more expensive.
I can tell you all about that, but there are a few tricks to help students cut costs. Linda Baccaro with our NBC station in New York City shows us how.
Hitting the books requires budgeting 101. In addition to college tuition, there are hidden costs you might not think about, like textbooks, as this student told us.
Some teachers force you to get the brand new editions, so that's a lot more money.
Donald Kerr is the director of student lending and college services for AAA Northeast. He says the cost of food for college students can also add up, even if you've paid for a meal plan.
The food is great in the beginning, but kids get tired of it. So they find themselves wandering off campus and buying foods.
What do you do to try to save money with food?
Try to bring food from house.
With textbooks, students can save money by renting.
Rent them or use, because I see that they're all in good condition. So there's no point in wasting a lot of money for brand new books I'm only going to use for one semester.
The books are expensive, but I try to rent the books.
When it comes to paying tuition, families should know there are big changes coming to the free application for federal student aid, known as FAFSA, which determines how much financial aid kids can get.
Normally it's available October 1st.
It is not going to be available right now until sometime in December. They're not even committing to an actual date yet.
The number of questions will drop from 100 to about 40, and the formula for determining the expected family contribution will be different.
For example, if you had a family with 2 kids in college at the same time, that was favorable under your EFC before. That's now not going to be as favorable anymore. You're not going to get the same break. They're trying to offset that by giving you more protection on some of the other things, such as assets and some of your wages.
And if you already have student loans, remember that the pause ends and payments resume in October. Now is the time to ask about options for repaying.
Income-driven repayment plans, they have extended repayment plans, graduated repayment plans. The great thing about the federal student loan program is they will work with you.
To help families and students navigate college expenses, AAA Northeast has free webinars and an online portal called Pivotal College Years, which is free for members. There's also help available at studentaid.gov.
Linda Beccaro for NBC News Daily.
Oh, fascinating stuff, the cost of college these days.
Yeah, I can tell you.
All right, well, we've got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Well, it's been a busy week for world leaders right here in New York.
Yeah, lots of traffic, too. They're all in town for the UN General Assembly, among them Queen Rania of Jordan and her husband, King Abdullah. Today, co-host Hoda Kotb sat down with the Queen to talk about her royal mission to help others.
We have to act in the service of future generations, because what we do today is about tomorrow, too.
An influential voice on the world stage, Queen Rania Al Abdullah of Jordan is a powerful advocate for causes close to her heart.
If we stick together, we can make fixing the climate the greatest project and greatest achievement of our lifetimes.
A champion of the environment, Her Majesty serves as a council member for the Earthshot Prize, founded by Britain's Prince William. The Queen is also focused on helping the world's refugees, asking for compassion during a keynote speech in London last week.
When we demonize people for seeking a better life for their families, we normalize their suffering.
For decades, her royal role and humanitarian work have led Queen Rania to meet with foreign leaders and speak at summits. Last September, Her Majesty joined King Abdullah in London for the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. They returned months later for the coronation of King Charles. It was 24 years ago, at the age of 28, when Her Majesty received the title of Queen. This past June, she celebrated 30 years of marriage with King Abdullah, shortly after hosting not one, but two elaborate royal weddings that captured the world's attention. Their eldest daughter, Princess Iman, married first in a march ceremony. Queen Rania writing on Instagram, "I pray this next chapter in your life brings you as much joy, love, and laughter as you have brought us over the years." The country then celebrated the heir to the throne, Crown Prince Hussein, as he married his bride, Rajwa, an architect from Saudi Arabia. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Prince William, and Princess Kate were among the 1,700 guests. And if that weren't enough, the King and Queen also had the graduation of their daughter, Princess Salma, from the University of Southern California, and their youngest son, Prince Hashem, from high school. Queen Rania posting, "Guys, can we slow down a bit? This mom needs to catch your breath." Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Hoda, thanks for that one.
Yeah.
Well, this week in Delaware, a big celebration was held for a World War II veteran. He's ringing in his 102nd birthday.
Tim Furlong from our NBC station in Philadelphia was there to celebrate with one of the last heroes from the greatest generation.
I'm overwhelmed. I really am overwhelmed.
You'd be overwhelmed, too, if you had a birthday party like Ray Fermani had at Mission Barbecue. You'd be especially overwhelmed if, like Ray, you were turning 102.
All right, who's next up here?
Lots of people stood in line to say hello. If Ray didn't know them, he was sure happy to meet them. It's kind of his mantra.
A stranger is a friend you've never met. It's a thrill. Maybe that's why I'm 102. I enjoy meeting people, talking to people.
Ray flew B-17s in World War II. He flew 25 successful missions deep into Germany, for which he received the Distinguished Flyer Cross. He's in the Delaware Aviation Hall of Fame, and there's even a book about him, a book he is more than happy to sign. And patriotic, now more than ever.
He's just the most personable guy out there. He loves making new friends, and he's a Delaware treasure. There's no doubt about that. We are so blessed to have him. 102 years old.
Ray has lived in Delaware for 96 of his 102 years, and lots of people here know him very well. You know you're a legend when you receive awards and proclamations at your birthday party, and when the governor comes to personally wish you a happy birthday.
We don't have many World War II veterans left, do we?
Sadly, Governor John Carney is right. There aren't many World War II heroes still among us. So you know what?
Happy birthday to you.
Let's celebrate the heck out of the ones we do still have. Tim Furlong, NBC News, Wilmington, Delaware.
Oh, happy birthday.
For real. I mean, what a life. What a life.
You were saying, like, imagine being 102.
The things you've seen and experienced, that's just incredible.
The changes that he has seen over a lifetime.
I'm glad we're honoring our elders.
Yes.
Well, I'm Zinklea Samwa.
I'm Kate Snow. You have been watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream. We'll be back.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Zinklea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, September 20th, 2023. Breaking news holding steady. The Federal Reserve decides not to raise interest rates. How long the pause could last and what today's decision means right now.
Facing a judge, the suspect accused in the ambush killing of a California sheriff's deputy appearing in court. What his family's now revealing about his mental health struggles.
Surprise rejection. The FDA says no to the first needle-free alternative to EpiPens. It was touted as a game changer for people with severe allergies. What the FDA wants before it will give the green light.
And take a brain break. More schools than ever are allowing students to take mental health days. How to know if your child might need one and how to make it count.
Especially important conversation as we start the school year.
Yeah. We're going to really get into it in that segment, so stay with us for that. But we're going to begin with this breaking news about your money.
Yeah, that's right. The Federal Reserve announcing it will not raise interest rates this month. This is just the second time in the last year and a half that the Fed is hitting the pause button. Fed Chair Jerome Powell explaining the decision earlier today.
We want to see convincing evidence, really, that we have reached the appropriate level, and you know we're seeing progress, and we welcome that. But you know, we need to see more progress before we'll be willing to reach that conclusion.
NBC News business and data reporter Brian Chung joins us now. So, Brian, we just heard from the Fed chair. Translate that for us. What does this mean for everyday people at home?
Yeah, well, what he's talking about when he says that appropriate level is, well, at what place do they see interest rates as, all right, this is good enough to make inflation come down? And it's not yet mission accomplished, right? Yeah, inflation came down from a yearly pace of 9% last year to about 3.7% as of the last reading in August, but the Fed still wants to see that somewhere closer to 2%. So for that reason, there is that question within the Fed of, okay, yeah, we've raised interest rates so aggressively over the past year and a half. That's the reason why your mortgage rates are so high. Your credit card borrowing rates are so high, but they don't know if they're completely there yet. One interesting thing to read from this decision today is that a majority of members that are policy setters at the Fed, they said they could still see the case for one more interest rate hike before the end of the year. That could come in November or December. It depends on what the data looks like at that time.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. We were talking in the commercial break about people like me who have pretty good mortgage, like had a lower rate.
Right.
And now, a lot of people can't afford to buy a house because mortgage rates are so high. So are you saying it could be a while before
Exactly.
those rates go back down?
And for what it's worth, we have to remember that the conditions that led to 3% mortgage rates where people were buying houses like crazy. That's the reason why the bidding prices on the homes themselves also went up, we have to remember. But that was because the Federal Reserve was aggressively cutting interest rates in the face of a pandemic where they were throwing everything they possibly could to try to stimulate this economy. And what we've had since then is unprecedented inflation, which has allowed the Fed to then re-raise interest rates. Now, for the time being, we're not seeing an instance where the Fed would want to cut rates. In fact, the Fed chairman just said a few minutes ago he wouldn't message or say when the Fed might be cutting rates. And they want to keep the interest rates at this level for some time. The reason why they think it's going to take until 2026 to make inflation go down to 2%, which means translation, you shouldn't expect to see 3% mortgage rates anytime before 2026.
Well, and also, you just said we shouldn't expect to see inflation go down, prices go down.
It's going to take some time. Exactly. A little bit of patience is kind of what the Fed chairman was messaging.
I mean, bearer of bad news, but we'll take it. Brian, what is the Fed exactly watching for as they're considering all this, considering the rate changes?
Yeah, well, it's two things, right? It's unemployment and it's also inflation. So the inflation side of things, we already know. We just flashed that chart in front of you that showed, all right, it's been coming down. It's been nudging up a little bit, not necessarily cause for panic. It tends to fluctuate, but we need that to go down to 2%. On the unemployment side of things look really good. I mean, the unemployment rate at 3.8% is essentially near historic lows. And the Fed in their forecast today actually showed unemployment only rising to 4.1%. In June, they had projected that going up to 4.6%. So that picture looks actually better, according to the Fed's update today.
Okay, we'll take that. Brian Chung with the latest. Thank you so much.
General Motors says it is temporarily shutting down an assembly plant as fallout escalates from the stalled progress on contract negotiations with the United Auto Workers Union. The move comes as the union is applying more pressure on the big three car makers and threatening to expand its walkout in less than 48 hours from now. Meanwhile, Stellantis says it's planning to lay off workers in Ohio and Indiana because of the strike. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is outside the Stellantis plant in Toledo, Ohio for us today. Shaq, so how significant, going back to GM, how significant is this shutdown that we just learned about? How many workers?
Yeah, this is hugely significant. You're talking about 2,000 non-striking workers receiving layoff notices because they're not getting enough parts from the plant in which there is a strike happening. That's what GM is saying. They're saying that essentially there is no more work for these 2,000 workers and that the parts and supplies are not coming in. So they're forced to do this for the duration of the strike. But look, it's not just that facility in Kansas. I was talking to the local 12 union here, an official from their union, and they said that there's some suppliers where they are now receiving layoff notices, about 600 to 1,000 employees getting those layoff notices because of the striking plant here. These are suppliers that supply parts to the Jeep facility in Toledo. So you're seeing the ripple effects continue to grow from this strike that's, yes, happening at just 3 plants, but you get a sense of how many people it can impact.
Yeah, well, and it could be bigger, right? Because we're getting closer to that self-imposed deadline of Friday that the union set, where they would add more workers to the picket lines, unless, in their words, unless there's significant progress made on negotiations. What do we know? Is the union holding out for a contract that meets all of their demands, or could there be a compromise?
Look, you've heard Sean Fain in interviews acknowledge that he won't receive everything, and you hear that from members as well. They know they're not going to get everything, but they do think they can get more than what's been offered in that latest contract. I want you to listen to a conversation I had with a worker out here, and I asked I asked about the deals that have been out there, and I asked what he wanted, and I asked how often, how much is he following. Listen to what he told me. How closely are you watching the updates and the negotiations?
Hourly, almost. Hourly. We got to be updated so we know what we're doing next.
What are you thinking about what you're hearing?
What I'm hearing is that everything's slowly getting together, but it's just not there yet. So we're going to be here as long as it takes.
An official with Stellantis tells me that conversations are indeed ongoing. That's consistent with what we're hearing from other automakers and other sources with the UAW. We know the sticking points over wages, over retirement, over cost of living and work-life balance, but there's no clear signs that there is any progress immediately. And I think the big thing to watch will be Friday at noon, how many plants this extends to, if it does, in fact, extend to other plants, guys.
Yeah, we'll be watching it, and you'll be watching it, I know. Shaq, thank you so much.
In a surprising move, the Food and Drug Administration denied approval for a needle-free alternative to epinephrine injections like EpiPens. The medication is called Neffy. It's a nasal spray that can deliver a dose of adrenaline to treat someone experiencing a severe allergic reaction. Let's bring in NBC News health and medical reporter, Berkeley Lovelace. I always want to say doctor because you know all the information. So let's start with the FDA's reasoning. What was the FDA's reasoning for rejecting this nasal spray?
Yeah, so this was really unexpected because the FDA's own advisory committee back in May decided that this drug should be approved. And so basically the FDA said that there really wasn't enough data to show that this drug was effective. The company did show that the drug did produce a response similar to EpiPen in people with mild allergies as well as animals. But there wasn't really any data to show that the drug worked really effectively in people with the severest allergies. And so the drug maker is now having to go back and conduct another study and then resubmit its application.
And what is the drug maker saying? Have we heard from the company?
Yeah, so the company ARS Pharmaceuticals released a statement late last night basically saying that they are very surprised by this move. If you can bring up the statement from the CEO, he says that we are deeply disappointed that this action further delays the availability of Neffy for the millions of people who are at risk of potentially life-severe allergic reactions. Patients and caregivers are waiting for Neffy, and we aim to complete the newly requested trial as quickly as possible to meet the needs of patients. The company also says that they're going to appeal this decision, and if they resubmit their application as they're planning to do, they say that the FDA could make a decision in the second half of 2024.
All right, and I'm sure a lot of people were bummed to hear this news, at least initially, right? A lot of people use EpiPens. If Neffy does get approved, how big of a deal will this new medication be for the millions at risk of severe allergic reactions?
Yeah, so this is expected to be a huge deal. So all the products that are available on the market right now are injections, so that can be a problem for people who are afraid of needles. And so the company told us that there are 3 million people currently in the U.S. who have a prescription for an auto-injector, but only 20 to 25% actually use them when needed. And so right now we have a life-saving product that's really being underused right now.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace with the latest there. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. A bottled water feud is boiling over in California.
And another streaming service is getting into the live sports game. Morgan Brennan joins us now. Hey, Morgan.
Getting into sports has become a sport. Kate and Zinkley, it's great to see you. California water regulators are blocking Nestle-owned Arrowhead bottled water from using the natural springs it's relied on for more than a century. The board determined that the company has been unlawfully taking water from the springs near the San Bernardino Mountains without valid rights. And here's a strange headline for you. Applications to refinance a home loan jumped 13% last week. That's despite a big move higher in mortgage rates. The average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage climbed above 7.3%. But borrowers might be worried that rates could go even higher, causing them to rush and lock those rates in right now. And live sports are coming to Max. Warner Brothers Discovery is adding a new tier to its streaming app. That's starting in October for $10 a month. Users will be able to watch live sports on the app from the NBA, MLB, and from March Madness. Live sports programming, guys. Key area in terms of acquiring those viewers and getting them to pay those fees.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can I go back to the mortgage thing, though? That's interesting. We were just talking to Brian Chung about Fed and, interest rates and everything and saying how high things are, and people are still trying to refinance because they think it's going to go even higher.
Yeah, I think there's a concern out there. You could see mortgage rates go even higher. Also, keep in mind, student loan repayments start at the end of this month, too. That could be factoring into some people's decisions as well.
Yes.
Really good point.
Good point. Thank you, Morgan Brennan. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up, a murder suspect is released from an Indiana prison by mistake. How could that have happened?
Plus, a high school band director tased by police in front of his students, speaking out for the first time, why he says it never should have happened. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The Alabama high school band director who was tased by police in front of his students spoke out publicly today. We'll show you video of the incident once, just so you can see what happened. But a warning, it is hard to watch. In the clip, you can see at least 3 police officers surrounding the band director after Thursday night's game. They say they asked him to get the band to stop playing, and he refused. That's when the video shows him being hit with a stun gun several times and placed in handcuffs. That band director was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, harassment, and resisting arrest. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following the story for us. So, Guad, what did we hear from the band director today?
Well, Kate, the band director has been placed on leave as this investigation continues, and he says he was doing his job with the band as they played part of what is called the 5th quarter performance. This is when high school bands will play music after the football game ends. He says students prepare every week for these performances, and he wanted to finish the song. We've seen these videos that were released, many of them by the police department and shared with the media, but we're also seeing some other videos that have been shared on social media that show the moment that officers approached them. There was an argument and then a physical altercation that, of course, resulted with what we saw, which is the moment that he was tased by the officer. Here's the band director and his attorney speaking earlier today.
The things that happened in that game should have never happened. The students should have never seen me tased. Those things should have never happened. I was not trying to be defiant to the police department. Again, I was just trying to do my job, which was previously established before the end of the game.
We, again, stand firmly by our belief that this was excessive force, unnecessary and unwarranted.
And, of course, now they are also asking for the officers that made the arrest to be held accountable for this.
Let me ask about the police, because this is hard to understand. It happens in front of kids. I know the police have said that the band director was resisting, maybe even that he struck someone. Are they defending what they did?
So, Kate, the press release shared by the police department says that the officer who made the arrest alleged that he was pushed by the band director. That's what we know. Now, the band director's attorney today says that there are more videos that have not been shared by police that show that he did not push the officer and contradict the version shared by the police. Now, there's also a lot of attention being placed on the students because the lights were turned off before the band ended, and a lot of those students had to exit the stands in the dark, which was, of course, something very dangerous on top of the traumatic event that they had to witness, Kate.
Yeah, I feel bad for the students in all of this. Guad Venegas, thank you.
Around-the-clock manhunt is underway in Indiana for a murder suspect that the sheriff's office says was released by mistake. The local sheriff's office says a, quote, faulty records review allowed Kevin Mason to walk out of the adult detention center where he was being held after his arrest last week. The sheriff's office only told the public about the accidental release yesterday, 6 days after they knew he was gone. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda is following this developing story for us. So, Emily, what more are we learning about the accidental release here and why authorities waited nearly a week to tell the public about it?
Hey there, Sinclair. Well, the question on everyone's mind, how does a suspected murderer just merely walk out of prison? In short, the answer is a clerical error, and a critical one at that. For background, Kevin Mason, he was arrested last week on 3 different warrants. They're related to homicide, a parole violation, firearms possessions. And what happened in Marion County, Indiana, a clerk there, according to the sheriff's office, they lifted 2 of the holds, cleared 2 of those warrants. The next day, the sheriff's office says in Minnesota, a different clerk cleared the 3rd warrant, lifted the 3rd hold because extradition there had been waived. And so that ultimately allowed Mason to pave the way for him to just accidentally be released. The sheriff's office alerted the public, as you mentioned, 6 days after they learned of the mistake. Authorities do believe they have since gotten close in capturing him, but they didn't want to tip him off, drive him even further away. Take a listen here.
We have used this time as a tactical advantage for us. We have used this time as the quietness of the situation to not further run him underground.
And the Marion County Sheriff's Office has terminated 2 clerks since then.
Wow. I mean, what's the community saying, Emily, about all this? I imagine they're frustrated.
Yeah, understandable concern here, especially with that 6-day gap in when they became aware of the information. As you mentioned before, the sheriff's office says this is around-the-clock effort, similar to what we saw pan out in Pennsylvania after Danilo Cavalcante had escaped from a jail. This one is also involving a multi-agency search involving a number of different agencies. They say they will not rest until he is back behind bars.
Yeah, Emily Aketa with the latest, and we know you'll have more reporting on this story tonight on NBC News Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Coming up, the suspect behind the ambush killing of a Los Angeles deputy facing a judge. What his family is now revealing about his struggles with mental health and how that could impact this case. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian organizing.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're calling it Climate Challenge Week here at NBC News, and today we're taking a closer look at the impact the changing environment is having, specifically in Greece.
Just this summer, the country dealt with some of the worst wildfires and flooding in its history, all within just 2 weeks. Greece's prime minister is vowing to take action, but some people there say more needs to be done. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joined us now in person on set. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, good to be here.
See you. Yeah. So I know you saw some of the devastation in Greece firsthand. What are the people there telling you?
Yeah, look, it was important to go and to see it. And part of the reason for that, and you mentioned it in that introduction, is that, of course, around the Mediterranean, we've seen this incredibly hot summer. We saw those pictures from Libya in the last few weeks, the terrible flooding, thousands of people killed, incredibly distressing. Now, of course, across the Mediterranean in Greece, we've had not those kinds of levels of deaths, but catastrophic weather events. We've seen fires and floods, and you can see the pictures there from Greece. What we did, we travelled right across the country to a place called Palamas, where they've had the worst flooding on record, and then all the way across to a place called Evros on the Turkish border, where they've had the biggest wildfires in Europe. So Greece is kind of like a microcosm, if you like. It's a small country, but it says a lot to us about what's going on. And you know, some fascinating things that we found. We got to the Palamas flooding, and we spoke to people there, and they were incredibly distressed. Some of them, you know, had some houses were just completely demolished, destroyed by the flooding. People whose houses stayed standing, they didn't have anything left apart from just the house. Take a listen to one guy that we spoke to.
The water in 15 minutes was like like this. We left in a house near, without food, without water, without nothing, for 2 days.
For 2 days?
Yes.
You were on the roof of another house?
No one tell us to walk up, no one tell us to run, no one, nothing.
Wow.
No one gave us a warning. That's interesting. So here are some of the things that we really learned from this, is that we met many people. No one seemed to be furious about climate change. Many people seem to be furious about officials not giving them warning, not protecting them from the impact of climate change, from the flooding. An important lesson there, I think, for countries around the world as we grapple with these extreme weather events looking ahead. And then when we got to the fires, the wildfires, one local told us, have been caused by a whole bunch of things. People leaving rural areas, leaving with their knowledge of the forest not being properly looked after over a period of decades. And then you have the extreme heat and the fires. So difficult to just pinpoint climate change when there are all of these factors. It's another issue in terms of trying to work out how to motivate people to take on this challenge.
And you mentioned people's anger at the government for not doing enough. You talked to the government. You talked to the Prime Minister. What did you learn?
Yeah, Prime Minister Mitsotakis. We got a chance to speak to him as he just got back from Europe, having got more than $2 billion of funding. But interesting again, funding to help him deal with the impact of climate change, not climate change itself. So we are now in this world where governments are going to have to not just try and work out how to help us deal with the issue itself, but also the knock-on consequences. Take a listen.
In Greece, we had to mobilize our armed forces to help with rescues, with infrastructure, with engineering, and this is going to be the reality from now on. It is, it's a war we have to fight.
It's a war. It's a war, he says.
Wow. And I mean, of course, world leaders are gathering here at the UN this week. They have their sustainable development goals. Many of them center on climate. What are you expecting to hear from European leaders?
Well, listen, a little bit of cynicism from me. Some of the leaders of the countries that are causing the worst pollution, China, my own country, Britain, France, not here. So there's one issue there. And they are, again, talking about how to meet the Paris commitments of keeping climate change down to 1.5% centigrade.
Right.
We're not going to manage to meet that.
No.
And again, it just goes to this point from our reporting again. We looked at Greece, but there's going to be more of an issue, we think, around the world, that governments are going to face real political challenges unless they work out not just how to deal with climate change, but how to deal with the implications of climate change, the knock-on effects.
It's really a nexus we're at right now.
Yeah. Well, and if you spend a lot of money helping people recover, you don't have the money for the prevention
Great point.
in the first place. Keir Simmons, thank you so much for that reporting.
Thank you, and thanks for watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Breaking news we have right now. The White House just announcing that it will restart the program that sends free COVID tests to Americans who request them.
That's right. It's a very significant move as health experts anticipate a potential new wave of coronavirus cases this fall.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now. So, Gabe, we're just learning about this. I know we had to look far and wide to find COVID tests when I had it a few weeks ago. What do we know about this decision? What's prompting it?
Hi there, Kate and St. Clair. Well, we're just hearing about this just within the last few moments. And the White House, and clearly anticipating another winter surge of COVID, is just announcing that a website, covidtest.gov, will begin taking orders on Monday, and the households will be able to receive up to 4 tests. Now, the administration is also spending more than $600 million to buy tests from a dozen domestic manufacturers. So COVID hospitalizations have been on the rise in the U.S., so they are still very low compared to earlier stretches of the pandemic. But again, the White House now announcing that it is reviving the program so that anyone in the U.S. can order these COVID tests, up to 4 per household if they go to that government website, covidtest.gov, beginning on Monday. Very expensive, though. The administration spending hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase these tests from several manufacturers. Kate and St. Clair.
Gabe, I mean, the administration spending hundreds of millions. This seems like a sudden shift. Is the White House really that concerned about COVID? What's their messaging around this right now?
Well, look, the White House has always said that it is taking COVID very seriously, but this recent rise in cases, this does seem to be a shift in what the administration, in the messaging behind this, saying that they want to be very careful and maintain a watchful eye as they head into the winter. But certainly, again, we're just learning details about this. $600 million being spent on this to purchase these tests. And they want to stress that this is something that all Americans should take this very seriously.
Yeah.
And it is something that they expect to roll out in the coming months, Kate.
And get the tests ahead of time, have them on hand in your house, right? That's the idea. What's the website again, Gabe, that people go to?
That's right. The website is covidtest.gov, and they will begin accepting orders on Monday, Kate.
Gabe Gutierrez, thank you. The man accused in the ambush murder of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy has now faced a judge for the first time.
The suspect's name is Kevin Salazar. This is video of him being taken into custody early Monday morning. Police say he barricaded himself in that home for hours before surrendering.
Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin and legal analyst Danny Savalas is with us here. Dana, let me start with you. What happened in court today?
So, Kate, we got to see the suspect, Cantaneo Salazar, for the first time behind that plexiglass structure as he sat in court. He only spoke when the judge asked him to confirm his birth date. He entered a dual plea through his attorney of not guilty, also not guilty by reason of insanity. According to the criminal complaint, he is charged with murder plus 4 special circumstance allegations, including murdering a peace officer, lying in wait, firing from a car, and personal use of a firearm. Now, you mentioned that big question. How did he get this particular firearm if he had potentially been diagnosed with schizophrenia? His family told me, I spoke with them the day he was arrested. They say that he heard voices in his head and that he possibly obtained a firearm legally, but there's still a lot of questions surrounding how that is possible. There's going to be a press conference in a couple of hours. We expect to hear from the DA and the LA County Sheriff to get more information about these charges and hopefully more details about the case. I also want to note that just moments ago, there was a procession of law enforcement escorting Deputy Ryan Klinkenbrummer's body from the coroner to the mortuary in another moving show of support. And I got to say, there's a GoFundMe that has raised nearly $33,000 for this young officer's family in just the last 20 hours.
Wow.
Back to you.
I mean, this incident certainly did shake up the community. Danny, I want to bring you in here and dive into this point that Dana mentioned, right? We know the suspect's sister has said that the suspect had schizophrenia, that he was hearing voices. How might that play into a possible defense here?
California courts have said that even if you have a diagnosis of schizophrenia, you're hearing voices, you're experiencing visual hallucinations, none of those alone will support an insanity defense unless there's evidence of what's typically called the Minot rule. In other words, the defendant has to not be able to appreciate the rightfulness or wrongfulness of his acts. And that's a very nuanced definition. In other words, it's not enough that you personally believe what you're doing is right, because after all, everyone does something believing that they themselves are right. It's about society's expectations. You have to be unaware that society deems it wrong. So, for example, if you hide a body afterwards or try to flee, that's evidence that you were aware of what society believed was wrong. So a mere diagnosis of schizophrenia will not get you to the insanity defense. You need evidence that you either didn't know the nature and consequences of what you're doing or that you did not appreciate the wrongfulness of the actions. And that's measured against society's view of wrongfulness.
Right, some key distinctions there for sure. Danny Savalos with that analysis. Dana Griffin in California, thank you both so much. Well, the trial is underway for 2 Colorado police officers charged in the death of Elijah McClain. In August 2019, McClain, a black man, was stopped by police while walking home from a convenience store. During the stop, one of the officers says he believed McClain reached for a gun. McClain was then put in an apparent chokehold, and minutes later, paramedics arrived and gave him an ultimately lethal dose of the sedative, ketamine. It was later revealed that McClain was unarmed. As for where things stand right now, a jury has been seated in the trial involving 2 of the officers. One police officer has been fired. 2 other officers and 2 paramedics allegedly involved in the incident were suspended without pay. All have pleaded not guilty to charges in McClain's death. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is following this story for us. So, Tremaine, first walk us through what happened in court today. And, of course, I should mention both that chokehold and the ketamine, I believe, were later banned, right, in the state?
That's right, Zing Clay. As you mentioned, the jury was actually seated today in this trial, and opening statements were scheduled to begin at 3:33 Eastern Time just a few minutes ago. And as you mentioned, both of those practices, both the carotid hold, chokehold colloquially, and the ketamine have since been banned by the police department.
So, Tremaine, with that said, what's next for the other officer as well as the 2 paramedics who've been charged in this case so far?
So this trial is expected to last about a month, and the 3rd officer involved in this case is scheduled to go to trial in October. Then the following month in November, those 2 paramedics who are accused of actually injecting that ketamine into Elijah McClain's body, they will then face trial themselves.
And Tremaine, how's the community responding to this right now? I know you've covered a lot of these incidents.
I spoke to some folks on the ground. They say it's been relatively quiet, but Elijah McClain's mother was actually there in court today. She and a whole cadre of supporters have been pushing and pushing to have justice in this case. Justice now is playing out, so folks are breathing not a sigh of relief, but they're sighing in this moment where they're actually seeing Elijah McClain's accused killers going to trial.
All right, well, we know you'll stay on this one, Tremaine Lee. Thank you very much.
On Capitol Hill, Attorney General Merrick Garland faced an all-day grilling by House Republicans today in what is normally a routine oversight hearing. It was Garland's first hearing before the House Judiciary Committee since a special counsel brought criminal indictments against former President Donald Trump. It also comes after a plea deal for President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, collapsed. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. So, Julie, as I understand it, this was pretty fiery as far as hearings go. House Republicans accusing Garland of weaponizing the Justice Department. How did he respond?
Yeah, exactly. And this hearing, 5.5 hours, actually just wrapped a couple of minutes ago. And he was in the hot seat all day. And this hearing led before the Judiciary Committee in the House, which is, of course, chaired by Jim Jordan, who is spearheading all of these various investigations into Hunter Biden, now the impeachment inquiry into the president himself to see if those actions tie up. But yes, you had Democrats the entire hearing trying to push back on Republicans for what they say is a hearing that they use to essentially justify defunding the FBI and DOJ. Of course, we heard in many weeks prior, Republicans use the power of the purse, something Congress has power over, money, saying that they may move to defund the Justice Department for what they say is, quote, weaponization of government. There was one exchange in particular that stood out today, and that came from Democrat Adam Schiff, who tried to poke holes in something a former president, who we know a lot of Republicans up here certainly listen to, said over the weekend with our own Meet the Press. Watch this, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Was the president telling the truth, or was he lying when he said
that President Biden told you to indict him?
No one has told me to indict, and in this case, the decision to indict was made by the special counsel.
So that statement the president made on Sunday was false?
I'm just going to say again that no one has told me who should be indicted in any matter like this, and the decision about indictment was made by Mr. Smith.
Of course, there Garland is talking about the special counsel, Jack Smith, who he appointed to oversee these cases into the former president, of course. And here he's conflating it with what's going on in terms of Hunter Biden. And there's a special counsel in that as well. Now, listen, all of this is interesting as well, because we actually had a Republican in the room, Ken Buck, who we've heard many times pushing back on the impeachment inquiry, giving some cover to Garland. He actually said that Republicans, no matter what he did, would have been disappointed in the fact that David Weiss is now leading the investigation as special counsel into Hunter Biden. He told him that no matter what they would have done, Republicans would have found a way to poke holes in that. So some notable cover there from a notable Republican.
Yeah, big hearing today. Julie Sorkin, thank you.
Well, Kate, now let's talk about that F-35 mystery. There's still no word on why the tracking device for a $100 million military jet failed to work after its pilot ejected from the cockpit over South Carolina. The Pentagon is promising transparency as an investigation gets underway, but that could take months to complete. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
We're learning new details about how a missing fighter jet came hurtling back to land, shaving off treetops before crash landing in a remote area. But still no explanation as to how the military managed to lose track of the $100 million aircraft or why its pilot ejected.
That will be something that they will investigate. Believe me, after every aviation mishap, the Pentagon does what the Pentagon does. They'll investigate it to try to get the answers on what happened.
When those answers come isn't clear.
Do you feel lucky today?
Oh, yeah. I feel lucky that it hit the field.
As a wider view of the wayward path shows the pilot ejecting in North Charleston, but the jet ending up 80 miles away here in Williamsburg County.
Usually airplanes, other military aircraft in which the pilot ejected, the airplane will fly for a while, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, but several minutes, that is surprising.
The Marine Corps says the pilot ejected around 1:30 Sunday, and residents reported their home shaking after 2, meaning it could have been flying on autopilot for more than a half hour.
It was kind of probably 100 feet above the treetops.
Eyewitnesses Adrian and Stephen Trulock live a few miles from the crash site and were celebrating their son's 7th birthday when they saw the jet dropping.
Almost going inverted.
The jet itself was inverted.
It was probably 3/4 of the way. We could see the canopy.
Demos of the F-35B aircraft posted by Lockheed Martin show its ability to hover and land in a vertical column. As for the Trulocks, they say they saw the plane intact and didn't think much about a boom they heard later until they saw reports of a missing fighter jet the next day.
Did you call the Marine Corps, or what calls did you make?
I did. I called, but it probably wasn't until 4 o'clock-ish. And I think they'd already zeroed in about where it was, at that point.
Hours later, the debris field was confirmed. Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, more states are allowing students to take mental health days this school year. How to know when your kids might need a break. You're watching NBC News Daily. Good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Mental health often is forgotten in schools. We're very comfortable with broken arms and broken legs, but we're not very comfortable with depression and anxiety and the things our students are struggling with.
In today's Modern Parenting, we're focusing on a growing trend, schools allowing kids to take a mental health day.
For many students, school is stressful. Taking a mental health day can help them rest, recharge, and even learn better. Take a look at this map. The 12 states in yellow allow public school students to take mental health days. Similar legislation is pending in several more states.
Joining us now, psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig. Dr. Robbie, I can see some people, though, maybe not in those states, saying, why would kids need a mental health day? They don't get stressed. But I think you would say they do, right? What stresses kids out?
Yeah, they can get tremendously stressed out. There's peer pressure. There's high expectations scholastically and in sports, applying to colleges, just transitions that may be happening in their own lives and within their families. So they're juggling with a lot, and they found that there's an uptick in depression, anxiety, and even suicidality. So it's good that we're talking about this issue right now.
For sure. Let's back up. How does actually taking a mental health day benefit kids, and what should parents consider before maybe actually allowing their kid to take the day off?
Well, kids have a sense when they're overwhelmed, and now instead of getting sick, they can say, emotionally, I need a timeout. And it's really when they have the sense that they need to rest, relax, reboot. And this is helping with their emotional intelligence, identifying the whole person and knowing when they need to remove themselves when they're feeling overly stressed. And for parents to recognize that kids have a lot of stress in their lives. Maybe it's due to a long project they were working on. Maybe they can use the time out in a celebratory way for their child. But just knowing that the brain that is in survival mode is not learning, is not connecting. And that's what taking this mental health day can do. It gives the brain a respite so it connects and the child can learn better.
Yeah. I have to ask Dr. Robbie, though, because I can also see as a parent, like the debate of, do I let them stay home from school and take a mental health day? They're missing academics, and maybe that will encourage them to skip school or ask for mental health days a lot. How do you figure out when it's necessary or not?
Such a good question. We need to look for patterns. So having 1 or 2 mental health days certainly makes sense. But if we notice that our child is choosing a mental health day to avoid certain stressors and certain problems that are going on in their lives, that's obviously not the right approach. And a parent needs to follow up with, why do you think you want so many days away from school? Is there something bothering you? Is there something disturbing you? Is there something going on that I should know about? So certainly a parent should explore the need. Obviously that's what you want to look for if there's a pattern of overly using it.
So a lot of parents, though, can't take time off, right, to care for their kid when they're taking a mental health day. What are alternatives to a mental health day? And then if you are taking one, what are activities you should be doing?
Yeah, such a great question. So it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You can allow your child to sleep in late so they're getting more rest and go into school a little later. Or sometimes it looks like leaving school earlier. And families should say to their child, what's the intention behind your mental health day?
Yeah.
What do you want to get from it through exercising, relaxing, listening to music? Try to stay away from technology.
That's so good. Dr. Robbie Ludwig, always bringing the best. Thank you so much.
Yeah, put the phones away, maybe, right? There's much more news ahead.
You're watching Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Okay, if you've ever taken a yoga class, you take yoga, sometimes the poses are a lot harder than they look.
It's true. Now imagine doing it with 4 legs, big floppy ears, and being 6,000 pounds. NBC's Priscilla Thompson introduces us to the elephants at the Houston Zoo that know all about Namaste.
Meet Tess, a 6,000-pound, 40-year-old mom who is the zoo's breakout star yogi.
Why is elephant yoga so important? It helps to maintain the overall health and well-being of all of the animals in our herd. What a good girl.
Dr. Christine Moulter is the zoo's veterinarian.
It gives our trainers an opportunity to have a close personal relationship with each individual animal, take a close look at them every single day to be vigilant for any concerns in their health and mobility and well-being.
Before the elephants start class, we got up close and personal with their morning routine. It's 7 a.m. at the Houston Zoo, and it's the busiest time of the day for elephant trainers and staff.
All right, let's go clean the elephant mess.
Who must first take care of some big business in the yard.
Teamwork. Takes a lot of teamwork to take care of elephants.
Before the zoo's 12 Asian elephants come out for yoga class.
All right, let's go bathe some elephants.
Rob Bernardi is the elephant curator, and Kristen Wendell is the elephant supervisor at the zoo.
We get them nice and clean so they can go out and dust in the sand and get their food. Yeah, he's a little dusty up there.
After a bath, the elephants all wait patiently to begin their postures. No mats here, just lots of bread, their favorite positive reinforcement treat, along with fruits and vegetables.
Do the elephants enjoy it, or do they just enjoy the treats?
They enjoy the interaction. So we do use positive reinforcement. We use a lot of treats like apples, carrots, sweet potatoes. We also do tactile reinforcement and verbal reinforcement.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Downward Dog. How do you teach an elephant yoga?
You start slow, and then it's a lot of practice.
Tess is the only elephant who can do a handstand, but practice makes perfect for all of her friends, with daily flows that include a lift, a stretch, a roll, and a bow. More importantly, Dr. Moulter says, the exercises also help trainers keep a lookout for a sign of a deadly elephant virus.
Is your sense that the elephant yoga could be life-saving? I think so. Just seeing the overall responsiveness of the animal, what their attitude is like, how they're responding to those favorite treats. They don't take that favorite treat, you know something isn't right.
Finally, class ends with some bigger treats for a job well done.
You have one of the most unique jobs in the world. Why do you love it?
But it really is because of our interaction with these guys, providing them optimal care and well-being is real special.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Good stuff.
Love that.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending right now, huh?
Yeah, let's start with the 50th anniversary of Billie Jean King's victory over Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes.
Oh, yeah.
Today, senators are introducing a bill that would award King with a Congressional Gold Medal. She would actually become the first female individual athlete to be honored in this way.
I say yes
right?
to that.
Trailblazer.
Ryan Seacrest could not be more thrilled that Vanna White extended her contract with Wheel of Fortune. The longtime American Idol host talked to Willie Geist on his podcast about taking over for Pat Sajak as well as his new co-worker.
Vanna has been such a staple on that show and in our living rooms for so many years. I've been very excited to work with her, but now that it's official, I can say, congratulations, Vanna. I can't wait.
All right, earlier this week, the show confirmed that White will continue turning over letters through the 2025 season. Does that mean that Ryan then picks up then?
Well, to be determined, I think. But Ryan has certainly proved to be one of the hosts of our generation for sure. Well, fans now have their first look at the latest addition to one of the most famous music families in pop. Rihanna and A$AP Rocky have shared pictures of their newborn son. His name is Riot Rose, super adorable, just 6 weeks old.
Aww.
Yeah, the two stars have been together since 2020, and they have another son named RZA, who is 16 months old. We love to see it.
That's 2 babies under 2.
You know,
That's a
2
lot.
under 2. I don't think we're getting that album, but that's okay.
Yeah, maybe not. That's all right, though. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zink Clay. You're watching Daily.
Our exclusive report from Alaska. As tensions rise with Russia and China in the air, is the threat level increasing? This is part of our continued reporting on how the military is defending the North.
It always feels so good to get back to it. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right. Yeah.
If it's Wednesday, dysfunction and paralysis reach a fever pitch in the House as lawmakers grow more divided than ever on keeping the government funded, with the clock ticking fast, and as trust and confidence in the state of U.S. politics reaches new lows. Plus, Attorney General Merrick Garland gets grilled by House Republicans about the Justice Department's prosecutions of Donald Trump and Hunter Biden, telling members that he doesn't take orders from the president or Congress on who or what to criminally investigate. And trumping the field, the former president and GOP frontrunner hits the trail in Iowa, making his case to all-important caucus goers as he dominates his rivals in new polling. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Garrett Hake. An unmitigated disaster, a clown show, dysfunctional, a Festivus airing of grievances. That is how House Republicans are describing their own efforts to fund the government amid a looming deadline and a fractured Republican conference. Around the halls of Capitol Hill, it's becoming less of a question of if the government will shut down next week and more of a question of how long the government will shut down. For days? For weeks? With 11 days to go until the September 30th funding deadline, the Republican-led House is paralyzed and arguably further away from a spending agreement than they were at the beginning of this week. After 5 conservative Republicans tanked a procedural vote on a bill to fund the military, and GOP leadership was forced to scuttle another vote on a short-term spending bill, one that was negotiated by these members. Now, despite all that, this morning Speaker McCarthy tried to project confidence that funding could and would get done.
We are. The members are already in meeting. I think we're making some progress. We made some progress last night. Look, it's not September 30th. The game is not over, so we continue to work through it. And I've been at this place many times before, and we're going to solve this problem. Look, I don't know if any of you ever played sports. Did you quit before the game was over? If you went into overtime, did you quit during that time too? I think this is where the most significant change happens.
Now, granted, there are 11 days to go, and in Congress time, that could be practically a lifetime. The last deal the Speaker wrangled on the debt ceiling passed the House with just days to go until a government default. But even if the game isn't over, McCarthy's options are severely limited if he wants to keep his job, and we all presume that he does. He could try to appeal to his party's hardliners and give them whatever they want to get something passed. You could call that the Christmas comes early for the Freedom Caucus option. But the problem is that bill would be dead on arrival with the Senate and with the White House, and it would actually do nothing to keep the government itself open. Which brings us to option 2, bipartisanship. Speaker McCarthy could work across the aisle to try to find votes to get a short-term funding agreement passed. But doing that could cost him his job, because the hardliners inside his conference have vowed to hold a vote to oust him as Speaker if that happens. And it's that dysfunction creates a very real possibility that nothing can get done and that the government just shuts down. Right now, that appears to be the most likely outcome. This afternoon, I spoke to a couple of House Republicans on the steps of the Capitol about the mess they're in, including Congressman Chip Roy, a member of the House Freedom Caucus, who warned Speaker McCarthy against seeking any help from Democrats to avoid a shutdown. As we get closer to the deadline, do you also get closer to the possibility you're going to have to rely on Democrats and bipartisanship to get this done?
I mean, not me. I mean, look, you know, I'm not going to go cut that deal. I mean, you'd rather see a shutdown. Let's go ride the horse and let's go get this done. We have a job to do. Let's go move it forward.
Congress, what do you say to people back home who may not follow this that closely, but just expect you guys to get this very basic function of your job done and fund the government?
We're dysfunctional.
It's just that simple.
That's simple. We are so dysfunctional.
There you have it. The dysfunction in Congress is the tip of the spear of an unsettling political depression in America. A new report from Pew highlights the dismal and cynical view of politics that Americans hold about Congress, candidates, and government. Get this, only 5% of Americans, 5%, say the political system works very or extremely well, while nearly 3/4 say it doesn't work too well, if at all. And trust in the government has hit a 70-year low, with just 16% saying they trust the federal government to do the right thing all or most of the time. Keep those numbers in mind the next time there's a debate about saving our democracy, because right now voters don't seem to view our current system as very much worth saving. Joining me now at the latest on Capitol Hill is my NBC News colleague, Ali Vitale. And Ali, you've been chasing these folks around all day. We've seen a failed vote yesterday, a pulled vote today. Where does Speaker McCarthy go from here?
Yeah, look, it's fruitless chasing at this point, Garrett, because we're all asking questions, but there are no different answers than this morning when we first heard all of those sports metaphors from the speaker. I'm a sports fan, specifically football, and I think really what he needs here is a Hail Mary, if we're staying with these metaphors, because within his own conference, the disparate number of factions makes any deal on this exceedingly hard. When I was talking to the speaker just in the last few hours, he made the point, which is true, that he has very slim margins here and that it makes his job difficult. Yes, of course. It has been that way at every inflection point of his speakership, and he's certainly not the first speaker to have to deal with tough margins, but he is one of the first to deal with members of his own party doing what they did there in conversations with you and others of us, which is willing to call out the kind of circus-like chaos that has reigned over this conference right now with them in the majority, and there is no seeming looming end in sight to it because there is no plan to go forward. And so that's what we're waiting for. McCarthy saying that they're going to be here working this weekend, at least on Saturday. We asked him what they would be voting on, though, and he said he didn't want to give it away. But really, I don't know what the answer would be, even if he was willing to tell us.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, to extend the sports metaphors, the problem, and they've been playing like your Giants, and I hate to do that to you on television.
Listen,
I know.
you have to do this now.
I apologize. Look, so I mean, McCarthy's been doing everything he can to project confidence here, but it doesn't seem like the hardliners are moving. What are you hearing from that faction as we get closer to the fourth quarter, let's say?
You know what, though? It is striking, and I will say they better hope to play like the Giants did last week. Maybe not against the Cowboys, but certainly last week, 20-plus unanswered points. That's the only way forward here. And we'll stop with the sports metaphors when you talk about the Freedom Caucus, because I think what's striking to me is when you talk with Chip Roy and you talk with other members here, Roy and Scott Perry, the head of the Freedom Caucus, they were all part of brokering the deal that the conference is working off of right now. That's sort of the floor in terms of where these negotiations are taking off from. If the head of the Freedom Caucus and key members of the Freedom Caucus can't even sell the disparate members who are still not on board on that plan, that's where you start to realize that this is not a problem that is solved in terms of blocks of voters, in terms of, okay, if we get the problem solvers on board, if we get Main Street on board. It's not a matter of solving for the factions here. Right now, it's a matter of solving at the individual member level. And that's why I spent a good chunk of yesterday, and I got to imagine we're going to spend more days like this, watching members funnel in and out of Whip Emmer's office, other offices here in the Capitol, just having one-on-one conversations, trying to put this together piece by piece to get each of these members on board. I do think, though, at the end of the day, when you talk to people like Congressman Burchett, Congressman Norman, and others, some of the things that they say they need, or rather, some of them have never even voted for CRs before, but some of the things that they need are just things that they can't get. And that really does leave you at an impasse if you're Speaker McCarthy, and you can't look to Democrats, but it's hard to look within, too.
Yeah, and Allie, we also had something unusual for this week today, some news from the other side of the Hill. Yeah. Talk to me about what we saw with Senator Schumer moving these military promotions today.
Yeah, this was really a day of procedural one-upsmanship over in the Senate. We've seen Senator Tommy Tuberville holding these nominations, holding these promotions for the military until he wants to see the Pentagon do away with its policy that would help fund travel and logistics related to getting abortion care for veterans. Certainly, that's not a policy that has changed, but Tuberville was willing to change his stance. Sometime in the last 24 hours, our team reporting that he was willing to start moving forward on a case-by-case basis. Schumer, though, upon hearing of this strategy, basically beat him to the punch, saying that he wants to move forward on cloture, being able to vote on 3 key nominees, including the head of the Joint Chiefs. That's not one of the promotions that Tuberville was going to put up, and it's not one that we think he's even supportive of. But nevertheless, it does allow them to move forward, at least on these top key nominations, these top key promotions. But make no bones about it, Garrett, we know that Republicans are even unhappy with Tuberville for doing this. We know that Democrats are certainly unhappy with the idea that Schumer would have to do this, because you and I both know military promotions like this can take up a lot of time that the Senate doesn't have to really waste on doing them, especially because the way that they typically do them is by unanimous consent, wholesale, altogether, not just piece by piece.
All right, Ali Vitale, thank you for all of that reporting across both chambers.
Go Giants.
All right, fine. And joining me now at the big board with some more numbers from that Pew poll on the lack of faith in politics and government is NBC's Steve Kornacki. And Steve, those Pew numbers we mentioned up at the top of the show seem to suggest that basically Americans are getting the Congress that they thought they'd get. There's a total lack of surprise at the dysfunction that we're seeing on Capitol Hill right now. What else did we learn from these numbers?
Yeah, just a real sour attitude across the board. Basically impossible to look at this report from Pew, and it's comprehensive. It's more than 100 pages long, and to find any positivity when it comes to how Americans view anything to do with politics and government these days. Take you through some of the numbers here. This is a baseline question you're asking folks. What do you feel when you think about politics? Ask, do you feel exhausted? Look at this. 2/3, 65% said they always or often feel exhausted when politics comes up, and sometimes 25% said that. The vast majority are saying that at least some of the time they just feel exhausted by politics. Or how about this? Angry. When politics comes up, do you get angry? More than half say they get angry. 34% say that sometimes happens. How about the opposite? How about a positive emotion? Do you get hopeful? When politics comes up, only 1 in 10 Americans, 10%, say that they always or often are hopeful. The vast majority do not feel hopeful when the subject of politics comes up. There's also this, the view of the political parties. Is one viewed favorably? Is one viewed more favorably than the other? Not really. Take it through here. Do you have a favorable view of both political parties? That number is 6%. Do you have a favorable view of the Republicans and an unfavorable view of the Democrats? 31% clock in there. How about the opposite? Favorable view of the Democrats, unfavorable view of the Republicans, pretty much the same, 32%. And then the rest, 28% say they don't like either party. They got an unfavorable view of both parties. And what's interesting, I'm going to throw a lot of numbers up on the screen here, but if you break these answers down by age, there are a couple interesting things here. First of all, you look at the youngest group of voters, 18 to 29, and you look at the difference there. That's where Democrats have their biggest advantage over Republicans, but that's also the group that has the largest number who say they got an unfavorable view of both parties. And then you go to the other end of the age spectrum, 65 plus and 43-35. That's where Republicans have their biggest edge over Democrats. That's where the smallest share have an unfavorable view of both sides. But again, overall, highly negative towards both parties. Here's something interesting. All of the attention, certainly in the wake of January 6th, the 2020 election, still certainly front and center on the political agenda now. Asked voters in the Republican Party and asked voters in the Democratic Party, do you think that the description that respecting the country's democratic institutions and traditions, does it apply to your party? The vast majority of Republicans say it applies to them. The vast majority of Democrats say it applies to their party. And very small numbers say it applies to the other party. So each side sees itself as the defender of democracy, the defender of this country's institutions and traditions. Are you satisfied with the candidates running for president in 24 by almost a 2-to-1 margin? Voters are not satisfied. A little interesting here on the Republican side, you find almost a 50-50 split in terms of being satisfied. On the Democratic side, where the nominee is all but settled here, only 23% say they are satisfied. Interesting number there for Joe Biden facing re-election. By the way, they asked, have recent election campaigns been dull or interesting? We know from covering them they have certainly been contentious, but the country considers them on the whole to have been dull more than interesting. And then finally we asked, Pew asked this question. I wish we asked this question, but Pew asked this question. Poll. And I think this is an interesting bottom line, personalized view of it. They asked folks, when you're talking about politics you disagree with, do you find it stressful or do you find it interesting? And look at that, 61-36 stressful versus interesting. Just a few years ago, back in 2016, there was a small majority, but it was a majority, said it was more interesting than stressful. From 5 points in that direction to 25 in that direction, they feel exhausted. They feel stressed out talking about it with people they disagree with, and they don't like either party. Not much there for either party to grasp onto.
Those last numbers, if you put any political content on Twitter in the last couple of years, that probably tracks. Not exactly the most enlightening conversation there. Steve Kornacki, thank you for bringing all that to us. And I want to bring in our panel now, folks who know about putting political content on Twitter and other places. Olivia Beavers, congressional reporter for Politico. Former Democratic Congresswoman from Florida, Stephanie Murphy, and former Republican Congressman from Florida and NBC News political analyst Carlos Curbelo. I'm glad we have all of you today, given our top story. And I guess, Olivia, I'll start with you. You were out there on the House steps with me. House Republicans are meeting behind closed doors right now. Yep. What's going on in that meeting, and how hot are tempers within the conference right now?
Well, there's a chance that their Saturdays get canceled. So naturally, Garrett, people are already starting to get pretty feisty. I know, I was just trying to text with the source right before we started talking. Kevin McCarthy was out there. They're trying to hash out the top lines. They've been meeting all day. And Byron Donalds is now at the open mic trying to pitch these Republicans, saying, here's what's happening. There's a sense from...
trying to pitch them on the CR that they've already pulled or on something else?
Well, their argument is you need to come to the negotiating table because you have not put forward a plan. We did. There is some sense, at least we've heard from some Republicans, that the threat from moderate Republicans working with Democrats is starting to permeate among these more conservative members. So they feel like they're seeing some of these previous hard no's starting to become a little bit more willing to talk. So that's where they are. There's some optimism, but I mean, we should probably play a drinking game. The amount of times I hear we've made progress.
Oh, man. It's streaming. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. Congresswoman, so what should the role of Democrats be here? You've played a very strict hand so far, saying we want a clean CR, come to us when you're ready to talk. Do those conversations behind the scenes about doing more or something differently, do they help? Do they hurt? Like, how should Democrats be viewing this right now?
I think Democrats are going to hold. Right now, it is allowing the Republicans to look like the mess of a conference that they are, and this is to the benefit of the Democrats. So I would imagine while they're having these conversations, it's not going to get real. You know, they really want to let Republicans do this themselves. And
let them fail, basically?
Yeah, but they have to strip out a lot of the policy writers in order for the CR to be palatable to Democrats at all. And this is sort of a exercise in futility because it's not going anywhere in the Senate, even if the House is able to pass this.
So, Congressman, let me ask you, you've been in these closed-door meetings, too, on the Republican side. What is the frustration like? Dusty Johnson said something to me earlier in the week about sort of the weight of the 210 would hopefully ultimately move the other 10 or so who are dug in. What's it like in that room? What is the frustration level like among the 210 who just want to get something done here to show for their labors and can't get anywhere because of that small but powerful minority?
Yeah, Garrett, people get extremely angry and frustrated, and a lot of times these debates get personal. Now, your last point, I think, is very important. There cannot only be one armed faction in the House Republican Conference. As long as there is, we'll know what the result is going to be. Now that these centrist Republicans are starting to talk to Democrats, they have a shell bill for a discharge petition to try to force a clean CR onto the floor. Now that's getting the attention of some of these hardliners because they know they're going to lose. They know they don't have the votes. But as long as they're armed, and they're the only ones that are armed, they can impose their will. That's starting to change. And this is something that House Republicans have to learn. If they don't want to get stuck in this dead end, they have to take up arms. And these centrist members who want to get reelected, I mean, they have nothing to lose.
You want to jump in there, Ann?
Well, yeah, so I've watched it. We watched it during the speakership. I've covered the House Freedom Caucus and sort of the members who are adjacent to it. Pressure from their colleagues does not work. They're not moved by that. They actually, in some way, it feels like they build on it. They like sitting in their corner. Republicans will come up, leadership will come up, and they hang tight.
There's a purity test.
There's a purity test. What does work is hearing from the base. The base likes to see them fight. That's something that they pride themselves on. So there's a self-fulfilling sort of process here, plus it helps with fundraising. So when you actually have donors calling them and saying, hey, it's time to move on, that's a different story than their colleagues saying, why won't you just work with us?
I want to play something from Mike Garcia, the congressman from California. He said the other day on the steps that I think is an underappreciated element to this fight we're in. Let's listen.
What we just witnessed was a conservative Republican Party, frankly, look and behave like the minority instead of the majority. What we just saw were 5 individuals vote against a rule to bring to the floor for a vote the most conservative DOD bill in modern history.
You were in both the majority and the minority, I believe, during your tenure.
Just the majority.
All right, well, then you're still qualified to answer this question. Do you believe that this rebel group doesn't know how to be in the majority now, right? These are mostly newer folks, a lot of folks who haven't been in the majority before and don't understand the difference between the kind of show votes you can take when you're in the minority and the kind of tougher votes you have to take when you're expected to govern.
I would say it's beyond that. I would say they don't care whether they're in the majority or the minority. Their goal is to get attention. Their goal is to do online fundraising. Their goal is to be popular. Some of these people want to run for statewide office, and they think this is how they can best position themselves in a Republican primary. So they're in it for themselves. That's why, as you said, there's no reasoning with them because they're not interested in that. The only way to try to compel them to act is to show them they're going to lose. And if Republicans join Democrats to keep the government open, this side's going to get exposed for having maybe 25, 30 votes versus 400.
Congresswoman, we all watched Steve Kornacki's presentation. It was bleak. I think you can agree. Does a moment like this present an opportunity for one party, let's say the Democrats, because it's not them lighting themselves on fire at the moment, to suggest to the American people that there is a better way of governing? Like, can you set an example here? And how do you do it when you're in the minority and you don't have real functional power in this moment?
I don't think so. I think that those polling numbers,
right. Wonderful,
because it was very partisan,
yeah.
and people were pretty dug into their parties. I think those polling numbers, the biggest takeaway is I wouldn't want to be an incumbent in this election. With that kind of dissatisfaction, that means it's a change election. And that's change whether you're a D or an R. And I also think that for the incumbent president, you know, those numbers are also very, should be worrisome. The fact that his base isn't enthusiastic about him running again. I know Democrats always come home at the end of the day when it comes to voting, but those are pretty bleak numbers. It means enthusiasm is low, and that will affect turnout.
All right, well, we're going to talk much more about 2024 a little bit later in this broadcast. You guys will all be back, so we'll have more of this analysis coming up. But first, what are we doing next? Merrick Garland, that's right, fires back at critics and conspiracy theorists as House Republicans echo a barrage of Donald Trump's attacks on the Justice Department and its criminal case against Hunter Biden. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize that the expedition should be
allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As House Republicans fight amongst themselves over how to keep the government open, Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee focused their anger at a familiar target today, Attorney General Merrick Garland. Garland faced a barrage of questions and anger from conservative lawmakers as he was grilled during more than 5 hours of testimony. Perhaps anticipating the attacks on him and on the Justice Department, Garland began the hearing with a defiant message to lawmakers that he would not bow to political pressure.
Our job is to uphold the rule of law. That means we apply the same laws to everyone. Our job is to pursue justice without fear or favor. Our job is not to do what is politically convenient. Our job is not to take orders from the president, from Congress, or from anyone else about who or what to criminally investigate. As the president himself has said, and I reaffirm today, I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do. We will not be intimidated. We will do our jobs free from outside influence, and we will not back down from defending our democracy.
Republicans pressed Garland on a number of issues, including the prosecution of Donald Trump, the prosecution of January 6th rioters, and the ongoing prosecution of Hunter Biden, which has been the subject of intense public scrutiny following whistleblower complaints and that plea deal that fell apart.
Has anyone from the White House provided direction at any time to you personally or to any senior officials at the DOJ regarding how the Hunter Biden investigation was to be carried out?
No.
When did the Justice Department permit statutes of limitations to expire on some of the prospective charges against Hunter Biden for tax violation?
I don't know anything about the statute of limitations here. The investigation was in the hands of Mr. Weiss to make the determinations that he thought were appropriate.
I understand that you've said that. That's part of the problem. The question is, are you aware that statutes of limitations have been allowed to expire while the matter was under investigation?
I'm going to say again. I'm going to say again and again if necessary. I did not interfere with, did not investigate, did not make determinations.
Those are statements in response to other questions. Everybody in the country now knows who's paying attention to this, that the Justice Department permitted statutes of limitations to expire.
Doesn't it look weird that he's become this immediate success in the art world as his dad is president of the United States? Isn't that odd?
I'm not going to comment about any specific.
Not going to comment, not going to investigate.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian watched that entire hearing and joins me now. So, Ken, aside from the tone, which I think we got a pretty good sampling of there, did we actually learn anything new about any of these investigations today?
Not much, and I think you got a flavor of it from that exchange.
Good, yeah.
Okay, so we did learn that Merrick Garland says that President Biden did not order that Donald Trump be indicted, as Donald Trump told our colleague Kristen Welker.
Yeah.
That was about the only specific question that Merrick Garland answered definitively with a yes or no. Everything else he punted. He said, rightfully so, that Justice Department policy does not allow him to comment on these pending investigations. And moreover, he's not involved in the details. That's why he appointed special counsel. So it was both a convenient answer for him and a frustrating answer for Republicans.
Were you surprised we didn't hear more questions about the Trump investigations, Jack Smith and that probe? A lot of those House Republicans talk a pretty big game about, shutting down that investigation. They had the guy in the room in front of them today and didn't really go there.
I thought that was very telling. There were a few forays in that arena, and they weren't very fruitful. I feel like Republicans felt like that was not a good road to go down. The facts are not with them. There was a lot of Hunter Biden questions, though, because there are legitimate questions about those claims made by those IRS whistleblowers. And you heard in that exchange about the statute of limitations expiring. That's actually an important question. There was some alleged crimes that Hunter Biden may have been involved in where the statute, so they can't be prosecuted now because the prosecutors didn't act in time. And these investigators are saying that was either intentional or negligent, and Merrick Garland didn't answer those questions.
When I put my Hill reporter glasses on, I see a hearing that is well-timed for House Republicans to try to set up their impeachment inquiry hearing next week. What do you think we saw today that might be a preview of that, perhaps even including how difficult it's going to be for them to get the substantive answers they want about an active criminal investigation?
We saw a little of it. I mean, Garland is not a good fact witness because he just bats those questions away. But there was some allusions to, obviously, Hunter Biden's work for Burisma, the foreign money, the tax evasion, and then the question of whether Joe Biden was aware of or tolerated that. And Matt Gaetz actually sort of was pretty pithy about that when he said, has anyone told Hunter Biden to knock it off? And about the art sales and about the sort of allegations that he's traded on his family name. And that is a question for Joe Biden, President Biden. Did he ever tell his son to knock it off?
And doesn't talk about those issues. Garland did get emotional at times in this hearing, but not where people might expect. I want to play some questioning he went through with Jeff Van Drew, Republican from New Jersey.
Attorney General, through the chair, I ask you, do you agree that traditional Catholics are violent extremists?
I have no idea what the traditional means here.
Catholics that go to church.
May I answer your question?
Yes or no?
The idea that someone with my family background would discriminate against any religion is so outrageous, so absurd.
Mr. Attorney General, it was your FBI that...
As someone who covers Garland closely, were you surprised that he reacted in that way?
No, he's actually known as a pretty emotional guy who cries, not infrequently. He got emotional as he was talking about his family background at the beginning of the hearing and his ancestors who were Holocaust survivors. So no, that didn't surprise me.
I want to ask you, there's some other breaking news about the Hunter Biden case and his hearing, I believe, next week. Just as you were walking into the room, what can you tell us?
Well, the judge has ruled that Hunter Biden, in fact, does have to go in person to his first appearance. He tried to get permission to do it over video link. The judge said, no, we're going to treat you like any other defendant. And pre-COVID, video appearances really weren't allowed. You have to show up so that they can explain the charges and explain your rights.
Federal case that we won't see any of that. We'll see him walk into the courthouse and that's it?
That's right. Well, you or I may see it if we're in the courtroom, but the viewers won't see it.
Sure enough. All right, Ken Delaney, thank you for that reporting. And up next, trailing behind, we are live in Iowa where the former president is hitting the campaign trail as his Republican rivals fall further and further behind him in the polls. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. You are about to be looking at live pictures of former president and current Republican frontrunner Donald Trump in Dubuque, Iowa, where he's giving a policy speech on immigration and border security. But take a look at this. This is the line of voters who waited for hours to hear him at this event, his second event of the day in that all-important caucus state. Trump is campaigning in the Hawkeye state as he takes heat from conservatives over what he told Meet the Press about his stance on abortion, including calling Governor Ron DeSantis' signing of a 6-week abortion ban a, quote, terrible thing. Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, who's opted not to endorse anyone in the primary, posted on social media, quote, it's never a terrible thing to protect innocent life. Vaughn Hilliard is on the trail for us in Dubuque following the Trump campaign. So, Vaughn, what are we hearing from the former president today?
Hey there, Garrett. Yeah, just about 5 minutes ago, he took the stage here in Dubuque. His first stop of the day was in Maquoketa, Iowa, about 30 minutes south of where we are. This is the first of what is going to be 5 trips by the end of October, I'm told, by Donald Trump. Had a very sparse campaign schedule over the summer here, but with the 4 indictments and the arrests out of his way, he intends to be here essentially every week over the course of the next month plus. And so for this campaign, it's important to know when we're talking about Iowa here, the campaign have been getting folks to fill out these commit to caucus cards. Now, they did the exact same thing 8 years ago when Donald Trump was taking on Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio, but it's a whole new staff this time around compared to his 2016 campaign. And the sources in the campaign tell me, look, 8 years ago, they missed the opportunity to ultimately galvanize and get folks out to caucus, or at least enough to pull off a victory. Lost by Ted Cruz about 3 percentage points. This time around, they say that they are committed to not only getting the information of these voters here around the state of Iowa, but then ultimately making sure they have an understanding of how the caucus works come January 15th and make sure that they come out.
And yesterday, Vaughn, we talked about the fact that Trump's going to Detroit. It's kind of a general election play, a contrast with Biden. Here he is in Iowa, which is really no longer a competitive general election state. How do you see the tension between him trying to kind of sew up the nomination here versus looking ahead to a potential fall matchup with the current president?
Right, you're absolutely right. Much like his decision to not engage on a debate stage with other Republican rivals, largely he is ignoring naming even the likes of Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley. At his stop just about 2 hours ago, he quickly mentioned Ron DeSantis by name, suggesting he was 30 or 40 points down. And frankly, Garrett, when you look at the polling, nationally, Donald Trump is dominating at averaging leads of anywhere from 40 to 45 points. And when you look at the likes of South Carolina, he holds strong leads there. A new poll out from CNN here just in the last few minutes in New Hampshire. So it shows Ron DeSantis now in 5th place with Donald Trump holding about a 25-point lead. And then when you look here in Iowa, it's arguably the state that he's not doing as well in, but still, by consideration, he's still got a 25-point lead here in the state of Iowa. And it was back in 1988 was the last time with Bob Dole we saw in a Republican race somebody win by more than 10 percentage points. So by all accounts, 4 months out from the Iowa caucus, Garrett, Donald Trump is feeling good, and that is why he's training his thoughts on Joe Biden. And as you said here today, talking about immigration policy on a larger level, very much of a general election message.
And Vaughn, unless I'm mistaken, he did not talk much about abortion at the first event. That's obviously going to be a huge issue in the primary and in the general election. We heard what Trump told Kristen Welker about his position or positions on abortion. How are voters there that you've spoken to reacting to what Donald Trump has said about this most recently?
Right. I'll let you actually hear from a couple of them because it's notable that Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, who is not endorsed in this race, much to the chagrin of Donald Trump, put out in a tweet last night that it is not a, quote, terrible thing, as Donald Trump suggested over the weekend with the interview with our Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, that a 6-week abortion ban signed by Ron DeSantis in Florida was a terrible thing. Those were the words of Donald Trump this weekend. Of course, just 2 months ago here in Iowa, Kim Reynolds signed that exact very legislation. But I've talked to a great many number of voters, Garrett, who have told me, look, the only reason that any of these state pieces of legislation have been able to be signed is because Donald Trump was president and appointed 3 conservative Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade. I want to let you hear from a couple of the voters just a few moments ago.
There are things I disagree with, like that. I think 6 weeks is more than fair. So, as much as I like the guy, there are some things that I would disagree.
I am pro-life, but I'm also a realist, and I realize that's probably not going to go away. I feel like as long as it's within the first trimester, this late-term stuff is, to me, is just bonkers.
I would hope he wouldn't ban it at 6 weeks, which from the talks of it doesn't seem like he would. It would definitely upset me if he did ban it at 6 weeks, but yeah, it would definitely affect how I would plan to vote for him, I feel like, if he did that.
Now, the question, Garrett, is none of the indictments have hurt Donald Trump in his polling, and you haven't even seen his Republican rivals go after him on any of these arrests. The question here is on the abortion issue, on an actual policy issue. Could there be an opening? The candidates intend to try to use it, but the question is, does it have an impact on the voters? That's what we'll be asking along the way, Garrett.
We've got plenty of time to chew on it, Vaughn. Thank you. And back with me now is our panel, Olivia Beavers, former Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, and former Congressman Carlos Curbelo. Olivia, I'll start with you. I mean, those numbers just keep getting worse and worse for the rest of the field. Is it a question of time to make up the difference or some kind of superseding event to help them close the gap? Because they're only going the wrong direction.
It's probably both. The argument that I've heard from some people talking to the DeSantis camp is they're hoping that they can really get some momentum in Iowa. They're hoping they've had, people on the ground. The numbers don't really seem like they're there, but that's where they hope that they can say, okay, we did well here, let's do the next state. But Donald Trump is doing quite well in the polls. It's really hard to make up that much ground.
Congressman, so many Republicans would say privately, if not publicly, that they were kind of hopeful that all of these indictments, the legal troubles, would maybe be the thing that brought Donald Trump back down to earth. It has only been the opposite. Is there anything at this point that takes him off these highs, or is it just a matter of whether somebody else can consolidate enough of the everybody else vote to make this thing competitive?
I think it is going to have to take an extraordinary event, perhaps something that comes up at one of Trump's trials if they start early enough to impact the primary calendar. And then there's another variable out there. Joe Biden is almost certainly going to be the Democratic nominee, but what if he isn't? I mean, there is a symbiotic relationship between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They kind of need each other. They're the justification for each other to run. So if, for any reason, the president doesn't run or decides not to run, I think Republicans will then start looking at other candidates because Donald Trump would probably be very vulnerable against a more popular Democrat.
Congresswoman, how do you view the way the rest of the field is handling this moment? It seems to me like when you're this far behind, that's when you start taking real shots. But they're running, I think, by and large, the rest of the field, very cautious campaigns.
It's really interesting because they have yet to figure out how to cleave off Trump's base without making them angry by coming after the former president. And I think that's been a hard line for the other candidates to walk. How can they pull folks away from him without also making them upset because they've attacked the guy that his base is loyal to him no matter what? And, the convictions, all of these things, none of that really matters to them.
What did you make of those voters that we heard from on the issue of abortion, right? In theory, this is an emotional issue. It's an issue that really, is a divisive issue in politics. There are people who say, oh, yeah, I disagree with them, but I'm still going to vote for him anyway. I mean, how big of a problem is that?
I didn't really hear any of those voters say that they were going to not vote for him. They were, a little concerned, but it was really soft. So I don't think that that's going to make a huge difference. His base has been able to sort of forgive him for whatever doesn't align with what they're thinking,
Congressman,
I was going to say, it's important to underline how confident Donald Trump is in this Republican primary. Here's a Republican attacking other Republicans for being too conservative on abortion in the middle of a primary. That's unheard of. He's probably the only Republican who's done that in the last 20 years.
Well, it does seem like it's the singular issue that's going to dominate in so many of these other races. There's an ad I want to play from the Kentucky gubernatorial race today. This is a Steve Beshear ad out today on the issue of abortion. Let's watch.
Anyone who believes there should be no exceptions for rape and incest could never understand what it's like to stand in my shoes. This is to you, Daniel Cameron. To tell a 12-year-old girl she must have the baby of her stepfather who raped her is unthinkable.
I mean, this is powerful stuff. I mean, Olivia, you talk to more of these Republicans running for election probably than anybody else at this table. How do Republicans counteract that kind of messaging, or can they?
Well, usually they try to stay away from talking about abortion, as not the far right.
Right, but this is an ad that's running
centrist.
statewide in Kentucky. This is a red state ad.
Yes, and what they find is when they start getting into, as you saw with sort of the Trump voters that you talked to, when you start getting into talks about 6 weeks, whatever time, that starts complicating it across the party. So I remember when Lindsey Graham put forward a bill talking about 6 weeks, and there was a member of Congress who made a joke about wanting to strangle him with their hands because they were so frustrated about how that complicated the dialogue moving forward. And so it's going to be a huge part in the upcoming races.
Congressman, what do you tell your friends and colleagues who are seeking election or re-election in this environment about how to approach an issue like that?
Well, the best you can do if you're in a swing state or a swing district is avoid the issue, because the polling is all there and the results are there. I mean, conservative states have voted to affirm abortion rights. So whatever you think about abortion, the politics, the numbers, we know what they are. And these candidates are going to have to run away from the issue. And by the way, Donald Trump knows this. That's why he is running to the left on abortion. And he can afford to do so because he's going to say at the end of the day, hey, I'm the guy who overturned Roe v. Wade. So go ahead and attack me on abortion.
Well,
but he knows that Republicans are losing on this issue, and he doesn't want to become one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I said it sort of tongue-in-cheek. He doesn't have a position. He has positions plural on this issue. I mean, what do you
And
make
on
of this?
any given day, it shifts, right?
I mean, to the audience.
Right, and I think for him, just as Carlos said, he is positioning himself for a general. He knows that this is a loser for the Republican Party in the general. They have lost races on it, and when voters are given a choice to choose, they vote to affirm abortion rights. And so he is definitely running a general race and running it safe.
Very interesting stuff. All right, guys, we'll leave it there. Thank you for doing double duty for us. Stephanie Murphy, Carlos Corbella, Olivia Beavers in Politico. I'll read you always, especially on a week like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Garrett.
And after the break, the latest in the fight against inflation, what today's key interest rate decision means for the economy and the Fed's delicate dance to bring down costs without disrupting the economy. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private handlers with everything.
All right, it just me too. It always feels so good to get back to it. Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on. Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for. It's back to school, back to business in a good way, back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
I'm crossing the Today Show off my bucket list.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
It's a girl.
Hoda inspired me to become a journalist.
I'll have what you guys are having.
I'm celebrating here with you. This is amazing. You're on Today.
You are not alone when you're here on the Today Show.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the dishes you
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Dow closed down slightly today as markets reacted to the Federal Reserve announcement that it would not raise interest rates this month, despite inflation ticking up last month. The Fed decided to hold rates steady as the overall rate of inflation has declined from the peak high of about 9% last year, rose at an annual rate of less than 4% in August. But Fed Chair Jerome Powell warned that today's decision does not mean the economy's path is secure and cautioned that rates may remain at high levels for a long term as the Fed tries to get inflation down to its target rate of just 2%. CNBC senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins me now. So, Steve, no decision to raise rates today. How surprising was that? And what does it tell us, generally speaking, about the state of the economy?
Well, they delivered exactly what they said they were going to deliver, which was no rate hike, but they did keep in play another possible rate hike this year. And kind of suggested that next year rates could be a little higher. And the reason is kind of interesting. It's because the economy is doing better than they thought. They actually had to double their forecast for economic growth this year up to 2.1% from 1%. And they reduced their outlook for the unemployment rate while keeping the inflation rate the same. The story here is that the economy is doing better than they thought, and that creates more inflationary concern or caution on their part. So that means you're probably going to keep rates a little bit higher, a little bit longer than they previously told us.
So for folks who are waiting it out to get a home loan or a car loan, and you're waiting just longer and longer.
Yeah, I mean, I think relief is coming. I think there can be some attenuation or reduction in rates next year, but just not as much as you thought. Watch those inflation numbers. If they come down a little faster and stay down, the Fed will have more leeway to bring down rates. But if they remain high and growth remains high and the unemployment rate remains low, the Fed's going to be much more cautious in bringing those rates down because it'll be afraid that inflation will rekindle.
Steve, I know the markets were watching Washington very closely during the debt ceiling fight as we're now approaching the possibility of a shutdown. To what degree does the possibility of D.C. screwing this up affect the broader picture on the economy and perhaps even the Fed's decision making?
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. I mean, generally, Powell talked about this today. He said that shutdowns don't create big declines in GDP growth or economic growth, mostly because they're resolved quickly. So that depends on if they're resolved quickly.
Sure.
But there's a little catch to this, and the catch is this. If the government shuts down, it means that it also shuts down the data. So the Fed, which has a lot of problems right now in terms of trying to figure out what the heck's going on with the economy, is going to be flying blind looking backwards, right? So it has no data at all with which to make these decisions. So it's going to make their job a lot tougher.
That's fascinating. All right, Steve Leisman, thank you for that reporting. And
Pleasure.
still to come, on the UN sidelines, new reporting on President Biden's meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and what it means amid rising tensions between Washington and Jerusalem. The latest next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. President Biden will be returning to Washington later today as he wraps up this year's UN General Assembly after meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu on the sidelines of the annual gathering. This is the first time Biden and Bibi have met since the Israeli leader became prime minister again last year, and comes amid tensions between the two leaders. Netanyahu has long sought an official meeting at the White House, but Biden has been highly critical of Netanyahu's judicial overhaul, calling the current Israeli government, quote, the most extreme he's ever seen. Joining me now is Mike Memoli in New York City. So, Mike, Biden finally had this meeting with the prime minister. How did it go?
Well, Garrett, I mean, we talk about President Biden, who so often leans on his experience and the relationships he has with other world leaders. And there's probably no world leader he knows best and knows for the longest period of time than the Israeli Prime Minister, Netanyahu. And yet this has been a relationship that has been complicated at best since Netanyahu returned to power. The fact that this is happening in New York only just now is something of a snub. But when we saw these two leaders side by side, you could see that relationship coming to bear. They were very friendly with one another, talking about their history with one another, their Irish optimism, the president talking about Irish whiskey, Netanyahu. So there's clearly a relationship here, and now they need to build on it. One of the biggest priorities in terms of foreign policy for this administration, one that's been below the surface for quite a bit, has been this effort to try to normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. This is a deal that does seem to be getting closer. Just how close is a matter of some discussion. And so that carrot is sort of getting ahead of now the stick, which has been the complication of this relationship, the judicial reforms that Netanyahu's government has been pursuing. And of course, on the Israeli side, there are continued concerns about Biden administration efforts to get closer to what was the JCPOA, that Iran nuclear deal again.
And Mike, as the president has been focused on foreign policy this week, there's been a little bit of a blast from the past with some headlines from Rahm Emanuel, his ambassador, in Tokyo, who's been taunting the government in Beijing, basically on Twitter. How is the White House handling this?
Yeah, I mean, you are seeing an effort on the part of the White House to try to get President Xi to the table, especially ahead of the APEC summit in San Francisco later this year. And you heard the president's conciliatory tone in his address to the UN yesterday. Contrast that with the tweets that Rahm Emanuel has been sending from his perch in Tokyo as the ambassador, really playing on some of the internal intrigue, the palace intrigue in Beijing at the moment. So he got a bit of a reprimand from the White House. They're telling him to dial it back because these negotiations, these talks are so fragile about getting Xi and Biden together. The White House is downplaying this publicly. As Kurt Campbell, a top advisor, says, when you put Rahm on the field, you get the full Rahm. We know. I didn't think we'd be talking about mean tweets in this administration, but here we are, and it's a little bit of a headache for the White House right now.
I mean, at least he didn't send anybody a dead fish this time. This is the kinder, gentler Rahm. Mike, obviously the president's been dealing with foreign policy issues primarily while at the UN, but domestic politics are always hanging over him while he's there. The UAW strike continues to be an issue. There's been all this back and forth about whether the White House was sending anybody to Detroit, whether they were not. Are we hearing anything new from the president on this matter today?
Yeah, well, the president had a little symbolism. He wore a tie with the colors of the UAW, trying to show some solidarity with the union, but this is also a complicated relationship. It was also worth noting the topic of one of the president's world leader meetings today. He was sitting with the president of Brazil, Lula, and focused on a labor pact of all things, talking about the importance of improving working conditions for workers around the world. So this is clearly something front and center. But at the moment, the White House still continues to seem something of a sideline player. He's been talking about Gene Sperling and the Labor Secretary Sue getting out to Detroit and maybe playing a role in these negotiations. They still haven't gotten to Michigan yet. It doesn't seem like either the auto workers or the big three are necessarily ready to bring them to the table at this point.
And interesting that Donald Trump will be there early next week. I'm just a simple country lawyer, but you'd think the White House would want to have some presence on the ground there ahead of his arrival. Mike Memoli for us in New York City following all of this. Mike, thank you for your reporting. And thank you for being with us this hour. Kristen will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Aaron Gilchrist, who's in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We come on the air tonight with tense scenes up on Capitol Hill. The Attorney General clashing with lawmakers for the first time since the federal indictments of former President Trump, and it is getting pretty spicy up on the Hill. How he's defending his agency during its most unprecedented era in our nation's history. Then, the FTC coming for Amazon, how it says the company tricked its customers and what the federal government is going to do about it. And new details around an act of violence seen off the field at a Patriots game, why the person who punched a fan who later died is off the hook for murder charges. Then, dire warnings from the head of the UN who says the human impact on our climate has opened, quote, the gates of hell. Our team went to Greece to get a first-hand look at this summer's ground zero for climate disasters. And in tonight's original, TikTok's war against the 401k. Why creators and experts say there's been a huge backlash against the most popular way to save for retirement. Hey everybody, I'm Aaron Gilchrist in for Hallie, and tonight we are watching fireworks on Capitol Hill. Attorney General Merrick Garland pressed hard by lawmakers there for the first time since the two federal indictments of former President Donald Trump and the new indictment against the current president's son, Hunter Biden. Today, we saw part of the Republican-led Judiciary Committee's probe into what they call the DOJ's, quote, weaponization. Republicans sharpening their focus on how the DOJ handled its investigation into Hunter Biden, who is facing mounting legal trouble of his own. The AG, who's right now leading an unprecedented moment in the Justice Department, pushing back on allegations the agency meddled in the investigation of the president's son. Watch.
I am not the president's lawyer. I will add, I am not Congress's prosecutor. The Justice Department works for the American people. Our job is to follow the facts and the law, and that is what we do.
Now, all this comes as we're learning House Republicans plan to hold their first impeachment inquiry hearing into President Biden next week. That's according to a spokesperson for the panel telling NBC News today. Now, some members of the GOP giving some clues today on what this probe might look like. They used today's platform to go after what they're calling the, quote, Biden crime family. Watch this.
Someone who bought Hunter Biden's art ended up with a prestigious appointment to a federal position. Doesn't it look weird that he's become this immediate success in the art world as his dad is president of the United States? Isn't that odd?
I'm not going to comment about any specific...
Not going to comment, not going to investigate.
All right, let's bring in Ali Vitale now on Capitol Hill today, where this has all been going on. And Ali, we're hearing Democrats defend the DOJ today. We heard a lot of that during the hearing that really lasted all day long. Talk to us about what else we're hearing and the point behind the proceedings we saw today.
Look, certainly tense times up here on Capitol Hill. This was always going to be a contentious hearing, and not just because Republicans were looking to make this yet another proxy battle over the indictments of the former president and now the indictment of the current president's son, Hunter. Democrats, too, had their own bones to pick with the Attorney General on things like civil rights and solitary confinement. That, for example, from Democratic Congresswoman Cori Bush during these questions and answers period. But what we saw consistently from Garland, at least as it pertained to the more intense and hot topic issues like Hunter Biden and like Donald Trump, is making clear that he's not working for Democrats and he's not working for Republicans. He's just here in the pursuit of justice. That is something that Democrats like Jerry Nadler tried to amplify. Here's what he said about what went on today in this committee.
That is their goal, division. They want to divide this country and make our government appear like it's broken, because that is when their broken political party thrives.
So look, you see Nadler there talking about what this means in the larger course of small d democracy. I think it was really notable to watch the ways that multiple members of the former January 6th committee are also now a part of this Judiciary Committee, really giving Democrats some extra teeth in their rebuttals when it came to issues like January 6th and the role of the former president on that day. But I think what's important and what we're probably going to see as more of these hearings come up and as we get deeper into an impeachment impeachment inquiry is the fact that because so many of these investigations are still ongoing and active, it gives DOJ, it gives these prosecutors, and it even gives the people at the center of them the ability to say that they won't come before Congress because this is still an active investigation. That, of course, then means that those subpoenas, if we get to that point, become tied up in court. It becomes even messier than the mess that it already is. That's looking ahead down the pipeline. But I think for today, Garland took the approach really of do no harm. And I think that as contentious as it got in that room, there's no headlines coming out of this that say he tipped the scales one way or another.
You know, at the same time, Allie, obviously we saw the fireworks in the hearing today. We're also hearing from the special counsel in the Hunter Biden investigation, who is basically saying the president's son has to show up in court next week, right?
Yeah, this is just another example of the ways that we're not just going to be talking about the indictment itself, but the road to the court proceedings, because now we're seeing from the special counsel, David Weiss, and I'll read to you a part of a statement saying the court has almost always held in-person initial appearances and arraignments for defendants. This defendant, in this case Hunter Biden, should be treated no differently. And of course, this comes in the aftermath of Hunter Biden requesting a virtual appearance for this. So again, we're talking about not just the hearings themselves, not just the substance of the allegations and indictments, but also the process to even get to that substance.
All right, Allie Vitale for us on Capitol Hill today. Allie, thank you. Let's head to Massachusetts now, where officials today are saying that a Patriot fan's death at a game Sunday night may not be linked to a fight he had with a Dolphins fan. Preliminary autopsy results released by the DA showing that Dale Mooney didn't have any traumatic injuries when he collapsed and later died, but he did have some sort of medical issue. The DA's office says there needs to be more testing to figure out a cause and manner of death. Now, witnesses say Mooney got punched by a Dolphins fan and passed out. Cell phone video shows the moment security rushed in to break up the fight there. Paramedics then coming in to try to help. Mooney was pronounced dead at the hospital that night. Top story anchor Tom Yamas has been following this story and joins me now. So, Tom, we appreciate you making some time tonight. We know that no charges have been filed in this fight or in Mooney's death. Prosecutors would likely decide that once they get, the final autopsy results and can make some decisions there, right? What else are authorities using to piece all this together at this point?
Hey, Aaron, great to be with you tonight. Look, I think it's important to kind of think about that statement, right? Because they point out this was a preliminary autopsy, and they're saying some type of medical issue happened, but they're not saying what type of medical issue. I will say this. We do know they're still investigating. They sent us this statement. I want to put it up on the screen for our viewers. This is from the Norfolk County DA. They're basically the ones investigating this. Here's what they say. They say our investigation has included numerous law enforcement interviews and the examination of multiple angles of video capturing the scuffle prior to Mr. Dale Mooney's collapse during the Sunday night game at Gillette Stadium. Now, Aaron, I can tell you from our reporting, there are several videos. A lot of people were in the stands. This was a Sunday night game against the Miami Dolphins. The stadium, Gillette Stadium, was absolutely packed. The video you're seeing here was in the aftermath. We understand that that Dolphins fan that you saw in the jersey there was somehow connected to this. What you saw there was stadium security and or paramedics doing CPR. We spoke to an eyewitness today, and you're going to hear about this more on Top Story, who said that officials actually tried to save the man's life twice. First, they brought out the defibrillator, and they had the paddles, and they tried sort of recharging his heart there. That's what it looked like to people that were there. And then later, they picked him up, they put him on a stretcher, and then as they brought him down the stands, they started CPR again. They described the stadium security, the paramedics, as heroes who kept trying to save this man's life. But Mooney, the victim here, appeared lifeless. He appeared pale from the eyewitnesses that we've spoken to tonight.
And Tom, I know that Mooney's wife talked to our NBC affiliate in Boston, and she says that he was a Patriots season ticket holder for 30 years, had never had any issues before this past weekend. It sort of seems, though, like things have been getting kind of physical quite a few times in games lately, right?
Right. And I wanted to point out that thing about the preliminary autopsy because, yes, he might have had a medical issue. He also was punched twice in the head, according to eyewitnesses. And just this last Sunday, Aaron, I mean, as we were researching the story last night and looking into it and reporting it out, I mean, we found video after video of fights happening, not only in Gillette Stadium. There was another fight there between between three women. There were fights in stadiums all across the country, right? Fights at the Dallas Jets game. And then the NFL told us this: after 32 games so far this season, that's 2 weeks of games, 80 reports of disorderly conduct. Last year, there were 140 reports. Now, they did not provide us the data. They did not tell us how they got this data. This is just a statement we got from the NFL. That being said, we saw a lot of fights all over social media happening in stadiums all across the country. And some people have said this is sort of the new normal in some cases. They'll say the vast majority of games and experiences are great. They're fine. People have a good time. But we're seeing a lot of these fights, and they are getting really bad, Aaron.
All right, Tom Yamas, we appreciate you joining us to talk a little bit more about this. Of course, you can watch Tom's full report on this tonight on Top Story. That's right here on NBC News Now at 7 p.m. Eastern. Amazon and its key executives knew exactly what they were doing when they allegedly tricked customers into signing up for their Prime service and then made it intentionally hard to cancel. That's according to a new filing by the Federal Trade Commission. Now, it says, quote, Amazon used manipulative, coercive, and deceptive user interface designs known as dark patterns to trick consumers. Now, this comes as the FTC and President Biden's crackdown on anti-competitive and anti-consumer corporate behavior ramps up as we get closer to the election. Let's bring in Noah Pransky now with more on this tonight. So, Noah, we knew about these allegations when this lawsuit was initially filed back in June. So what new did we find out with the filing today?
So the FTC is making its case with a number of new filings and new information today. You're showing internal documents that suggest that Amazon's problems with consumer interface, accidentally signing up for Prime, having trouble cancel it, this was not a flaw. This was part of their intentional strategy. They're accusing executives of either slow walking or completely ignoring internal recommendations to make the process better for the consumer. And here's an excerpt from today's filing. The FTC says the company's internal documents are littered with references to accidental signups. As one internal memorandum stated, Amazon decided clarifying the enrollment process was not the right approach because it would cause a shock to business performance. And a quick demonstration here of exactly what the FTC is talking about. We can see in the Amazon cart, right? You see here, you got something in your cart, you go to the yellow button, you click proceed. That takes you to the payment screen where you get another yellow button. You go ahead, you click that yellow button, you move on to the next screen, and then you get a pop-up. Pop-up says, do you want to join Prime? You go to the yellow button, but that is not the yellow button to proceed as you were. That is the yellow button to sign up for Amazon Prime. In this case, the not signing up button is small, but in some cases, FTC says it was even smaller. So you can see why they accuse Amazon of breaking federal consumer laws.
So at this point, Noah, what is Amazon saying about all this?
Just got a statement from them in the last few hours. They say, in part, we've always made it clear and simple for customers to sign up and cancel Prime, and we look forward to challenging the FTC's claims in court.
So, Noah, we see this movement now from the FTC. Are we seeing more of these sorts of consumer actions coming out of the FTC and out of the Biden administration as we get closer to the election?
Yeah, look, the Biden administration and FTC and FCC, FAA, they've done a lot in recent years to really drive home consumer protections. Some of these are not standing up when they go to court, but the FTC tells me the idea is to really send a message with one lawsuit in one industry to an entire industry. This Amazon message saying you're going too far in trying to trick customers is not just to curb Amazon, but it's also to address all these other industries, and they want to send a message. The Biden administration, of course, they got their eye on 2024 too, so they want to do more popular pro-consumer things as we get closer to that election.
All right, Noah Pransky with us tonight. Noah, appreciate it. Thanks.
Sure.
Well, in just the last hour, the stock market closing down after the Federal Reserve paused rate hikes for now, but it left the door wide open, really, for more down the line if they can't tame inflation. The S&P ending down nearly 1%, with the Dow also in the red today. The Fed pausing its aggressive campaign to tackle inflation after 11 rate hikes since March of last year. Even without a hike, the so-called benchmark interest rate is the highest since the start of the 21st century. Inflation still at 3.7%, much higher than that 2% number the Fed would like to see. Fed Chair Jerome Powell saying today that we still have, quote, a long way to go to get there. Our business and data reporter Brian Chung is following this for us now and is here to help us understand what's happening. So despite the Fed's work that we've seen, those 11 rate hikes we've talked about so much, we still saw inflation rise in August and in July. Knowing that, what's your read on today's pause?
Yeah, well, the read from the Federal Reserve is, okay, yeah, inflation might be going in the wrong direction right now, but we have to remember that the aggressive rate hiking cycle that they've done, which, as you mentioned, we haven't seen that aggressively in at least the past few decades, might take time to bleed through the economic data and be reflected. Now, we know that the rate of inflation has come down from the 9% that we saw last year to around 3%, and it has gone up from 3.3% to 3.7% between July and August, but you don't have to read the numbers to understand that the mission is not yet accomplished. So the Federal Reserve is not saying that we're done with these interest rate hikes. They're just saying for right now, we're going to take a pause and see how the data reflects it. Now, for what's worth, let's take a look at the commentary that we got from the Federal Reserve Chairman. He said the economy is expanding at a solid pace, but the real key, rate hikes are likely to impact economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The question is, when does that bite take place? We'll have to see when the Fed has its next meeting in November, Aaron.
All right, we know you'll be watching it for us. Brian Chung tonight. Brian, thank you. Well, a surprising move by the Food and Drug Administration deciding not to approve a nasal spray that would have been the first needle-free alternative to EpiPens and other injectors. Now, this rejection comes as a surprise, really, because back in May, an FDA advisory committee voted to recommend its approval. It's a rare move that the FDA doesn't approve drugs recommended by its committees. The FDA telling the maker of this drug that it needs to do another study. The drug company says it's going to appeal the request for more data here. Dr. Kavita Patel is joining us now. Dr. Patel, thanks for being here. We know you're a practicing physician. You've worked in health policy as well. So how big a surprise is this rejection to you and to your colleagues? And do we have a sense of what the FDA really is looking for out of another study of this drug?
So, Aaron, it's not a shock. You're right. It is incredibly rare to have the FDA kind of go against an advisory committee decision. However, the advisory committee decision was not a slam dunk, Aaron. It was actually a pretty close vote, 16-6, where you had some of the advisory committee members express concerns about this needle-free alternative to an EpiPen potentially not working in a case of anaphylaxis. And remember, that's really what a lot of us worry about when someone can't breathe. And that's why we recommend patients with peanut allergies or other allergies carry an EpiPen. What this means, though, is that a lot of patients, including many of mine who are phobic of needles, they're just afraid of needles, won't even carry an EpiPen when they might need it. The next set of studies that the FDA is asking for is to compare. It would be unethical to take people who are going through anaphylaxis to try to say, hey, do you want to try this drug? But what they can do is in a controlled setting or with people that have itching and kind of symptoms that are short of anaphylaxis, repeated doses of this drug called Neffy and see if that compares head-to-head against epinephrine and looks the same, Aaron. So they're really looking for repetition, replication, and hopefully that efficacy.
Well, I wonder how hard that is. I mean, to your point, I know I read one of the advisory panel members saying that she was concerned that this nasal drug would fail in a life-threatening situation. Right. How hard is it really to get hard data on a drug that's only used in the most severe moments in a person's life?
Yeah, it can be incredibly hard. I think that you would have to kind of go to where people come when they have these incredibly hard moments. Usually when someone has this anaphylaxis, they show up in an allergist's office or they show up in my office to kind of think about what they need to do as follow-up. So I do think that you have to then work closely with trial sites, with doctors' offices to get these trials done. It does delay access to this. And by the way, Aaron, I should mention there's also the hope that this would be a cheaper alternative. So not just needle-free, but cheaper, because an EpiPen can go as high as several $100s out of pocket for many patients. So not a lot of alternatives out there for a drug that's been around for over a century.
Wow. All right, Dr. Kavita Patel, we appreciate the perspective tonight. Thank you. Well, tonight, Hollywood writers and the major studios back at the negotiating table now more than 4 months after the writers first walked off the job. And this latest round of talks is expected to last for several days. A source familiar with the negotiations tells NBC News. Now, with the main sticking point here still higher pay, the size of writing staffs, and protections around the use of artificial intelligence. Let's bring in NBC News entertainment correspondent, Chloe Malas. Chloe, where are we going here? Are there any signs that the writers and the studios are getting closer to an actual deal?
So, Aaron, these talks have been underway today for a few hours now, and we know, like you said, from a source that I spoke to this week, that these talks could last for days. So they are talking about things like artificial intelligence. There's a report out there right now that all of the major studio heads showed up to these talks today. They mean business. They want a resolution. Obviously, the jobs report just came out, and about 17,000 jobs have been lost because of these strikes, and it's costing the California economy upwards of $5 billion, that according to Governor Gavin Newsom of California. I just want to read you a little bit of the letter from the Writers Guild of America that represents over 11,000 writers that went out this week. They say that our focus is getting a fair deal for writers as soon as possible, and that, you know, in the meantime, please continue to demonstrate your commitment and unity by coming out to the picket lines.
You know, Chloe, we also know that, you know, it's getting close to the end of September here. That's the time when the big fall TV season starts on most networks. What's it going to look like now? Are we going to see anything new on TV?
Yes and no. So tonight is the premiere, I believe, of American Horror Story, and Kim Kardashian is actually making her debut in that. We also have the third season of The Morning Show on Apple TV+. So you have Love is Blind, you have reality TV content, but there are a lot of reruns, and some of the movies that we were all hoping for, like Dune and others, have been pushed back to the spring. Look, we do have Taylor Swift's big blockbuster, her movie concert for the Eras Tour, hitting theaters soon. But I think that what we'll see is more how spring is disrupted. And we've already seen that award season has been pushed back, and the Emmys not airing this fall because of the strikes and now being pushed to January. So if there's a resolution, I think some of these shows and movies will start back up again, but we're still going to be feeling the fallout from these strikes for perhaps even a year or longer.
Yeah, you're going to have lots of reruns to watch for a while longer here before we get things back to normal. Chloe Melaspe, appreciate it, Chloe. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are just learning the U.S. will announce a new aid package for Ukraine as Republicans and Americans, some tire of spending money and sending it to that country. The announcement expected to happen during a visit to Washington by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tomorrow. Now, this comes as we see a rare moment at the United Nations with President Zelensky and Russia's foreign minister today sitting in the same room. Zelensky at a meeting of the Security Council calling for a limit on Russia's veto power on the council and accusing the UN of not doing more to prevent Russian aggression. Listen.
Ukrainian soldiers now are doing, at the expense of their blood, what the UN Security Council should do by its voting. They're stopping aggression and upholding the principles of the UN Charter.
Now, Zelensky left the room before it was the Russian foreign minister's time to speak there. He blamed Western countries for the situation in Ukraine. NBC's Mike Memoli joins me now. He's been tracking this throughout the week. Mike, Presidents Biden and Zelensky really wanted to send a message to the larger global community during this UN meeting between the aid package we know about and the scenes at the Security Council meeting. What was that message, and do we have a measure on how effective they were?
Well, Aaron, a couple of years ago, before the war began, Zelensky came to the UN and he compared the body to a retired superhero who forgot how great they were. And you even saw now, of course, 2 years into this war, Zelensky really even ratcheting up that rhetoric against the body itself, talking about the fact that it needs to make changes, talking about the war crimes he says that Russia has committed. He really criticized them for having veto power on the effectiveness of the UN to try to do what it was founded to do, to avoid these kinds of prolonged conflicts. And so the real measure of just how effective this visit will be when Zelensky joins President Biden back in Washington. You mentioned that aid package. This is all part of funding that had been passed by Congress months ago, late last year. And so the real focus of that visit is going to be whether Zelensky can help the administration make its case to lawmakers, especially to Republicans on Capitol Hill, that they should give billions more to extend this effort. Yes, Ukraine hasn't made the kind of progress on the battlefield this year that they wanted to see, but this is essential to give them that support to continue it, to make me reverse that.
You know, Mike, I know we also saw the president hold a bunch of meetings today in New York there. He sat down in particular with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu Talk about that relationship. You've been tracking this for a while now. How much maintenance does that relationship need right now?
This is the meeting that we all wanted to be a fly on the wall for. Biden and Netanyahu go way back, go back decades. And he knows him so well, but this relationship has been the one that is most complicated, perhaps, of our allies at the moment. And that's because of some of what Netanyahu's been trying to do with his right-wing government in terms of the judicial reforms. It's also because of what the Biden administration has wanted to do in terms of maybe getting back close to what was the Iran nuclear deal. But when we saw these two leaders sit down, there was a bit of that good relationship showing on the surface. Let's listen to some of their exchange.
We're going to discuss some of the hard issues, and that is upholding democratic values that lie at the heart of our partnership, including checks and balances in our systems.
One thing will never change, and that is Israel's commitment to democracy. We will continue to uphold the values that both our proud democracies cherish.
It took Netanyahu 10 months to get this sit-down meeting he's been craving since he became prime minister again in December. This was something of a snub that it's happening in New York, not in Washington, but as a measure maybe of some progress. The White House announcing after the meeting that President Biden had invited Netanyahu to visit with him again in Washington later this year.
All right, we'll be watching for that, too. Mike Memley for us in New York tonight. Mike, thanks. Well, coming up, a murder suspect released by mistake in Minnesota a week ago. Why we're only learning about it now and what the manhunt for him looks like. Plus, when you can start ordering more free COVID tests from the White House. That's in our 5 Things. Stick around.
It always feels so good to get back to it.
Back to all your people and the things you love to do. It's a new season, and you start every morning ready to take it all on.
Hitting high gear a little earlier because there's more to cheer for.
It's back to school.
Back to business in a good way.
Back to the feeling that anything is possible.
Take back the day, make it all right.
Tonight, a massive manhunt for a murder suspect in Indiana who was accidentally released from jail. And the thing is, police didn't tell anybody about this until 6 days after it happened. The sheriff just a few hours ago saying the whole situation went down at a time when the jail is short-staffed and underpaid, but also said that that is not an excuse.
People become overworked and make errors, but we have 4 layers that they go through that should not have had happen. 2 of these people blatantly had this occur.
So why keep it quiet for such a long time? Well, authorities say that they wanted to have a tactical advantage in finding the man you see here, 28-year-old Kevin Mason, and police had been searching for 2 years before they finally arrested him in the first place. Now, the U.S. Marshal Task Force and Indianapolis Police are all working together trying to find him again. Emily Ikeda joins me now. Emily, police say that today they arrested the suspect's girlfriend, who they believe had been helping him hide from police. Talk to us about how this accidental release happened and where the search for this guy is at this point.
Hey there, Aaron. Good to be with you. Yeah, the question on everyone's mind, how was a suspected murderer just allowed to walk out of a jail after he had been on the run for something like 2 years? Well, in short, the answer is a clerical error, and it proved to be a critical error as well. For background, Mason, who you're seeing on your screen, he was arrested last week related to 3 warrants out of Minnesota, and they were related to homicide, firearm possession, and parole violation. Now, an inmate in Marion County, Indiana, an inmate clerk cleared 2 holds thinking that she was actually correcting a duplicate. And then a day later, it happened to be that in Minnesota, a clerk cleared the 3rd and final hold for a warrant because extradition was waived in that area. And that essentially paved the way for him to be cleared and to be released into the public. Now, you brought up a chief question on a lot of the residents' minds. Why did it take 6 days for the sheriff's office to notify the public? Well, they say it was they were seeking a tactical advantage. They had been tailing the girlfriend, who they say picked him up from near the jail. She purchased men's clothing in the days after, including a cell phone as well. Here's more from the sheriff on why she was arrested today.
His conversation to her was, "I'm walking away and I will meet you." So some point in time, she picked him up. By the time we picked up on her, he wasn't with her. So she took him somewhere before we were able to get the tail on her.
And law enforcement putting out a plea to the public to help in this urgent manhunt by coming forward with any information on his whereabouts, Aaron.
Well, let's talk about the public a little more then, Emily. I mean, police, as you noted, said that they wanted to keep this quiet because they didn't want to force him further underground. But they say, close to finding him a couple of times at this point. You have this whole community there that's unaware of the fact that there's a wanted person who's on the loose, who had been in jail but is now on the loose again. Is there a safety concern at all for people in that area? Anything being done to sort of make sure this doesn't happen again and that people are safe?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a safety concern among residents in the area who know that there's the suspected murderer wandering about, and they hadn't known about it for the last 6 days. You know, we've been covering in recent weeks a number of inmate escapes, especially the one in Pennsylvania. But this is an incident where the inmate was green-lighted to go, to leave. And so there's a lot of frustration that has been brewing. The sheriff's office saying today that they are adding a layer of review before those inmates are allowed to leave. So they have 4 layers of review. Now they're adding a 5th one. But in the meantime, they're going to continue their around-the-clock efforts in trying to bring this inmate, this suspected murderer, back into custody.
Emily Ikeda with us tonight. Emily, thank you. All right, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Kansas City man accused of shooting black teenager Ralph Yarl after he mistakenly went to the wrong house pleaded not guilty during his arraignment today. The case heads to trial next October. The 84-year-old facing 2 felony charges related to that shooting. Number 2, police in Chicago say they are checking on the authenticity of Instagram videos that appear to show missing former NFL player Sergio Brown. They've been looking for him after his mother died from an assault. One of the videos shows a man who looks like Brown saying that his mom's death is, quote, fake news and that she's just on vacation. Number 3, starting Monday, you will be able to order free COVID tests again. The government relaunching its program to give 4 free at-home tests to each U.S. household. The program stopped in May after the White House ended the pandemic emergency declaration. COVID hospitalizations have been rising since July. Number 4, your favorite slice of cheese might now be a choking hazard. Kraft Heinz recalling more than 80,000 cases of its individually wrapped singles American cheese slices. They have best when used by dates of January 10th through the 27th, 2024. The company says there's a manufacturing problem that can cause the plastic to stick to the cheese. There's your choking hazard. There's been no reports of injuries or anything, but the company says people who bought the recalled products should not eat them, and you can get a full refund. Number 5, King Charles held talks with French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris today at the start of his 3-day state visit there. French officials say it's meant to show the deep historical ties between those two countries. The trip was postponed in March because of protests against Macron's retirement policy changes. Well, fresh controversy tonight over the suspension of a black Texas high school student because of his hair. Junior Daryl George suspended for a second time this school year for allegedly violating the dress code by wearing his hair in twisted locks. Now, Daryl's mother says his hairstyle has cultural and religious importance and that the suspension is racial discrimination. Daryl's first suspension was on August 31st, the same week Texas enacted the Crown Act, which prohibits race-based discrimination on hairstyles. He was suspended again on Monday, despite his family's arguments that his hair does not violate the dress code. Antonia Hilton joining us now. She's tracking this story for us today. So, Antonia, walk us through these 2 suspensions we have now. How is the school allowed to suspend this young man twice when he's protected by law?
Well, Aaron, the question is he protected by law here? The Crown Act is something that activists, organizers, lawyers have been working on around the country for years now. And they've been arguing that we see incidents like these happening not just in Texas, but around the nation where students or people of color in their workplaces have lost opportunities or been pushed out of the classroom just because of the way in which they wear their natural hairstyles like locks or braids, as you can see in the images there. But the Crown Act, the school is arguing, didn't specify anything about the length of hair. And they're saying that's the issue that they have with Daryl George's hair here, that his hair is long enough that if unbraided, it would go past his earlobes down to his shoulder, and that's the issue. They say this has nothing to do with race. Now, what we're hearing from their attorney and from many of the organizers involved in the passage of these laws is that that's a misreading of the law here, and that he is protected because this is a hairstyle that is part of the sort of racial history and cultural history that African Americans share, and that it's exactly the kind of thing that these laws were designed to protect. The school district has now filed a lawsuit to try to get clarification around the Crown Act, so we'll find out more in the coming days about what Texas is going to do in this case. But right now, Daryl is still in school suspensions. We actually spoke with his family just moments ago. They say that he's been coming home from school crying every day, Aaron, that his mom needs to give him pep talks before he goes back in the following morning, and that they're experiencing incredible stress at this time, Aaron.
Yeah, I can only imagine. You wouldn't think, I mean, the way you just described it, it seems a little bit black and white to a layperson, pardon the phrase there. But I do wonder about, how much of this ends up in the courts, right? I mean, is the family also looking at any sort of legal action against the schools, against the state, anything, any word on when this young man is going to be able to go back to a normal school setting?
Well, they are definitely looking at legal action. They have hired attorneys, they have a representative, and they're looking at all options right now. They've also reached out to the TEA, that's essentially the Department of Education inside of Texas, and they've filed a complaint and reached out. They're looking for an investigation into this school district. And so what comes next as both sides are looking into their legal avenues, remains to be seen. But what we know right now is that Daryl is still in suspension. He has not been welcomed back into the classroom. His mom tells me that he tried to go back into the classroom today, but was then later sent back into their in-school detention space, and that this is causing his grades to slip, his confidence to slip, and so they're eager for this to really be resolved as quickly as possible. He's missing out on classroom instruction time and time with classmates. Take a listen to some of what the mom shared with our affiliate in Houston, KPRC.
I want them to change their policies. I want them to stop being discriminatory against black and brown kids. Not just mine, but any other black and brown kid. I want them to really educate themselves on our cultures, on our hairstyles. And then they will see it is covered. It is a part of who we are.
The school district, according to the parents, say that they have asked Daryl to cut off his locks and to comply with school in order to get back into the classroom. But right now what we're hearing from the family is they have absolutely no plan to change his hairstyles, and that it's not going to be Daryl who has to change in this case. Aaron.
It is an interesting case indeed, Antonia. I know you're going to be keeping an eye on this for the duration, so please let us know as developments happen here. Antonia Hilton, thank you. When we come back, an NBC News exclusive, former Florida law enforcement staff saying Governor Ron DeSantis' claims about crime in that state are not accurate. Why the data aren't complete. That's after the break. And later in the program, the new report that says when it comes to climate misinformation, X, we call it Twitter, is the worst. Where other apps ranked and what's being done to stop this kind of stuff from spreading.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Turning now to an NBC News exclusive, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has been promoting a tough on crime narrative on the 2024 campaign trail. Listen.
Crime rate is at a 50-year low. So leadership matters. We showed how to get it done. So the result of all that we've done is the crime rate in Florida is at a 50-year low.
So we have the story that just dropped on NBCnews.com. 3 former officials with Florida's Department of Law Enforcement saying that DeSantis has been using incomplete statistics to paint a rosy portrait of crime levels in that state. And the former officials say state law enforcement staff have repeatedly warned DeSantis that his claims are based on incomplete data and that they are impossible to verify. A spokesman for the FDLE says the criticism is unfounded and crime is indeed at a 50-year low. The governor's office didn't reply to our request for comment. NBC's Matt Dixon broke the story and joins us now. Matt, so a lot of this is about how crime data, how these stats are counted, right? Talk to us about why your sources say the numbers the governor is citing are bad.
Aaron, thanks for having me. It's really important to sort of break this up into 2 buckets: how data is collected and how Governor DeSantis sort of is presenting it to the country as part of his presidential campaign. Florida collects crime data like most other agencies across the country. Not everyone always reports. It's sometimes voluntary, so they kind of use an algorithm. I'm not a math guy, but there's an algorithm that's used to sort of fill in those gaps. Florida does that just like everyone else. What's different is Governor DeSantis has gone out on the campaign trail and as governor and touted those numbers as definitively showing a 50-year crime low in Florida, excuse me. And that statement is just something that can't be backed up with facts at this point. And that's what the sort of former FDLE people were relaying to us.
And Matt, how important has this narrative been for this tough on crime message, really? I mean, obviously, it's a big concern for GOP primary voters.
Sure. Tough on crime is a hugely important message from a Republican, primary voter standpoint. And you had pointed out a few leading into this hit that the Governor DeSantis has said it time and time again. He said it during the Republican debates. He said it during his launch for his presidential campaign. And he used it as governor even before that. So this 50-year crime low talking point has been a very, very prominent one for him as governor and presidential candidate. And the idea that it might be a 50-year crime low could exist. But what folks are telling us is that there's just no way to tell with the data the state has. It's very incomplete.
All right. You can read more of Matt's reporting on NBCnews.com right now. Matt Dixon, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done some of the work for you. We call this segment The Local. From our Southern Bureau, take a look at this body cam video. You can see officers here taking care of an Amazon delivery worker. This is in Florida. That's after a venomous snake bit her. Officials say an eastern diamondback rattlesnake was near the front door at this house and bit the delivery worker as she put down the package. The sheriff's office says she's in the hospital now in very serious condition. From our Western Bureau, gas in LA County is now back to more than $6 a gallon on average. That's the highest it's been in about a year. Experts say it might be from things like oil prices going up after cuts from Saudi Arabia and Russia. Plus, Southern California's had refinery problems, too. And back in our Southern Bureau, 3 friends on a trip to Nashville got to their hotel only to find out nobody was working. So what did they do? Well, they decided to get to work themselves. They answered some phones, they served some breakfast. Listen to this.
We're serving breakfast. You got to do what you got to do in these struggling times.
The hotel says that the overnight shift employee left early, didn't tell anybody. That person is now looking for a new job. Well, coming up, floods, fires, heat, all hitting Greece this summer to the point where that country's prime minister says they are at war with climate change. A lot of people, though, are blaming something or someone else entirely. What they told our Keir Simmons after a break.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
In a new report out today, environmental groups calling out big tech for its role in spreading mis- and disinformation about climate change. X, formerly known as Twitter, ranked dead last with only 1 point out of a possible 21. The report says X, and I'm quoting here, was lacking clear policies that addresses climate misinformation, having no substantive public transparency mechanism, and offering no evidence of effective policy enforcement. Now, the scorecard ranked all the companies, including TikTok, Pinterest, Meta, YouTube, Google, all based on their policies, transparency, advertising, privacy, and enforcement. I want to bring in Jake Ward now for this. He's tracking all things tech, of course. Jake, climate activists have been saying for years that misinformation is the thing that is really stalling progress as we talk about climate change. I know that X was dead last here in this ranking, but the other guys didn't do so great on this either. What are the key takeaways for you here, and what's being done to get ahead of this problem?
Well, certainly, according to this coalition of more than 50 environmental organizations, Aaron, nobody is perfect. They've had this standard out, a 21-point standard out for quite some time. As you mentioned, X was dead last. I want to show you some of the key takeaways here because they're pretty interesting and they're really, pretty powerful when it comes to thinking this through. I mean, the key issues they're trying to point out here is that, while Pinterest was, they say, the industry leader, it still did not meet some of the standards that they would like to see. The key issues they talked about, I want to draw your attention to a couple of them here, was this idea that in that second one with comprehensive definition of climate misinformation. No platform has fully and completely comprehensively defined what climate misinformation is, whereas the experts could tell you very easily that it has to do with undercutting scientific consensus or trying to quibble with the effects that we've seen, trying to somehow separate us from our understanding of how humans are behind it. All of that very, very important. And then this idea of a lack of algorithmic reporting, as all of these platforms move more and more toward using AI to do content moderation, to figure out what goes into your feed. The rest of us don't have any real sense of how those algorithms are doing that kind of sorting, and in some cases even the companies themselves don't know. So many of the issues here contributing to this big problem, Aaron.
Jake, if you drill down on X in particular here, this platform, it's not just this report that's questioning its integrity and its credibility. Earlier today, I think we saw Donald Trump Jr. was hacked at posting a series of now deleted tweets, one of them even saying that his father, the former president, died, and that he was running for president now. Is this issue of credibility and integrity something that, on this particular site, on X, something that Elon Musk cares about, that management is trying to deal with?
Whether the new owner of Twitter turned X cares about it, we don't know, right? But certainly the people around him who are trying to convince advertisers that they should take that platform seriously, I bet they are taking it pretty seriously today. And certainly, when you have the former president's son hacked in this way and very visibly misinformation being spread all over the place, suddenly thinking about climate misinformation, I'm sure, must seem like what my mom would call a high-quality problem on a day like today. So some big problems there, of course, as content moderation has been cut back at that place, as security teams have been cut back at that place. It seems today we've run headlong into the limits of what they can do, Aaron.
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, we appreciate it. Thanks. Well, there is a big high-stakes summit focused on climate, on the climate crisis right now. The UN chief warning world leaders today that humanity, in his words, has opened the gates of hell.
Horrendous heat is having horrendous effects. Distraught farmers watching crops carried away by floods, sweltering temperatures spawning disease, and thousands fleeing in fear as historic fires rage.
That's exactly what the situation looked like in Greece this summer. That country's still struggling to recover from scorching heat, flooding, fires. The country's prime minister telling our Keir Simmons they are at war with climate change. Listen to this.
In Greece, we had to mobilize our armed forces to help with rescues, with infrastructure, with engineering, and this is going to be the reality from now on. It is it's a war we have to fight with an enemy we cannot. Sometimes we cannot avoid. Sometimes we can contain.
At the same time, though, there are some locals who don't blame climate change for destroying their homes, and instead they say local officials refused to protect them from the extreme weather. Keir Simmons is joining us now with more of his reporting on this. So, Keir, in some places, people in some of the most impacted towns blame conspiracy theories, essentially, right? What do they tell you?
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it, to segue from what Jake was saying there about conspiracy theories on social media to what we found on the ground on this trip from Athens to a place called Palamas, where they've seen these record-breaking floods and then the biggest fires in Europe along the Greek and Turkish border in Evros. And we spoke to people, and you know, Aaron, the thing is, people didn't sound angry with climate change. They sounded angry with the officials that they said hadn't protected them from the effects of climate change. Take a listen.
We left in a house near, without food, without water, without nothing, for 2 days.
For 2 days?
Yes.
You were on the roof of another
yes.
house?
No one tell us to walk up, no one tell us to run, no one, nothing. We just scream to neighbor, wake up, wake up, wake up, to save their life.
Another union boss, for example, local union boss, saying, Aaron, that he thought that the government was most interested in big corporations and not in helping local people. So climate change is having political impacts in a place where there's already a lot of political mistrust.
Well, you know, we heard from the Prime Minister there a moment ago, but I know you saw firsthand the devastation that has happened in Greece. Officials anticipate the cost is going to be in the billions there, I know. Talk to us about the challenges that country is facing now to try to recover.
Oh, look, devastation across the forests. And yet, at the same time, another local we spoke to, this is in Evros, this is 100 miles away from that interview, hundreds of miles away. Another local told us that there are many factors involved, including people leaving the countryside, leaving rural areas with the knowledge they had of how to manage the forests. Take a listen.
There are problems that are coming from decades before, and they are related to the forest management, to the abandonment of rural areas, of traditional farming, and these resulted to the non-resilient forest against the climate change.
Yeah, we haven't prepared for climate change.
For sure, we are not prepared.
Theodora, they're telling us that climate change is a catalyst mixed with other things. But of course, again, because of that mixed picture, it's difficult to motivate people and not have them go and blame other issues. Climate change is having different effects in different places, even in a small place like Greece.
All right, Keir Simmons with us tonight. Keir, thank you.
You bet.
Well, still to come, why so many TikTokers hate 401ks. We're looking at the fine print on this FinTok trend in our original tonight. Stick around.